Chapter 1. Kanahagakure. Outside the Hyuga clan's territory, by the stream in the forest. Dao-e, today is my birthday. I've arranged to have barbecue with Itachi and Shursui. What do you say? You should come along. The boy, seated by the riverbank, opened his pale eyes and stood up to gaze at the girl before him. Sure, then let's hurry. They've been waiting. The girl squinted her eyes in delight, a tear mole at the corner of her eye adding a touch of charm. Dao-e of the Hyuga clan felt a sense of helplessness. After several years as classmates and 2 years as teammates, he couldn't bring himself to refuse her directly. During their time at the Ninja Academy, he had sat next to Uchiha Izumi until graduation, unable to shake her off despite several changes of seats. Later, upon graduating at the age of 10, they were assigned to the same team. As cherished comrades, they spent nearly 2 years together as genin. Until 6 months ago, when their team's jounin leader and an unnamed companion perished during a mission. Uchiha Izumi joined the police force, while Dao-e became a medical ninja at Konoha Hospital. I've always wanted to ask you, Izumi as a prodigy at the Ninja Academy, why did you choose to befriend someone like me, who is often at the bottom of the ranks? Especially since I'm a Hyuga? Dao-e's training approach differed from that of a typical ninja, and he had spent the first 3 years at the academy languishing at the bottom. I'm not quite sure. Perhaps it's because you, Dao-e-kun, have a comforting presence. Being near you always calms my heart and makes it easier for me to focus. It seems this has something to do with my training method. She truly is a perceptive individual, thought Dao-e to himself. Indeed, Dao-e is a transmigrator, having arrived in this world 7 years prior. In his past life, he hailed from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners and was a moderately well-known physician. Due to an unexpected accident in his previous life, he found himself in this world, inhabiting the body of a 5-year-old branch member of the Hyuga clan, Dao-e. This child's mother died on the battlefield of the Third Great Ninja War, and his father, serving as a guard for Hyuga Hayashi, fell on the Eastern Front against the Mist Ninja. By integrating knowledge from traditional Chinese medicine and Taoism, Dao-e discovered a new path for his training. After several years, he achieved modest success. After all, the traditional training methods of the Hyuga clan have limitations. They can only serve as supplementary references. I heard that Uchiha Itachi has joined the Umbu. Indeed, Itachi is truly exceptional. Uchiha Izumi's large eyes sparkled with an unusual sentiment, her cheeks slightly flushed, radiating admiration. The sight of the spirited Izumi made Dao-e sigh inwardly. Such a wonderful girl should not meet a tragic fate. Keiji and the filial son are utterly heartless. How cruel! Izumi, do you trust me? Dao-e scanned the surroundings, sensing no one else nearby. After a moment of hesitation, he couldn't help but whisper, "Of course, you're my only friend outside the clan." No matter how amiable Izumi appeared, she was still an Uchiha at heart. Rooted in the Uchiha gene was an innate pursuit of power and a disdain for the weak, which was inescapable. What I am about to tell you, do not disclose to anyone. This includes your mother and Uchiha Itachi. Can you promise me that? Dao-e hesitated for a moment before speaking in a hushed tone. All right, I understand, Dao-e. What exactly do you wish to say? Izumi's smile faded as she lowered her voice to inquire. First, withdraw from the police force. Secondly, form a mission team with your mother to undertake village tasks. Finally, if you receive news of Uchiha Shizui's demise, abandon the mission and flee the land of fire, as far from Konoha as possible. Dao-e fixed his gaze on Uchiha Izumi, observing her every movement. Since he dared to speak these words, Dao-e undoubtedly had his own means of dealing with the situation. You say Shursui will die. How could that be? I don't want to leave Konoha, nor would I ever become a rogue ninja. Izumi questioned him, her eyes spinning with the rapid rotation of her Sharingan. It seems your trust in me is still insufficient. I have underestimated your loyalty to the village. Dao-e, it's just that what you're saying is rather peculiar, isn't it? Uchiha Izumi hurriedly explained. Izumi, as a member of the Uchiha clan, you should have sensed it by now. Dao-e halted his steps, activating his Byakugan to monitor the subtle movements in the surroundings. Uchiha Izumi, a sharp and intelligent girl, grasped the gravity of the situation as she recalled the increasingly frequent clan meetings and the oppressive, eerie atmosphere. A coup tat. Izumi's complexion shifted, she turned pale and flushed in succession, a vivid display of her emotions. It seems you have come to understand. I believe I'm not the only one who notices this. There are indeed some clever individuals in Konoha. Now, let me pose another question. Do you think the village's higher-ups are aware? How might they respond? Cold sweat broke out on Uchiha Izumi's brow, and she took a while to calm her racing heart. It appears my instincts were correct. This classmate masquerading as the underachiever is indeed extraordinary. Why do you think Shursui will die? The current Uchiha clan has already 1 foot in the abyss. Uchiha Shursui is the only lifeline left for the Uchiha. Thus, those with ill intentions toward the Uchiha will undoubtedly target him. Is there truly no way to alter this situation? If you can see all this, you must have a plan, right? Uchiha Izumi clenched her fists, looking at Dao-e with hopeful anticipation. No, I apologize for shattering your birthday cheer. Consider this a gift for your birthday. Dao-e bent down to pick up a small stone, placing it into Uchiha Izumi's hand. What is this? Izumi observed the strange patterns on the stone. Her curiosity piqued. It's a minor technique that can help you and your mother escape danger in critical moments. Consider it a blessing from a friend. I hope you never have to use it. Thank you, Dao-e. I won't be joining you for your birthday feast. Please remember my words and tell no one. I must take my leave. Dao-e waved his hand and turned to depart. Uchiha Izumi stood for a moment, calming her emotions before heading towards the barbecue restaurant. As he walked down the street, Dao-e strolled leisurely into Konoha Hospital. Kai, is Dr. Misashima in? Upon reaching the nurse's station, Dao-e inquired. Dao-e-kun, you arrived just in time. Dr. Misashima is preparing for surgery. Dao-e responded with a yes and turned to leave. Dao-e, come with me. With your help, they'll have more confidence for the upcoming surgery. Dressed in surgical garb, Dr. Misashima opened the door and tossed Dao-e a set of surgical scrubs. After donning the attire, they entered the operating room together. A Konoha ninja lay on the operating table, his face contorted in pain. Multiple rib fractures, 7 shattered bones in the liver, and 12 fragments in the kidney. Dao-e activated his Byakugan and scanned the patient, then looked up at Dr. Misashima. Indeed, I'm so glad you're here, Dao-e. After administering anesthesia and preparing the necessary instruments, Dr. Misashima carefully incised the patient's chest cavity with a chakra scalpel. This was not their first collaboration, and the surgery proceeded smoothly under their tacit cooperation. Once they exited the operating room, the two entered the office to rest. The Byakugan is truly convenient. It seems almost designed for medical purposes. It's all right. It's just a pity that there are so few in the Hyuga clan with a talent for medical ninjutsu. Had there been more talented medical ninjas, the Hyuga clan would have long dominated Konoha Hospital. The higher-ups are not fools. The importance of medical ninjas was proven during the Third Great Ninja War. Dao-e's ability to learn medical ninjutsu stemmed from the modified training methods based on his knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine from his past life. By the way, Dao-e, have you mastered the healing technique and chakra scalpel? Not yet. I still need more practice. Although he had already grasped all the medical ninjutsu available at Konoha Hospital, only a fool would expose all his information, Dao-e mused. Uchiha Shursui. A sneeze? Who? Who is talking about me? If you have any questions, feel free to ask me or the director. Director Hanfong has high hopes for you, so you must work hard. Dr. Misashima smiled. Half a year ago, during a mission, the team leader and that teammate had perished. Dao-e had not attended that mission, leaving only Uchiha Izumi to return alive. Afterward, Dao-e seized the opportunity to transition into a medical ninja. He quickly gained recognition from director Hanfong Koji due to his apprenticeship. The director had hinted at his desire to take on a disciple, which Dao-e politely declined. Having previously taken on several apprentices, Dao-e's teacher held the belief that it's impossible for me to take on a disciple in the one who takes in students. Hinata Dao-e expressed great satisfaction with his work at the hospital, where he not only mastered medical ninjutsu, but also gained profound insights into the secrets of the human body through the Byakugan. For Hinata Dao-e, the human body held no mysteries. This understanding served as an excellent validation and enhancement of his training path. After assisting with a surgical procedure that extended well into the evening, he finally awaited the end of his shift. Bidding farewell to several familiar doctors, Hinata Dowie ambled back to the Hyuga clan compound. Upon arriving home, he headed straight to the kitchen to prepare dinner. The small courtyard was quite decent, especially considering that both of his parents were Jonin. The combined area of the courtyard and residence spanned approximately 500 square meters. After finishing dinner and tidying up, he took a brief half-hour break before commencing his daily training. He began with a set of Tai Chi, followed by a sequence of Bagwazang, concluding with the gentle Hyuga style of soft fist. It is worth noting that while the practice of Tai Chi and Bagwazang is one thing, their application in actual combat constitutes an entirely different realm. This is a common flaw observed in traditional internal martial arts from his past life. Practitioners who are not true disciples often appear laughable in real combat scenarios. In stark contrast, genuine traditional internal masters strike with lethal intent, determining life and death within mere moments, often within just 3 or 4 moves. This is the reason such arts seldom grace the arena, and why they are gradually fading into obscurity. Hinata Dowie, having received some authentic teachings, benefited from the seamless integration of the medical and martial arts. His profession afforded him the opportunity to seek wisdom from his peers. Once warmed up, he settled onto a wooden mat beneath a tree in the courtyard, closed his eyes, and assumed the 5 hearts facing heaven posture. After a brief period of serene meditation, he commenced his breathing exercises. As he began his practice, the sound of the character he reverberated faintly, almost imperceptibly. Hinata Dowie relied on the 6-character formula of breathing from traditional Chinese medicine as the foundation of his training, inhaling and absorbing spiritual energy to forge his physical body. The breath he took and the spirit he absorbed refer to the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, known in this world as natural energy. He engaged in the sounds of He, 11, Su, Hu, Chue, and 11. Each minute, he completed a cycle of the 6-character formula. This cycle was repeated morning and evening, a total of 81 times each. He drew natural energy into his body, utilizing the 6-character formula to stimulate the transformation of the Bagwazang and the 5 elements. As the natural energy and the chakra within his body flowed through the Bagwazang and the 5 elements, it permeated every cell, solidifying the foundation of his life. The transformation of the Bagwazang and the 5 elements was as follows. Qian metal generates Can water generates Zhen and Sun wood. Zhen and Sun wood generate Li fire generates Kuan and Gen earth, and Kuan and Gen earth generate Qian and Dui metal. The bodily organs represented by the 8 trigrams are as follows. Qian corresponds to the large intestine, brain, spine, governor vessel, chest, left lower abdomen, and left lower limb. Kuan corresponds to the spleen and stomach, conception vessel, abdomen, left shoulder, muscles, and digestive system. Zhen corresponds to the liver, feet, nerves, tendons, fascia, right waist, right ribs, and right shoulder. Sun corresponds to the gallbladder, right shoulder, nerves, esophagus, intestines, lymphatic system, and respiratory organs. Can corresponds to the kidneys, bladder, conception vessel, ears, waist, bones, marrow, brain, hair, blood circulation, urinary, and immune systems. Li corresponds to the heart, pericardium, blood vessels, small intestine, eyes, face, neck, chest, and upper abdomen. Gen corresponds to the spleen and stomach, nose, hands, right lower limb, dorsum of the foot, toes, spine, and protruding areas of the skin. Dui correspond to the lungs, trachea, esophagus, mouth, throat, teeth, left waist, left ribs, and anus. The 5 elements associated with the 5 organs are heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. By utilizing the energies represented by the organs of the Kuan and Gen trigrams, such as the spleen and stomach, to generate the organs represented by the Qian and Dui trigrams, such as the lungs and large intestine, he aimed to achieve the principle of earth generating metal within the 5 elements. Thereafter, the cycle of metal generating water, water generating wood, and earth-generating metal would continue in a structured manner. Ceaselessly strengthening his physical body was merely a matter of time-consuming diligence. After 7 years of practice, his mastery of the chakra's 7 elemental attributes in this world had reached a commendable level. This was also the reason Hinata Doi could learn medical ninjutsu. Moreover, the enhancement of his physical form further catalyzed the transformation of yin and yang, gradually augmenting the strength of his spiritual and mental faculties. The Byakugan, nourished by the energies of yin and yang, became increasingly pure. Once activated, it allowed him to perceive within a radius of 20 kilometers. In this world, the energies of yin and yang are referred to as yin-dun chakra and yang-dun chakra. He recalled that when Hinata Hyuga activated her Byakugan at the age of 16, her visual range extended to 10 kilometers. Now at the age of 12, it seemed that Hinata Doi had already surpassed Hinata in this aspect of ability. "Brother Doi, are you home?" A timid voice called out as a knock resonated at the door. "Is that you, Hinata? Please come in." Once the visitor stepped within a certain proximity, Hinata Doi had already sensed her presence. Hinata closed the courtyard door, glanced at Hinata Doi, and quickly lowered her head, nervously grasping the hem of her clothing as she approached him slowly. Noticing that he had yet to speak, she paused beside him and, as usual, began her training. "Huh, how utterly ridiculous to seek guidance from the lowest of the low," sneered Niji Hyuga as he entered his own home nearby. "Summer insects should not speak of ice." Due to the distance, Hinata did not hear the derision. Though Hinata Doi did, he remained as tranquil as still water, choosing to ignore it entirely. Upon concluding his breathing exercises, Hinata Doi opened his eyes and stood up. "Hinata, come here. Let me treat your injuries." "Thank you, Brother Doi. This constant state of injury is not a viable solution. When engaging in battle, you must strike with greater decisiveness." Hinata Doi released a healing technique while simultaneously offering constructive criticism. I am so sorry, Brother Doi." Hinata lowered her head, resuming her anxious fidgeting with her clothing. "You owe me no apology, rather. It is yourself you should be concerned about. Nonetheless, your disposition is not at fault. Kindness towards others is a noble quality. The true fault lies with this cruel world." Gently ruffling Hinata's hair, Hinata Doi smiled reassuringly. Hinata stared blankly at Hinata Doi, her cheeks gradually flushing a deep crimson as steam seemed to rise from her head. Quickly retracting his hand, Hinata Doi interrupted her incantation, thinking to himself, "Oh dear, I almost turned her into a steam maiden again. Hinata, tomorrow morning at 6, meet me by the river outside the clan compound. For now, let's conclude our session. You should return home and rest." "Thank you, Brother Doi." After a refreshing bath, he immersed himself in reading for 2 hours before extinguishing the light and retiring for the night. Thus concluded a day marked by calm and leisurely contentment. At dawn the following day, around 5 o'clock, Hinata Daichi promptly opened his eyes. After completing his morning routine, he made his way to the riverbank on the outskirts of the clan's territory. Upon arriving at his destination, a figure suddenly appeared before him. "Daichi, Shursui is dead." Uchiha Izumi, her hair disheveled and her eyes bloodshot, wore a tense expression, marked by weariness and unease. "So, what do you intend to do next?" Hinata Daichi sighed inwardly, reflecting, "As long as I sever the ties between myself and Uchiha Izumi, the rest matters not to me. I don't know," she replied. "The destruction of the Uchiha clan is a foregone conclusion, Izumi. The opportunities left for you are few. I hope you can come to a decision." Hinata Daichi cast a glance at the forest behind him, falling silent thereafter. The sun had yet to rise, and the forest loomed darkly, resembling a beast poised to devour. "Daichi, surely you must have a way to resolve the Uchiha's predicament, correct?" Uchiha Izumi gazed intently at him, her voice tinged with desperation. There were many among the Uchiha she cared for. She simply could not bear the thought of leaving them behind. How could a mere lowly genin like me possess such capability? Hinata Daichi settled cross-legged, ignoring Uchiha Izumi entirely. After several minutes of waiting in vain for him to speak, Uchiha Izumi reluctantly departed. Hinata Daichi picked up a pebble, casually tossing it towards a tree behind him. Eavesdropping on another's training is a most disrespectful act. "Uchiha Itachi, my apologies. I harbored no intention of spying that I merely followed to check on Izumi's condition, which seems rather precarious. Uchiha Itachi emerged from behind the tree, his expression impassive as he explained. However, I cannot simply overlook what you said to Izumi. Hinata Daichi, what precisely is your aim? The three tomo spun rapidly in Uchiha Itachi's eyes as he looked at Hinata Daichi with indifference. I simply cannot bear to watch my friend fall into danger. After all, she is but a naive little girl in this world. Hinata Daichi stated. At the age of 6, he had encountered a mishap during training. With their teacher absent, it was Uchiha Izumi who had carried him to the hospital. Although he was unlikely to have died, her assistance was still a significant act of saving his life. It seems you are quite familiar with the Uchiha's plight. Are you preparing to take advantage of their misfortune? Hinata Daichi scoffed. Ha. You think too much. If the Uchiha clan were to perish, then Hinata would become the next target. If you fail to see this, it would be exceedingly disappointing. Hinata Daichi regarded Uchiha Itachi with a tone of disdain. Furthermore, do not waste your efforts. Jinjutsu holds no power over me. Uchiha Itachi's pupils constricted as he hurled 2 shurikens. Upon collision, dozens of shurikens shot forth from all directions, sealing off every avenue of escape and transforming Hinata Daichi into a porcupine of projectiles. Bang! Hinata Daichi exploded into a cloud of smoke. A shadow clone. Uchiha Itachi swiftly pivoted, crossing his arms defensively. Just then, Hinata Daichi's fist came crashing toward him, causing Uchiha Itachi's organs to jolt, a mouthful of blood rising in his throat. Uchiha Itachi leaped back, suppressing the blood as he quickly formed hand signs. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Hinata Daichi swiftly maneuvered around the fireball, landing a punch squarely on Uchiha Itachi's chest. A swarm of crows cawed wildly, and Uchiha Itachi's figure appeared on the distant river's surface, coughing. A line of blood trickled from his mouth as he thought, the opponent's speed is too swift, though I can see clearly, my body still struggles to keep pace. It seems I cannot compete with him in taijutsu. I must not allow him to close the distance. That he grasped 4 kunai in each hand, launching them toward Hinata Daichi in succession. Immediately after, fire style, great dragon fire technique. With Byakugan activated, 8 kunai, entwined with steel wires and accompanied by the dragon fire technique, effectively sealed off all avenues of evasion. 8 trigrams. Empty palm, shattering the oncoming dragon fire. Hinata Daichi swiftly evaded and closed the distance to Uchiha Itachi. The remaining 2 strands of dragon fire and steel wires collided, scattering into a fiery blaze. Hinata Daichi drew ever closer. Uchiha Itachi's 3 tomo spun rapidly, merging into a singular form, a windmill pattern manifesting in his gaze. Tsukuyami. The blood moon hangs high in the sky. The Jinjutsu, Tsukuyami, cannot be broken. In this world, everything is under my control. Uchiha Itachi stepped forth from the shadows, gazing up at Hinata Daichi, who was bound to a cross. Now, please divulge to me all you know about the Uchiha clan. Otherwise, I shall be forced to resort to some rather uncouth methods. Hinata Daichi, do not put me in a difficult position. Ha. It seems you still possess some semblance of a moral compass. Do you? Since you wish to know, I shall share. Not all Uchiha deserve death. Many have met a most unjust fate. While I would relish the opportunity to strike you down, the ensuing complications would be considerable. Hinata Daichi contemplated his next course of action, his mind racing. The Ninetales incident had served as the catalyst for escalating tensions between the Uchiha and the villagers of Konoha, painting the Uchiha as a formidable threat in the eyes of the populace. Uchiha Shursui had been a pivotal figure capable of staving off the conflict, preventing it from reaching a boiling point. Yet, with his awakening of the Manjiki Sharingan, he posed a threat to the village's higher-ups. After all, Uchiha Madara's notoriety was notorious. Such an unmanageable ability as the Manjiki Sharingan necessitated either complete mastery or total annihilation. Hinata Daichi broke free from his restraints, descending slowly from the cross. Uchiha Itachi's pupils dilated in shock, his face betraying fear. Even Tsukuyami cannot restrain him. This Hinata Daichi, the tail end of his graduating class, had concealed himself well. Hinata Daichi halted before Uchiha Itachi, a gentle smile gracing his features as he remarked, "Itachi, do you know, weakness and ignorance have never been obstacles to survival. It is arrogance and prejudice that truly impede." Hinata Daichi slightly modified 2 words, for this sentiment from his past life held true even in the realm of shinobi. Uchiha Itachi lowered his head, pondering this statement, reflecting on the plight of the Uchiha. The arrogance of the Uchiha clan members filled him with deep disdain. I am well aware of the Uchiha's arrogance. As for prejudice, Prejudice is deeply rooted in the hearts of all humanity. Once formed, it is difficult to alter. Most crucially, your Uchiha clan is out of time that Shirsue's death has irrevocably intensified the conflict between both sides. Many moderates and neutral parties will align with the Hawks. Your kin can no longer hold them back. I do not comprehend why the village and the clan have descended into this state. Currently, Uchiha Fugaku had yet to side with the Hawks, and Uchiha Itachi had not entirely lost hope for the Uchiha. In the original narrative, it was Uchiha Fugaku's defection that had driven Uchiha Itachi to resolve to take up arms against his own kin. In simpler terms, the prejudice from the higher-ups combined with the Uchiha's own arrogance had led to the current predicament. Uchiha Itachi, upon hearing this, felt a surge of empathy. Immediately recalling Shimura Danzo, he was an ambitious man harboring deep malice toward the Uchiha. Now, you possess but one final opportunity to exploit. What might that be? Please, tell me, Daichi. Uchiha Itachi's spirit was invigorated as he hastily bowed in respect. Eliminate Shimura Danzo and expose his detrimental deeds against the village to the public. I cannot do that. If Shirsue were still alive, perhaps there would be a chance. Uchiha Itachi's expression darkened, his voice tinged with resignation. Uchiha Itachi, do you truly believe you can resolve all issues single-handedly? Have you not realized? You are the most arrogant one among the Uchiha. Uchiha Itachi felt as though struck by lightning, left momentarily speechless. Arrogant? When did this happen? No. Could I have been influenced by something? What do you truly know about the Uchiha, particularly regarding your father, the clan leader? Uchiha Itachi's countenance shifted, a myriad of emotions playing across his face. Are you suggesting you were once the top student of the Ninja Academy? A universally acknowledged genius. Have you forgotten the first line of the preface in the textbook? Believe in the power of your comrades. Is this not so? Uchiha Itachi murmured to himself. You should first understand your own kin before speaking of anything else. Additionally, I assume you still harbor illusions regarding the third Hokage, believing you will find a way to resolve this issue amicably. Hinata Daichi observed the dutiful son with a smile, then continued, I am quite intrigued by the stance of Lord Hokage. Would you care to engage in a test? You are to approach him and request to allocate half of the security forces share in exchange for a portion of the leading Jonin and task ninja slots. See if he acquiesces. What is the significance of this action? Uchiha Itachi found himself somewhat perplexed. He was still rather inexperienced at this juncture. Should he agree? It would indicate his inclination towards a peaceful resolution of the Uchiha dilemma. Conversely, if he declines, the unuttered words of Hyuga conveyed a clear understanding to Uchiha Itachi. Should he refuse, it would imply that the third Hokage harbors no goodwill towards the Uchiha clan. A Hokage who does not cherish his comrades has already diverged from the will of fire. Let us depart. The natural energy within Hyuga surged forth, forcefully extricating him from the lunar space. Uchiha Itachi murmured a soft thank you, before disintegrating into a flock of crows and vanishing from the scene. As dawn broke and the sun ascended, Hinata Hyuga arrived by the riverbank, discovering her elder brother. Hyuga, engrossed in his training. Brother Dowie, I shall demonstrate a set of boxing techniques for you. Do pay close attention. Hyuga stood in a relaxed posture, his feet firmly grounded in the yin-yang stance. His hands poised with graceful elegance. With a flourish, the wind stirred and the waters rippled. His movements were slow yet fluid, circular and effortless. His entire being harmonized, a seamless unity of motion. How beautiful it is. Nay, how striking. Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Hyuga exhaled and concluded his stance, a breath of energy cascading across the river's surface, sending ripples in all directions. Have you memorized it all? I am so sorry, Brother Dowie. Hinata, feeling embarrassed, lowered her gaze and began to fidget with her clothing. Oh no, I was so engrossed in watching Brother Dowie that I only remembered a fragment. Hyuga gently ruffled Hinata's hair, causing her head to bow slightly once more. Truly, little Hinata is the most adorable, soft, and easy to tease. Let us continue. This time, be sure to focus. Hyuga repeated the demonstration twice more. And at last, Hinata nodded in agreement that she was ready. Next, he guided her through the intricacies of each movement, helping her grasp the essence of the techniques. After nearly 2 hours of practice, the time for school approached. Hinata hurried off, leaving behind a parting remark. Father is looking for you. Typically, Hyuga Hizashi would also engage in morning training within this forest. However, the two had always maintained a significant distance, rarely intersecting paths. Shortly after the battle with Uchiha Itachi commenced, Hyuga sensed an observer. A glance through his Byakugan revealed Hyuga Hizashi, a kilometer away, Scrutinizing their duel, Hyuga could only lament, Hizashi, with those thick brows and large eyes, has taken to spying like Uchiha Itachi. Such behavior is beneath us. Upon arriving at the clan leader's residence, a Byakugan-wielding clan member stood by the door. Elder Dejian, please enter. The clan leader awaits your presence. Hyuga Dejian stepped aside, allowing entry, before turning to depart. Inside, Hyuga Hizashi was busily engaged in the tea ceremony. Clan leader, please, have a seat, Dowie. Hyuga Hizashi poured the tea. Placing one cup before Hyuga Dowie took a sip, setting the cup down as Hizashi replenished his drink. The two sat across from each other in silence, each waiting for the other to speak. With each cup exchanged, they resembled old friends, the pot of tea gradually nearing its end. How are things at the hospital? Are there any difficulties? Such composure at such a young age, like an old fox. Hyuga Hizashi thought, as he reluctantly broke the peculiar atmosphere. Quite well, the elders have been very attentive. If you have any needs, do not hesitate to inform me. The clan will assist you. Should you wish to apprentice under Tsunade, the clan will fully support your endeavors. One inquired. The other feigned ignorance, as Hizashi continued to play the emotional card for respect. Thank you, clan leader. Your parents sacrificed their lives for the Hyuga clan, and your father perished for my sake. As clan leader, I owe them a great deal. As long as you do not contravene clan customs or village laws, I will do my utmost to fulfill your requests. Hyuga Hizashi pressed on, deploying the emotional card 2.0 to see how Dowie would respond as a member of the branch family. It is my duty to protect the main house. I am forever grateful for the clan's kindness that allows me to grow up safely. To be fair, Hyuga Hizashi has treated him quite well. Regardless of his underlying intentions, he has consistently received genuine care. Even with the stigma of being the underachiever, he faced no reproach from the clan. Hyuga Dowie is not a mere harbinger of death. What more is there to say? As for my needs, should I think of any, I will certainly trouble the clan leader. Indeed, initially, I felt regret over your subpar performance at the Ninja Academy, believing I had failed your father's expectations. However, upon witnessing your medical talent, I finally felt relieved. Hyuga Hizashi nodded in satisfaction, his expression tinged with the reminiscence of lost kin. I had not anticipated that your medical prowess was not your only gift. Your talent for gentle fist techniques is equally remarkable. To have grasped the 8 trigrams empty palm on your own is truly a rare genius. I wonder, have you mastered the return to heaven technique? Although the learning curve for the 8 trigrams empty palm is less steep than that of return to heaven, both are closely guarded secrets of the Hyuga clan. That I have mastered it. There is no need for concealment, as Hyuga Hizashi cannot take any action against him. Huh? Excellent. Might you recount the events of this morning? What transpired between you and Uchiha Itachi? Having laid sufficient groundwork, Hyuga Hizashi launched directly into the heart of the matter. Adult foxes tend to possess this nature, preferring to dance around the topic before finally addressing their core intent. Well, it was nothing significant. Merely a friendly spar between classmates. Hyuga Dowie chuckled, offering a dismissive response. Although they were in different classes, it was true they were contemporaries. I witnessed Uchiha Itachi's eyes to suppress the legendary Manjiki Sharingan. Your prowess has surpassed mine. Hyuga Hizashi possessed a clear understanding of his own strength. He would not fall into the arrogance of assuming he could rival the Manjiki. The Manjiki Sharingan is not a secret among the major ninja clans. Some ancient figures have even borne witness to Uchiha Madara's astounding might. As one of the 3 great ocular techniques in the ninja world, Uchiha has produced countless prodigies, overshadowing the Hyuga clan for nearly a millennium. The Hyuga clan's historical records regarding the Uchiha are already exceedingly detailed. One could only say, those who know you best are invariably your enemies. As for that, I should think not just yet. You flatter me, clan leader. Uchiha Itachi merely employed one ocular technique. The other, the fabled power of the gods, remains unseen. I do not consider myself victorious over him. Moreover, being so close to the village, he would not unleash his full strength. Revealing some of his capabilities could yield significant benefits within the clan. Your ability to remain so composed and clear-headed is indeed remarkable. Were it not for having watched you grow, I might even doubt your true age. Hyuga Hizashi regarded Hyuga Dowie with newfound admiration. The true Hyuga youth. Training, pride, ostentation. The false Hyuga youth. Training, humility, concealment. By the way, clan leader, I wish to learn sealing techniques. Very well. I will do my utmost to assist you in gathering knowledge of sealing arts. What is this? Are you contemplating the caged bird? Hyuga Hizashi observed Hyuga Dowie with gentle scrutiny. seemingly posing a casual inquiry. The caged bird is no hindrance to me. This world itself is the greatest cage. The strong will ultimately become stronger, while the weak will always find excuses for their plight. You speak true. The main house, confined to the clan grounds, is not unlike a caged bird, is it? Hyuga Hisashi's tone bore a deep sense of resignation. Dowie, I wish to entrust Hinata and Niji to your care, and I hope you will acquiesce to my request. Hyuga Hisashi inclined slightly, his sincerity evident. Certainly, clan leader, I accept. Hyuga Dowie bowed in return. 1 sheep can be herded. 2 sheep can also be released. While instructing them, it simultaneously served as a form of self-adjustment. Hinata frequently ventured out after dinner, and as a devoted father, Hyuga Hisashi could not possibly remain oblivious to her actions. When Hinata first sought out Hyuga Hayashi, her father had covertly observed the encounter with his Byakugan for quite some time. Using the Byakugan within the clan was strictly prohibited, as it could easily infringe upon the privacy of other clan members. Consequently, after that incident, Hisashi refrained from peering into the affairs of the Hinata household. Hyuga Hayashi was well aware of this, as his formidable spiritual perception was not merely for show. Hisashi graciously offered lunch, during which Hyuga Hayashi encountered the enigmatic clan matriarch, a woman of gentle beauty. Hinata Hanabi regarded Hyuga Hayashi with curiosity, her large eyes darting toward him, leaving one to wonder what thoughts danced in her mind. After bidding farewell to the clan, they arrived at the Konoha Hospital, where Hyuga Hayashi commenced his work shift. The hospital offered a stable profession with generous remuneration, allowing him to conduct small experiments on the side, leaving him quite satisfied with his occupation. As he endured until the end of his shift, nothing of particular significance transpired. Upon returning home, he was greeted by the stern-faced Hyuga Niji at the gate. Come in, he beckoned, turning to enter the courtyard, with Niji silently trailing behind. They settled at a stone table, where Hyuga Hayashi resumed sipping tea. After finishing his cup, he stood to leave. Niji hurriedly intercepted him. Unable to restrain his curiosity, the clan leader sent me to find you. That I have heard from the leader that you are the foremost expert of the Hyuga clan. Is that so? The esteemed leader holds me in such high regard. As for whether I am the best, I cannot say. Even if I am, what of it? As the acknowledged underachiever, the disgrace of the Hyuga clan. He felt the need to validate this himself. Niji assumed a gentle fist stance and launched an attack on Hyuga Hayashi. Byakugan, activate. 8 trigrams, 32 palms, 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, with a single hand. Hyuga Hayashi effortlessly deflected each strike, leaving him unmoved, quietly observing Niji as he awaited further assaults. Damn it. How can he be so powerful? Does he look down on me with such nonchalance? Niji's arms grew numb, prompting him to utilize chakra for relief. 8 trigrams, 64 palms, 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms. Your technique lacks proficiency. It's overly forced. Once again employing a single hand, Hyuga Hayashi casually tapped Niji several times. Niji's arms completely lost sensation, his complexion paling as he began to question his own existence. Is this a trick? How can the gap be so vast? I couldn't even graze his clothing. Am I truly a genius? What does this say about Hyuga Hayashi's strength? Niji, are you all right? Hinata, who had been observing for a while, hurried over, concern etched on her face as she looked at Niji. Hinata, do not worry about him. His arm channels have merely been obstructed. He will recover shortly. Let us commence. Hinata approached Hyuga Hayashi, and the two began their daily training in gentle fist techniques. Gradually, Niji's arms regained sensation as he attentively watched their practice, noticing it diverged from what he had learned. After 2 years of sparring with Hinata, he had always found her style peculiar, initially attributing it to a family secret. However, it now appeared likely that it was linked to Hyuga Hayashi. Are you practicing gentle fist? Why does it feel somewhat off? Once they halted, Niji could no longer contain his curiosity. I have integrated another style into the gentle fist, Hyuga Hayashi explained. The Hyuga gentle fist shares similarities with the 8 trigrams continuous palm technique. Hyuga Hayashi had distilled and fused the essence of both styles. The Hyuga gentle fist is renowned within the ninja world, having sustained the clan through the tumultuous warring states period. To claim it lacks strength would surely awaken the spirits of those felled by its blows. Yet, to assert its strength is to acknowledge its limitations as well. The martial arts of his past life and the Hyuga gentle fist each possess their own merits and shortcomings. Hyuga Hayashi. I aspire to grow stronger. Please teach me, I beg of you. Hinata, Instruct him in the 8 trigrams gentle fist, Hyuga Hayashi commanded before settling beneath a tree to commence his evening meditation practice. Those mischievous children and their awkward antics. How vexing. All right. Yes, Brother Hayashi. For the first time as a teacher, Hinata was both anxious and exhilarated. After a stuttering half-hour of instruction, she managed to fulfill her task. Once Niji had a basic grasp, the two departed together. Shortly after their exit, a raven landed before Hyuga Hayashi. Uchiha Itachi, why do you return? Hyuga Hayashi was reluctant to approach the Uchiha, recognizing them as a significant complication. Having yet to shake off the Uchiha clan's troubles, now another had emerged. I apologize for any inconvenience caused. However, rest assured, no one else will learn of our meeting. The raven transformed into human form. And Uchiha Itachi exuded an even darker aura. Do not allow negative emotions to cloud your judgment. Hyuga Hayashi cautioned kindly. The effects of the Mangeki Sharingan had ensnared Itachi deeper. Hyuga Hayashi's willingness to offer a word of caution was already a courtesy extended due to his ties with Uchiha Izumi. After a moment of reflection, Itachi inquired, you seem well versed in the Mangeki. Have you ever heard the saying, the one who knows you best is often your enemy? The Hyuga and Uchiha had been at odds for nearly a millennium, and the Uchiha undoubtedly possessed extensive intelligence on both the Senju and Hyuga clans. You were correct. The Uchiha indeed holds detailed information on various ninja clans. Speak plainly. What brings you here this time? I implored my father to undertake that task, but it ended in failure. Initially, the Hokage was quite interested, but the 3 elder advisors vetoed the idea. After contemplating for a day, I failed to grasp the purpose of such testing. Thus, I sought you out. Uchiha Itachi considered himself quite astute, yet he could not fathom Hyuga Hayashi's intent, leaving him with a sense of frustration that drove him to seek guidance. Should Hyuga Hayashi acquiesce to the proposal, Itachi would gain a legitimate reason to leave the village. This would imply that Hyuga Hayashi had not yet contemplated resolving the Uchiha issue through force. After all, should the Uchiha become a problem outside the village, it would be a significant headache for the upper echelons led by the 3rd Hokage. Should a faction of Uchiha truly defect, the higher-ups would find it impossible to sleep soundly. Conversely, if Hyuga Hayashi had already recognized the gravity of the situation, it would not preclude the possibility of force being employed to address the dilemma. Upon hearing this conclusion, a chill enveloped Uchiha Itachi. After a moment to regain his composure, Itachi continued, however, the Hokage endorsed this plan. If I could persuade him, Uchiha Itachi, you remain too young, utterly unaware of the terrifying nature of human hearts, and even less so of the true nature of politicians. Uchiha Itachi regarded Hyuga Hayashi with a perplexed expression. I concede that you, Hyuga Hayashi, are more intelligent than I, but are we not the same age? What accounts for your elder demeanor? Hyuga Hayashi, unperturbed by Itachi's expression, brushed aside the comment. Damn it, I forgot my age again. Never mind. There's no need to pretend to be youthful. That I have heard that you possess the mindset of a Hokage since you were 7. If you were Hokage now, how would you resolve this dilemma? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Uchiha Itachi's expression grew increasingly grim. It seems you have grasped the situation. Hyuga Hayashi observed Itachi's expressive countenance, smiling faintly. If it were you, surely you would devise a peaceful resolution. Would you not? I am no deity. Given the Uchiha's arrogance, they would likely reject the notion of defection. The higher-ups would never allow such a thing to transpire. Even if they decided to defect, it would be futile. Perhaps a few might escape, only to hide and evade pursuit. If luck were against them, it would lead to total annihilation. Indeed, I can affirm that, with their haughty disposition, they would never flee like defeated dogs. This trait of the clan members is perhaps one of the few aspects Uchiha Itachi finds commendable, yet it is also a source of considerable frustration. Thus, as I mentioned this morning, had Uchiha Shursui not perished, you would still have some maneuverability. Now, your only potential avenue remains Danzo Shimura. That I cannot do it. Uchiha Itachi longed to eliminate Danzo, seeking vengeance for Uchiha Shursui, yet he knew he could not act on such impulses. Danzo was guarded by Root, making it exceedingly difficult to assassinate him. Once procrastination stretches on, the other ninjas of Konoha will come to assist, and ultimately, escape becomes an impossibility, even if one manages to evade capture. It is utterly inconceivable to keep such matters under wraps. What awaits the Uchiha clan next is a fate of irretrievable doom. To rise against authority and strike at the higher-ups in any village. Such actions would be met with ruthless suppression. It is clear that you cannot accomplish this alone. Hinata Doi harbors a strong desire to eliminate Danzo, and undoubtedly, Uchiha Itachi and his kin would serve as the most fitting instruments for this endeavor. Are you referring to other clan members? I am well aware of their capabilities. Wait, are you speaking of my father? Hearing such words for the second time, Uchiha Itachi felt a stir within. Uchiha Fugaku rarely intervened, and Itachi was not well versed in his father's prowess. Indeed, are you suggesting that my father concealed his strength? Manjiki, Hinata Doi spoke softly. Uchiha Itachi found it hard to believe, grappling with existential doubts. How did you come by such intelligence? My own flesh and blood remains oblivious, yet you, an outsider, are in possession of such knowledge. Is it not rather excessive? I can only inform you that his ocular power surpasses yours, a fact I have personally verified. Do not inquire how I came to this conclusion, that if you doubt my words, simply return and ask him. Hinata Doi pointed at his own eyes, a teasing smile gracing his lips. Furthermore, you might consider seeking out a particular individual. Should he be inclined to assist the Uchiha, the likelihood of success would be significantly enhanced. Hinata Doi was prepared to intensify the pressure on Danzo. Who do you speak of? Kakashi Hitaki. Kakashi, my elder brother? I cannot persuade him. Moreover, I do not wish for him to become entangled in this. Kakashi has suffered enough in his own right and has received ample attention from the Umbu. Uchiha Itachi harbored no desire to bring harm to him, nor did he wish to drag him into such a tumultuous vortex. You should lay bare the dire predicament of the Uchiha. Inform him that the demise of Konoha's White Fang is linked to Danzo, and he will undoubtedly come to your aid. With the emotional bond stemming from Uchiha Obito, Kakashi is unlikely to stand idly by. Coupled with the truth surrounding his father's death, that vacant-eyed individual will likely be compelled to join your cause. Is it truly the case that the death of White Fang is connected to Danzo? Uchiha Itachi did not wish to deceive Kakashi. He needed to ascertain the truth behind this matter. In his prime, Konoha's White Fang had achieved remarkable feats, his reputation overshadowing even the Sannin. Furthermore, his personal charisma garnered substantial support for his ascent to the Hokage position. In those days, the daimyo bestowed upon him the Hokage half-sleeve as a mark of commendation, hoping he might ascend to become the fourth Hokage. Consequently, White Fang emerged as Shimura Danzo's greatest obstacle on the path to power. Following White Fang's mission failure, malicious rumors began to circulate throughout Konoha. The third Hokage, hoping to see one of his three disciples succeed him, turned a blind eye to the situation. As you know, White Fang ultimately took his own life, burdened by infamy that a chill coursed through Uchiha Itachi's being. He wished to voice his doubts, but ultimately relinquished the notion. Hinata Doi had no reason to concoct a tale to deceive him. Root should possess comprehensive intelligence regarding the events surrounding White Fang's death. You could implore Kakashi to retrieve evidence of Danzo's crimes while he is at it. Even if you cannot eliminate Shimura Danzo, obtaining this evidence is imperative. Once secured, there will be room for maneuvering. Even if you cannot bring Danzo to his demise, tarnishing his reputation would suffice. What if the operation fails? What then for brother Kakashi? Uchiha Itachi did not wish for Kakashi to meet his end, and Hinata Doi understood his concerns. Should failure result in capture, it is of no consequence. He shall not perish in any case. The Hokage will not permit Danzo to act against him. Kakashi is being groomed as the Hokage's successor, a fact that Danzo is acutely aware of. Moreover, Kakashi presently poses no threat to him. With that said, I can rest easy. Thank you, Doi. Uchiha Itachi bowed deeply, sincerely expressing his gratitude. This debt of gratitude is monumental. How shall I repay it in the future? Should Hinata Doi hear his unspoken thoughts, he might respond, repay it with your life, and in the future, fulfill your role as my tool without worry. By the way, I must remind you to be wary of Danzo's Izanagi. What is Izanagi? Uchiha Itachi inquired, having never heard of such a thing. You are not aware? Is it possible that Uchiha Fugaku has yet to inform him? Is he even cautious of his own son? What a pitiful child. Hinata Doi silently lamented, casting a sympathetic glance at Uchiha Itachi. Izanagi is a forbidden technique of your Uchiha clan, capable of altering predetermined realities of death or adverse outcomes. The prerequisite for its activation is the Sharingan with 3 Tomo, and once utilized, the user's vision will be entirely lost. You are aware of such matters. Are you truly one of the Uchiha? Could it be that you are an imposter? It seems Hinata Doi's assertions hold merit. I have indeed been rather arrogant. My understanding of the clan is woefully superficial. Uchiha Itachi felt his mind whirl, at a loss for words. It appears I must have a serious conversation with my father that I once observed 6 Sharingan with 3 Tomo upon Danzo, that I cannot ascertain how many remain now. You must prepare yourself mentally. Hinata Doi smiled, a hint of schadenfreude evident. Regardless, I have warned you. Should you meet your demise, it is of no concern to me. Uchiha Itachi found himself speechless, his entire being frozen in shock. Thank you for your warning. Dispelling his shadow clone, Uchiha Itachi vanished. Uchiha clan grounds. Uchiha Itachi opened his eyes, stepped out of his room, and knocked on the door of the study. Father, come in. Itachi. Uchiha Itachi closed the door and took a seat before Uchiha Fugaku. What are your plans regarding the matters of our clan? In the wake of Shirsue's death, many moderate and neutral clan members have become utterly disillusioned with the village's leadership that I once naively placed my faith in the third Hokage. Upon reflection, he has offered nothing but empty promises, devoid of any tangible action, if only the fourth were still alive. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes spun with 3 Tomo. It seems I may soon become a pariah among the Uchiha. I now have no choice but to stand united with my clan, Uchiha Fugaku said helplessly. Therefore, I implore you to lend me your utmost cooperation in this endeavor. You possess a means to resolve the current predicament? Itachi, truly, you are my son. Uchiha Fugaku felt a surge of relief, a grim smile curling upon his lips. Have you awakened the Manjiki? Uchiha Itachi opened his 3 Tomo eyes, fixating intently on his father's gaze. How did you know? Uchiha Fugaku's heart raced, his 3 Tomo spinning rapidly, gradually transforming into 3 hollow Tomo, surrounded by an eerie pattern of 3 smaller dots. Uchiha Itachi remained silent, as his 3 Tomo interconnected to form a great pinwheel. Beginning to rotate slowly. Tsukiyami, Itachi, you too. Uchiha Fugaku was both astonished and elated, coming to his senses as he entered the Tsukiyami realm. Truly, you are my son. Now that you have awakened these accursed eyes. It seems you have endured that pain as well. Was it due to Shirsue? Uchiha Fugaku surveyed the Tsukiyami space, his heart aching as he gazed at his precious son. Yes, it was awakened because of Shirsue. This is a pair of cursed eyes. From the moment they were opened, their fate of blindness was sealed. The more frequently they are used, the quicker the onset of blindness. Have you already realized this? Uchiha Fugaku inquired. Uchiha Itachi wore an expression devoid of emotion, nodding slightly. However, you need not worry that in the future, should I transplant my eyes to you, you may acquire a Manjiki that never succumbs to blindness. Moreover, your strength could reach new heights that in his time. Uchiha Madara became invincible in the world by transplanting the Manjiki of his own brother. Uchiha Itachi remained non-committal, stating, your eyes are better suited for Sasuke. I intend to use Danzo as a breakthrough point and launch a direct assault en route. Very well. If this is your desire, I shall fully support you. Are you aware of Izanagi? Uchiha Itachi inquired. Where did you learn of this? Uchiha Fugaku's eyes widened, casting a deathly glare at Uchiha Itachi. Aside from me, no one else should be privy to this knowledge. I cannot disclose that. I must maintain confidentiality for the other party. Izanagi is a forbidden technique of our Uchiha clan, which once brought our family to the brink of annihilation. Subsequently, a predecessor named Uchiha Izumi created Izanami, thereby saving the Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku, observing the confusion in Uchiha Itachi's eyes, continued to elucidate. If Izanagi is the art of altering fate, then Izanami is the art of determining fate. I have received credible intel that Danzo has mastered Izanagi. He possesses 6 3-Tomo Sharingan. In addition to 1 Manjiki Sharingan from Shirsue, that scoundrel Danzo dares to humiliate our Uchiha, to steal our clan's forbidden technique. Uchiha Fugaku was filled with rage, wishing nothing more than to rend him to pieces. Now, we must locate Danzo's hideout. Uchiha Itachi stated expressionlessly. Itachi, release the Genjutsu. Uchiha Fugaku rose to activate a hidden mechanism, causing a bookshelf to shift aside. Behind it, a small door was revealed, leading into a compact compartment. After lifting several wooden panels, a concealed opening was unveiled. I had no idea we had such a place in our home. Uchiha Itachi hurriedly followed suit, leaping down. Entering the underground chamber, they found themselves surrounded by a ring of bookshelves. Uchiha Itachi scanned the vicinity, noting the densely arranged books and scrolls. Let us commence. Itachi, fix your gaze upon my eyes. Uchiha Fugaku interrupted Uchiha Itachi's curiosity, his own Manjiki spinning rapidly. Jinjutsu. Great House Daybreak. On a moonless night with a howling wind, 2 shadowy figures stealthily appeared within their line of sight, making their way out of Uchiha territory. Itachi, follow one of them. You keep an eye on the other. The two figures had already split, and Uchiha Fugaku swiftly pursued one of them. Uchiha Itachi suppressed his inner questions and chased after the other. The shadow ahead moved intermittently, seemingly searching for something. An hour later, the shadow halted in a secluded corner deep within the forest of death. Before them stood a small hill, sparsely adorned with trees. The shadow fixated intently upon the hill, as if having discovered something. Uchiha Itachi stealthily approached from behind, slashing towards the figure's neck with his blade. The shadow remained motionless, the blade passing through it and subsequently slicing through a nearby tree. Uchiha Itachi moved in front of the figure, revealing its true visage. Indeed, it was an illusion. Uchiha Itachi ascended the small hill, surveying the surroundings and locating several lurking root ninjas. They waited until the latter half of the night. A group of masked ninjas emerged from the hill. Seizing the opportunity, Uchiha Itachi slipped inside, meticulously noting each checkpoint along the winding path as he delved deeper underground. Having traversed an indeterminate depth, he arrived at a grand hall, where each ninja busied themselves with their tasks. Their conversations inaudible. After a brief exploration, he found no sign of Shimura Danzo. Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi's vision went black, and all faded away. When his sight returned, the father and son duo found themselves back in the secret chamber. What transpired? Itachi, did you find anything? Yes, deep within the forest of death. Uchiha Fugaku gasped in surprise and continued. I uncovered 2 locations, but they are too close to the village. It seems the forest of death is our best option. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. That works to our advantage, as their power is dispersed, making success all the more attainable. Uchiha Itachi pondered deeply. Could this be an illusion? Are we witnessing reality? Uchiha Itachi inquired. Great House Daybreak is no ordinary genjutsu. It is initiated based on real conditions, predicting a highly probable future occurrence. You must have realized that the person you were tracking is, in fact, Hyuga. As for how much of it is real, we shall need to verify that in reality. The information gleaned from the illusion will serve as valuable reference. Father, have you noticed the impact of the Manjiki on one's psyche? What brings this thought to your mind? After awakening the Manjiki, I sensed my emotions subtly influenced by that unique chakra, making it difficult at times for me to maintain absolute composure, by reflecting on my own actions and thought patterns. I discerned this subtle difference. Thank you, Hinata Daichi. Without your reminder, I might never have realized this. Uchiha Itachi mused inwardly. Closing his eyes, Uchiha Fugaku began to reminisce. As time passed, beads of cold sweat began to form on Uchiha Fugaku's brow. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, bending over to catch his breath. I was not always this indecisive. It seems I shall need to correct myself daily from now on. Father, brother, dinner's ready. Let us head out. We shouldn't keep your mother and Sasuke waiting. All right. Thus, 3 days passed, and the hidden leaf remained relatively calm. Hinata Daichi found satisfaction in this tranquil life. Each day was spent training, mentoring the young ones, working, dining, and resting. Were it not for the persistent little tail that clung to him, this life would indeed be splendid. My dear friend, Miss Uchiha Izumi, I implore you, have mercy and spare me, just as dawn broke. Uchiha Izumi appeared once more. This occurrence had persisted for 3 days. She approached without uttering a word, merely perching on a tree, fixated on the back of Hinata Daichi's head. Today, she took it a step further. Mirroring Hinata Daichi's posture, sitting cross-legged and staring directly at him, Hinata Daichi felt utterly flustered. I should never have provoked someone so boundaryless. Are you not afraid that Uchiha Itachi might misinterpret this? Not at all. Uchiha Izumi replied earnestly. What is it that you truly desire? Help me devise a plan to rescue the Uchiha, I beg you. Daichi, Uchiha Izumi's eyes brimmed with desperation. Such matters are beyond your involvement. Hinata Daichi cruelly interrupted her fantasies. Uchiha Izumi's expression darkened, and she fell silent once more. I have already informed Uchiha Itachi of a method. From here on, you need only remain quiet and await the outcome. Is that true? Thank you, Daichi. Furthermore, until the matter reaches a conclusion, refrain from recklessly interacting with outsiders, as it may bring trouble upon them. Hinata Daichi cast her a glance, urging her to comprehend that I understand. Uchiha Izumi bowed and returned home joyfully. Though somewhat naive, she was still trustworthy. Moreover, she had once aided me. That bond is significant. I hope it does not attract the attention of a werewolf. Hinata Daichi furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Hidden leaf. Somewhere underground, Lord Danzo, we have detected unusual movements from the Uchiha. The one-eyed elder rose, his gaze icy and piercing. Speak. Uchiha Izumi has been in close contact with Hinata Daichi for the past 2 days. They have been secretly meeting in the forest outside the Hinata clan at dawn. Wind, provide us with detailed intelligence on the two. Lord Danzo, please wait. The ninja named Kaze entered the intelligence chamber and brought forth 2 scrolls to hand over to Shimura Danzo. Danzo took a seat, unfurling the scrolls upon the table. Name, Uchiha Izumi clan. Uchiha position, Jinin strength, suspected Nin experience, awakened Sharingan at 10, graduated the same year, awakened double Tomo at 11. Joined the police force at 12. Comprehensive evaluation, A. Uchiha Jinin proficient in fire release. Hinata Daichi's cohort has just emerged from the 3rd Great Ninja War, and the Ninja Academy has yet to revert to a 6-year curriculum. Name, Hinata Daichi clan. Hinata position, Jinin intern at the Konoha Hospital strength, Jinin experience, at the bottom of his class in the academy, with mediocre gentle fist talent. Graduated at 10. Led a team of Nin and a companion who perished on a mission. Joined Konoha Hospital the same year. Comprehensive evaluation, an ordinary Hinata with an exceptional talent for medical ninjutsu. Uchiha, Hinata, Hinata, Hinata. Are they eager to leap into the fray? Woo! Danzo barked coldly, as a figure knelt before him. Your subordinate is here. Bring me the corpse of Hinata Daichi. Understood, Lord Danzo. The figure vanished. Consider this a warning. I hope you do not court death, Hinata Hizashi. Tuanzong gently caressed his right eye, regaining his composure. The formidable fish from the Uchiha clan had already been ensnared, and Tuanzong would not permit anyone to thwart his endeavors. In the dead of night, a raven infiltrated a courtyard, pecking at the window with its beak. Thud, thud. Who is it? A hand pushed the window open slightly, while another hand gripped a kunai. Kakashi-senpai. It's me. The raven entered the room, transforming into Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, please, have a seat. Is there something that cannot wait until tomorrow? Hatake Kakashi yawned, his dead fish-like eyes reflecting his displeasure. Uchiha Itachi meticulously relayed the crisis facing the Uchiha clan to Kakashi. I have heard whispers of your troubles. I did not anticipate it had escalated to this extent, Kakashi remarked, furrowing his brow. I hope you will assist me. What do you wish for me to do? Infiltrate the route. Are you jesting? I must decline. Kakashi was taken aback. Is this truly the path you wish to take? Has Konoha turned its back on you? Are you seeking the heavens? The truth behind the death of White Fang lies within root. What did you say? Kakashi growled, seizing Uchiha Itachi by the throat. A palpable aura of malevolence emanated from him, startling Itachi. Itachi had never witnessed Kakashi in such a state, resembling a beast ready to pounce. Until now, Itachi's impression of Kakashi had been that of a taciturn yet reliable mentor, one who cared for his juniors. Kakashi suppressed his uncontrolled emotions and released Itachi. What else do you know? Regarding my father, the incident involving White Fang's suicide is likely connected to Tuanzong. Where did you acquire this information? Kakashi's expression darkened, his thoughts shrouded in uncertainty. For over a decade, he had grappled with the enigma of why his father chose to end his life. In his memories, his father was a formidable man, resolute as iron, a true shinobi. A shinobi must endure what others cannot. Such a facile demise was inconceivable to Kakashi, especially as he matured. The more he pondered, the more the fog thickened. I apologize, Kakashi-senpai. I promise not to divulge any information. Very well. I trust you. Kakashi believed in Uchiha Itachi's integrity, and he had devised his own plan. When do you intend to act? I require some time to prepare, likely within a month. Before I proceed, I shall inform you of the specific plan. All right. Kakashi nodded. In the forest beyond the Hyuga clan's territory, Hyuga Doi made his way to a familiar spot to meditate. As he walked, he sensed something amiss. Byakugan. Activate. 8 trigrams. Air palm. 2 blasts of air palm surged forth, sending 2 humanoid birds plummeting from the trees. Hyuga Doi circumvented the traps and seized the necks of the 2 assailants, pressing them to the ground. A and Bu. The 2 blinked in confusion to Root. They both shook their heads vehemently. It must be Root. Hyuga Doi yanked out their tongues for inspection, shattered their windpipes, and sealed their corpses within a scroll. After meticulously clearing the traps and traces of battle, Hyuga Doi turned and returned home. Training at home was equally effective, albeit lacking the tranquility of the forest. What a pity. Upon returning home, Hyuga Doi scattered the ashes of the 2 corpses. He washed his hands anew and commenced his morning practice beneath a tree. Come to my house. Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Niji were about to leave the clan grounds for the riverside when they suddenly heard Hyuga Doi's voice. The two searched around but failed to locate him. "Did you hear that?" they asked in unison. Arriving at the doorstep of Hyuga Doi's home, Hinata pushed the door open and peeked inside. Spotting Hyuga Doi. Niji and Doi and is really at home. "Yes? Please, come in. Doi and Was that you speaking just now?" Niji inquired. "Indeed. What technique was that?" "It was quite marvelous. It's the wind language technique." After a moment's thought, Hyuga Doi added 2 more words. "Wind release." "Is there such a ninjutsu as wind release? I've never heard of it," Niji asked curiously. "Children should refrain from prying. Let us begin training," Hyuga Doi interjected firmly, finding the incessant curiosity of the young one rather irksome. Casting Niji aside, he focused on guiding Hinata in her practice of Tai Chi after preparing breakfast. He discovered that Hinata had already departed, while Niji was still diligently practicing. "Aren't you leaving yet? I've been meaning to ask you. What martial art is Hinata studying?" Despite its seemingly gentle nature, there was an air of profoundness to it that captivated Niji. "Tai Chi, as I suspected. Is it due to the Hyuga clan's burdensome fate?" Niji believed he had been subjected to an unjust fate, his emotions surging. Hyuga Doi's special treatment of Hinata left him feeling quite displeased. "What do you consider fate?" Hyuga Doi asked nonchalantly. Stepping before Niji, "Hinata was born into the main family, while I am relegated to the branch. Even if my talent surpasses Hinata's, it remains unchangeable. This is fate. I detest individuals like you, twisted and filled with negativity. Were it not for the clan leader's request, we would have no dealings at all." Niji was taken aback, struggling to comprehend that stern and inflexible clan leader would implore a Hyuga branch member on his behalf. The term fate itself bore a flavor of weakness and helplessness. It was merely an excuse for the powerless to evade reality. "Oh, you think I am strong. Very strong, even stronger than the clan leader. However, a caged bird cannot dictate its fate. There are no truly free individuals in this world. People are invariably bound by various constraints, whether by desire, emotion, law, or even the very heavens. Countless birds are caged in this world. The moment you choose to acquiesce to fate, it becomes your reality, manipulating your life at will." Hyuga Doi turned and departed, ignoring Niji further. Niji stood there, dazed, as if his soul had been stripped away. Replaying every word Hyuga Doi had uttered in his mind, days swiftly passed. The Hyuga clan leader, Elder Tuanzong has come to visit, Hyuga Takuma reported at the door. "Very well, I understand," Hyuga Hizashi replied, pushing the door open and proceeding toward the courtyard. Standing outside were 3 individuals, with Shimura Tuanzong at the forefront. "Elder Tuanzong, I apologize for my lack of proper welcome. Please, come in." Hyuga Hizashi bowed respectfully, also nodding to Tuanzong's attendants. He then led the 3 into the tea room to sit. "What brings you here personally, Elder Tuanzong?" After serving tea, Hizashi inquired. "The Hyuga clan has been drawing close to the Uchiha clan lately. What are your intentions?" Tuanzong's sharp gaze fixed upon Hyuga Hizashi, his penetrating eye scrutinizing him. "The Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan have always been at odds. This is no secret within Konoha. Our 2 clans have been ancestral enemies for a millennium. Elder Tuanzong, could there be a misunderstanding?" Hizashi set down his teacup, his brow furrowed. "Summon Hyuga Doi. I have matters to discuss with him." "Takuma, go fetch Doi." Upon hearing the word fetch, Tuanzong raised an eyebrow, sensing that matters might not unfold smoothly. Moments later, Hyuga Doi entered after knocking, bowing respectfully. "Clan leader." Hizashi gestured for him to take a seat. "What does the clan leader wish to discuss with me?" Hyuga Doi glanced at Shimura Tuanzong before returning his gaze to Hizashi. "It is Elder Tuanzong who seeks you." Hyuga Doi, "I extend an invitation for you to join Root Point. 2 of my subordinates have been missing for a week, without any news. Thus, I have come personally to address this matter. I apologize, Elder, but I am quite content with my current responsibilities at the hospital. Joining the Roots, one can attain superior cultivation, including medical ninjutsu. My apologies. I only wish to work at the Konoha hospital. Thank you for your kindness," Hinata Dowie said with a smile. "The 2 subordinates I dispatched to invite you have gone missing." "Hinata Dowie, what do you have to say for yourself?" A murderous intent enveloped Hinata Dowie as Danzo exclaimed sternly. "When did this happen?" Hinata Dowie rubbed his ears, a look of confusion on his face. The old turtle has quite the loud voice. Trying to deceive me. If I answer directly, it would be falling into a trap. This is a rather practical interrogation tactic. A week ago, in the morning. Danzo's voice softened somewhat. I underestimated this little brat. I vaguely recall that there were no visitors during those days that I stayed at home and did not leave the clan grounds. Many clan members can vouch for me. Hinata Daoyi's response remained unhurried. Calm and resolute. Are you still trying to quibble? Do you dare let my subordinates probe your memories? Having failed one scheme, Danzo devised another. Yamashiro stepped forward, fixating his gaze on Hinata Daoi. Lord Danzo, if you lack evidence. There's no need to continue this discussion. Otherwise, I will have to request Lord Hokage to intervene. Hinata Hizashi's expression changed, and he spoke in a low voice. What nonsense are you spouting? Look at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Would he dare to utter such words? Invading the memories of the ninja clan? Are you certain you are not prying into our family secrets? Humph. We are leaving. Shimura Danzo was left in the dust. His departure accompanied by a swish of his sleeves. Lord Danzo, you are always welcome to visit the Hyuga clan. The two followed him to the tea room. Hinata Hizashi called out. Was it you who did this? Hinata Hizashi inquired. It has nothing to do with me. During those days, I was teaching Hinata and Niji. Hinata Daoi maintained a blank expression, as steady as a rock. Danzo is quite troublesome. From now on, stay within the clan grounds and avoid leaving Konoha. If he targets you again, inform me promptly. All right. Rest assured, clan leader. Hokage's office. Sarutobi. The roots are short on personnel. Send me a few. Danzo entered the room and spoke directly. Sarutobi Hiruzen busied himself, hastily tidying up, and casually asked, Who do you want? A flicker of disdain passed through Danzo's eyes as he replied, Uchiha Itachi and Hinata Daoi. Impossible. Then hand over Hinata Daoi to me. Danzo revealed his true intentions, his face devoid of expression. You cannot touch either of them. I understand Uchiha Itachi is in the Umbu, but why not Hinata Daoi? Hinata Daoi has caught the eye of Director Hanfang, who intends to cultivate him as the future head of the hospital. So what? Let him train someone else. Does it have to be him? Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated. Danzo's argument was indeed valid. While there are few ninjas with medical talent, each graduating class can yield a few promising candidates. No, he belongs to the Hyuga branch. What use is he to you? Uchiha is stirring, and you wish to provoke the Hyuga. Do you want to see Konoha split apart? Or do you wish to oust me from the Hokage position and take it for yourself? Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone turned severe as he questioned sharply. You, Hiruzen, you will regret this. Danzo had run out of retorts. Concluding the verbal skirmish with his application, Danzo, I am the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen delivered the final blow, sealing the matter. It has been nearly a month. Uchiha Itachi should be moving soon, right? Hinata Daoi slumped on the sofa, perusing a scroll on sealing techniques. This scroll was brought by Hinata Hizashi, containing mostly common sealing techniques available on the market. While it lacked the Uzumaki sealing techniques, it was still quite intriguing. Daoi, a crow hopped into the hall and vanished, with Uchiha Itachi appearing before him. Have a seat. Hinata Daoi put away the scroll and sat up straight. I came to confirm something. I heard that Danzo visited the Hyuga recently. I want to know how many Sharingan he possesses. .6 Tomo on his right arm and a Manjiki in his right eye in their face-to-face encounter. Hinata Daoi could easily sense the energy response emanating from Itachi's body. After all, the Byakugan should not be activated casually, especially within the Hyuga clan grounds, just like now, in Hinata Daoi's perception. Uchiha Itachi's eyes shone brighter than even those in the night. When will you act? We will wait a little longer. Uchiha Itachi hesitated. He needed to be sufficiently cautious. Inform me when you are ready to act. I wish to join. Hinata Daoi said nonchalantly. Aren't you afraid of attracting trouble? Trouble has already arrived. How so? I assure you, absolutely no one has discovered my meeting with you, while the Uchiha clan is under tight surveillance. Uchiha Itachi truly did not regard them as a threat. It must have been Izumi who brought it up. She should be more cautious in the future. Danzo has likely set his sights on her as well. Apologies. I have inadvertently dragged you into this. Uchiha Itachi lowered his head, a hint of guilt on his face. From the moment I intervened in your affairs, I was mentally prepared. Hinata Daoi, deeply influenced by Taoist philosophy, preferred to follow the natural flow and take things as they come. Since it has been done, there is naturally no room for regret. During this time, Danzo has been up to a series of underhanded tricks. Since the opponent refuses to relent, we must take decisive action to understand the cause and effect. We have already grasped Danzo's pattern of movement and plan to act tomorrow night. Since Hinata Daoi wishes to join the operation, Uchiha Itachi had nothing left to conceal. Hinata Daoi was powerful, and his involvement would significantly increase the chances of success. This brought a sense of relief to Uchiha Itachi, as he had been under immense pressure lately. Uchiha Itachi produced a map and pointed to a specific location with his finger. At 3 o'clock tomorrow morning, we will gather here, the four of us. The target is only 7 to 8 kilometers from the village, and support from the village will arrive swiftly. Once combat ensues, we must conclude the fight rapidly and depart as soon as possible. If a skirmish breaks out at the roots, the patrolling Umbu will discover it soon enough. The distance of 7 to 8 kilometers, at the speed of a regular Jainin, would only take 4 to 5 minutes to return to the village after the situation is detected. While at Saratobi Hiruzen's speed, it would take only 2 to 3 minutes to bring support to the roots. Thus, the time left for them would be at most 6 to 7 minutes. Parker, have you found it? The scent of that crow entered the Hyuga clan grounds, lingered for a while, and then returned to the Uchiha to avoid detection. Kakashi only allowed his dog to start tracking after confirming that Uchiha Itachi had returned home. Are there any other scents? Yes. After the crow left the Hyuga, the scent left behind on the road contained an additional aroma that had not been there before. Can you remember it? I can. That scent is somewhat unique. It seems I have encountered it before. Parker nodded. Then I must rely on you. Parker, please ensure you find him. Kakashi lifted the dog, holding it up to his face, pondering, could it be Hinata Hisashi? Parker stealthily accompanied Kakashi into Hinata Daoyi's courtyard. The moment they landed and steadied themselves, Kakashi was subjected to a flurry of acupuncture strikes on his back. Such formidable gentle fist. My arms and legs have completely lost mobility. This esteemed guest has intruded into the Hyuga clan in the dead of night. I wonder what his purpose is. A voice came from behind. And as Kakashi turned to see the figure, he could only catch a glimpse of a Byakugan. Kakashi exhaled a sigh of relief. Since it is a Hyuga, there should be no danger to my life. I am a member of Konoha's Umbu, Hataki Kakashi. Unknowingly, I followed a spy here, and I did not mean to intrude upon the Hyuga.my apologies. I thought I had encountered a thief. Hinata Daoi placed a hand on Kakashi's back, extracting the chakra from his acupuncture points. Hinata Daoi turned to head back to continue his slumber, but caught a glimpse of a dog in the dim corner of his eye. Parker? Did Kakashi come for Uchiha Itachi, or for me? Noticing Hinata Daoi returning to his room, Parker stealthily approached Kakashi. Kakashi, this Hyuga is the source of the scent. The elder remarked that this dog was quite remarkable. Transformed into a dish, it would undoubtedly be delectable. Kakashi felt a tightening in his chest as he lifted his gaze towards the door. Unbeknownst to him, Hinata Daoi had already positioned himself outside the entrance. Kakashi, I must take my leave, he stated. Park, nearly scared to the point of losing control, swiftly dispelled the summoning technique and fled. Did I recognize you, Hinata Daoi? The two had crossed paths twice at the Konoha hospital, yet had never truly interacted, one in the capacity of a doctor, and the other, a patient lying in repose. A unique talent in medicine among the Hyuga, Daoi was a subject of intrigue at Konoha Hospital. Kakashi had heard plenty about him from fellow patients. I have some inquiries I wish to pose to you. Come inside. Daoi beckoned. The two entered the living room and sat across from each other. Did you acquire the intelligence regarding my father from Uchiha Itachi? The strength and demeanor of Hinata Daoi far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, leading Kakashi to believe he had indeed found the right person. If you are already aware of the information, what brings you here? Daoi countered without denial. I seek to understand my father. He was not the type to surrender his life due to mere rumors. For over a decade, I have pondered why he chose to take his own life. Kakashi could never erase the memory of that fateful day. His father, who often wore a warm smile, lay the next day amidst a pool of blood. You seem to possess considerable knowledge about my father, so perhaps you could provide me with answers. That is what I hope for. Kakashi appeared somewhat despondent, the light in his once bright eyes now dimmed. I do have my own speculations, though I cannot guarantee their accuracy. After all, I am not the late White Fang. No one can truly know the thoughts he harbored. Daoi inquired in return. Yes, I wish to hear your thoughts. Kakashi affirmed, nodding with determination. The death of Konoha's White Fang had long remained an enigma. Not only was Kakashi perplexed by the reasons, but likely very few in Konoha comprehended them. That I understand, so please enlighten me. White Fang may have succumbed to a collapse of faith. The truly formidable possess an unwavering and indestructible belief. When such steadfast faith is shattered, the heart follows suit into a state of near death. Even if one continues to exist, they do so as mere shells of their former selves. In terms of my past life, it is akin to a broken path leading to one's demise. White Fang's belief was likely rooted in the will of fire, prioritizing the lives of comrades above all else. Indeed, he was such a person. Your description allows me to understand. Kakashi nodded in agreement with Daoi's evaluation. Yet, at that time, Konoha was a place he perceived to be in direct opposition to his beliefs. His convictions were dismissed by all, even weaponized against him as accusations. Meanwhile, Those who vocally espoused the will of fire turned a blind eye to the reality. Thus, he died, seeking to make a statement with his death. He wished to admonish those who had strayed from the righteous path, hoping they would return to it. Upon hearing this, Kakashi began to grasp his father's sentiments at that moment. Tears flowed uncontrollably, saturating his mask and enveloping his face in sorrow. Kakashi was certain that this was indeed his father's mindset, and he had uncovered the reason behind his suicide. There could be no mistake. Regrettably, his father's demise seemed to have failed to steer others back to the true essence of the will of fire. Kakashi felt an inexplicable weight in his heart, deeming his father's death utterly unwarranted. Having spent years in the Umbu, he had witnessed countless regrets, darkness, and hollow pretenses. Had it not been for Obito and Guy, perhaps I too would have become one of them. In the afterlife, my father would surely despise me. Kakashi lamented inwardly. I personally believe that this was the reason White Fang chose to end his life. He utilized his own existence to deliver a vehement rebuke to those who undervalued their comrades. It was foolish yet admirable. Regardless, I could never do such a thing, for I possess more choices, Doi contemplated. Thank you, Doi, Kakashi expressed, feeling a significant burden lifted from his heart, his voice filled with sincerity. You were too gracious. My apologies for intruding for so long, he added. Kakashi departed, standing tall and straight. May you soon break free from the shackles imposed by fate. Doi wished silently. As the moon hung high and the winds howled. The late hours of the night passed, and four shadows ventured deep into the forest of death. We shall use the codenames Heaven, Earth, Mystery, and Yellow, Uchiha Itachi announced from behind his mask, extending his palm. Each individual consumed a pill that would alter their voices, effective for half an hour. Afterward, they inscribed the four characters onto their masks. Earth was Itachi, while Heaven was most likely Uchiha Fugaku, leading Kakashi to wonder if Yellow referred to him. Fate seemed to dictate their paths. He was indeed the favored child of destiny, a descendant of the lineage associated with Yellow, a steadfast adherent to the principles of Heaven, beneath the mask of mystery. Hinata Doi couldn't help but revel in their predicament. Apart from Itachi, the hair colors of the other three were red, yellow, and blue, making it nearly impossible to discern their identities. This was advantageous, even in failure. They would not implicate others. Heaven contemplated. Our first step is to ascend from four directions and eliminate the scouts. After accomplishing this, we shall regroup here. Let us proceed. Earth tucked away the map as the four dispersed. Once the scouts were dealt with, they arrived at a stone wall. Yellow stepped forward, swiftly forming hand seals. He pushed against the stone wall, and they filed in one after another. As Yellow was an experienced Umbu. There were few secrets that eluded him within the route. After neutralizing several checkpoints along the way, they continued downward, crossing an underground river and neutralizing more sentinels before entering a vast cavern. Earth made a series of gestures, splitting the party into two teams. Yellow led the way while Doi followed closely behind. After navigating a series of twists and turns, they entered a chamber, after incapacitating a few guarding ninjas. The duo began to search the area. A few minutes later, Doi collected several scrolls. Yellow stood trembling before a bookshelf, gripping the end of a scroll whose other end had fallen to the ground. As Doi approached, he read the scroll's concluding line. A fool who abandons the mission for the sake of useless tools, weak, devoid of the spirit of sacrifice, unworthy to be a ninja. A waste that ought to perish on the battlefield. Let the younger generations take heed. The name of the evaluator followed. Danzo. Doi tucked the scroll away and placed it in Yellow's hands. We must depart. Our mission is not yet complete. The two swiftly exited, continuing their search of other chambers. After considerable effort, they found themselves in a deeply concealed lower-level space. After incapacitating the guards, they looked down to see dozens of experimental devices, with hundreds of cylindrical incubation chambers behind them. A dozen lab-coated individuals turned to face them, and one quickly pressed a button. An alarm blared immediately, reverberating throughout the entire root facility. The two sprang into action, incapacitating the group. Yellow gathered various experimental records and approached the incubation chambers, where he saw a person submerged within, several tubes protruding from their body. Upon entering the document room, Mystery emerged and nodded in acknowledgement. "Who are you?" queried Yamanaka Ryoma. But before he could finish, several root ninjas swiftly formed hand seals. The exit was blocked, and various ninjutsu and tools were hurled towards the two. Yellow quickly formed seals and struck the ground. Earth release, earth flow wall. Lightning ninjutsu responded swiftly, unleashing two bolts. Yellow continued forming seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. Mystery formed his own seals and shouted, "Fire release, great fireball technique." The two techniques synergized, sending the lightning bolts flying. The great fireball, enhanced by the wind technique, rained down like a swarm of deadly insects. Yellow struck again. Earth release. Earth flow river. Several root ninjas were swept away, crashing directly into the stone wall. Hinata Michichi dashed forward at full speed, leaving behind a trail of afterimages, and landed a powerful punch on the chest of Oil Woman Ryoma. Oil Woman Ryoma shattered, leaving a scattering of dead insects in her wake. Insect clone. Insect jewel. A multitude of parasitic insects swarmed around Hinata Michichi, rendering him unable to resist. Point one down. Oil Woman Ryoma thought to herself. Soon after, her gaze ascended higher and then swiftly plummeted. Is this what it feels like to face death? Hinata Michichi stood behind Oil Woman Ryoma, sheathing his sword. Huang had also concluded his battle. Hinata Michichi wished to eliminate any future threats, igniting a fire to scatter the ashes of the fallen foes. Huang cast a few glances his way, but said nothing further. Tuanzong, meet your demise. A furious shout erupted, and a lengthy yellow chakra sword cleaved Tuanzong in half. Upon arriving at the main battlefield, Huang was met with this explosive scene that on the other side, an enormous orange giant was engaged in combat with a group of root ninjas. What is this? Kakashi stared incredulously at the two chakra giants. Tuanzong appeared behind the yellow Susanoo, brandishing a kunai to strike. The kunai shattered. Tuanzong was taken aback. Izanagi, Tuanzong, I will kill you. The two battled for several exchanges, with Susanoo gripping Tuanzong tightly. Tian tightened Susanoo's grasp, gritting his teeth. The pride of Uchiha Sharingan, so brazenly humiliated by an outsider. Unexpectedly, in addition to Uchiha Shursui. The Uchiha clan harbored two more pairs of Manjiki. Treacherous Uchiha. I should have exterminated you long ago. Susanoo exerted its power, crushing Tuanzong. Huang joined D in the fray, and together they swiftly eliminated the remaining root ninjas. Stepping aside to observe, summoning technique. Dream Baku, a colossal, trunk-nosed beast emerged, opening its mouth to draw in the yellow Susanoo. Tian stumbled, as Susanoo was bent by the force of the suction. Fire release. Great fireball technique. D quickly formed seals, sending a massive fireball into the Dream Baku's gaping maw. The Dream Baku let out a shriek, dispelling the summoning. Tian pivoted Susanoo and slapped Tuanzong away. Would release. Tree root explosion. Tuanzong steadied himself, forming seals and shouting that a thick tree trunk branched out from his right hand, charging toward the three that Tian infused more chakra, causing Susanoo to stagger backward. Are you all right? D opened Susanoo. Pulling Huang inside that I'm fine. Huang replied, killing comrades, conducting human experiments. What a self-sacrificing spirit this elder Tuanzong possesses. That is your self-sacrifice, merely sacrificing your comrades to elevate yourself. How grotesque, how shameless. Kakashi glared at Tuanzang's right arm, silently cursing. If I am not mistaken, you are Uchiha Fugaku. Who might the other one be? The Ninetales incident was orchestrated by your clan, wasn't it? Tuanzong scanned Tian and D, barking sharply. Stop slandering. You know very well if any Uchiha left the clan grounds back then. Yet, your root did not assist the fourth Hokage. Rather, you obstructed the Uchiha's rescue efforts. You wished for the fourth Hokage's demise, did you not? I see it now. With the fourth Hokage dead, you would have your chance to become Hokage. Wouldn't you? Unfortunately, the third Hokage spoiled your plans. Ha ha. Tian mocked openly. Silence. The Uchiha must perish. Would release. Tree binding, eternal burial. Thick branches ensnared Susanoo, rendering it immobile. Tian commanded Susanoo to hurl its long sword, pinning the gasping Tuanzong firmly against the wall. Would release dispelled. The last of Tuanzang's three Tomo Sharingan closed, and he vanished once more. That I never imagined so many events would unfold on the day my teacher died. The Uchiha clan head and my teacher's couples were close. He had no reason to harm my teacher. As for Uchiha Itachi, a mere child of 5 or 6 could do nothing. Who truly killed my teacher back then? Kakashi pondered silently, essentially ruling out the two Uchihas before him. Time is of the essence. The Hokage is on his way here, and will arrive within 3 minutes at most. Hinata Michichi landed and spoke up. The shadow clones left behind in the village had been monitoring the Hokage's building in the Saratobi clan grounds. During this time away, Hinata Michichi had located Tuanzang's treasure trove, gathering many valuable items. This trip was not in vain. The rewards were plentiful. The three ceased their observation and launched an assault on Tuanzong. Do not invoke the heavens. Seizing the opportunity, Tuanzong fixed his gaze on D's eyes. D's offensive faltered, and he turned to attack Huang. Hinata Michichi stepped forward, delivering a decisive punch that ended Tuanzang's life. The three worked together to subdue Hinata Michichi, placing a hand on his head, activating the Byakugan to locate the chakra, swiftly extracting it. Tuanzang attempted to seize the moment to counterattack, but was once more thwarted by the combined efforts of Tian and Huang. I am unharmed. Uchiha Itachi recovered, feeling fortunate. Thankfully, the ocular technique of this eye is merely a temporary control. The four guarded the corpse twice, as the last of Tuanzang's three Tomo Sharingan closed. Tuanzang's arm transformed into a tree, breaking free as his chakra ran low. These four individuals pose a grave threat to Konoha and must be eliminated. Hizashi, I must take my leave first. With that thought, Tuanzang decisively tore his clothes. The four-symbol seal revealed itself, and black liquid splattered everywhere. Run, Hinata Michichi shouted, and the four fled for their lives. The black sphere rapidly expanded to a diameter of several dozen meters, then quickly collapsed, leaving a great pit in its wake. The four stood at a distance, gazing at the crater in shock. Good grief, we almost lost our lives and no time to waste. The four hurried towards the exit. Just as they reached the surface, Sarutobi Hizen landed 100 meters ahead. Who are you? What have you done en route? Sarutobi Hizen brandished his Rui Bang, eyeing the four cloaked figures wearing masks. Seeing them emerge unscathed, a sense of foreboding filled Sarutobi Hizen's heart. Hokusama. 8 Umbu dropped in, readying themselves for combat. You all go ahead, I will hold them off. Hinata Michichi stepped forward, signaling the other three to leave quickly. There was no choice. The three would reveal everything the moment they acted. The three hesitated but ultimately turned to flee. Just as the Umbu were about to pursue, 5 figures appeared around them. If you are willing to surrender, I can guarantee your safety. The third Hokage spoke in a deep tone. Ninja technique. For purple flames formation, 4 shadow clones positioned themselves in the cardinal directions. Shouting in unison, a 4-sided barrier rose, trapping the opposing 9 within. Thank you for your kindness, Hokage-sama. Farewell. Hinata Michichi expressed his gratitude, turning to leave immediately. Wait, what is your connection to Orochimaru? This technique is only used by the elite of the Barrier Corps. Aside from the Barrier Corps, the only one I taught this to was the traitorous Orochimaru Hokage-sama. Allow me to be your opponent from here on. The Umbu launched the first attack, and the Shadow Clone assumed a Tai Chi stance in response. Catching one attack, he guided it to collide with another, following up with 2 quick punches that as soon as they made contact, the 2 Umbu collapsed to the ground, incapacitated. Sarutobi Hizen joined the fray, and the 2 sides engaged in a rapid exchange of blows. After a brief struggle, Sarutobi Hizen struck the Shadow Clone on the head with his staff, causing it to explode and disappeared. He quickly moved to the corners of the barrier, eliminating the remaining 4 Shadow Clones and dispelling the barrier. Meanwhile, 2 more teams of Umbu arrived for support. Sarutobi Hizen ordered 3 squads to pursue the enemy and led a few Umbu into the route base. Moments later, gazing at the circular pit before him, still bearing traces of the sealing technique's chakra, Sarutobi Hizen's tears streamed down. 4-symbol seal. Tuanzang, you have beaten me to it. Shortly after, several Umbu returned to stand behind Sarutobi Hizen. Hokage-sama, 19 in total are dead, and the rest have been knocked unconscious. Additionally, Tuanzang-sama is missing. IC. Elder Tuanzang has sacrificed himself. There is no need to continue searching. For Tuanzang to meet such an end, it could be said that he has left no trace behind. Upon reaching this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen was overwhelmed with emotion, his heart aching. Hokage-sama, we have discovered a laboratory that requires your personal attention, an Umbu member reported. Take me to see it, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, his heart tightening as he spoke. Accompanied by a few Umbu, he entered the laboratory, where a dozen white-coated individuals stood in the corner, their faces filled with panic. Hokage-sama, ignoring their pleas. Hiruzen focused on the pale faces of the subjects within the incubation pots. Danzo, you scoundrel. Even in death you leave me to clean up your mess, seal off this base, and abandon it. Everything witnessed here is to be classified as S-rank village secrets, with the utmost confidentiality. Yes, the Umbu members internally lamented. Eagle, Falcon, you 2 take your teams to secure the other 2 route bases. Yes, Hokage-sama, the 2 knelt on one knee before departing. The assailants had not engaged in a massacre against the other route members, merely incapacitating them before retreating. The attackers might be from the village, as other ninja villages would not leave survivors. The target was likely Danzo, possibly seeking vengeance. However, Danzo had wronged many. making the list of suspects quite extensive. Complicating matters for Hiruzen. After much contemplation, he managed to piece together a few leads. Deep within the forest, four figures suddenly emerged from a tranquil stream. Utilizing chakra to dry their clothes, the quartet swiftly dispersed. Upon returning home, Hyuga Daichi dealt with his spoils, released his shadow clone, and went straight to bed. 5 in the morning, Hyuga Daichi awoke, having slept for less than 2 hours, yet his daily training could not be neglected. Entering the washroom, he summoned a green branch with his fingers, which gradually transformed into the shape of a toothbrush. He squeezed toothpaste onto it and began to brush his teeth. 2 years prior, Hyuga Daichi had developed the wood release toothbrush technique. This innovation spared him the hassle of selecting a toothbrush, saving a considerable expense. Arriving at his usual spot by the river, Hyuga Daichi sat cross-legged. Speaking of wood release, Daichi had only unlocked it after significantly enhancing his physical capabilities. 5 years ago, when he first began his training, it had proven quite troublesome. The 6-character formula breathing technique allowed him to intake over 10 times the natural energy of a typical human breath. Although he absorbed a copious amount of energy, only about the equivalent of a normal breath remained. The human body could only retain a small portion of the energy. The majority was expelled along with exhalation and waste. Eventually, Daichi devised various boxing techniques and Taoist health practices to assist in harnessing natural energy. The boxing techniques were manageable, given his previous experience. However, the initial attempts at performing the eccentric Taoist health movements were indescribably strenuous. Fortunately, the physiology of this world was superior to that of his former life, allowing him to persevere through the first 5 years. The human body functions as a harmonious balance of the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams. As long as one maintains good health, the internal elements must remain relatively balanced. Should an imbalance occur, illness would swiftly follow. The 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, correspond to the cardinal directions: wood in the east, fire in the south, metal in the west, and water in the north, with earth being central. In the context of the 8 trigrams, earth corresponds to the Kuan and Jin trigrams, governing the spleen and stomach. By drawing natural energy into the spleen, one channels the earth's energy into the lungs energy into the kidneys energy into the liver's energy into the heart, and the heart's energy back to the spleen, forming a small elemental balance within the 5 internal organs. Using the Kuan and Jin trigrams as an example, which govern the spleen and stomach, they also encompass numerous other bodily organs: the Ren meridian, abdomen, left shoulder, muscles, digestive system, nose, hands, right lower limb, dorsum of the foot, toes, spine, and various protrusions of the skin. Every part of the body corresponds to the 8 trigrams, encompassing all human tissues, from head to toe, front to back, from muscles and bones to the 5 internal organs. Achieving nourishment for the entire body was a monumental task. It took Hyuga Daichi 2 years to establish a balance of the 5 elements within his body. After 3 additional years of arduous training, by the age of 10, he had achieved a preliminary mastery of the 5 elements, reaching a state of self-circulation, thus enhancing his capacity to assimilate natural energy. It was at this point that he shifted to daily meditation and breath control. Notably, when the cycle of the 5 elements within his body had begun to take shape, Daichi was able to utilize wood release for the first time. In the 8 trigrams, the Jun and Sun trigrams correspond to wood, governing the liver and gallbladder. Abnormalities in the liver could affect the eyes, leading to various ailments. This reminded Daichi of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. The activation of the Sharingan typically coincided with intense liver heat, which in turn ignited heart fire, causing emotional upheaval and drastic personality changes. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi both suffered from liver and gallbladder issues. In particular, Itachi's premature demise was likely linked to the damage sustained by these organs. The activation of the Sharingan resulted in harm to the liver and gallbladder, leaving him plagued by the agony of blindness. One potential remedy for this affliction was the transplantation of the first Hokage cells, or wood release, an intriguing concept indeed. When the liver and other cells associated with the wood attribute of the human body attain a certain strength, they give rise to wood release. If the damage to the liver and gallbladder is compensated for by wood release and yang release, the risk of blindness diminishes. Both organs belong to the wood category. Wood fuels fire, thus tempering the heart fire and fostering a sense of calm and tranquility. The Huangdi Neijing states, the 5 organs belong to yin, while the 6 hollow organs belong to yang. Of course, emotions are one matter, while personality is another. Take Uchiha Obito, for example. His demeanor is characterized by extreme calm and caution. However, once a personality is altered, it does not revert simply due to emotional tranquility. In the afternoon, the third Hokage convened a high-level meeting. The leaders of each ninja clan, representatives of the common jounin, and various department heads gradually arrived at the conference room. Once all personnel were present, Sarutobi Hiruzen, seated at the head of the table, began. This morning, the Root Division was attacked. Elder Danzo has unfortunately perished. Upon hearing this news, murmurs erupted among the attendees. Hiruzen and his two advisory elders exchanged glances, meticulously observing each participant. Some wore impassive expressions, while others struggled to suppress their mirth. Remarkably, not a single individual appeared to mourn Danzo. Puffed. One individual even erupted into laughter. Uchiha Tetsuhira, I hereby fine you half a year's salary. Immediately apologized to everyone present. Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened, nearly spitting blood in anger. I apologize, everyone. It was my rudeness. Please forgive me. Uchiha Tetsuhira desperately tried to rein in his expression, yet his features betrayed him. His lips curled upwards, unable to suppress a smile, while tears would not come. This bizarre display sent several spectators in the back into fits of laughter, echoing throughout the room, fearing the ire of the higher-ups. They could only cover their faces and shrink back. Uchiha Fugaku, noticing the Hokage and advisors' faces darkened as if they had been scorched, rose and shouted in anger, "You disgraceful fool! Get back to your clan and reflect on your behavior." Hokage-sama, esteemed advisors, and everyone present, I apologize for my failure to discipline my clan members, Uchiha Fugaku said, bowing deeply, his demeanor sincere. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the two advisors' expressions grew even grimmer. I was about to express my anger. And you let him escape? Has Uchiha Fugaku become more cunning? Bang, bang, bang. Hiruzen rapped his knuckles on the table, signaling for silence. The purpose of this gathering is to request your assistance in gathering intelligence on the attackers. Those who provide effective leads will receive a reward of 500,000 Ryo and have their success rate for 2 S-rank missions recorded. Completing 1 S-rank mission guarantees a reward starting at 100,000 Ryo. With no upper limit, the attackers were 4 individuals wearing masks inscribed with the characters for heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow, with hair in shades of red, yellow, blue, and black. Of course, these could all be disguises. Hiruzen spoke slowly, his peripheral vision fixed on Uchiha Fugaku. The Uchiha clan harbored the deepest hatred for Danzo. Even the typically stoic Uchiha Tetsuhira had laughed. However, since entering the room, Fugaku had maintained a grim face. His lips showed no sign of lifting, nor any inclination to soften. The assailant's strength was assessed to be at least elite jounin level. If anyone encounters these 4 attackers, please prioritize your own safety. I implore everyone to relay this information to one another. With that, Hiruzen concluded the meeting, and everyone dispersed to their respective homes. Upon returning to the Hokage's office, Hiruzen and his 2 advisors wore expressions of discontent. These individuals were utterly outrageous. How could they laugh in the face of a fallen comrade? Particularly that wicked Uchiha Tetsuhira. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a wave of frustration washed over the young Shurine. Her face contorted in a grimace of indignation. It was an unavoidable circumstance. It was impossible for the assembled ninjas to remain silent in the face of Toanzo forcibly abducting so many of their comrades. Mito-min furrowed his brow, uttering a word of reason amidst the turmoil. What does the Umbu have to say regarding the murderer? Shurine inquired, casting her gaze towards Sarutobi Hizashi. The Umbu's investigation has yielded no useful leads thus far. Hizashi sighed, igniting his pipe and inhaling deeply. The acrid smoke was too much for the two, prompting them to rise and take their leave. Fast forward 6 months, in the capital of the Land of Fire. Karen, how have your studies been progressing? Not too bad, Daichi and I. My progress in sealing techniques is satisfactory, though I've yet to find my footing in medical ninjutsu. The spirited red-haired girl blushed slightly, her energy waning. You should engage in some tree climbing and water walking exercises to enhance your chakra control, Hinata Daichi suggested, reclining in his rocking chair while perusing a scroll. Daichi-sama. Karen, it's time for dinner. Understood, mother, Karen replied, lifting her gaze. The speaker was a red-haired woman, pale-faced, with slightly withered locks. Karen's mother, Uzumaki Reina. After the trio finished their lunch, Karen retreated to the small courtyard to practice. Thank you for your hard work, Reina-senpai. You ought to rest more. Hiring a servant to assist you would not be amiss. I am already immensely grateful, Daichi-sama. I cannot trouble you further. 2 months prior, Hinata Daichi had passed his assessment, officially becoming a doctor at Konoha Hospital. Shortly thereafter, he accepted an external medical assignment from a noble in the land of grass, which promised substantial remuneration. Passing through the grass ninja village, he brought the mother-daughter duo to the capital. Faced with Daichi's formidable prowess, the village chief had no choice but to acquiesce. This visit to the capital was also to attend to a noble's medical needs, and after completing the task, he intended to check on their well-being. I'm afraid your condition has deteriorated too severely. There may be no hope of recovery. Here is a prescription tailored to your current state. It will help replenish your vital energy and may slow the decline of your health. With a stroke of luck, it might extend your life by a couple of years. Hinata Daichi handed her a scroll containing not only the prescription but also some monetary assistance. I cannot accept this. My daughter and I are at a loss as to how we could ever repay you. Take it. You currently lack funds and a source of income. Consider it a loan. You can repay me when Karen matures. Uzumaki Reina hesitated, contemplating her daughter's need for her maternal care, ultimately resigning herself to accept the offer. Daichi was not in want of money. Being a doctor was inherently lucrative. The previous raid on the route had also yielded considerable financial gain. And Daichi was now quite affluent. Additionally, the Hinata clan had raised his monthly stipend to 500,000 ryo, equal to that of the clan elders. Before graduating from the ninja academy, his allowance had been merely 50,000 ryo, sufficient for daily sustenance, with clothing and training resources provided by the clan. The major ninja clans typically operated on similar principles, fostering unity among their members, just as the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans relied on their respective trades of raising dogs, cultivating medicinal herbs, and farming. The Hinata clan's wealth primarily stemmed from mining, thanks to their Byakugan's ability to locate ore veins. Over 60% of the mineral resources within the Land of Fire bore the Hinata name. Though the clan's shares in each mine were generally less than 1%, the cumulative profit from the hundreds of mines was a staggering figure. The process for securing mining rights generally involved lords, nobles, or other ninja clans issuing invitations and negotiating share distributions. The Hinata would locate the veins on their designated land, then sit back and await their share. If no veins were found, each party would return to their own territories. In any world, those who hoard resources for themselves seldom thrive in the long run. This principle has been a cornerstone of the Hinata clan's wisdom for millennia. The expenses incurred in providing for Reina and Karen had already exceeded several million ryo, primarily due to the exorbitant housing costs, as real estate prices in the capital were the highest in the Land of Fire. Do not overthink it. While I do not know why you are reluctant to join Konoha, the Uzumaki clan has always held an ally status with Konoha. Though there are villains among them, there are also many virtuous individuals. In a few years, once Tsunade-senpai becomes Hokage, I will facilitate your entry into Konoha. If you can survive until then, Reina, Daichi thought to himself. Tsunade-sama, very well. Being distant relatives and both women, Reina harbored no aversion to Tsunade. With her remaining years numbered, if Tsunade proved reliable, it would provide Karen with a sense of security. The elder's charisma was undeniable, her character generally well regarded, save for her penchant for gambling, drinking, and avoiding debts. Then it is settled. Hinata Daichi rose to find Karen, handing her a training plan scroll before returning to Konoha. In Konoha, within the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, the task in the capital of the Land of Fire is complete. I have come to report. Daichi presented the mission scroll to the Umbu, who inspected it before passing it to Saratobi Hizashi. The employer has given a glowing review. Haha. Well done, Daichi, your hard work is appreciated. Hizashi's mood lifted considerably as he perused the mission records and the employer's commendation. Konoha Hospital frequently dispatched medical missions, but many were often declined for a variety of reasons. Some offered inadequate remuneration, others feared the risks of travel, and yet others found the distance too great and the journey too arduous. For medical ninjas, advancing to Jonin typically required enduring long hours in the hospital or accumulating experience through external missions. Daichi's proficiency in medical ninjutsu and experience had already reached impressive heights. The director of the Hanfang Hospital fervently recommended him to the third Hokage, hoping he could accumulate enough experience to be promoted to Jonin and become a head physician, alleviating the hospital's burdens. Daichi, here is a medical mission from the capital of the Land of Water, tentatively classified as S-rank. The remuneration is substantial, 20 million ryo. Are you willing to undertake it? Saratobi Hizashi produced a scroll. Regarding Daichi with a smile. 20 million ryo roughly equated to 1 million yuan in Daichi's past life. With the villages cut at 5%, That left 19 million Ryo, a lucrative opportunity indeed. Hokage-sama, I have heard that the Hidden Mist Village is quite chaotic. It could be exceedingly dangerous. Rest assured, I will arrange for 2 elite Umbu to ensure your safety. Furthermore, I will issue a diplomatic notice to the Hidden Mist in advance, so you may enter without issue. During peacetime, certain missions required cross-border collaboration, necessitating prior communication with the target country to avoid misunderstandings. What else could Daichi say? He took the mission scroll with a resigned acceptance. 5 days later, he approached the gates of Konoha, spotting 2 figures waiting for him from afar. "Hey, Daichi," Kakashi called out, waving a hand while setting aside his reading material. "So, are these 2 seniors accompanying me on the mission?" Who is this one? Daichi regarded the mysterious individual before him, clad in a hood and sunglasses, with every inch of skin concealed. "Greetings. I am Aburame Shurhei, from the Aburame clan." "Hello, Shurhei-senpai. I am Hinata Daichi." Daichi briefly outlined the mission requirements as the trio departed the village. Heading eastward. 2 days later, they arrived at Chien Port City, the most significant harbor in the eastern part of the Land of Fire, bustling with merchants and countless trading vessels. The 3 soon found a ship bound for the capital of the Land of Water. The shipowner, upon recognizing them as Konoha ninjas, graciously offered them passage free of charge, for the presence of ninjas would enhance their safety. This could be considered a minor benefit for the ninjas. 5 days later, the merchant ship arrived at the westernmost large island of the Land of Water. The ship docked for supplies and rested for a day. The Land of Water, famously known as the Land of 1,000 Islands, consists of 12 large islands and thousands of smaller ones. The capital of the Land of Water and the village of Kirigakure are situated atop the largest main island, surrounded by 12 large islands and countless smaller ones, making it a fortuitous stronghold. 2 days later, the merchant ship reached the main island. The 3 parted ways with the ship's captain and set off for the capital of the Land of Water. An hour later, they paused in their tracks. 4 Mist ninjas emerged from the fog, blocking their path. "We are ninjas from Konohagakure, here to carry out a medical mission. This is your village's diplomatic receipt. Feel free to examine it." Kakashi stepped forward, presenting a scroll to the opposing ninjas. 1 of the Mist ninjas accepted it, scrutinizing it carefully before nodding to his captain, indicating that everything was in order. Kakashi caught the scroll as it was tossed back to him, feeling a sigh of relief wash over him. 1 Mist ninja departed to report back to Kirigakure. Although their identities were verified, it would be unwise to let Konohagakure ninjas pass so easily. A 3-on-3 match seemed quite fair. "If any of you perish, then we must express our regrets." The Mist captain revealed a set of sharp teeth and chuckled ominously. Water release, hidden mist technique. The fog thickened, rapidly reducing visibility to a mere 2 meters. Water release, water surge wave. Hinata Daichi and his companions leaped into the air, safely landing on the water's surface. Water release, water fang bullet technique. From 3 swirling water vortices, 3 water fangs shot forth, aimed directly at the trio's chests. The 3 scattered to evade, but before they could regain their footing, a fierce wind swept in from behind. Hinata Daichi performed a swift maneuver, striking the enemy behind him and sending them splashing into the water. It was a water clone. Byakugan, activate. Kakashi and Aburame Shurhei were not far from him, each engaged in combat with their respective opponents. Whoosh! 2 shurikens flew in from behind, and Hinata Daichi ducked just in time to avoid them. Water release, water prison technique. Seeing Hinata Daichi ensnared, a smug grin spread across the enemy's face. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind the Mist ninja and delivered a swift kick to his backside. The Mist ninja was sent flying, rolling several times before plunging into the water. Aburame Shurhei had already finished his battle, while Kakashi continued to grapple with his opponent, AJ Nin, among the 3 Mist ninjas. Only Kakashi faced AJ Nin. Hinata Daichi fished the submerged ninja out of the water, ensuring he would not drown. "You are quite powerful. Next time, victory will surely be ours." The defeated Nin spat out a bitter remark. Begrudgingly acknowledging their strength, Hinata Daichi simply smiled at them, choosing not to respond. Moments later, 3 members of the Mist Umbu arrived, documenting the names and physical characteristics of the trio. The leader of the Umbu spoke. "First and foremost, welcome to the Land of Water. We hope you will not become unwelcome guests. Secondly, any attempts to spy on Kirigakure are strictly prohibited, including but not limited to any ninjas and all related institutions and facilities. Should you violate this, there will be no mercy." Understood, Kakashi nodded in agreement. Half an hour later, having left the outskirts of Kirigakure, the fog along the road dissipated completely. The 3 Mist Umbu followed closely. monitoring their movements, until they reached the capital of the Land of Water an hour later. The employer of their mission was a noble of the Land of Water who had sustained severe injuries from a horse-riding accident, resulting in shattered legs. The medical ninjas of Kirigakure lacked the necessary skills, prompting a request for assistance from Kanehagakure. Hinata Daichi located the employer and skillfully set the shattered bones, applying splints as he instructed. Lord Watanabe, your bones have been initially aligned. You will need to remain bedridden for about a week. I will come daily to provide treatment, and I believe you will soon recover. Thank you. Thank you. Lord Daichi. My servants have prepared a feast. I sincerely invite all you esteemed ninjas to partake. Lord Watanabe expressed his excitement with heartfelt gratitude. Very well, we shall not impose. Hinata Daichi nodded in agreement. And the three Mist Umbu did not object. The six enjoyed a sumptuous meal before bidding farewell. The three then proceeded to their lodgings, spending a day without incident. That evening, as Hinata Daichi prepared for sleep, he conducted his routine sensory check of the surrounding rooms and sensed something amiss. In the adjacent rooms, Kakashi and Aburame Shurhei were lying in bed, but their chakra signatures had vanished. It was a shadow clone. Most likely, those two were off conducting a night reconnaissance of Kirigakure. Given the limited information available about the village, there were many with keen interest, and it seemed that they were entangled in other missions as well. Hinata Daichi chose to disregard it, as it was of no concern to him. The following day, after concluding his treatment, the three strolled through the streets, savoring the exotic atmosphere. By midday, they entered a restaurant to address their lunch needs. The Land of Water boasts a thriving fishery, with seafood priced affordably. The local seafood cuisine is renowned throughout the ninja world for its delectable flavors. Just as they reached the halfway point of their meal, a filthy little boy peeked in from outside, drooling over their food. I still need to conduct business. Don't scare away my customers, you little rascal. The owner lamented helplessly as he approached the door. Owner, please prepare a serving of seafood noodles for that little fellow. Charge it to my tab, Hinata Daichi offered. Certainly, esteemed guest. You little rascal, hurry and thank this kind lord, the owner replied, hurrying back into the kitchen. Thank you, kind lord. I have two companions. May I? The little boy initially expressed disbelief, but his gaze turned hopeful as he looked at Hinata Daichi. All right, owner, add 2 more servings. Yes, esteemed guest. After finishing their meal, Hinata Daichi accepted the 3 servings of seafood noodles prepared by the owner. He stepped outside and handed them to the little boy. The boy gratefully accepted the food and dashed across the street into an alley. 2 other children rushed over, their faces lighting up with smiles upon seeing the food. The 3 little ones sat on the ground, eagerly devouring the noodles with their hands. Such matters are beyond our control. Aburame Shurhei remarked quietly, his tone filled with sentiment. Meeting them is a twist of fate. Let us consider it a chance to forge a good bond, Hinata Daichi replied with a light chuckle. Kakashi remained silent, lost in his thoughts. Inside the restaurant, 3 members of the Mist Umbu glanced over at them. The Umbu captain curled his lips disdainfully, internally remarking on their ridiculous kindness. At that moment, another child emerged from behind a trash bin, enviously gazing at the 3 little ones indulging in their meal. Hinata Daichi turned back into the restaurant, ordered an additional serving, and made his way toward the trash bin. This is for you. The boy sat beside the bin, his eyes hollow as he stared at Hinata Daichi. He was emaciated, with an unusually large head and eyes. Tentatively, he accepted the food and placed it on the ground. The boy then pulled out some noodles and offered them to 2 small dogs behind him. Eat. Hurry and eat, the boy urged the dogs. Hinata Daichi turned to leave, but paused, struck with inspiration. What is your name? He asked, crouching down with a smile. I'm Bai, the boy stammered, seemingly startled. How old are you? I'm 9. Would you like to come with me? I believe I could use your help. Despite being 9 years old, chronic malnutrition made him appear merely 7 or 8. A tragic figure, the legendary cross-dressing hero. Bai, such is the world. Good people rarely meet favorable ends, particularly in this realm where destinies are fraught with hardship. Hinata Daichi mused that I would like to. Light gradually returned to Bai's eyes, as though he had discovered a purpose for his existence. Then come with me. I will take you to a place where no one will despise you. Hinata Daichi created a shadow clone, and the clone performed hand seals, transforming into an ordinary citizen of the Land of Water. The shadow clone patiently awaited while Bai finished his meal, then grasped the other's hand. And together they departed from this refuse-filled alley. Once back on the streets, the duo, one tall and one small, merged into the throngs of people heading towards the city outskirts. Meanwhile, Hinata Daichi and his companions had already ventured far in the opposite direction. Of course, 3 members of the Kirigakure Umbu continued to trail them from a distance. "Are you planning to take that little brat with you?" Kakashi inquired in a hushed tone. The Kirigakure Umbu, unable to discern the situation in the alley from within the store, were oblivious to the subtle movements of Hinata Daichi, which Kakashi and Aburame Shirhai, however, had clearly observed. Indeed, that young one seems quite agreeable. "Consider it an act of kindness," Hinata Daichi replied with a smile. Aburame Shirhai remained silent, simply following along. The following days passed without incident. After completing the final treatment and receiving his remuneration tomorrow, he would be able to return to Konohagakure. Lying in bed, Hinata Daichi read a book, occasionally lifting his teacup for a sip. Enjoying a serene moment as the night deepened, Kakashi and Aburame Shirhai stealthily returned to their room. As customary, Hinata Daichi activated his Byakugan, scanning a 20-kilometer radius. This time, an unexpected presence emerged. An eye-patched ninja from Kirigakure appeared within his line of sight. The one-eyed rogue, veins pulsating around his eye, was lurking 5 kilometers away in the forest, spying on Kakashi and Aburame Shirhai. Fortunately, Hinata Daichi had taken precautions from the very first day of their stay, setting up a protective barrier against secret techniques in their room. To his surprise, it had proven effective. Years ago, after being surveilled by Hyuga Hisashi, Hinata Daichi had worked tirelessly to create a monkey version of the two-dimensional barrier technique. This version was not particularly effective, as the Byakugan could still vaguely perceive human-shaped chakra. It was only after acquiring the Uzumaki sealing technique at the root that he was able to perfect this technique. The two-dimensional barrier technique, rooted in the principles of yin and yang, harnessed natural energies to take form. Once established, its exterior became formless and colorless, projecting only a false image. What the enemy perceived was merely a sleeping Hinata Daichi. "What you see is simply what I wish for you to see." Ao, having spent the past few days training on an outer island, returned tonight. Due to the thick fog that perpetually shrouded the area around Kirigakure, he had traveled with his Byakugan activated. Before even entering the village, he spotted 2 shadowy figures stealthily departing from the direction of Kirigakure. Thus, he trailed them at a distance, tracking their path to the capital of the Land of Water. It turned out they were Leaf Village ninjas. He had to report back to Lord Mizukich. After confirming their identities, Ao retracted his Byakugan and hastened back to Kirigakure. Within less than 20 minutes, a hand suddenly appeared, reaching for Ao's right eye. Eye armor. 2 green patches manifested around Ao's right eye, halting the advance of that hand. "Who are you?" Ao exclaimed, clutching his Byakugan, his heart racing with trepidation. He was grateful for the sealing experts in his village who had set up this barrier technique. Had his Byakugan been seized, he would have had no face to return to his village. Byakugan killer, Ao. Quite a title. Hinata Daichi emerged from the shadows, a smile gracing his lips. "Little brat from the Hyuga clan? How dare you venture alone into Kirigakure to meet your end? Are you here to present your Byakugan to me?" Ao tensed, stealthily reaching into his ninja tool pouch for a signal flare. 4 symbols barrier. The flare shot into the sky, directly striking the cover of the black barrier, not allowing a glimmer of light to escape. Both Hinata Daichi and Ao found themselves ensnared within the barrier. While 4 shadow clones crouched outside, the 4 symbols barrier was an improved version of the 4 purple flames formation, rendering everything inside invisible and inaudible from the outside. The original formation could be released from outside, as demonstrated by Orochimaru's plan during the collapse of Konoha, where he remained inside the formation to protect his subordinates from attack. After all, if even one outside was killed, the formation would be shattered. "Byakugan killer, I hear your right eye's Byakugan is your trophy. Then now, you have become my trophy." Would release. Birth of the World of Trees, with a clap of his hands, paying homage to the first Hokage. Trees erupted from the ground, swiftly filling the entire barrier space. Would release? How is this possible? Ao evaded desperately, finding no solid ground to stand upon. He severed a few vines. A web of branches ensnared his escape routes. After a few futile struggles, a thick tree root struck Ao forcefully in the chest. He collapsed to the ground, vines and branches tightly wrapping him like a rice dumpling, leaving only his head exposed. Dangling in the air, his astonishment, the Hyuga clan possessed would release abilities. Coughing violently, blood dripped from Ao's mouth, staining the ground beneath him. His ribcage had been completely shattered. Contract seal. Hinata Daichi approached Ao, grasping the 2 green patch earrings. The patches rapidly became covered in sealing runes, rendering the eye armor completely ineffective. The essence of the eye armor was still a contract-style sealing barrier, acting as a protective technique based on the Byakugan. While rudimentary, it was still somewhat practical, sufficient to prevent the loss of the Byakugan. However, should one attempt to forcibly break it, the Byakugan would be destroyed alongside it for the sealing proficiency of Kirigakure. Hinata Daichi refrained from commenting. The Mist Village will not spare you. Lord Mizukichi will surely seek vengeance for me. As the wood release tightened, Ao gradually fell silent. Hinata Daichi pocketed the Byakugan, placing it in a small vial for preservation, which he then sealed within a scroll. Releasing the wood release, he ignited Ao's remains, scattering his ashes. He then utilized earth release to erase any traces of their battle, closing the four symbols barrier. Leaving a few shadow clones to monitor Kirigakure, he returned to rest. The following morning, after completing the final treatment for his employer and collecting his payment, the trio embarked on their journey home. Even as their vessel set sail, there was no reaction from Kirigakure, suggesting that Ao's demise had yet to attract their attention, thereby sparing them further trouble. Hinata Daichi left a parting gift for Kirigakure, while also creating a diversion for Obito, thus maintaining the original storyline. This time, Kirigakure was already in turmoil. Some individuals had received intelligence regarding the Mizukichi being under Genjutsu control. Word spread rapidly, and soon, a significant portion of Kirigakure was aware of the situation. Those with ambitions began to plot a coup, actively seeking allies, while others remained skeptical or dismissed the rumors, with favorable winds guiding their journey. They crossed into the land of fire, entering Kanahagakure 2 days later. The trio proceeded directly to the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, we have come to report the completion of our mission. You have worked hard on this journey. You will each have a week of leave. Should suitable tasks arise, I will ensure you are notified, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile, reviewing the mission report with satisfaction. The three received their mission scrolls and headed to the mission department for settlement. The Hokage, burdened with countless responsibilities, typically oversaw only noble and high-level missions. The mission department managed task reception and distribution for commoners, merchants, and other demographics. Upon determining the mission rank, tasks below B rank were retained within the mission department, while those rank B and above were sent to the Hokage's office for personal allocation. Tasks below B rank were the most numerous and required the greatest effort, making it impossible for the Hokage to manage alone. In the mission department, there were over 20 staff members responsible for accepting tasks, drafting mission scrolls, and evaluating task ranks. Additionally, there were no fewer than 10 individuals organizing and publishing tasks, along with a group at the reward center, bringing the total staff to nearly 50. As for the prince seeking the third Hokage for a C-rank escort mission, it could only be attributed to special connections and preferential treatment. Upon returning home, Hinata Daichi grabbed a fishing rod and headed out. Arriving at his usual training spot, he expertly baited the hook and cast his line, clearly a seasoned angler. Having caught a few fish, he was soon joined by Niji and Hinata, evidently just released from school. Allowing them to train independently, Hinata Daichi reclined in a rocking chair, continuing his reading while fishing. Just as he was enjoying his leisurely time, several children approached, chattering excitedly. Hey, Hinata-chan. Ino. Yamanaka Ino grabbed Hinata's hand, chattering away with questions. Hinata, you are working so hard. Are you continuing to practice diligently after school? Oh, it's not too bad, but it seemed like you were practicing something other than gentle fist just now. I was practicing Tai Chi. It's what Brother Daichi taught me. Hinata is a child of remarkable honesty, always ready to answer any question. Is she the one who enjoys fishing, the esteemed Hyuga Sr.? Yes. Hinata's face flushed slightly as she nodded. You're acting a bit strange, Hinata-chan. Where? Hinata's face instantly turned crimson, and steam seemed to rise from her head. Ino, don't go too far. Know when to stop, Nara Shikamaru sighed. Women can be quite troublesome. Akimichi Choji nodded while munching on potato chips. That person is none other than our top student from the same year. Hyuga Niji, Shikamaru remarked, glancing at Niji as he practiced. How impressive. Just as capable as Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed in surprise, recalling that guy who loves to show off. Choji continued to snack on chips. Wow, this senior is amazing. He has already caught so many fish. Let us get started too. Fishing here, the senior won't mind, right? Ha! Naruto had already sidled up to Hyuga Hayashi, playfully poking at his catch. Do as you like. I have no objections. The acknowledged fisherman was always easygoing. The trio of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi expressed their gratitude and began their own endeavors. Naruto and Choji positioned themselves upstream, nets in hand, while Shikamaru squatted downstream with a fishing rod. Ino settled by the riverbank, tasked with watching over the catch. Well now, this is quite a blockade. You all are rather bold, Hayashi thought to himself as the little rascal stirred up mischief for over 2 hours, gradually catching up with him. Hayashi lifted his rod, infusing natural energy into the bait. After half an hour, he effortlessly outpaced the kids, reclaiming the dignity of a fisherman. Niji, go procure some game. Hinata, start a fire. The two complied and departed. Hayashi concentrated, manifesting a chakra scalpel, expertly scaling, eviscerating, and filleting the fish in under a minute. He had prepared one, tossing it into a large basin. Wow, Brother Hayashi is so skilled. Naruto rushed over to assist, passing him fish. Truly a social butterfly, they had only just met, and he was already calling him brother. I didn't realize that Hayashi-senpai is such an exceptional medical ninja, Shikamaru noted. Huh? Inuzuka Ino was somewhat perplexed. Choji also bore a look of confusion. The chakra scalpel is not a technique every medical ninja can master. Only the elite among them can wield it. Following Shikamaru's explanation, his two companions gazed at Hayashi with newfound respect. You youngsters are quite knowledgeable. Hayashi retrieved cooking utensils from a scroll, sprinkling spices over the prepared fish, giving it a brief massage to marinate. Moments later, Niji returned, carrying a wild boar weighing around 100 pounds. Meanwhile, Inuzuka and Hinata collaborated. Having already lit a bonfire, Hayashi took over, processing the boar in 2 minutes, placing it over the fire to roast. One fire for fish, another for the boar, a perfect arrangement. As time passed, the aroma became increasingly enticing. Tears of longing streamed down Naruto and Choji's faces, nearly forming a river. The fish should be about ready. Hayashi took down 2, handing one to Hinata. Wow, so delicious. I've never had fish this good before. Naruto exclaimed as he devoured it, taking a moment to express his admiration. Hayashi-senpai's culinary skills are remarkable. I wonder what kind of woman will be fortunate enough to marry you. Inuzuka Ino gazed meaningfully at Hinata, whose ears began to turn red. If you opened a restaurant, it would surely be a success. Shikamaru's compliment was both highbrow and subtle, flattering without seeming forced. Choji held a fish in each hand, gleefully indulging. As the fish vanished and the boar finished roasting, Hayashi expertly divided it, allowing everyone to claim a piece. They all feasted heartily, exclaiming their delight. Have you all had enough? I'm still a bit short. Naruto raised his hand. Me too. Choji chimed in. I was merely being polite. You two are quite honest, Hayashi remarked, contemplating the empty grill that he scanned the area, his gaze landing on Hinata. I almost forgot. There's a super foodie here. Everyone was puzzled, as so much food should have been impossible to finish. Wow, look, Hinata has eaten even more than Choji. Following the group's gaze, Naruto noticed the pile of fish bones before Hinata. Given the amount of bones, Hinata must have devoured at least half a boar and 6 or 7 fish. Oh no. It was too delicious, and I couldn't help myself. Now I've been exposed. I'm doomed. They must hate me now. Hinata thought, her face burning with shame as she lowered her head. Hinata, are you full? Hayashi asked, gently resting a hand on her head with a smile. I am full, she stammered, but it was clear she was not satisfied. Hayashi processed another 30 fish and placed them on the grill. When they were ready, Hayashi handed 2 to Hinata. After finishing the 2, Hinata was reluctant to continue. Hinata, you know, being able to eat so much is something to be envied. You shouldn't feel inferior because of it. Let me see just how much you can eat. Hinata lifted her gaze, noticing that no one was mocking her, and mustered the courage to nod quietly. Consequently, Hayashi kept feeding her while she kept eating. Though her manner was composed, her mouth moved at a pace 3 or 4 times that of an average person. The onlookers were left agape. And Choji had completely forgotten about boasting as he stared wide-eyed. It wasn't until Hinata let out a satisfied burp, her face flushed, that she resolutely declined any more food. The group stared at the remaining roasted fish, questioning their very existence. 18 fish had vanished just like that. 18, plus the previous 7, totaling 25. Each fish weighed just over a pound, and after removing the innards, it was about 25 pounds. Adding the boar, which weighed around 60 pounds after gutting, they had consumed at least 30 pounds. In other words, Hinata had single-handedly devoured roughly 30 kilograms of food. Around 1 meter 40 tall and weighing about 40 kilograms. She had consumed nearly her own body weight in food. Incredible, Hinata. Naruto laughed heartily, giving her a thumbs up. Hinata, are you sure you're not related to the Akimichi clan? Choji, having consumed around 20 pounds, couldn't compete. Hayashi placed his hand on Hinata's abdomen. It certainly feels fuller, but no matter how one looks at it, that size shouldn't be able to hold so much food. Can you really digest that quickly? Hinata blushed deeply, steam rising from her head once more. Oh, you eat this much at home. Hinata snapped back to reality, shaking her head in confusion. Hayashi, always dissatisfied with Hinata's progress, had made her feel quite insecure. Especially in front of Hyuga's High. It had already been dark for a while as they concluded their barbecue picnic, each group returning to their respective homes. Upon returning to the Hyuga compound, they parted ways with Niji. Niji was now fully focused on his training, determined to break free from fate, no longer the brooding and troublesome person he once was. This was a positive change for him, allowing him to concentrate better and make quicker progress in his training. Hayashi personally escorted Hinata back to the clan leader's residence, as he needed to discuss a few matters. Upon seeing Hayashi enter, the clan leader invited him to sit and have tea under the tree. Hinata shyly bowed and retreated to her room. Clan leader, have you looked into Hinata's appetite? Why ask this? It seems that Hinata has never been truly satiated. Is that even possible? Her current appetite has now matched my own. Hyuga Hayashi expressed some discontent. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that I am neglecting my daughter, that I do not allow her to eat her fill, just now, during the barbecue? Hinata consumed approximately 30 kilograms of food. How is that conceivable? Hyuga Hayashi found it hard to believe that he had even observed her closely when she entered, and her physique appeared unchanged. Hyuga Hayashi swore with his Byakugan that he had not been mistaken. Hyuga Niji recounted the events in detail, gradually leading Hyuga Hayashi to question his own life choices. This appetite has already surpassed mine tenfold. As her father, have I been too indifferent towards Hinata? We can certainly afford it at home. Why not simply express her needs? It would be best for the clan leader to ensure that Hinata is well fed, especially at her age when she is still growing. The more she eats, the stronger her life energy becomes, which will greatly benefit her future development. After Hyuga Niji stood up to leave, he left Hyuga Hayashi in a state of contemplation, following 2 hours of daily training. As he was preparing to wash up and retire for the night, Itachi Uchiha arrived. You reek of blood. Have you harmed your own kin? The tensions between the higher-ups and the Uchiha have not ceased with Danzo's demise. Through the developments of the past 6 months, Hyuga Niji has become acutely aware of this. Recently, while undertaking a mission for the Umbu, my Manjikyu Sharingan was exposed in order to protect my teammates. The Uchiha pressured me to join them in a coup, which I firmly rejected. With Danzo's death, the higher-up's primary suspect has become the Uchiha clan. The exposure of Itachi's Manjikyu has rapidly intensified the conflict between both parties. What happened next? They planned to abduct Sasuke and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. So, you sought the cooperation of the village's higher-ups. Otherwise, chaos would have already erupted within the village, without the intervention of the higher-ups. The Uchiha would not have met their end so quietly. At the very least, the higher-ups provided barrier ninjutsu support or directly participated in the extermination operation. However, due to the Manjikyu, the higher-ups have remained wary of Itachi Uchiha. This has put Itachi in a precarious position. Did you eliminate them all? What about Izumi? Hyuga Niji was somewhat at a loss for words, forcefully suppressing his murderous intent. Many Uchiha did not deserve to die. I hope I am not aiding in vain. If you have harmed Uchiha Izumi, then you, Itachi Uchiha, should also perish. Furthermore, I will ensure that Uchiha Sasuke is sent away first, allowing you to experience what despair truly is. Izumi is alive. I have preserved the more moderate members of the clan. This is a pact between myself and the village's higher-ups. Itachi Uchiha replied expressionlessly, revealing nothing of his thoughts. I end this operation. I have not only collaborated with the higher-ups, but have also sought the assistance of another individual. Who? Hyuga Niji exhaled, already having a sense of the situation. As long as Uchiha Izumi is unharmed, I can repay her favor. A mysterious masked individual who claims to be Uchiha Obito. This is also the reason I sought you out. He possesses space-time abilities, so you must exercise caution around him. Itachi Uchiha caution. Do you have any specific information about him? None. However, he extended an invitation to me, hoping that I would join his organization. I suspect he is plotting something in the shadows, and I have decided to accept his offer to facilitate the acquisition of further intelligence. Your body is already experiencing issues. Are you aware of this? Hyuga Niji intended to reciprocate. Since you are concerned for my safety, I shall provide you with appropriate recompense. What issues? Itachi Uchiha was taken aback. He had indeed felt some troubling sensations in his body recently. Opening the Manjikyu too early places an immense burden and harm upon your body. The ideal age to awaken the Manjikyu is after your body has fully developed. Awakening it at 12, along with frequent use, will significantly impact your lifespan. The activation of the Manjikyu directly harms the liver and gallbladder. The more it is utilized, the deeper the damage becomes, accompanied by deterioration of the optic nerves, potentially leading to blindness. However, after your body matures, the situation should improve considerably. Once the liver and gallbladder are fully developed, the harm from using the Manjikyu will still exist, but at least it won't lead to premature death. I understand. I will be more cautious moving forward. Your current physical condition is relatively stable, but 3 years hence, that remains uncertain. Within the next 3 years, you may return to seek me out, although there are certain risks involved. There is a high probability that your physical issues can be resolved. After a brief hesitation, Hyuga Niji ultimately decided to retain this useful ally. Thank you, Niji. Additionally, I would like to entrust you with looking after Sasuke. Itachi Uchiha bowed in gratitude, feeling shameful. I owe Niji so much yet have made another excessive request today. Rest assured, with me around, he will not perish. The terrifying brotherly devotion of Itachi Uchiha is truly beyond redemption. With his dear father watching over Sasuke's safety, there is no need for you and I to intervene. Hyuga Niji internally scoffed. The following morning, news of the Uchiha massacre spread throughout Konoha. Over 1,000 Uchiha clan members were killed, including 50 Jounin and over 400 Chunin and Jinin. The Uchiha now consist of only a handful of ninjas and more than 500 ordinary citizens. The Uchiha clan has fallen from being Konoha's foremost noble family to a status barely superior to the Inuzuka and Aburan clans. Teetering on the brink of extinction, the Uchiha Fugaku family suffered severe injuries and lies in the hospital alongside dozens of other Uchiha clan members in critical condition. Itachi Uchiha, having committed such a heinous act, has been declared an S-rank rogue ninja by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Presently, all major ninja clans are filled with an unsettling atmosphere of tension and anxiety. While it is true that the Uchiha have long been arrogant and despised, they have never truly harmed their fellow villagers. That is not justification for certain individuals to act with such brutality. On the battlefield, the Uchiha have also contributed significantly to the protection of the village. Incurring casualties, the village was established to safeguard all its inhabitants. Such a heinous incident has caused the trust in the higher-ups, led by the Hokage, to plummet to an all-time low. Today it is the Uchiha. Who will be next? This question preoccupied the minds of the various ninja clans, and they collectively turned their gaze towards the Hyuga clan, feeling a slight sense of relief. You, Hiruzen Sarutobi, claim that Itachi Uchiha acted alone in this terrible affair. How could the ninja clans possibly believe such absurdity? The major clans, having transitioned from the Warring States era to the era of ninja villages, rely not only on numbers and strength, but also on the cunning of generations of family elders. It is laughable to think that even Uchiha Obito himself could silently eliminate over 1,000 individuals. Moreover, among them were 50 Uchiha Jounin, formidable opponents who would not fall easily. Are you joking? That is a one-on-one situation. Those Uchiha Jounin would surely escape. They are not mere cabbages waiting to be cut down. Even if they were cabbages, we are talking about over 1,000 of them. Wouldn't a single individual be exhausted from such a task? You say it wasn't your higher-ups who did it. Do you think we would believe that? This strange atmosphere of distrust spread throughout the village. And Hiruzen Sarutobi was undoubtedly aware of it. In the afternoon, the Hokage, accompanied by 2 elder advisors, personally visited each clan. The major ninja clans graciously welcomed the Hokage and the 2 advisors with great enthusiasm. Each conversation concluded harmoniously, with the Hokage and his advisors departing each time with satisfaction. Yet, what the major clans truly thought or what benefits the Hokage had exchanged remains a mystery. Early that morning, Hyuga Niji received an urgent notification from the hospital. All medical personnel are to immediately report to Konoha Hospital for support. Upon entering the hospital, he was pulled into the operating room, where the primary patients were Uchiha members. Working alongside Inoichi Yamanaka, they spent an entire afternoon performing surgeries without a moment to drink water. They toiled until deep into the night before finally shedding their surgical gowns and returning home to rest. As they entered the clan grounds, they were summoned by Hyuga Takuma to the clan leader's residence. How is the situation with the Uchiha Fugaku family? Upon taking their seats, Hyuga Hayashi inquired. I have heard they are out of the danger zone for now and will not face a life-threatening situation. However, they will need to remain hospitalized for observation. The surgeries for the Uchiha Fugaku family were performed by other doctors, and Hyuga Niji only had a general understanding of the situation. I see. What are your thoughts on the Uchiha incident? Hinata Hazashi set down his teacup and inquired. The tragic events surrounding the Uchiha had already been discussed with the elders, yet he found himself lacking the insights he sought. Hinata Hayashi, known for his imaginative thinking and composed demeanor, was keen to hear his perspective. Of course, it was not only the Hinata clan that had scrutinized this matter. Other prominent ninja clans had also conducted their studies. What other perspectives could exist? The smaller clans might be excused, but the larger ones had long been a source of concern for the higher-ups. Moreover, you are well aware of the Uchiha's tendencies. Such a conclusion was inevitable that at least, for now, a few hundred individuals remain. It is a relief that the clan has not been entirely annihilated. The decline of the Uchiha is a foregone conclusion, and soon it will be the Hinata facing the higher echelons. Hinata Hizashi lamented the current situation in Konoha, with the Senju hidden and the Uchiha waning. The two founding families of Konoha could no longer stir the waters. In the future, when the heavens fall, it will be the taller among us who must bear the burden, and presently, that tallest individual is Hinata. What do the elders propose? The elders opine that the Hinata clan has become like caged birds, and the higher-ups cannot impose their will upon us, that we must simply focus on our own affairs and maintain amicable relations with other ninja clans and the civilian ninjas. There is no need for change. The notion of being caged birds has always troubled Hinata Hizashi. Following the death of Hinata Hizashi's brother and the dilemma between his two daughters, he had longed to initiate some changes. His precious daughters, Hinata and Hanabi, were dear to him, and he did not wish to see them branded as caged birds. Now, with this incident, the elders once again highlighted the advantages of being caged birds. Any future attempts to amend clan regulations would surely be thwarted by the elders, using the Uchiha's misfortunes as their excuse. Remaining unchanged may indeed ensure the continuity of the Hinata clan. Yet, being caged birds also stifles the development of its members. While the Uchiha produced talents in abundance, the Hinata strength remained in a rather awkward position. However, the notion of being a caged bird did not confine Hinata Daichi. The affairs of others were irrelevant to him. Thus, he refrained from elaborating further. Nevertheless, it is imperative to foster friendlier relations with other ninja clans. Only by cultivating numerous friendships and minimizing enmities can we secure a path for the long term. Hinata Daichi was once a qualified successor in his previous life, and his mentor had always been his idol. To speak fairly, the concept of caged birds has indeed safeguarded the majority of the Hinata clan members. Not every Hinata is akin to Hinata Niji. The majority possess rather mediocre talents. The Hinata, as caged birds, have thrived even into the era of Boruto, while nearly all other descendants of the Ootsutsuki have perished. The Senju, Uzumaki, Torai clan, and the Ootsutsuki on the moon, some have been utterly wiped out, while others are left with merely a handful. Indeed, the caged birds have created a rift between the branch and main families. I wish to effect some changes. Will you lend me your support? Daichi, Hinata Hizashi inquired. The caged bird is a high-level secret technique of in release, intricately tied to the recipient's Byakugan vision as its energy foundation. This technique directly impacts the soul, eyes, and optic nerves. Should the recipient die, or their Byakugan be removed, the curse seal will annihilate the Byakugan entirely. Supporting you is not an issue. However, my support may hold little weight. The elders of the main family are unlikely to heed the words of a branch family member. Hinata Daichi was perplexed. What precisely did Hinata Hizashi mean? I have utilized the caged bird curse seal on you, and you exhibited no reaction. Hinata Hizashi regarded Hinata Daichi with a bemused expression. Hinata Hizashi, this is quite unamusing. With your prominent brow and large eyes, how could you engage in such covert machinations? Hinata Daichi's smile faltered momentarily before he quickly recovered and asked, how does the clan leader intend to handle my situation? 6 months prior, Hinata Daichi received the technique of spiritual transformation from Danzo. When the soul departs the corporeal form, it encounters the caged bird curse seal that acts upon the soul. The curse seal's runes are extended by the departing soul into a long green thread, traversing through the optic nerves directly into the eyeball. Hinata Daichi employed in release to seal the runes of the optic nerve, severing the connection between the soul and the eyeball. He then utilized yang release to promote the mutual generation of yin and yang, assimilating the yin release energy from the brain and eyeball, gradually extinguishing the curse seal's energy. In this light, it seems that without yin and yang release, the caged bird cannot truly be unraveled. The impaired vision has been slowly restored under the nurturing of the dual energies of yin and yang. The dual forces encompass yin and yang release, which may also be referred to as the power of all phenomena. 3 years ago, when Hinata began her training with you, I observed you from the shadows. Even then, Your Byakugan prowess surpassed mine. Now, your Byakugan is even stronger. I am no match for you. Such talent as yours is a gift from our ancestors to the Hinata. Even if the elders were to learn of your abilities, they would not impose any undue penalties upon you. The caged bird is futile. I cannot defeat you, so shall I offer my head as a sacrifice? Who would believe that after 30 years of cultivation, I find myself outmatched by a mere 13-year-old? Hinata Hizashi mused privately, then continued. Your situation reminds me of a predecessor from centuries past, Hinata Tennin. I believe you are this generation's Tennin. Hinata Tennin was extraordinarily gifted and created the caged bird. You, too, possess remarkable talent, yet are capable of unraveling the caged bird. Perhaps this is destiny. Perhaps this is also an opportunity for the Hinata clan to undergo transformation. Hinata Tennin is merely a title, denoting the genius ninja of the Hinata clan, recognized throughout the ninja world. Some change would be beneficial. The current Hinata does seem rather stifled and rigid. Once you come of age, I wish to entrust the position of clan leader to you. Let's not discuss that. I have no desire to manage the Hinata clan. Are you jesting? To abandon my carefree life and become your servant? Hinata Daichi hastily waved his hands in interruption. Do you harbor aspirations of becoming Hokage? If you are interested, the family can begin preparations now. Once you come of age and have amassed sufficient prestige, the family will be ready, and you can attempt to run for the position. Hokage, to be tethered to the Hokage's office like a beast of burden. If you are out of topics, I shall take my leave. Hinata Hizashi felt somewhat speechless. Your reaction is excessive. Becoming Hokage is a dream for countless individuals. How is it that, in your words, it sounds akin to servitude? If you wish to avoid a fate similar to that of the Uchiha, I implore you to abandon this foolish notion. The next successor of the clan leader should ideally not entertain such thoughts. Hinata Daichi smiled enigmatically, offering a subtle reminder. Hinata Hizashi was taken aback. Beads of cold sweat rapidly forming on his brow. The Hinata clan is already the de facto foremost family in Konoha. Whether it be the Hokage or other ninja clans, none would tolerate the Hinata's encroachment upon the Hokage position. Should you step out of line, you would instantly become the next Uchiha, targeted by all to the point of annihilation. This notion of Hokage encompasses not just Sarutobi Hiruzen, but also other Hokage and the higher-ups. Regardless of who assumes the role of Hokage, none would permit a powerful clan such as the Hinata to vie for that position. Any astute authority figure would not allow such a situation to unfold. While a fool could never ascend to the role of Hokage. Haha, you are indeed correct. I have grown overly proud. Hinata Hizashi chuckled ruefully. I wish to entrust Hanabi to your care. I earnestly request your promise. Hinata Hizashi bowed in earnest supplication. Once more, this is the final request. I do not have the time to look after a bunch of younglings. Hinata Daichi responded with exasperation. I understand. Thank you immensely. Daichi, in the past year, Hinata Hizashi had observed many of the sparring sessions between Hinata and Niji. Hinata had progressed remarkably, from barely lasting 2 to 3 minutes 3 years ago to now enduring for half an hour without defeat. Although her old habits persisted, and she still hesitated to initiate attacks, the defensive philosophy of Tai Chi suited Hinata's character well. Moreover, there were many synergies with her gentle fist technique, which had also seen considerable improvement. The offensive capabilities of Tai Chi were not inferior to the 8 trigrams palm, yet regrettably, Hinata was reluctant to employ them. Niji's progress had also been swift, and the peculiar force application of the 8 trigrams gentle fist was quite challenging to counter. When Hinata Hizashi first began to spar alongside Niji, he found himself struggling to adapt for quite some time. The method of using the Bagua soft fist to neutralize attacks left Hinata Hizashi feeling invigorated. The destructive power of the soft fist technique has been further enhanced, evoking both surprise and fear in Hinata Hizashi. Traditionally, the soft fist utilizes chakra to strike the enemy's meridian points and internal organs, aiming to swiftly incapacitate the opponent. The improved version of the soft fist not only employs chakra, but also wields a peculiar force that can directly harm internal organs. Moreover, this strange force cannot be defended against with chakra, which is rather terrifying. The soft fist was originally in a precarious position, struggling to be effective against ninjas with strong chakra control. Consequently, the upper limit of the soft fist has been significantly elevated. Furthermore, in 3 days, I will convene a clan meeting, and I hope you can attend to assist me in dealing with the elders. Very well, I understand. Upon returning home, Hinata Daichi discarded a shadow clone onto the bed. His true self vanished in an instant, reappearing in an underground space. Hinata Duchi utilized the Flying Thunder God technique. Before him, several machines were in operation, with a few shadow clones and lab coats busily engaged. This was the root base, designated as a forbidden zone by Sarutobi Hiruzen, which inadvertently benefited Hinata Duchi. During his last raid here, Hinata Duchi reaped substantial rewards, not to mention the sealing technique and the transformation technique. He even obtained the training notes of the 4th Hokage. This was essentially a heist of the 4th Hokage and his wife's legacy. One could only say that Danzo was indeed crafty. Besides these, the most precious were the various experimental records left behind by Danzo. Wood release, Sharingan, secret techniques of various ninja clans, and experimental materials were all available. What intrigued Hinata Duchi the most were the experimental records left by Orochimaru. Possessing immense reference value, naturally, he did not overlook Danzo's experimental equipment. He took some away but returned it to the laboratory. How is the experiment progressing? By comparing the cells of the original Hokage with the true body, it was discovered that the chakra quality of the true body was superior, and its cellular activity was nearing that of Senju Hashirama. Although the first Hokage could utilize sage techniques, the natural energy he absorbed and employed was merely a fraction of what was available, thus not qualifying him as a true sage. Hinata Duchi had already reached a point where the types of natural energy he absorbed encompassed about half of all natural energies in the world. The remaining half, as described in his previous life, should be the harmful earthly aura to the human body. The world thrives on the coexistence of yin and yang, and while there exist energies beneficial to the human body, there are also those that are detrimental. Hinata Duchi wished to avoid losing his self-awareness and transforming into a monstrous form. Natural energy is all-encompassing, and all creatures in the world are nurtured by it. In the ecosystem, only green plants can convert solar energy into chemical energy through photosynthesis, storing it in organic matter. These organic substances subsequently become the food source for humans and other animals. Thus, the energy required for various life activities of humans and animals ultimately derives from solar energy, just as the mobility of humans and animals is fundamentally rooted in solar energy. Cosmic rays and planetary energy are all part of natural energy. Therefore, the chakra refined within a ninja's body is essentially a small portion of natural energy. Ninjas consume various plants and animals to replenish solar energy and other nutrients required for growth and empowerment, simultaneously refining chakra. The amount of chakra refined by Hinata Duchi's physical body was not substantial, primarily utilized as a catalyst, a bridge for his physical body to absorb natural energy. It was used in conjunction with natural energy to nourish himself. What were the results of the Uzumaki clan's cellular experiments? They were somewhat inferior in cellular activity compared to the first Hokage's cells, but the genetic fragments of the two were quite similar. After all, they were distant relatives. Another shadow clone spoke up. What about ice release? The cells of ice release exhibited strong genetic isolation from other bloodlines, with the highest degree of rejection. It appears that ice release has no blood relation to Ootsutsuki. The ice release and Uzumaki cells were obtained from Karui and Haku, for which Hinata Duchi made a special trip to the capital of the Land of Fire. Have there been results from the fusion experiments of Sharingan, Byakugan, the first Hokage cells, and Uzumaki cells? The genetic isolation between Sharingan and the first Hokage cells was minimal. The weakened initial version of the first Hokage cells had successfully fused with the Sharingan cells. The rejection between Byakugan and other cells was rather severe. To perfectly resolve the fusion issue between Byakugan and other Ootsutsuki descendants, the simplest and most straightforward method would be to marry and have children. The true body needs to acquire the cells of the Taketori clan and Ootsutsuki Shin. Well then, let's leave it to fate. Hinata Duchi recalled this group of shadow clones and began organizing the experimental data he had received in his mind. He then created another group of shadow clones to join in the experiments. Before long, on the third day, as the shadow clones at home dissipated, news arrived from Hinata Hizashi inviting him to the clan meeting. Shadow clones are truly convenient, Hinata Duchi sighed. Senju Tobirama invented numerous ninjutsu, yet the functionality of the shadow clone technique is the strongest and most aligned with Hinata Duchi's desires. From intelligence gathering to direct confrontations, from aiding training to setting up attacks, the applications of shadow clones are myriad. Hinata Duchi's shadow clones were even stronger, entirely composed of sage chakra, possessing remarkable resilience and extended duration. After returning home with the Flying Thunder God, Hinata Duchi freshened up and headed to the clan leader's residence for the meeting. Recently, the prominent figures of Konoha have been quite busy. Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied by 2 advisory elders, visited the hospital to check on the hospitalized Uchiha Fugaku family. Sarutobi Hiruzen broached the topic of suspending the security forces, and both sides engaged in amicable discussions. Each party gained something, and both were relatively satisfied with the outcome of the negotiations. The leaders of various ninja clans subsequently entered Konoha Hospital to visit the Uchiha clan leader. The following day, the Hokage's office issued an announcement. Konoha Security Force Recruitment Notice. We cordially invite talented villagers to join the security forces and collectively maintain the peace of Konoha. The expected recruitment numbers are 360 ninjas and 140 administrative personnel. Everyone is welcome to enthusiastically apply for interviews. Various ninja clans, civilian ninjas, and ordinary villagers responded swiftly, and the Hokage building was soon overwhelmed with people. The Konoha Security Force offers generous benefits, posing no risk to life while remaining within the village, quickly becoming a sought-after position. At the Hyuga clan grounds. Hyuga Takuma escorted Hinata Duchi into the conference room before turning to close the door behind him. Scanning the room, besides Hinata Hizashi, there were 6 middle-aged and elderly members of the Hyuga clan. Hinata Duchi approached Hinata Hizashi and knelt beside him. Hizashi, are we to wait for this branch family youth? The 5th elder frowned, somewhat displeased, glancing at Hinata Hizashi. Esteemed elders, Hinata Duchi is merely 13 years old this year. Yet he is already the strongest in the Hyuga clan, that I believe he is the Hinata clan's prodigy of this generation. The 6 elders exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they whispered among themselves. Byakugan. Activate. 6 pairs of Byakugan eyes bulged with veins, their gazes fixated on Hinata Duchi. His Byakugan ocular power is astonishing. I have never witnessed such strength before. The 3rd elder exclaimed. The comparison of the 3 great ocular technique strengths is primarily judged by the level of ocular power, the Byakugan's long-distance vision, X-ray vision, and ability to observe the opponent's chakra all require the intervention of ocular power and chakra. Hinata Niji possessed the ocular power to activate Byakugan since childhood, widely recognized as a genius within the Hyuga clan. The chakra quantity is astonishing, exceeding that of the elder by several dozen times. The 6th elder noted this aspect as well. Byakugan. Pressure. The 6 elders stiffened, their fingers instantly unable to rise, and their gazes became notably clearer. I apologize. Duchi, it is our oversight, as these old men. The Grand Elder expressed his regret, and the 6 elders simultaneously deactivated their Byakugan. The opponent's strength was too formidable, and given their own shortcomings, bowing their heads was not shameful. In the eyes of the elders of various ninja clans, maintaining face is trivial. Familial interests are what truly matter. Hinata Duchi deactivated his Byakugan, smiling and nodding to indicate that it was no problem. Incessantly prying into others' affairs, no matter where one goes, can be quite unflattering. Byakugan. Pressure. This ability belongs to the Hinata prodigy, and we acknowledge you as the prodigy of this generation, the Grand Elder concluded, and the other 5 elders nodded in agreement. Thank you, esteemed elders. What is this prodigy nonsense? Hinata Duchi was indifferent to such meaningless titles. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, one is a major figure wherever they go. Ahem, esteemed elders. I have convened you all with the intention of amending certain clan regulations. Hyuga Hizashi promptly seized the opportunity to steer the conversation, casting a glance at Hyuga Duchi. Once again, I was mistaken. He single-handedly subdued 6 seasoned elite ninja. Clan leader, you must comprehend the gravity of your words. The Hyuga clan has thrived for a millennium, successfully navigating through centuries of tumult during the Warring States period, precisely due to this set of clan rules. The 2nd elder's expression turned grave as he voiced his disapproval. However, we are no longer in the Warring States period. The resentment between the branch and main families has deepened significantly. If this continues, it will undoubtedly lead to complications. Clan leader, consider the fate of the Uchiha. Even if issues arise, can they possibly be worse than what the Uchiha endured? The 3rd elder interjected. The circumstances have changed. The clan regulations must be revised. I do not wish to witness further instances of children being abducted while the branch family remains indifferent. Hyuga Hizashi's stance was resolute, referencing the incident involving Hinata's abduction. The main family resides at the heart of the Hyuga estate. Encircled by the branch family. It was alarming that a cloud ninja managed to infiltrate the clan leader's residence without detection. Not a single Hyuga was aware. Whether the branch family genuinely failed to notice or the infiltrator's skills were simply commendable, this incident became a thorn in the hearts of both the main and branch families. The 6 elders gathered, engaging in a hushed deliberation. Hizashi, I know you are reluctant to part with your child. Very well, we shall permit you to designate an heir before Hinata reaches adulthood. As for the clan regulations, we can discuss them at a later time. The Grand Elder took a step back, leaving an unspoken caveat. Once the clan leader's heir is chosen, another must bear the curse mark. At this juncture, Hyuga Hizashi, battered by the onslaught of arguments, found it increasingly difficult to withstand. He quickly signaled Hyuga Duchi to speak up in his defense. How about this? What if both the clan leader and the elders concede a little? The clan regulations are indeed the very foundation of the Hyuga lineage and should not be altered lightly. Yet, the discord between the branch and main families must also be alleviated. Prolonged tension is detrimental to the clan. Perhaps we could relax certain restrictions on the branch family for a trial period and observe the outcomes. Duchi, if you possess a gentle resolution, please share it. Hyuga Duchi's respect for the clan regulations resonated well with the elders. The Grand Elder gestured for him to continue, contemplating that as long as it did not entail alterations, relaxation could be open for discussion. Previously mentioned was the issue of the clan leader's heir. If only the main family enjoyed such privileges, resentment from the branch family would be inevitable. Hyuga Hizashi's brow furrowed, already harboring discontent. Why not treat all clan members equally, postponing the curse mark for the time being? We could set the graduation age limit for the Ninja Academy to 12 years, allowing those with high aptitude to join the main family, while those of average or below average talent would receive the curse mark and enter the branch family. This policy would benefit both the main and branch families. The main family would have the opportunity to retain 2 children, while the branch family would gain room for advancement. Relaxing the age restriction seems feasible. But what about safety concerns? Will the Byakugan be at risk of exposure? Several elders conferred briefly, posing their inquiries. During the Third Great Ninja War, the loss of a Byakugan to the Mist Village remains a painful memory for the Hyuga clan. The Byakugan retrieved from AO is still under examination. Now is not the time for its return. Currently, during this period of peace, we can ensure safety within the village. The risk of the Byakugan leaking is minimal, and the clan can enhance its protection for the children. When war returns, we can revert to the previous age restrictions, if all members benefit from this arrangement. The clan leader's desire to extend it for a few more years will likely face no objections from the branch family. Hyuga Hizashi suppressed his dissatisfaction, nodding in agreement. As the clan leader, I must retain some privileges. The second point, I wish to impose restrictions on the use of the curse mark. The 6 elders exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. You may propose one issue, but now you wish for more? I advocate that henceforth, when clan members err, the main family shall prioritize admonishment. For those who repeatedly offend, the main and branch families shall collaboratively discuss punitive measures, deciding whether to employ the curse mark. This way, the punished clan members will harbor no resentment towards the main family, as the branch family will also partake in the decision-making process. I believe both proposals are commendable and should be trialed within the clan. Moderately relaxing some regulations could foster a closer and more harmonious relationship between the main and branch families. Hyuga Hizashi decisively concluded, casting his gaze upon the 6 elders. The elders engaged in a low-voiced debate for a while before their tones gradually subsided. Very well, let us trial this for now. Should issues arise, we shall promptly revert to the original regulations, the Grand Elder proclaimed. Indeed, I shall commence preparations immediately. Hyuga Hizashi nodded in satisfaction. While I have only achieved half of my objectives, it is still a promising start. Thank you for your assistance, Duchi. After sending off the elders, Hyuga Hizashi remarked, the clan leader is too gracious. After all, I am also part of the branch family. Hyuga Duchi waved his hand dismissively and took his leave. The following day, upon seeing the clan leader's announcement, the members of the Hyuga branch family erupted in jubilant cheers. The discord between the main and branch families had lessened, leading to greater trust and respect from the branch family towards the main family. Time passed, and 2 years later. Wahaha, Sasuke, you fool, are you convinced now? Uzumaki Naruto, drenched like a drowned rat, stood with hands on his hips, exuding an excessively arrogant demeanor. Humph, a tiresome imbecile. Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fists, continuing his tree-climbing training. You re the real fool, Naruto. Haruno Sakura squatted on the water's surface and delivered a punch that sent Uzumaki Naruto plunging into the water. The trio of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi jumped in shock, promptly following suit into the river. Sasuke was now on his 3rd day of tree-climbing training and was nearing success. You took an entire week to reach the top of the tree. Sakura, In the face of the prodigy who mastered tree climbing in a single day, the struggling Naruto could only meekly stammer. These kids, all just 10 years old this year, naturally learn at a slower pace than after graduation. Returning to the shore with great caution, Uzumaki Naruto tentatively approached the water's surface. His first step barely managed to stay on the surface, but the second step sent him straight into the river. The trio erupted in laughter, losing focus and tumbling in after him. "Naruto, you big fool!" Sakura, walking on the water's surface, turned her head and couldn't help but scold him. "Niji, go give them a demonstration and teach them a lesson. Make them quiet down." Hyuga paused his match with Hinata and addressed Niji. Niji sprinted onto the water's surface, performing acrobatics, handstands, and spider steps across the water, leaving the little ones utterly astonished. Seeing this spectacle, Haruno Sakura became momentarily distracted, causing her chakra control to falter, resulting in her falling down. Is there really such a vast difference just because he's 1 year older than me? How infuriating. If even the young Hyuga Niji cannot be surpassed, how can I ever hope to avenge myself against that man? Uchiha Sasuke had been enduring a miserable time these past 2 years. The disdain and humiliation from his clan were burdens too heavy to bear. The resentment and malice directed towards Uchiha Itachi from the clan were all vented upon him. Each day, Haruno Sakura's hatred for Uchiha Itachi grew stronger. She dreamed of eliminating him and reclaiming the Uchiha's honor. Did you see that? You all are still far behind. Strive with all your might to catch up. Niji's playful antics left him completely dry, a fact that further demoralized the drenched little ones. Niji arrived upstream and, with a mischievous grin, placed his hands on the water's surface. Duchi said to keep you quiet and offer you a lesson. With his feet squatting on the water's surface, Niji's hands rhythmically created waves that surged toward the 5 little ones downstream. The 5 were engulfed by the wave, scrambling to climb back ashore. How infuriating. I will defeat you one day, Hyuga Niji. Uzumaki Naruto sputtered out the water from his stomach, hopping in frustration. Shut up, Naruto, it's precisely because you're so noisy. Sakura landed another punch, sending Naruto sprawling. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke had frequently challenged Hyuga Niji. Yet each encounter ended in utter defeat. Hyuga Niji was slowly evolving into a competent tool. Let us continue. Hinata Dao-e greeted, and Hinata and Niji resumed their assault on him. Ever since the Ninja Academy had broken for vacation, this group of mischievous little brats frequently scampered to the riverside. Hinata Dao-e found himself quite exasperated, having changed locations several times without success in evading them. After pondering for a while, he devised a plan to send them climbing trees and splashing in the water, which finally afforded him a few peaceful days. Recently, Uchiha Sasuke had just mingled into their ranks, presumably due to the antics of Uzumaki Naruto. Dao-e, the Hokage summons you. There's a new mission. A white-haired Umbu, surveying the vicinity with a hint of schadenfreude, thought to himself, has Hinata Dao-e transitioned into running a kindergarten? All right, let us proceed. Upon entering the Hokage's office, Hinata Dao-e and the white-haired Umbu were greeted by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who raised his head, his aged face beaming with joy. Dao-e, how have you been at the hospital lately? Thank you for your concern. Everyone has been taking good care of me. Your experience in missions has been quite impressive. Just in time, I have an S-rank medical mission for you, located in the land of rice. Upon completion, you will be eligible for promotion to Jonin. Hinata Dao-e accepted the mission scroll and opened it for inspection. The target was the daimyo of the land of rice. 3 days prior, the daimyo had succumbed to a coma. The reward was a staggering 8 million ryo. Given its implications on the fate of an entire nation, this indeed warranted an S-rank classification. The political ramifications of this mission were significant. If accomplished, the relationship between the land of rice and Konoha would strengthen considerably. The previous medical mission in the land of water had been uncertain in its classification as an S rank due to the closed-off nature of Kirigakure, making it difficult to ascertain whether they would pose a threat to Konoha's ninjas. The high monetary reward and the extended duration of the mission, coupled with the unpredictable danger, had barely secured its S-rank status. Perhaps Sarutobi Hiruzen had another motive, seeking to bolster Kakashi's mission experience. Hokage-sama, I accept this mission, considering that this task requires you to leave the land of fire. For your safety, I will have Kakashi accompany you. Sarutobi Hiruzen was quite pleased. Konoha would not let this mission slip away. Currently, Hinata Dao-e was the only one with sufficient medical expertise willing to venture into danger. If he declined, they would have no choice but to suppress it. which would strain relations. Resolving matters amicably was undoubtedly the optimal solution. The white-haired Umbu nodded in agreement with the Hokage's arrangement. Time was of the essence. Any delay could result in the daimyo's death, leading to immediate mission failure. After preparing their travel supplies at home, the duo set off without delay. 3 days later, they arrived at the daimyo's residence in the land of rice. After revealing their identities, they were promptly escorted inside. The ward was heavily guarded, and within, for potential heirs sat together in silence. Esteemed lords, I am a medical ninja from Konoha. Would you kindly elaborate on the daimyo's condition? A week ago, our father and the ministers were celebrating until dawn. In the midst of revelry, he suddenly fainted and could not be revived. Understood. Please remain calm. Esteemed lords, I shall enter and attend to the daimyo. Hinata Dao-e and Kakashi entered the ward, followed closely by the daimyo's 4 sons. Byakugan, activate. With a swift glance, Hinata Dao-e quickly discerned the cause of the ailment. Cerebral infarction, hand seals, extraction technique. Moments later, the blockage was removed, yet the daimyo remained in a coma, showing no signs of awakening. Having been unconscious for too long, the patient's body had become weakened, affecting his bodily functions. Acupuncture technique. Hinata Dao-e extended his finger, channeling green chakra into long needles, which he meticulously placed throughout the daimyo's body. With palms pressed together, over a dozen fine needles spun and vibrated, penetrating the daimyo's body and transforming into life energy to nourish his aged and depleted physique. The daimyo exhaled deeply and slowly opened his eyes. Father, you have finally awakened. The 4 sons, their expressions fluctuating, steadied their emotions and rushed to his side. The patient requires tranquility. Esteemed lords, please do not become overly agitated. Maintain silence. Seeing their performance had reached its peak, Hinata Dao-e interjected. We must ensure that the mission target does not succumb to the antics of these filial sons. This mission cannot fail. Otherwise, Sarutobi Hiruzen may seek to hold me accountable. Thank you for saving me. The daimyo turned with effort to look at Hinata Dao-e and Kakashi, his pale face reflecting gratitude. The daimyo must now abstain from the vices of excess and late nights. Should another episode occur, treatment may no longer be possible. Hinata Dao-e offered a few admonitions before leading the group out of the ward. The daimyo had escaped the clutches of death. But for the next 3 days, his diet must be bland. He could consume porridge as a staple, eating smaller portions more frequently. The prescribed medications must be prepared and taken 3 times daily after meals. I shall return tomorrow for a follow-up. Leaving the prescription behind, Hinata Dao-e and Kakashi departed to find accommodations. Upon returning for the follow-up the next day, the daimyo was already able to rise and walk. After conducting a thorough examination, he was deemed to have made an initial recovery. With a bit more time for recuperation, he would soon regain his health. The daimyo, overwhelmed with gratitude, waved his hand, increasing the mission reward by an additional 10 million ryo, an astonishingly generous sum. Dao-e now has no need for money. The wealthy are ever so eager to shower him with riches. The life of the affluent truly seems monotonous and dreary. Having expressed their gratitude to the daimyo, the two departed, returning to Konoha. Approaching the border between the 2 nations, Hinata Dao-e suddenly halted. What's wrong? Kakashi also stopped, his demeanor shifting to one of vigilance. Byakugan, activate. There are enemies. It appears to be Orochimaru. Having seen Orochimaru's wanted posters, Hinata Dao-e recognized him as a man of considerable concern. Alongside Orochimaru stood a youth. You leave now. I will hold them off. Kakashi's expression grew serious. Preparing for the worst, there is no time. Just as Hinata Dao-e spoke, 2 figures landed not far away. Long time no see, Kakashi. And you must be Hinata Dao-e, am I correct? Orochimaru extended his tongue to lick his face, his serpent-like eyes gleaming with amusement as he regarded the 2. Orochimaru, what is your purpose in obstructing our path? Kakashi pushed aside his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan, bracing himself for a confrontation. Orochimaru's gaze fixated on Kakashi's Sharingan, his long tongue flicking over his lips. Serpent's hand technique. Orochimaru swiftly formed hand seals, and 7 or 8 snakes surged forth from his sleeves. Lunging toward the 2. Kakashi was ensnared by several snakes, but managed to escape using the body replacement technique. He swiftly countered with a fire release, incinerating the pursuing serpents. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Just as Hinata Dao-e dispatched a few snakes, countless others swarmed towards him. Orochimaru lay flat on the ground, his mouth agape, continuously unleashing snakes. 1,000 snakes formation. The 2 were forced apart by the overwhelming onslaught of serpents, and a figure landed before Hinata Dao-e. Kaguya Kimimaro, it seems fate has brought us together. The Byakugan experiment may continue. Hinata Dowie smiled at his opponent, awaiting his move. Bone manipulation. Dance of the Camellia. Kimimaro drew forth a bone blade and charged at him. Byakugan, activate. Hinata Dowie seized Kimimaro's wrist with his left hand, twisting it, while his right hand grabbed the fallen bone blade, swiftly slicing off 3 of Kimimaro's fingers. Bone manipulation. Dance of the Willow. Kimimaro extended a long bone spike from his left hand, aiming for Hinata Dowie's chest. His right hand, now devoid of fingers, was replaced by bone. 8 trigrams. Air palm. Kimimaro's left arm was struck at a pressure point from a distance, causing the bone spike to retract as his arm fell limply. Hinata Dowie delivered a kick to Kimimaro's chest, sending him hurtling backward like a cannonball. The bone blade and 3 fingers vanished without a trace as Hinata Dowie approached the fallen Kimimaro. Young one, in light of the fact that the Daycare clan is a distant relative of the Hyuga, I shall spare your life. Return and continue your training. Kimimaro lay on the ground, coughing up blood. Although the bone armor shielded him from the kick, his internal organs had sustained severe injuries. As an essential tool for Orochimaru, he could not afford to fall so easily. Curse Seal. 1. Bone manipulation. Dance of the Larch. Kimimaro exploded with bone spikes, charging forward like a porcupine. Hinata Dowie evaded with agility, countering with a flurry of punches and kicks, shattering the numerous bone spikes one after another. Bone manipulation. Dance of the Iron Wire Flower. Kimimaro extracted his spine and hurled it towards Hinata Dowie. Hinata Dowie retreated to dodge, his palms moving rapidly. 8 trigrams. 3 consecutive air palms. Kaguya Kuinmaru was once again sent flying, the armor on his chest reduced to a fine powder by a palm strike. He crashed heavily to the ground, losing consciousness and succumbing to darkness. The corpse bone pulse truly exemplified the combat prowess of those who gamble with their lives. The more intense the battle, the quicker the demise. Its lethality was second only to the 8 gates. Observing the lifeless form of Kaguya Kuinmaru, Hyuga Daichi felt a pang of sorrow. The historical records of the Hyuga clan noted that very few members of the Daycare clan lived beyond the age of 35. The higher the innate talent of a corpse bone pulse user, the sooner they met their end. The Daycare clan was known for its extreme belligerence, and their path to extinction seemed almost preordained. The ninjas of the ninja world were akin to life gamblers, recklessly expending chakra to showcase the might of their jutsu. Among them, the 8 gates stood as the pinnacle, which Hyuga Daichi referred to as the strongest life gambler. Having witnessed Might Guy open the 3rd gate, Daichi marveled at the reckless outpouring of chakra that left him with a toothache just to behold. The number of cellular divisions in the human body is finite. One could only imagine the spectacle of rapidly dividing and dying cells when Might Guy opened the 8th gate. In this world, the number of human cells is 2 to 3 times that of the previous life, suggesting a longer lifespan. Yet tragically, the lifespan of this world's ninjas was shorter than that of ordinary civilians. Hyuga Daichi adhered to the principle of all things steal from heaven to prolong life. While man plunders all to sustain himself, even when unleashing jutsu or spells, he drew upon his own energy as a catalyst to invoke the natural energies of the world. Who would have thought such a delightful surprise awaited? Orochimaru landed before Kaguya Kuinmaru, astonished as he regarded Hyuga Daichi. According to my intelligence, this little brat is a medical ninjutsu prodigy, not particularly skilled in combat. How intriguing. In the distance, Orochimaru continued his skirmish with Kakashi, who found himself at a disadvantage, being relentlessly pressured by Orochimaru. Hyuga Daichi pondered, is this an avatar or the real body? What are Orochimaru's true intentions? Your eyes, they pique my interest. Orochimaru licked his face with his tongue and chuckled. I am from the branch family of the Hyuga. Your Byakugan is of no use to me. I can assist you in freeing the caged bird. The condition is that you follow me henceforth. Apologies, I must decline. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Orochimaru appeared behind Hyuga Daichi, his jaws agape as he lunged for his neck, with a swift elbow strike to Orochimaru's chest. Daichi targeted his vital point. A subsequent punch sent Orochimaru's head flying. A soft body modification. His body lay motionless on the ground, yet his neck, stretching for dozens of meters, remained intact, still connecting his head to his torso. Your taijutsu is perilous. Orochimaru's wide mouth opened, and he shook his head, emerging from the ground. Had he not reacted quickly, his head would have been pulverized. Earth release, earth flow river. Orochimaru swiftly formed seals, causing the ground beneath them to flow like a river. With a pop, Hyuga Daichi vanished. It was a shadow clone. Kusanagi sword, blade of the void. A sword extended from Orochimaru's mouth, forcing the ambushing Hyuga Daichi to retreat. Summoning technique. A massive purple snake ascended rapidly, elevating Orochimaru's line of sight. You wretched Orochimaru, summoning me over a mere child. Do you wish for death? The enemy's strength is formidable. We cannot afford to be careless. Orochimaru chuckled, explaining, so you still rely on me, do you? 100 sacrifices post-event. Very well. Byakugan. Pressure. Ice release. 100 sword technique. A rain of crystalline blades fell like raindrops, leaving dozens of blood holes on Orochimaru and the myriad snakes. Several transparent punctures adorned Orochimaru's body, the cold air freezing the wounds. The myriad snakes sustained multiple transparent holes, with one particularly grievous wound nearly striking a vital point. The Byakugan's pressure only suppressed them for less than 10 seconds. Yet it sufficed. You treacherous Orochimaru. Have you betrayed me? The myriad snakes spat defiantly before vanishing with a pop, retreating to the dragon cave. Ice release was truly unexpected, a remarkable talent indeed. What was that force that suppressed me just now? No comment. I remember you, Hyuga Daichi. Orochimaru gradually transformed into mud, several small snakes burrowing underground and disappearing. Kaguya Kuinmaru was missing, and Orochimaru's shadow clone engaged with Kakashi had also vanished. Hyuga Daichi sighed. Having this slippery snake fixated on him posed quite the dilemma. Kakashi collapsed, sitting on the ground, several wounds still oozing blood. Healing technique. A green chakra radiated from Hyuga Daichi's right hand, enveloping Kakashi's injuries. That I thought I was done for. I never anticipated your strength to be sufficient to repel Orochimaru. Observing that Hyuga Daichi's attire remained unscathed astonished Kakashi. Aren't you just an ordinary chunin? How strong are you really? Do the younger generation need to be this outrageous? Hyuga Daichi mused. Noting that Orochimaru appeared to have severed ties with the Akatsuki, having suffered setbacks against Uchiha Itachi. Can you still travel, senior? After resting for half an hour, Hyuga Daichi inquired. We cannot linger here. We must leave immediately. Kakashi managed to stand with difficulty after swallowing a few soldier pills. We have a base at the border of the Fire Country. We can rest there. Half a day later, the two entered a concealed stronghold. Without the Byakugan, one would have found it nearly impossible to locate. Kakashi, a seasoned Umbu operative, was indeed knowledgeable about such high-level secrets. Inuzuka, I require your assistance this time. Kakashi appeared somewhat fatigued, lacking his usual vigor. Focus on recuperating. Do not overthink it. Do you need me to relay information to Lord Hokage? Observing the gruesome scars on Inuzuka's face, which appeared to worsen as he spoke, that I do. Once I finish the mission report, I will have Daichi deliver it. Understood. Daichi, if you require anything, please let me know promptly. Hyuga Daichi nodded as Inuzuka turned to leave. Inuzuka had once been a member of the 4th Hokage's guard and was an old acquaintance of Kakashi. Hyuga Daichi recognized him as well. They had met several times at the hospital in the capacity of doctor and patient. After resting for an hour, Kakashi rose to write the report. Daichi, do you think there's anything to add? Hyuga Daichi took a look and frowned. Could you refrain from portraying me as so formidable? I wish to enjoy a few peaceful years. No can do. Lord Hokage is aware of my strength. I cannot possibly be Orochimaru's match. If I write it carelessly, no one will believe it. The flaws would be too glaring. Kakashi covered his face, exasperated. How about this? You amended to state that we jointly repelled Orochimaru. All right. Given your strength, why hide it? I merely wish to stay at home. Is that a sufficient reason? Kakashi was left speechless, rewriting the report before handing it back to Hyuga Daichi. The mission report was dispatched, and Inuzuka stuffed the 2 scrolls into a bamboo tube beneath the ninja eagle's feet. The eagle soared high into the sky, swiftly heading towards Konoha. That very evening, the intelligence reached the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen unfurled the scroll, the first document pinned by Inuzuka detailing. Hatake Kakashi and Hyuga Daichi have entered the stronghold for recuperation. Kakashi is suspected to be gravely injured, while Daichi is in good condition. The second scroll was from Kakashi. Mission to heal the daimyo completed. The daimyo of the Land of Rice is immensely grateful to Konoha and has added an additional 10 million ryo as a reward. On the return journey, we encountered an attack from Orochimaru. Together with Hyuga Daichi, we repelled Orochimaru and sustained injuries while proceeding to the stronghold for recuperation. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently puffed on his pipe. Contemplating. Hyuga Daichi has concealed his strength. Considering his unscathed condition, his power must be at least on par with Orochimaru, if not greater. The esteem for this child is remarkably high, and he is well liked by the younger generation. He has a deep affection for the village. Moreover, there is the cage bird restriction. Future arrangements for him will require careful consideration. The matter of the children pestering Hyuga Daichi during the summer vacation had not escaped Sarutobi Hiruzen's notice, as he had frequently spied on them with the telescope technique. Inuzuka deployed 2 teams of Umbu to escort Kakashi and Hyuga Daichi. Additionally, track Orochimaru's movements, Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded in a low voice. Yes, Lord Hokage. 2 days later, the Umbu found Kakashi and Hinata Doi. After inquiring about the battle location, they departed with a team of Umbu. 5 days later, Hinata Doi and Kakashi hurried back to Konoha. The two entered the Hokage's office to report on their mission. Doi, Kakashi, you have returned, exclaimed Sarutobi Hiruzen, his face adorned with a warm smile. The report indicates that you encountered Orochimaru. Please enlighten this old man with the details. Kakashi began recounting their mission experience, with Hinata Doi providing supplementary remarks. Kakashi, I heard you were injured. How is your condition? Fortunately, Doi was there, and I have fully recovered, Lord Hokage. Did Doi sustain any injuries? Just a minor wound, but I am well now. I must thank Kakashi-senpai for his care. Otherwise, it could have been far worse. Sarutobi Hiruzen chose not to reveal his thoughts. It is commendable for the youth to remain humble. What matters is that you return safely. That scoundrel Orochimaru shall not escape my wrath. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened, his words laced with menace. In hindsight, I should never have shown leniency to that traitor. Doi, what are your plans for the future? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired with a smile. Well, I haven't given it much thought. Perhaps I will just remain at the hospital. Hinata Doi understood that this old fox was testing him and offered a vague response. I see. Since you have an interest in medical ninjutsu, how about I recommend you to Tsunade? Really? Thank you so much, Lord Hokage. Internally flustered, Hinata Doi could only continue the charade. I will dispatch Umbu to locate Tsunade and inform you as soon as she is found. At that point, you can set off to find her. Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile grew warmer, his eyes reflecting satisfaction and approval. As previously agreed, I shall promote you to Jonin today. I hope you continue to strive and contribute even more to Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen produced a new ninja identification card and documents, handing them to Hinata Doi. The rank on the card and documents had been updated to Jonin. Kakashi, please escort Doi to the supply department to collect his Jonin equipment. Yes, Lord Hokage. The two bid farewell and departed, first heading to the mission department for settlement. After the villages cut, they each received 8,550,000 ryo. Converting that to the currency of the previous life, it amounted to roughly 400,000. After acquiring the Jonin gear, Kakashi insisted on treating him to dinner. He felt the sum was rather excessive and somewhat burdensome. After all, it was Hinata Doi who accomplished the mission, while he played a minimal role. Additionally, it served as a token of gratitude. He never imagined he would survive an encounter with Orochimaru. Hinata Doi, however, was reluctant to get too close to Kakashi, given the latter's overwhelming aura of misfortune. Nevertheless, as Kakashi was willing to be generous this time, Hinata Doi could not dismiss his kindness. They agreed to meet that evening at the Akimichi barbecue restaurant and parted ways upon returning home. Hinata Doi dispelled his shadow clones one by one. Natural energy surged in like waves, as the 8 trigrams and 5 elements within him began to operate, gradually integrating the energy into his physical form. Ever since he had enhanced his physical strength 2 years prior, Hinata Doi had ceased meditative training with his main body and commenced refining natural energy through shadow clones. His training had officially entered a fast track, marking him as a semi-augmented individual. Hinata Doi utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at the experimental base, retrieving Kaguya's Junmaro's finger and placing it on the experimental table. He recalled all experimental shadow clones, assimilating the results of their research into his mind. This is now in your hands. Once again, he dispatched a group of shadow clones and returned using the Flying Thunder God technique. The research on the first Hokage's cells was sufficient. It was time to notify Uchiha Itachi. After organizing the experimental results, Hinata Doi released a carrier pigeon outside the village in the early evening. He arrived at the Akimichi barbecue restaurant, finding Kakashi squatting at the entrance, engrossed in a magazine. Why aren't you going inside, senpai? It's Doi. I'm waiting for you. There are quite a few people. I hope you don't mind. Kakashi awkwardly closed the magazine with a sheepish grin. Initially intending to invite only a couple of people, he had been unable to prevent the overzealous Might Guy from spreading the word. Nearly everyone who could come had indeed arrived. No worries. A larger crowd can be quite enjoyable. What else could Hinata Doi say? He had already come. Turning back was not an option. My apologies. Next time, I will treat you separately. This time, I can introduce you to some individuals. The two entered the restaurant and proceeded to a large private room. Let me introduce everyone. This is Hinata Dao-e, a newly promoted Jonin approved by the Hokage. He is an exceptionally skilled medical ninja, Kakashi announced as he took his seat. Hello everyone. I look forward to your guidance. Hinata Dao-e greeted. Greetings, Dao-e. I am the Azure Beast of Konoha, Might Guy, he exclaimed, giving a thumbs up and laughing heartily. I am Saratobi Asuma, Jonin. I am Yuhi Kurenai, Special Jonin. I am Tens, Jonin. I am Yamashiro Aoi, Special Jonin. I am Nara Shikamaru. Special Jonin, we have met at the hospital. You treated me during my stay with Rake. I must thank you for that. It's a pity Rake is not in the village. Nara Shikamaru chuckled as he removed the senbon from his mouth. He was indeed a frequent patient at the hospital, likely the Special Jonin with the most hospital visits. I am Midakahara Azuki, Special Jonin. By the way, Dao-e, you have become a Jonin at such a young age. We Special Jonin feel a bit uneasy about that. I must drink 3 cups as penance. After Azuki spoke, the group of Special Jonin awkwardly scratched their heads. Since Azuki-senpai has put it that way, I shall drink in respect. Hinata Dao-e raised 3 cups of sake, prompting applause from the crowd. With a few social butterflies to liven the atmosphere, the mood quickly escalated. The barbecue was served in platter after platter, and the waitstaff struggled to keep up. Sake was delivered by the crate, and after several rounds of toasting, everyone was pleasantly tipsy. Kakashi, feeling lightheaded, began recounting their mission experience, while Hinata Dao-e barely paid attention. Upon hearing about Hinata Dao-e's successful repulsion of Orochimaru, the eyes of the crowd glimmered with admiration. Who could resist a teammate who could both fight and heal? Might Guy draped his arm around Hinata Dao-e's shoulders, insisting on a duel. After 2 hours of festivities, the group rose to leave. Upon seeing the bill amounting to 100,000 ryo, Kakashi's eyes widened in shock. Deep within the Death Forest, at the experimental base, Hinata Dao-e inquired, has the fusion experiment with Jumaro's cells yielded results? The initial fusion has been successful. Jumaro's cells have stabilized, but the vitality of the original cells is continuously declining, the shadow clone explained. This means that while the original cells suppressed the Shikatsumiyaku, they have weakened in the process. Furthermore, the fusion of the main family's Byakugan with Jumaro's cells faces the same issue. The Byakugan's ocular power is also diminishing. The fusion of the Hyuga clan and the Taketorai clan has provided some enhancement to the Shikatsumiyaku, but has weakened the Byakugan. The shadow clone continued. There remains a significant rejection between the Shikatsumiyaku, the first Hokage cells, and the Uzumaki cells. This posed a considerable dilemma. Hinata Dao-e dispelled the shadow clone and organized the experimental data. He split off another group of shadow clones to continue the experiments, hoping to discover a solution. 3 days later, Uchiha Itachi arrived. Hinata Dao-e used the Flying Thunder God technique to return and let him into the laboratory. I didn't expect you would place the laboratory here. It truly suits you, Dao-e, Uchiha Itachi remarked, surveying the familiar surroundings. Byakugan, activate. He noted that Itachi's body was showing signs of illness, which he should have sensed. After inspecting, Hinata Dao-e discovered that Itachi's liver and gallbladder had significantly weakened. Yes, I've felt unwell since last year. Uchiha Itachi did not share the same fate as in the original story, as his parents, siblings, and loved ones were all alive and well. Itachi Uchiha did not slay any innocents, and he currently harbors no thoughts of relinquishing his life. He has eliminated a faction of arrogant individuals plotting a coup, and he feels no remorse in his heart. I am prepared to inject the cells of the first Hokage into you to curtail your affliction. The cells of the first Hokage? I have perused Danzo's experimental records. For decades, only one person, namely Zetsu, has succeeded. Itachi Uchiha fixed his gaze upon Hyuga Doichi, implying, do you harbor any ill intentions towards me? If so, please state it plainly. You need not suspect me in such a manner. I would never undertake an endeavor without certainty. Do you recall Danzo's arm? Hyuga Doichi inquired. Are you suggesting that the Sharingan can suppress the cells of the first Hokage? Initially, Danzo's Sharingan was rendered useless due to the use of Izanagi. His would-release arm subsequently spiraled out of control and was discarded by him. The events of that time remain vivid in Itachi's memory. Why did this occur? Itachi found himself perplexed. From Danzo's circumstances, it seems that the Sharingan is indeed the key to suppressing the cells of the first Hokage. As he pondered deeper, an unsettling sense of eeriness and dread began to grip him. Are you aware of your Uchiha ancestors? Historical records state that the Uchiha forebears are the legendary sage of 6 paths. There exists a stone tablet within the clan, said to have been left behind by the sage of 6 paths. Itachi Uchiha spoke with a hint of indifference, his expression revealing skepticism towards this claim that in truth, all Uchiha share this disbelief, regarding it merely as a tale. But what if it were true? Hyuga Doichi teased as he gazed at Itachi. How could that be? However, if it is information you can confirm, I am willing to believe it. In Itachi's eyes, Hyuga Doichi was a sage endowed with great wisdom that I have investigated numerous historical records. The Sage of 6 Paths is not solely the ancestor of the Uchiha, but also of the Senju and Uzumaki clans. The sage had 2 sons. The elder son inherited the sage's eye, becoming the forebear of the Uchiha, while the younger son inherited the sage's body, becoming the forebear of the Senju and Uzumaki clans. This explains why the Sharingan can suppress the cells of the first Hokage. The 2 lineages derive from a common ancestry, establishing a complementary relationship at the genetic level. A myriad of emotions surged within Itachi. He had not anticipated such a blood relation between the Uchiha and Senju clans. If that is so, then what is the purpose of their centuries-long feud? Wait, speaking of the Sage of 6 Paths, there is something even more intriguing. The leader of the Akatsuki possesses the Rinnegan. As I have informed you in the intelligence brief, you have not forgotten, have you? Hyuga Doichi nodded, and Itachi continued, stating, it is said that the Rinnegan is the eye of the Sage of 6 Paths. You just mentioned that the Uchiha inherited the sage's eye, so Itachi's heart began to race with fear, and he struggled to maintain his composure. You were correct. The Rinnegan is the culmination of the Sharingan. Moreover, only the Uchiha have the potential to awaken it. Hyuga Doichi smiled with delight, rarely witnessing such a reaction from Itachi. Itachi stared intently at Hyuga Doichi, momentarily at a loss for words. Are you implying that the Rinnegan belongs to Uchiha Obito? Itachi's intellect is indeed sharp. From the mere fragments of information provided by Hyuga Doichi, he swiftly deduced the possibility of Obito Uchiha. His suspicions were not unfounded. Only Obito possessed the potential to awaken such eyes. Itachi was well aware of the detailed information regarding the Sharingan, including the Mangekyō Sharingan and its eternal variant. The last known wielder of the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan was indeed Uchiha Obito. If any Uchiha could awaken the Rinnegan, it would undoubtedly be him. No one else could compare. Yet, various pieces of information confirm that Uchiha Obito perished in the Valley of the End. He fell at the hands of the first Hokage. A fact attested to by the first Hokage himself. Have you forgotten about Izanagi? Hyuga Doichi countered. Itachi's expression faltered, and his mental state began to crumble. If that is the case, Uchiha Obito may not have died in the Valley of the End. So the question arises, is the masked man truly Uchiha Obito? Itachi mused quietly. If Uchiha Obito is indeed alive today, he would be nearing a century in age, would he not? A ninja cannot possibly live for so long. Hyuga Doichi casually interjected. The Konoha 12 are currently 10 and 11 years old. In 2 years, they will graduate, marking the 63rd year of Konoha. If he were truly alive, Uchiha Obito would be at least in his 90s. Sarutobi Hiruzen has rarely engaged in battle, and he has only lived to 69. Even if he had not been slain by Orochimaru, he would not have reached 80. Moreover, normal ninja, after decades of combat, expending chakra continuously and suffering numerous injuries, seldom lived beyond 60. Uchiha Izuna died at the age of 24. Afterward, Uchiha Obito transplanted Izuna's eyes and awakened the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. He then sought vengeance against Senju Tobirama for Izuna's death. Ultimately, he was defeated by Senju Hashirama, who was willing to sacrifice his life for Izuna, but was thwarted by Uchiha Obito. It must be said that Uchiha Obito and Senju Hashirama shared a genuine bond. Considering the time needed to adapt to the new eyes, coupled with the discussions surrounding the founding of Konoha, one could estimate it took about a year. The duration of their battles could be largely disregarded, perhaps lasting only a few days. Additionally, the average age difference among the Uchiha brothers is 5 years. At the time of Konoha's founding, Uchiha Obito would have been approximately 30 years old, now, in the 61st year of Konoha. If Uchiha Obito were to have survived until now, he would indeed be nearing 90. A ninja truly cannot live for such an extended period. After Uchiha Obito's death, his eyes fell into the possession of the Akatsuki leader. The relationship between the masked man and the Akatsuki leader is shrouded in mystery. Their true intentions remain unclear. Itachi pondered for a long while, but could not grasp any conclusions. He looked up at Hyuga Doichi, hoping he might offer some insight. I am unaware of their intentions. You must seek the answers for yourself. Hyuga Doichi thought to himself, inwardly scoffing. You, my tool, are quite the industrious one, responsible for my endeavors. I have revealed everything to you. Would you not find yourself out of work? You possess a bright future. Now is not the time to rest on your laurels. Do you have any leads regarding the identity of the masked man? Over the past few years, Itachi Uchiha has relayed certain intelligence to Hyuga Doichi, hoping he could assist in uncovering some answers. Have you investigated the Uchiha side yet, before coming here? I returned to the Uchiha clan grounds to conduct a thorough investigation. The only defector was Uchiha Obito. There were no other missing persons. What of the deceased? The Uchiha rarely venture out of the village, resulting in 0 fatalities on missions. Only during the various wars have a few individuals gone missing without bodies. But they have all been confirmed dead. The fate of those who died without bodies can only be imagined. They were either torn to shreds or completely obliterated. Your intelligence noted that the eye revealed by the masked man is a Mangeki, possessing spatio-temporal abilities. In that case, among those who perished, only a single eye belonging to an Uchiha, with no body recovered, fits those 3 criteria. Is there anyone who meets that description? Hyuga Doichi gently probed. Indeed, there is one such individual. Uchiha Obito. Clan records state that his body was buried deep underground. Subsequently, the body collector failed to locate his remains. Furthermore, he gifted one of his eyes to Kakashi-senpai. Among all the missing Uchiha ninjas, only Uchiha Obito perfectly meets these 3 conditions. Itachi Uchiha reflected for a moment and identified the target. Simultaneously, new doubts began to arise within him. However, I have previously heard Kakashi-senpai mention him. Uchiha Obito is entirely different from the other Uchihas. He is referred to as the Uchiha who least resembles an Uchiha. His disposition is cheerful and optimistic, always eager to help others. He aspires to be Hokage. Itachi held a strong impression of Uchiha Obito upon reviewing the intelligence. He had previously heard this name from Kakashi on multiple occasions. If his character does not align, could it be due to the Mangeki? Itachi shifted the conversation, contemplating the most likely catalyst for a change in character. Kakashi and his companions once formed a 3-man team. I have heard that the 3rd member was a gentle and lovely girl who perished on the battlefield. Hyuga Doichi reminded him. That makes sense. Itachi nodded, feeling as though a layer of fog had lifted. However, upon further reflection, he sensed something amiss. Wait. Uchiha Obito did not awaken the Mangeki at the time of his death. Clan records indicate that Kakashi received a double Tomo Sharingan at that time. If it were the Mangeki, the Uchiha would never have allowed it to fall into the hands of others. Indeed, one must possess a keen eye, for it is no easy task to cease this discourse. Hinata Daichi silently muttered, feeling a pang of melancholy within. Is it possible that Uchiha Obito was buried underground and subsequently rescued? Given his original temperament, he would likely return to seek out his comrades upon recovery. Alas, would he not bear witness to the demise of his allies? It appears that this is the only plausible explanation. Uchiha Itachi nodded, then remarked, however, his self-identification as Uchiha Madara is rather intriguing. I have perused his life history, and he seems to be a peripheral figure within the Uchiha clan. How could he possibly be aware of such a grand personage as Uchiha Madara? Could it be that his savior was none other than Uchiha Madara himself? Hinata Daichi interjected. There indeed exists such a possibility. If Uchiha Madara was alive over a decade ago, he would likely be in his 70s or 80s. While such an age is uncommon, it is not entirely implausible. With his formidable power, he might indeed have managed it. However, all of this remains conjecture. Its veracity requires your personal verification. Hinata Daichi interrupted Uchiha Itachi. Then added, let us first address your predicament. He produced an intravenous drip, diluting the refined cells of the first Hokage. Lie down. Uchiha Itachi attempted to remove his red cloud cloak, but Hinata Daichi halted him. He recalled the curse of the Akatsuki organization. To remove the cloak is to court death. It is not mere superstition on Hinata Daichi's part. He has always felt an air of peculiarity in this world. The Sage of 6 Paths, for instance, has lived for millennia without perishing, and Ootsutsuki Kaguya is even more outrageous, being immortal, of course. The forebear of the Hyuga clan, Ootsutsuki Yumura, also appears to have evaded true death. To guard against these ancient ones eavesdropping, Hinata Daichi had layered barrier techniques upon his home and laboratory. No need for disrobing. Hinata Daichi inserted the needle into Uchiha Itachi's arm vein, adjusting the infusion rate to the slowest setting. Opting to observe first. As time passed, Uchiha Itachi gradually began to respond. Initially, a wooden manifestation emerged near the injection site, rapidly spreading throughout his arm. Quickly, activate the Mangeki. Utilize your ocular power to suppress the wood release cells within. Hinata Daichi chuckled to himself, offering a reminder. Uchiha Itachi let out a muffled groan. A sound laced with agony. He promptly activated the Manjiki, causing the great windmill to whirl at high speed. Hinata Daichi parted Uchiha Itachi's garments. Discovering that a third of his torso had succumbed to woodification, the infusion had entirely ceased as the blood vessels, now blocked by the wooden manifestation, could no longer receive the cell extracts. Soon after, one of Uchiha Itachi's legs also fell victim. Uchiha Itachi's face contorted in excruciating pain, and curses began to form in his mind. Had he known this would be so perilous and agonizing, he would have never consented to such a ghastly experiment. Uchiha Itachi, steadfast in your resolve, trust in yourself. Remember this, the indomitable spirit is humanity's most potent weapon. Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Itachi felt a jolt of energy. Forcing himself to regain his composure, the woodification, having advanced halfway, finally ceased its progression. Uchiha Itachi sensed a change, his focus sharpened, and his mental fortitude strengthened. Byakugan. Activate. Hinata Daichi placed his hand upon the woodified arm, allowing natural energy to surge in, swiftly clearing the blocked blood vessels, thus resuming the infusion. It would be a shame to lose a specimen after going through such trouble for this human experiment. If fate decrees that he perishes, so be it. I shall ensure a grand funeral for him, for I am far too compassionate. Approximately 2 hours into the treatment, the most perilous moment suddenly arrived. Uchiha Itachi's mental fortitude wavered, and the woodification rapidly exceeded 2/3 of his body. Branches sprouted from his form, and his abdomen began to swell, as if a tree were set to emerge. Hinata Daichi swiftly retrieved a syringe and injected it into Uchiha Itachi's unaffected right arm. The woodification gradually retreated as Hinata Daichi redirected his attention back to Uchiha Itachi. Fortunately, his preparations had proven ample. He had nearly lost Uchiha Itachi. The substance just administered was an extract from the Sharingan, remarkably effective in suppressing the wood-release cells. Concentrate. Do not divert your focus. Maintain your composure, Hinata Daichi admonished. Uchiha Itachi gradually gained the upper hand, managing to reduce the woodification to just 1/3 of his body. As time flowed on, the liquid in the foredrip was entirely infused into Uchiha Itachi's system. Itachi, the infusion has concluded, but do not let your joy overwhelm you. The battle for your body has officially commenced. You must completely suppress all wood-release cells within and revert the remaining woodification. Once you restore your body to normalcy, we shall deem it a preliminary success, Hinata Daichi declared with a smile. Yet, one must remain vigilant if you wish to avoid becoming a tree, Hinata Daichi added with a grin as he regarded Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi parted his cracked lips but found himself at a loss for words. Beneath him lay a pool of water, a testament to the agony he endured as it streamed from his body. Drinking water is permissible, but do not allow your focus to waver. Hinata Daichi reattached another foredrip, removed the needle, and inserted the infusion tube into Uchiha Itachi's mouth. This way, he would not choke, thus maintaining his concentration. Hinata Daichi was indeed a meticulous man. It was preferable to retain the specimen for further experimental intelligence gathering. The liquid in the foredrip was a deep green, a highly concentrated nutrient extract that Hinata Daichi had prepared in advance. Pure and healthy, one bottle could sustain a person for 3 days without food. Boasting an impressive energy density, what followed was an intense tug-of-war, a relentless back and forth, advancing and retreating. Another 4 hours passed, and Uchiha Itachi barely managed to maintain the woodification below his elbows. I nearly perished. Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation? Uchiha Itachi gazed at Hinata Daichi with a piercing stare, his desire to act palpable. Able to speak? Congratulations, you have achieved 90% success. However, do not let pride cloud your judgment. You must persist. Hinata Daichi cheerfully tapped Uchiha Itachi's wooden hand, producing a series of crisp sounds. Do not digress. Had I known this would be so perilous and agonizing, I would have preferred to await death. Uchiha Itachi's anger surged, causing the woodification to creep further up. Enough, Itachi. Calm your mind. Tranquility is essential for success. I have made ample preparations. That last injection was merely one of many. Regardless of what transpires, you shall not perish. Was it not the substance that saved you from the brink of death? Hinata Daichi asserted, confident in his capabilities. Uchiha Itachi's countenance improved somewhat, though the veins on his forehead pulsed violently. The muscles beneath his skin continued to twitch and contort, as if innumerable insects were burrowing within. It felt as though he were being subjected to 1,000 torturous knives. You must possess more of that serum. Administer another injection. My entire body itches as if countless insects were crawling beneath my skin, accompanied by sharp, intense pain. It feels as though thousands of needles are incessantly piercing through me. Are you certain you wish to proceed? This is a rare opportunity to forge your mental fortitude. This is an exceptional moment for observation. What are you contemplating? Hinata Daichi kindly reminded him, continuing to persuade. Only with an unyielding spirit can one become a true powerhouse. You are a champion in my eyes. Are you truly willing to surrender? Hinata Daichi coaxed. Uchiha Itachi was utterly speechless. This torment was more unbearable than death itself. Why not let you experience it? When I first began my training, I endured the agonies of my body tearing apart, bones dislocating, and visceral organs being pierced, sufferings you cannot even begin to fathom. I endured these torments for at least a year. Without such resolve, how could I have attained my current strength? Hinata Daichi jested as he observed Uchiha Itachi, continuing to prod him. Uchiha Itachi found himself at a loss for words. He lacked the confidence to triumph over Hinata Daichi. Just moments before, when his Sharingan swept over Hinata Daichi, he glimpsed the terrifying flow of chakra coursing through him, a force so overwhelming that it suppressed the first Hokage's cells and swiftly cleared the obstructions in the blood vessels. Given Hinata Daichi's formidable mental fortitude and chakra, possessing such immense power is indeed to be expected. Itachi Uchiha can only submit. What more can be said? All that remains is to grit his teeth and endure. The original plan was to administer the first Hokage's cells in a single injection, but there was concern that he might not withstand it and perish instantly. The infusion is the gentlest method available, allowing you more time to acclimate. With a smile, he explained, the tool must remain steady. My apologies. It was my misunderstanding. I am immensely grateful for the considerable effort you have expended on my behalf. Itachi Uchiha, thank you. I have already eliminated the most violent aspects of the first Hokage's cells. Naturally, I have primarily removed the personal mental will of the first Hokage. At the very least, I need not parade about with an ugly visage like Uchiha Madara, flaunting it everywhere. After excising these elements, the potency of the first Hokage's cells has diminished significantly, leaving only 89% of the original cellular strength. Itachi Uchiha is likely the strongest among those carrying the first Hokage's cells, aside from Uchiha Madara. Even if the purity is not perfect, for the Manjiki Sharingan to endure would be a perilous endeavor. Uchiha Madara possesses formidable strength and wields the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. He can confront the first Hokage's cells directly, which most cannot achieve. Uchiha Kiyoshi utilizes White Zetsu, which is merely a substandard imitation of the first Hokage's cells. Danzo's situation is entirely different. His arm is not even his own. He requires the Sharingan and Manjiki to suppress it, making it hardly comparable. Itachi Uchiha concentrated all his strength, and after 2 more hours of effort, he finally eradicated the wood transformation. After enduring for 8 or 9 hours, Itachi Uchiha finally breathed a sigh of relief. How do you feel? Hyuga Daichi inquired. The itch and pain have lessened. My vision has improved somewhat. It seems my ocular power has increased as well, Itachi Uchiha stated after activating his Manjiki. The sinister and chilling sensation of the Manjiki has diminished significantly. In the future, your eyes may be capable of further evolution. Hyuga Daichi observed and offered a candid assessment. The Rinnegan is likely out of reach, as it requires far too much time. The intensity of the eternal Manjiki Sharingan might offer some hope. After all, Uchiha Madara waited decades while possessing the eternal Manjiki. However, Uchiha Madara utilized Izanagi to blind one of his eternal eyes, which must have consumed considerable time to restore. In the next 7 days. What assimilation phenomena may still occur. If the wood style spirals out of control, maintain your composure. Utilize the Manjiki's ocular power and chakra for suppression. The Manjiki's power will gradually increase, making suppression progressively easier. Once your body fully adapts and discomfort vanishes, such risks will cease to exist. Take these 3 suppressive serums with you. Should uncontrollable circumstances arise, you can inject them for immediate intervention. Hyuga Daichi handed Itachi Uchiha 3 syringes, along with a scroll. This is a wood-style ninjutsu scroll. Itachi Uchiha opened it and exclaimed in surprise. Once your body has fully adapted, you can attempt to practice wood style. Furthermore, congratulations on your rebirth. Itachi, Hyuga Daichi remarked with a smile, surveying his handiwork. Daichi, thank you. You may rest in the laboratory for a few days. It would be much safer. No, I cannot afford to be away for long. I cannot afford to neglect Kisame. Very well. Do as you see fit. I shall return to sleep. It is already late into the night. After a night of rest, Itachi Uchiha departed hastily before dawn. Days later, the Umbu reported, Tsunade has been located. Arriving in the capital of the Land of Fire, Hyuga Daichi wandered aimlessly, not in a hurry to find Tsunade, nor did he intend to gamble at the casinos if he finds her. So be it. If not, he can accept that as well. He regarded it as a business trip, allowing himself to unwind. Hyuga Daichi is a person who goes with the flow, disliking the imposition of will. After an enjoyable morning, he noticed it was nearly mealtime. After several twists and turns, he arrived outside a quaint courtyard, leaping gracefully inside. Before he could land, a delicate fist was already poised at his face. Hyuga Daichi seized the opponent's wrist, twisting and pulling them backward. With a resounding crash, the courtyard wall collapsed. See? What did I tell you? Fortune comes effortlessly. This is destiny. Hyuga Daichi assessed the strikingly voluptuous woman before him and confirmed that she was undoubtedly his target. Tsunade, you little brat, not bad at all. Take another punch from me. Tsunade raised her right fist and struck down with great speed, with one hand supporting her wrist and the other under her armpit. He capitalized on her downward momentum to execute a shoulder throw, launching her away. Tsunade adjusted her stance, landing gracefully on all fours. You little brat, do you dare to fight me head-on like a man? This is utterly outrageous. Lady Tsunade, how can you lay a hand on Daichi-san? Karui stepped in front of Hyuga Daichi, arms outstretched to block Tsunade. I mistook you for a burglar upon seeing someone intrude. Ahahaha, Tsunade straightened up, laughing awkwardly. In truth, she had realized her mistake upon seeing his Byakugan. However, the ease with which her attack was neutralized ignited her enthusiasm for a spar. Mr. Daichi, are you all right? Shiro rushed out, a look of concern on her face. I am fine. Shiro, speaking of which, Lady Tsunade is the true intruder, is she not? If I recall correctly, this residence should still be under my name. Hyuga Daichi regarded Tsunade with a bemused smile. Ahahaha. Is that so? Tsunade pondered how to explain herself when Uzumaki Reina and Kurotsuchi emerged together. Daichi-san, Tsunade-san, dinner is ready. Uzumaki Reina and Kurotsuchi hurriedly defused the situation, interrupting the standoff. Tsunade found it difficult to explain. Could she admit to tailing them here? A few days prior, Tsunade had spotted Reina and her mother shopping, sensing a substantial amount of chakra emanating from Karui and coupled with their striking red hair. Tsunade had stealthily followed them. I am indeed quite hungry. Ignoring Hyuga Daichi, Tsunade strode proudly into the living room, embodying the principle that as long as I am not embarrassed, the embarrassment belongs to others. Everyone took their seats at the table and began to eat in silence. After the meal, Uzumaki Reina and Kurotsuchi tidied the dishes while Hyuga Daichi and Tsunade leaned back on the sofa, digesting their food like lords. Tsunade-senpai, the wall must be compensated for. This. Ahahaha, rest assured, I will compensate for it. I, Tsunade, am renowned for my integrity and never renege on a debt. Tsunade's face flushed slightly, her tone lacking conviction. I miscalculated. If the big fat sheep had money, he would not be here. I was overthinking it. It seems there is no hope for compensation. Hyuga Daichi felt somewhat speechless. Little brat, I received a letter from the old man. I hear you wish to take me as your master. Tsunade crossed her legs, picking her teeth with a toothpick. I no longer wish to take on a master. I am not. I do not. Do not say such things. Hyuga Daichi genuinely had no such intention. It would be more plausible for him to take on a disciple if he firmly believes that no one in this world is qualified to be his teacher. After all, there are no Taoist sages here. In terms of cultivation, this place is entirely barren. Tsunade frowned. This kid is not easy to handle. I have seen the medical ninjutsu scroll you wrote. I gained some insights from it. You are the most talented medical ninja I have encountered. Are you certain you do not wish to advance further in medical ninjutsu? Tsunade prided herself on being straightforward and had nothing to hide. Upon witnessing Karui practicing medical ninjutsu, she could not help but feel a surge of excitement. I apologize, Tsunade-senpai, but I truly do not wish to. However, isn't it inappropriate for you to have peered at my ninjutsu scroll? Currently, I may not be as skilled in medical matters as you, but in 2 years, who knows who will be stronger? Hyuga Daichi thought to himself, little brat, do you wish to fight again? Tsunade's face flushed. I miscalculated. I have encountered someone who enjoys debating. Not obtaining consent to view a junior's ninjutsu scroll is indeed unbecoming of a senior. How about this, Tsunade-senpai? I will not make it difficult for you. Just show me your creation rebirth and Ian's seal, and we shall consider this matter resolved. Hyuga Daichi grinned, quite adept at negotiating. Hee. Are you dreaming? You truly dare to think that? At most, I will compensate you with some silver. Tsunade's expression shifted to one of amusement. Her fists clenched tightly to do. Is that so? My scrolls have inspired even a medical sage like you, and their worth is undeniably high. Let's settle on 50 million Ryo. Shall we? And let's not forget that wall, to make it an even 60 million Ryo. Hinata Doi flashed a smile at the unsuspecting sheep, exuding an air of UVE struck a great deal. Impossible. That wall is worth at most 500,000 Ryo. And the scroll itself not more than 35 million Ryo. Hey, you insolent brat. I, the illustrious Tsunade, have never been one to let others take advantage of me. It has always been I who reaped the benefits. At this moment, Tsunade completely forgot her title of the great sheep and transformed into a shrewd merchant. Very well. A fair price of 40 million Ryo, and I kindly request the payment from you, Tsunade-senpai. Hinata Doi grinned, his eyes sparkling with mischief. To dare take advantage of me, be prepared to face the consequences. Meanwhile, onlookers were captivated by the duel of wits unfolding before them. Their gazes were fixated on Hinata Doi, collectively thinking, what a spectacle. Although they didn't grasp the full context, it was evident that a significant negotiation was in progress. Tsunade's body stiffened, her face turning serious as she glanced at Shizen. Shizen, how much money do we have left? Shizen, her face buried in her hands, replied despondently, Tsunade-sama, I told you just a few days ago. We are out of funds. Oh, is that so? Ha ha ha. You little brat. It seems we'll have to incur some debt for now. Tsunade, confident that she was not one to fret over money, figured she could easily earn it back with a few medical missions. Yet, the presence of her juniors made the situation rather awkward. I am sorry. I cannot accept debt. It would be better for you to compensate me with ninjutsu. Impossible. Let's renegotiate under different terms. Tsunade crossed her arms defiantly, raising her voice in protest. How about this? I shan't make it difficult for you. Simply grant me the seal. This is my bottom line. Fine. I suppose I am simply unlucky. Tsunade smirked, reaching into her collar. After some time rummaging, she finally produced a scroll. I cannot teach you, as I must answer to the old man as well. With this, he will have no reason to burden me further. As for whether you can comprehend it, that is entirely up to you. Hinata Doi averted his gaze, feeling somewhat scandalized. The spectators, too, felt their cheeks flush as they looked away, unable to bear the sight. Tsunade-sama, please be mindful of your image, Shizen exclaimed, her face burning with embarrassment. It's all right. Shizen, we are all family here. Haha. Tsunade, realizing her actions might have been a tad inappropriate, waved her hand dismissively. The spectators are in for a treat. Truly, the great Tsunade is magnificent. Hinata Doi accepted the scroll, feeling an unusual warmth in his hands. He had encountered higher value scrolls before, yet this sensation was unlike any he had experienced. After half an hour of studying, he grasped the principles and concepts of the seal. He closed the scroll and returned it to Tsunade. Hinata Doi was particularly interested in the seal's ability to regulate chakra and maintain optimal bodily functions. These two attributes could significantly enhance a ninja's overall combat prowess, making it an invaluable auxiliary ninjutsu of considerable reference value. Hinata Doi, I appreciate your care for the Uzumaki mother and daughter. It was my responsibility, and I thank you. Tsunade's willingness to part with the seal stemmed from her gratitude towards the Uzumaki family. The bond between the Senju and Uzumaki clans was one forged over a millennium. When Tsunade arrived in the land of whirlpools, she found it in ruins, devoid of any survivors, fueling her rage. However, why didn't you bring them to Konoha? After days of contemplation, Tsunade finally voiced her lingering question. Tsunade-sama, it is not that we did not wish to go. It had nothing to do with Lord Doi. Uzumaki Reina lowered her head, defending her stance. Why not? Tsunade pressed, unable to comprehend their reasoning. On the day of the attack, the elders spotted Konoha's umbu. Uzumaki Reina would never forget that fateful day. Her kin were mercilessly slaughtered, and the sea engulfed the entire land of whirlpools. In the end, only a handful managed to escape. How could that be? Surely, someone must have been impersonating them. Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief as she questioned sharply. One of them employed the secret techniques of the Oil Woman clan. Are you certain? I witnessed it with my own eyes. Uzumaki Reina nodded, her expression resigned. Tsunade stood up abruptly, consumed by fury. Move aside. Brat. She charged towards the door, only to be intercepted by Hinata Doi. Where do you intend to go, senpai? Are you planning to confront the Hokage? That is none of your concern. Stay out of my affairs, or I will deal with you first. Tsunade glared menacingly, her fist raised in threat. Tsunade-sama, please remain calm. Uzumaki Reina gasped, catching up, with Shizen on her other side. both trying to restrain her. Get away from me. If you don't, I want to hold back. Senpai, you should investigate thoroughly before taking action. Don't you want to hear what Reina has to say? Tsunade struggled to suppress her rage as the three of them led her back to the living room. The sight of Shiro and Karen, who were paralyzed with fear, was a testament to Tsunade's earlier fury. Reina, please continue. The Umbu from Konoha seized the sealing technique scroll and abducted 2 children. The elders took 6 of us to pursue them. But we were unable to rescue anyone. At this revelation, Tsunade's expression softened somewhat. Although the adversaries did not resort to murder, another troubling issue weighed heavier on her mind. Later, upon receiving news of the attack on the land of whirlpools, the elders commanded us to split into 3 groups to flee. The elder chose to return alone to assist our kin, and he was never seen again. The 6 of us, in our desperate attempt to evade capture, were completely scattered. My father and Karen's were fortunate enough to escape, but I remain oblivious to the fates of our other companions. Afterward, Karen's father passed away, and I brought her to the grass village. Tsunade had seen the bite marks on Uzumaki Reina. Had she not intervened, the grass village would have been shattered. If 6 of us escaped, the numbers do not add up. Reina and her husband, along with the parents of Uzumaki Hina, where did the last 2 go? Did they perish? Hinata Doi pondered silently. The Uzumaki clan had fared slightly better than the Takedorai clan. At least a few survived. Uzumaki Kushina and Nagato's parents were not included among the 6. Uzumaki Kushina had already arrived in Konoha before the fall of the Land of Whirlpools. By the time the Land of Whirlpools was destroyed, Nagato had already been born. His parents likely fled with him or had departed the Land of Whirlpools much earlier. When did the attack on the Land of Whirlpools occur? Hinata Doi inquired. I only know it was roughly a year after the death of the 2nd Hokage. Uzumaki Reina recalled, her memories hazy due to her young age at the time. Upon hearing mention of the 2nd Hokage, Tsunade's expression fell gravely. Reina's answer also indicated that Nagato was born prior to the 2nd Great Ninja War. The 2nd Great Ninja War began around the 37th year of Konoha and lasted approximately 4 years. Jiraiya encountered Nagato's trio toward the end of the war when they were around 8 or 9 years old. Calculating this, it became apparent that Minato and Kushina were about 5 years older than Nagato's group. Senju Tobirama likely died in the first year of the 2nd Great Ninja War, with Sarutobi Hiruzen succeeding him as Hokage that same year, because he ascended to the Hokage position on the 2nd Hokage's orders. He had not followed the proper procedures. Many in Konoha likely opposed him, and his control over the village was tenuous. During Tobirama's tenure, he had explicitly stated the need to elect a Hokage democratically. Cloud, Mist, and perhaps even Stone villages conspired to attack the Land of Whirlpools, Konoha's loyal ally, further weakening Konoha. I recall an event that transpired just before the attack on the Land of Whirlpools. Uzumaki Reina recalled, which might be linked to its downfall. A mischievous child. I was curious about this matter, so I inquired with the Lord's children. It turned out that a Konoha elder had invited us to join Konoha. However, the Lord vehemently rejected the offer. Subsequently, an argument ensued, and the enraged Lord expelled the Konoha elder. It appears that the elder had foreseen the impending crisis of the Land of the Whirlpools. If your daimyo had accepted, perhaps the Land of the Whirlpools could have been preserved. Hyuga Doi let out a sigh, inwardly lamenting. Truly, one reaps what one sows. You, a ninja clan establishing a nation. And yet you arrogantly proclaim yourself a daimyo. A solitary island, less than 1/3 the size of the smallest nation, the Land of Grass. What audacity do you possess? Is this not a quest for annihilation? What role did the daimyos of various nations play in this affair? Perhaps only the heavens know. If that elder foresaw the crisis of the Land of the Whirlpools, why did Konoha not take any countermeasures? Reina, what else do you know? Tsunade, amidst her brashness, discerned the underlying meaning of Hyuga Doi's words. There is nothing more. Should I recall any intelligence, I will inform Lady Tsunade. You brat, I intend to return to Konoha. Will you accompany me? Tsunade, in a fit of rage and unwilling to unleash her fury upon Hyuga Doi, devised such a notion. No need for that. Senior Tsunade, just do not expose me. I have no relation to the Uzumaki and do not know those few. As long as you can guarantee this, I will not impede you. Seeing Hyuga Doi's desire to avoid trouble, Tsunade agreed to keep his secret. Just by you? Do you think you can stop me? You brat, we still have unsettled scores. How do you explain this, little one? The ice release of Kirigakure, do you have such audacity? Explain yourself. I am curious to hear how you intend to argue your case. Tsunade pointed at Haku, wrapping her arm around Hyuga Doi's neck from behind. I picked her up 2 years ago while on a mission in the Land of Water. Ha. Then why not find me another? So I too may broaden my horizons. Tsunade crossed her arms, smirking disdainfully. Mr. Doi did not lie. I can vouch for him. When we encountered each other, I was searching for food in the streets. At that time, I had been wandering for quite a while. If it were not for Lord Doi, I believe I would have starved to death. Haku stepped forward to support Hyuga Doi, her gentle and calm voice evoking an inexplicable sorrow in the hearts of those present. Nonsense, since Hyuga Doi dared to act. No one could find a handle to threaten him. Haku, I do not favor the title of Mr. Refer to me as Big Brother like you do with Karen. Yes, Big Brother Doi. Humph, consider yourself lucky. However, what will happen to Haku in the future? If Kirigakure comes knocking, how do you intend to respond? Kirigakure loathes bloodline limits and exterminated Haku's clan. Do they still have the face to come forth? Hyuga Doi, am I to fear Kirigakure? Surely you jest. I only wish to follow Big Brother Doi. I do not like the land of water. Haku spoke in a panic, hastily adding her thoughts. Humph. Do as you wish. If you encounter troubles beyond your capacity to resolve, feel free to seek my assistance. Tsunade paid him no mind, storming off in a fit of rage. Tsunade, leaving a trail of sparks and fury, encountered any dog with a kick and any person with a punch, creating a cloud of dust as she charged into Konoha. Hey, was that Lady Tsunade who just passed by? She has tea signed in yet. Kanetsu rubbed his eyes. You did not see wrong. Judging by Lady Tsunade's demeanor, something is amiss. Just finish the sign-in. Do not disturb her at such a moment. Kamizuki Izumi shrank back, slipping a little further away. Lady Tsunade, wait for me. A voice from afar called out, and moments later, Shizen stood at the entrance to ITS. Shizen, please register. Kanetsu pulled out the registration book. Have you seen Lady Tsunade? She just went in. You better not follow her. The situation seems off. Do not inadvertently harm yourself. Kamizuki Izumi kindly offered a warning. Thank you. I will be cautious. The black-haired little ant entered Konoha, deciding to stroll around the commercial street near the Hokage building to observe the situation closely. At this moment, in the Hokage office, who is it? Who dares to assassinate me? Oh, it's Tsunade. You've returned. Sarutobi Hiruzen removed his Hokage hat, pulling out a 30-centimeter-long wooden stake, staring in astonishment at the assailant. Upon realizing it was Tsunade, he couldn't help but exhale in relief. Thankfully, I nearly faced disfigurement. The office door behind Tsunade had been splintered into pieces, with a fragment still swaying back and forth. Old man, what on earth is happening with the land of the whirlpools? What do you mean? What is happening? What are you talking about? Has the land of the whirlpools already been destroyed? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked bemused. Why are you rambling nonsense the moment you enter? Back then, before the fall of the land of the whirlpools, Konoha received intelligence regarding the situation. Why did the village not dispatch anyone for rescue? Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen still dodging the issue, Tsunade's fury surged higher, and she punched the table, creating a hole in it. How is that possible? I received no intelligence. What have you discovered? Tell me. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. You rebellious disciple. Are you trying to tarnish your teacher's name? Even if you wish to do so, you must employ logic. I encountered a surviving Uzumaki. She informed me that the advisor elder of Konoha had invited the Uzumaki clan to join Konoha before their demise. How do you explain this? Tsunade slammed her palm on the table, causing it to collapse entirely. Go summon the advisor elders. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood, bellowing. His feelings were complex, suspecting he might have been deceived. Moments later, Mito Kazuma and Tsuki Komatsu entered. Tsunade has returned. Hiruzen, what do you require of us? Tsunade recounted the events once more, while Sarutobi Hiruzen closely observed the expressions of the two. This is pure slander. How can such one-sided words be trusted? Given the relationship between the Uzumaki and Konoha, if we had known of such affairs, we would undoubtedly have exerted all efforts to rescue them. Tsunade, where is that Uzumaki? Why was she not brought back? Tsuki Komatsu erupted in anger, loudly questioning. Tsunade, the significance of the Uzumaki to Konoha is irreplaceable. We will not allow such matters to transpire. Is the information from that Uzumaki truly accurate? Mito Kazuma adjusted his glasses, inquiring. She cannot be deceiving me. It must be you two conspiring to keep me in the dark. Tsunade thundered, clenching her fists, her gaze fixed intently on Tsuki Komatsu and Mito Kazuma. Tsunade, how dare you wantonly slander us? Hiruzen, look at what kind of disciple you have trained. Enough. Everyone, cease your clamor and allow me to contemplate. Observing that tensions were escalating, Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted. If that Uzumaki did not lie, the only one capable of such an act might be that scoundrel. Take people to review all intelligence regarding the Uzumaki clan from the Second Shinobi World War. especially those archived in the roots. Investigate thoroughly and bring it back. Why has T. Danzo arrived? Tsunade had always felt something was amiss, and upon hearing the word roots, she suddenly recalled. So there was one old scoundrel missing, 2 years ago. The roots were attacked by unidentified assailants, and Danzo perished. Mito Kazuma replied, "Dead. This matter is likely related to him. His death is indeed a blessing. Tsunade, is this how you slander your predecessors without restraint? Hiruzen, will you not manage her?" Tsuki Komatsu glared at Sarutobi Hiruzen, seeing that Tsunade ignored him. Enough. Everyone should refrain from speaking too much. Let us quietly await the results. Sarutobi Hiruzen, already feeling troubled, found these few imbeciles adding to his distress. An hour later, Z returned to the Hokage office with several scrolls. Tsunade snatched a scroll and examined it closely. The scroll documented. An Umbu spy discovered strange movements from Kumogakure, and after several spies perished, it was revealed that they were preparing to strike the land of the whirlpools. Subsequently, Awagakure and Kirigakure also obtained this intelligence, leading to 3 villages to unite, preparing to dispatch elite ninjas to launch a surprise attack on the land of the whirlpools. Upon receiving the intelligence, Danzo personally went to the land of the whirlpools, inviting the Uzumaki clan to migrate to Konoha, but was met with a severe refusal. The result was the annihilation of the land of the whirlpools. With the 3 ninja villages seizing various scraps, the roots acted in advance, obtaining the legacy ninjutsu scrolls of the Uzumaki clan. The conclusion, as usual, was Danzo's remarks, arrogant and overbearing, conceited and blind. How dare that ungrateful wretch insult me? Even without this crisis, it would still be impossible to escape the fate of annihilation in the future. At present, the village is in a state of instability, with various ninja clans poised to act. For the safety of the village, Konoha must refrain from engaging in such matters. Tsunade, upon reading this, furiously hurled the scroll at the face of the 3rd Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in resignation as he picked up the scroll to examine it closely. After perusing its contents, his expression darkened considerably. He raised his arm and handed the scroll to Uchiha Koharu and Mito Kazumi. The 3 of them, after reading it, fell into a heavy silence. "Elder, do you have anything to say?" "I apologize, Tsunade. This is my failing as Hokage. I have wronged the Uzumaki clan. However, I truly had no knowledge of these events." Sarutobi Hiruzen bowed his head like a quail, while the 2 advisors wore expressions as grim as the bottom of a pot. Tsunade seized several other scrolls, yet found no information that she sought. The root had also apprehended 2 Uzumaki children. Where were they? Tsunade demanded angrily. F3 felt a jolt of alarm. Was the ordeal not yet over? "Zhang, tell me immediately. Where is the scroll that records the fate of those 2 children?" Tsunade grasped Zhang by the throat, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. "Sanasama, here it is." Zhang hastily raised his arm, retrieving another scroll from his ninja tool pouch. The contents of this scroll were so abhorrent that Zhang hesitated to present it at once. Having seen it himself, he struggled to accept its implications. Feeling emotions he ought not to, Tsunade tore open the scroll and skimmed through it rapidly. "This is the misdeed you have committed," she exclaimed, slamming the torn scroll onto the ground before storming out. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently picked up the scroll, and after reading it, felt darkness cloud his vision, collapsing onto the ground. "Danzo, you scoundrel. You've been dead for ages, yet the filth you've left behind remains unclean. I truly wish I could desecrate your grave. Alas, you've left no trace behind, not even a hair, denying me the chance to vent my frustrations." Had Sarutobi Hiruzen known that Danzo had buried several more secrets, he would have likely strived to master the impure world reincarnation to drag Danzo's soul forth for retribution. For instance, Asuma's demise at the hands of the Akatsuki, and later, the Pain's village annihilation incident. Perhaps, Danzo had placed Konoha above all else. Yet, this Konoha was merely one under his dominion. With his limited vision, lack of strength, and reckless conduct, he wielded ambition yet possessed meager political acumen. Such a person holding a high position in Konoha is profoundly unsuitable. It poses a grave disaster for any faction. Uchiha Karu and Mito Kazumi silently picked up the scroll, which detailed the tragic fate of the 2 Uzumaki children, who had perished due to experiments involving wood release. Whether it was wood release or human experimentation, both struck at Tsunade's deepest vulnerabilities. Not to mention, the subjects of these experiments were children of the Uzumaki clan. Tsunade returned to the capital of the Land of Fire, her spirit deflated, carrying a bottle of alcohol. Upon sitting down, she began to drink heavily, the oppressive atmosphere rendering the others silent. It seemed the elder had suffered a severe blow. Had she glimpsed the darker side of humanity in such circumstances? Only Hyuga dared to jest with Tsunade. "Hey, kid, are you mocking me?" Tsunade growled, her brows furrowing as she seized Hyuga Doi by the collar. It appeared that Tsunade was itching for a fight. Let's go outside the village, Hyuga Doi said with a grin before swiftly departing the courtyard. Tsunade, clutching the bottle, followed closely behind. Upon entering a wooded area, Hyuga Doi halted his steps. Tsunade finished the last of her drink and smashed the bottle against the ground. Like a human bulldozer, she charged at Hyuga Doi that he effortlessly sidestepped her, tossing her backward. With a thud, Tsunade collided with a large tree. Damn it, she cried, rising and leaping to stomp down. Hyuga Doi swiftly countered, gripping her waist and spinning her around to dissipate her momentum. With a sudden push, he sent Tsunade flying, her descent graceful as she landed. Is this your true strength, you little brat? Tsunade growled, having taken 2 rounds of defeat. She decided to no longer hold back. She dashed forward, throwing punches with alternating force. You're improving, Tsunade-senpai, Hyuga Doi remarked, his eyes brightening with amusement. He adopted a stance, deftly maneuvering his hands, keeping Tsunade off balance. The spectators, including Kurenai and Shino, watched in awe, their eyes sparkling at the display of prowess. Tsunade-sama. Inuzuka Kiba, or rather, Shizune, worriedly observed Tsunade's unsteady movements. Hyuga Doi seized an opening, tripping Tsunade, and with a swift kick to her rear, sent her flying once more. Tsunade, quick-witted, clung to a nearby tree, landing effortlessly. You little brat, are you deliberately opposing me? What kind of taijutsu are you using? This isn't the gentle fist of the Hyuga. Tsunade rubbed her chest, her expression darkening with pain. This is infuriating. I can't seem to land a hit, while you remain unscathed. Tsunade thought, feeling her brute strength yielding no results. Your taijutsu is too simple and crude. It's effective against novices, but against a true taijutsu master, it proves ineffective. Humph, you little brat. Come at me again. This time, I will be serious. Tsunade, refusing to concede, charged forward like a raging dragon. The two engaged again in a flurry of fists and kicks. Hyuga Doi pushed back her strikes, delivering a sweeping blow toward Tsunade's head. She narrowly dodged, arching backward as the strike shattered a tree with a resounding crack, splintering wood flying everywhere. This is incredible. The trio watching turned pale, their mouths agape in disbelief. If that had connected, her insides would have been reduced to pulp. Tsunade lunged forward, grasping at Hyuga Doi, but he ducked and struck her lower body with a swift jab, sending her flying. Damn it, I've had enough, Tsunade yelled, rising from the ground as she began to walk away. Upon entering the living room, Tsunade resumed her drinking. Such is human nature. In times of goodness, we are like angels. In times of wickedness, we surpass demons, Hyuga Doi mused. Senpai, your actions are futile. The world does not shift according to individual will. To gain something, one must first be willing to lose something. Hyuga Doi plopped down onto the sofa with a grin. Kid, speak plainly. Drinking will not change reality. It only leads to a hangover. If you are dissatisfied with the status quo, you must take action to effect change. Humph. Why don't you take action? You adopt them in secret, fearing others will discover it. I harbor discontent. But do you not as well? Tsunade scoffed. Haha. I have grievances, yet I do not wish to change them. I am like a leaf blown by the wind, incapable of altering anything. But you are different. You are already a great tree, Hyuga Doi replied with a smile. Whoever wishes to be Hokage can do so. Enough of this nonsense. Come join me for a drink. Uzumaki Reina ushered the 2 children off to bed and quietly sat down at the table. To Reina-senpai. Your health is poor. You should rest. With Shizune and me here, it's sufficient, Hyuga Doi suggested. Tsunade nodded in agreement. Signaling for Uzumaki Reina to leave, the 3 gathered around, exchanging toasts and drinks. Shizune succumbed after finishing a bottle, unable to endure any longer. Hyuga Doi and Tsunade possessed formidable constitutions, and the ground was littered with empty bottles. Shizune, go buy more alcohol. Upon seeing Hyuga Doi remain unfazed after countless drinks, Tsunade felt a competitive spirit arise within her. After being mocked by this brat all day, she was determined to win at least 1 round. Tsunade-sama, you've already consumed over 40 bottles. You can't drink anymore. The original alcohol was merely around 20 degrees, far inferior to the spirits of her past life. No way. Quickly, go buy more. The following day, before dawn, Hyuga Doi made his escape. There was no other choice. A major incident had occurred. Upon awakening, Hinata Daichi found himself unexpectedly sharing a bed with Tsunade. After surveying the scene, panic ensued. After all, he was a seasoned veteran in his 30s in his previous life. What on earth had transpired? The circumstances were already glaringly evident. Returning home, he sank into the sofa, lost in thought. He could not recall when he had stopped drinking the previous night. The haze of intoxication had likely led him to sleep. He patted his throbbing head and attempted to piece together the events. All he could vaguely remember was a fierce contest between the two, neither willing to concede, each determined to dominate the other. Confusion washed over Hinata Daichi. Goodness, am I truly that hungry? How could I have let things escalate to this? Drinking really complicates matters. I must quit drinking. With a heavy sigh, he felt an unsettling sense of impurity. How could he resolve this predicament? It was a significant trouble. Alas, he decided to push the thoughts aside. Perhaps this was merely a nightmare. He would address it upon waking again. He burrowed into his own bedding. Reciting the Taoist calming incantation several times, soon, he drifted into a deep sleep. At dawn, a scream pierced the air. Ah, Lady Tsunade, are you all right? Hearing the shriek, Shizen hurriedly rushed into the room. Tsunade, like a statue, stared fixedly at the crimson stain on the sheets, her eyes gradually losing focus. What had transpired the previous night? That. I saw it. Lady Tsunade, you took the initiative. Shizen stammered, her face flushed, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Ah, how vexing. Please leave. I need to sleep a little longer. Tsunade buried her head in the blankets, dismissing Shizen. Tossing and turning, unable to find rest, Tsunade desperately tried to recall fragments of the previous night. Hinata Daichi had succumbed to drunkenness, and Tsunade felt a sense of pride. After carrying him to his room, her mind clouded. They had both collapsed onto the bed. Hinata Daichi was not one to back down easily. The Taoist teachings emphasized that one should not allow friends to perish while they survive. Tsunade, having navigated the ninja world for decades, was equally unwilling to admit defeat. In a fit of rage, she declared war on Hinata Daichi. And then there was no further recollection. Regardless, they had engaged in all manners of activities. Oh no, I have utterly tarnished my reputation, she lamented. At my age, how could I have stumbled so badly? Yet, she mused, perhaps she had not lost entirely. It seemed she had gained something after all. Did I end up begging for mercy? Does this mean I lost on a physical level too? She decided to dismiss the thoughts. After all, she could hardly claim to be at a disadvantage. So be it. With a frustrated sigh, Tsunade leapt from the bed, snatched the sheets, and sealed them in a scroll. She aimed to erase the evidence, out of sight, out of mind. In the afternoon, having composed herself, Tsunade exited her room. Where is Daichi? She casually inquired while sitting on the sofa. She had not seen him all day. Perhaps he had returned to Konoha. The blush on Uzumaki Reina's face and her flickering gaze prompted a response. Upon witnessing Reina's demeanor, Tsunade's heart sank. No way. Does Reina know too? I truly want to die. Oh no, I have something to attend to. I shall take my leave. Tsunade's face flushed from her ears to her cheeks as she hurriedly got up and fled. Reina, I'm leaving now. Lady Tsunade. Wait for me. Shizun, hearing the commotion, hurried after her, clutching the small piglet. Uzumaki Reina stifled a giggle, silently wishing them well. Although there's an age gap, I still wish you both happiness. You are both wonderful people and truly deserve joy. The following morning, Hinata Daichi casually accepted a task to eliminate bandits and swiftly departed from Konoha. He wished to avoid any confrontation with Tsunade. It was best to maintain some distance and keep calm. As he leisurely made his way, he pondered how to navigate the situation. Although Tsunade's character suggested she likely wouldn't pursue him, Hinata Daichi was no gambler. He never engaged in such risky endeavors. Women were notoriously enigmatic. Who could decipher their thoughts? A woman's heart is like a needle in the ocean, and that adage held true as a mature and composed man. He would not fall into such a trap. 2 days later, Hinata Daichi arrived at the border between the land of fire and the land of waves. After locating his employer and gathering pertinent information, he set off in the afternoon. Upon completing the task, he returned to his employer, collected his commission, and prepared to leave. Hinata Daichi planned to leisurely travel back, estimating the journey would take about a week. Unfortunately, plans often change. The following evening, he found his path obstructed. Byakugan. Activate. Excuse me. Is there something you need? Hinata Daichi assessed the figure before him, who wore a headscarf adorned with the emblem of the dual suns. His heart lifted with excitement. It seems fate has arrived. Today is indeed my lucky day. Suddenly, an old man with closed eyes emerged from the shadows, standing before the obstructing ninja. I am Ootsutsuki Shinran. Hailing from the moon, a distant relative of the Hyuga clan. You must be Hinata Daichi, correct? Indeed. Might I ask why you have impeded my journey? I come bearing the will of our ancestor, the Ootsutsuki of Yomiuri. It is only natural that we fulfill our ancestor's legacy, as blood of Yomiuri flows through us both. By your reasoning, Every Hyuga possesses the Ootsutsuki Yumura bloodline. You should seek out the main branch. Not me. I am merely a common member of the branch family. Hinata Daichi feigned ignorance, casually dismissing the old man. No. Others lack the purity of blood. Only your eyes possess the highest degree of clarity, making them the closest to the Rinnegan. Coupled with your physique, which closely resembles our ancestor S, awakening the Rinnegan is inevitable. Ootsutsuki Shinran spoke with fervor, excitement gleaming in his eyes. The branch family has restrictions on its caged birds. You cannot take my eyes. Huh. The cage cannot confine such a pure eye. If you intend to deflect me with such excuses, it seems you are unwilling to cooperate. Now, seize his Byakugan. Ootsutsuki Shinran's expression shifted. Commanding his subordinates to attack, puppets swiftly advanced towards Hinata Daichi, wielding dual saw blades with deadly intent. Drawing his long sword from his waist, Hinata Daichi blocked their assault. The sword, 3 feet in length, double-edged, shimmered with a chilling light. Unmistakably a remarkable weapon, Hinata Daichi had devoted considerable time and effort to forge this sword, utilizing many rare materials. It was named Doken.A. As the surrounding winds howled, a swarm of puppets leaped above Hinata Daichi, each brandishing dual blades, leaving him with no means of escape. 0.8 trigrams palm. Returning Heaven's Sword, a white energy shield, laden with countless sword shadows, spun rapidly, shredding the puppets into mere fragments. Yet another group of puppets surged forward, encircling Hinata Daichi once more. The puppet leader perched atop a tree, summoning a sphere of light before him. Senjutsu, metal release, Tai splitting sword. The long sword in his hand flickered, rapidly splitting into hundreds of blades, their points aimed outward, protecting Hinata Daichi at the center. This technique harnessed the elemental energy of metal, shaped through a reference to the Shuriken shadow clone technique. Kill, Hinata Daichi bellowed. The sword shadows surged like a torrent, sweeping through the puppets, obliterating them. The puppet leader's sphere of light was instantaneously pierced, injuring several puppets in the process. The multitude of sword shadows continued their advance, tearing apart the puppet leader and encircling Ootsutsuki Shinran. The entire sequence unfolded too swiftly. Ootsutsuki Shinran was left astonished, unable to react. Do you have any further words? Hinata Daichi inquired with a smile, gazing at the old man trapped in a dire predicament. I never expected your strength to be so formidable, and you do not even employ the Hyuga clan's gentle fist technique. I have no words left. You may kill me. Ootsutsuki Shinran's face turned ashen, bowing his head, awaiting his demise. Out of respect for our ancestor, I shall spare you this time. However, should your kin from the moon cause any more trouble for my clan, I will not be so lenient. With a wave of his hand, Hinata Daichi dispelled the sword formation and departed with nonchalance. Ootsutsuki Shinran stood stunned for a moment before hastily boarding a flying puppet, retreating swiftly. Senjutsu, breath concealment technique. Hinata Daichi's presence vanished entirely as he followed from a distance. This technique countered various sensory ninjutsu, merging seamlessly with the natural energies. Everyone despises the sly, yet everyone is a bit sly themselves. After following for approximately half a day, Ootsutsuki Shinran, perched upon his puppet bird, swiftly dove downward. Byakugan, activate. Within his field of vision, the puppet bird descended into a valley, landing before the entrance of a cave at the valley's base. Ootsutsuki Shinran, accompanied by several puppets, entered the cave, progressing diagonally downward until he finally halted at the edge of a pool of water that emitted a faint green luminescence. Without hesitation, Ootsutsuki Shinran and his puppets leapt directly into the water, vanishing from sight. Moments later, Hinata Daichi emerged, scooping up some of the pool's water for inspection. The water in his hands quickly evaporated. This place resembled a barrier technique that condensed natural energy, or perhaps a formation. For a teleportation formation to exist for thousands of years, only a formation could accomplish such a feat. As Hinata Daichi surveyed the surroundings, he noticed a character etched into the ceiling of the cave. Ah. In the context of the ninja world, it roughly signifies beginning. A commonly associated term is Ahon, where one represents the commencement, and the other, the conclusion. Observing the intricacies of the formation with his Byakugan, Hinata Daichi ultimately determined that the character I was the focal point of the formation. Without lingering further, he turned and leapt into the green pool that he fell downward, passing through a curtain of water into a space filled with luminous orbs and stone spheres. Hinata Daichi recalled that these orbs were illusionary traps known as memory cages. He leaped from sphere to sphere, descending without sensing how far he had fallen. In reality, his body was ascending, This distortion of spatial perception was somewhat unsettling. After several minutes of progression, he spotted a glimmering blue light ahead. Upon arrival, he found a blue pool of water. Once more, he jumped in, continuing his descent for a few minutes before emerging into another cave. Hinata Daichi scanned his surroundings and discovered the character Hun inscribed on the cave's ceiling. Advancing through the cave, he encountered a large blue crab dozing peacefully. Ignoring it, he pressed onward, as the creature seemed oblivious to his presence. Ahead, he noticed a source of light and exited the cave, revealing a vast ocean before him. Sage art, sword manipulation, sage art, concealment technique. Hinata Daichi stepped onto the Daojun sword, soaring silently into the sky. Utilizing the chakra of sage arts within his body to harness the external wind-based natural energy, this was Hinata Daichi's method of sword flight. He traversed the ocean and forests, the scenery breathtaking. Various geographical environments were present, making it an ideal vacation spot. An hour later, he encountered a vast expanse of village ruins. Ootsutsuki Shinran and his companions had already reached a distant high mountain, atop which lay a grand palace complex. Hinata Daichi landed in the village center and entered a grand hall of a temple. After a brief exploration, he discovered some hieroglyphics. The general meaning of the inscription suggested an ancient oath. If humanity on Earth collapses, the reincarnation I will resurrect, wielding immense power to annihilate humankind. Approaching the statue of the feathered village, he shattered a stone tablet, revealing a hidden staircase. Descending, he found a spacious chamber filled with tombs. The end was not visible, and the number of graves remained unclear. In the original text, the lunar Ootsutsuki clan had a population that exceeded tens of thousands at its peak. The conflict between the main family and the branch family on the moon seemed endless. Humanity persistently marched towards self-destruction, a truly lamentable fate. Hinata Daichi sighed. Hey, do you not wish to see me? Very well, I shall prioritize my duties. After pausing for a moment, noticing that a certain individual had no intention of revealing themselves, Hinata Daichi turned and departed. Exiting the temple, he mounted the Daojun sword and soared into the sky, disappearing beyond the horizon. Great Elder, the mission has failed. Ootsutsuki Shinran bore an expression of shame, feeling unworthy to face the two individuals before him. Shinran, please elaborate on the specifics of the situation. Ootsutsuki Shinran recounted the details of the mission, causing the Great Elder to furrow his brow in concern. This matter is not your fault. It stems from our lack of intelligence. Having underestimated the situation, the Great Elder sighed. With such a figure as Hinata Daichi existing on Earth, it is likely that we shall never acquire the Byakugan in our lifetime. This task must be entrusted to Shirin. We have but a few years left to live. Rest assured, elders, I shall take care of this matter. Ootsutsuki Shirin pledged confidently, a smile gracing his face. Second Elder, on this trip to Earth, did you encounter Hinata? I did not. I did not go to Konoha. I see. Well, we shall meet again someday. The three parted ways, returning to their respective places of rest. Emerging from the shadows, Hinata Daichi quietly observed the Grand Reincarnation Eye. Resembling a small sun, not far away, the Grand Reincarnation Eye seemed to draw him in, as if beckoning him closer. Once the three Ootsutsuki had fallen into slumber, Hinata Daichi infiltrated their chamber. Sage art, soul sealing technique. The souls of the three were instantly imprisoned within the spiritual platform, severing the connection between their souls and bodies. This technique was not overly complex, but could certainly confine them for at least a week. Unnecessary conflict was best avoided. Hinata Daichi sought out the lunar Ootsutsuki's library. Remaining there for 3 days, that he thoroughly read the history of the Ootsutsuki clan and discovered the method to control the Grand Reincarnation Eye. You old fool, have you finally reached your limit? A smile crept upon Hinata Daichi's lips as he exited the library. Outside the door stood a human lacking eyes. To be precise, it was a corpse. Hinata Daichi, I wish to speak with you. Please come to the temple. Upon finishing this statement, the corpse shattered into fragments, gradually transforming into ash. Hinata Daichi suspended the three Ootsutsuki with large 4 drips to prevent them from starving and reinforced the sealing technique once more. He soared through the sky on his sword, swiftly returning to the village temple and descending into the burial chamber below. As he passed by countless graves, he halted before the largest tomb at the end. The tombstone bore several ancient characters. Fortunately, Hinata Daichi had read nearly all historical texts over the years, and these characters represented a name: Ootsutsuki Yumura, ancestral spirit. Do you wish to see me? Hinata Daichi bowed before the tomb. Respectfully inquiring, a spectral figure gradually materialized, revealing an elderly man with long horns. Hinata Daichi, what brings you to the moon? The old man was quite straightforward. Directly posing the question. It seemed he was well aware of Hinata Daichi's recent actions. Ancestral spirit. The Ootsutsuki on the moon have attacked me, so I have come to gather intelligence on them. Hinata Daichi spoke earnestly, presenting himself as an honest individual. The Six-Path Sage brothers were indeed formidable, yet seasoned snoopers. Hinata Daichi had no desire to offend them, as doing so would yield no benefits. Even if one day he could defeat them, there was no need to cultivate animosity. However, defeating the two brothers within a decade was akin to chasing a fantasy. They had trained for over 1,000 years. It was hard to believe they had not made any progress. Even a pig that lived for 1,000 years would evolve into a formidable force. In human interactions, emotional intelligence, social etiquette, and manners must never be discarded. Those who enjoy confronting the heavens, the earth, and even the air will inevitably meet a dismal end at a person who speaks harshly and lacks emotional intelligence. All the while putting on an act, will find no one to appreciate them. Cultivating good relationships is the true path of life, a principle that holds true in any world. Now, do you perceive their intentions? Ootsutsuki Yumura continued to inquire. Indeed, they seek to seize the Byakugan and activate that reincarnation eye, ultimately aiming to annihilate the ninja world. Then, what do you intend to do? I wish to thwart them. My final will was never intended for such a fate. They have misinterpreted it. The story behind this is rather lengthy. Ootsutsuki Yumura sighed with relief, revealing a kind smile. Subsequently, the old man recounted the tale beginning with Ootsutsuki Kaguya, continuing until the demise of the Ootsutsuki clan. After listening for nearly an hour, Hinata Daichi did not exhibit any signs of impatience. This narrative served as the most comprehensive historical account, far richer and more authentic than the original text. Since they have misinterpreted your final will, why not simply enlighten them? Hinata Daichi questioned, puzzled by the complexity of the matter. I do not wish to see them. Very well. It seems that the branch family of Ootsutsuki has greatly disappointed the old man, leading him to abandon them entirely. Hyuga can only sigh. One reaps what one sows. From the moment they raised their blades against the Ootsutsuki main family, Ootsutsuki Yumura must have been utterly disillusioned with the branch family. Very well, I shall inform them. Simply eliminating them would be an effortless resolution to the crisis, inquired Ootsutsuki Yumura. Forefather, there is no need for such drastic measures. I have no inclination towards taking lives. If punishment is truly warranted, it would suffice for you to take action yourself. Please do not involve me in this. After all, I share a distant kinship with them. I wish to remain untainted by such sins. Aside from those deserving of punishment, Hyuga has indeed never taken a life. Since you are unwilling, let it be. Ootsutsuki Yumura's smile brightened further. He found this little fellow quite satisfactory. Your energy is unlike that of a ninja. It possesses an exceptional quality, even surpassing that of Sage Chakra. Have you discovered a superior path to cultivation, truly worthy of being a forefather? You discerned it at a glance. Hyuga chuckled heartily. Subtly retrieving a tall hat to place upon the elder's head, your foundation is remarkably strong. Have you considered awakening the Tenseigan? I leave that to fate, regardless of whether I possess the Tenseigan. I remain myself. Yumura nodded in satisfaction, his expression radiating warmth. Your disposition resembles that of a monk, bearing some similarities to Brother Yui. The sage of six paths later renounced worldly ties to seek atonement. Of course, monks in this world are not forbidden from marriage. Little one, your mindset is commendable. In truth, you are already quite close to awakening the Tenseigan. If you continue to cultivate in this manner, you shall undoubtedly become an extraordinary powerhouse. What the forefather says is true. I share the same sentiment. Ootsutsuki Yumura's words were quite insightful, and Hyuga harbored no strong desire for the Tenseigan. While its attainment would be delightful, its absence is equally acceptable. That he walks the path of longevity, fundamentally different from that of a ninja. Even if time is spent, he will eventually become invincible. The art of killing is merely a means to an end. The essence of the universe is the true foundation of all that. I wish to entrust you with the task of destroying the Tenseigan, thus eliminating the threat to the ninja world, Ootsutsuki Yumura declared. Very well. However, I cannot guarantee its destruction. I shall impart my chakra to you. With it, you will be able to dismantle it. I hope you will safeguard the ninja world and humanity in the future. Ootsutsuki Yumura spoke earnestly, raising his hand to condense a sphere of light that flew into Hyuga body. Look, are not the benefits already manifesting? Polite and well-behaved children are favored by their elders. Hyuga felt elated. This journey had not been in vain. He had secured the approval of Ootsutsuki, and perhaps in the future, he might glean unexpected advantages from the Sage of Six Paths as well. Thank you, forefather. The quality of Ootsutsuki's chakra was exceedingly high. With formidable offensive capabilities, Yumura's chakra had been cultivated to an elevated state. You may take your leave now. I must return to my slumber. Upon finishing his words, Ootsutsuki waved his hand and gradually faded away. Forefather, I shall visit you again. Hyuga bowed respectfully and departed the tomb. Upon returning to the branch family's palace, Hyuga approached the Great Tensigen. Controlling the Great Tensigen, he extracted his memories, locating the segment of his conversation with Yumura and duplicating 3 fragments of memory. The memory orb swiftly flew into the minds of 3 Ootsutsuki branch family members. Hyuga had no interest in engaging with them, leaving them to repent and atone for their lives, though Ootsutsuki expressed a desire to eliminate them. If he were to take genuine action, it would likely be him who intervened. Having gained no benefits, he would most likely be expelled from the moon. The golden Great Tensigen was exceptionally beautiful, with 2 snowflake patterns overlapping and slowly rotating. The Byakugan, Divine Sky Strike, Ootsutsuki's chakra, and the spiritual energy within Hyuga fused, unleashing a punch of high-density energy. Hyuga experienced the supreme body technique of the Byakugan in advance. The Divine Sky Strike parted the air, trailing a long vacuum tail behind it. The punch swiftly struck the Great Tensigen, moving at a speed too rapid to be discerned. The Great Tensigen shattered instantly. With countless Byakugan raining down like droplets, the punch created a vacuum environment, perhaps rivaling a single blow capable of fracturing space. However, it was still far from Ootsutsuki Kaguya's 80 Divine Sky Strikes. Kaguya unleashed dozens of Divine Sky Strikes in an instant, truly overwhelming and inescapable. Hyuga followed the descent, with mountains of Byakugan accumulating beneath him. Surrounded by countless Byakugan, it was a true boon for those afflicted with severe anxiety. It would surely prove remarkably therapeutic. Hyuga summoned over 1,000 shadow clones to begin absorbing the ocular power of these Byakugan, discarding the personal will energy within the Byakugan. The amount of ocular power he could absorb was limited. The ocular power of these Byakugan, lacking in purity compared to the Hyuga clan, could only achieve qualitative change through quantitative accumulation. 2 days later, the ocular power was fully absorbed. The mountain of Byakugan was incinerated into ashes by Hyuga flame. He felt a slight pressure in his eyes and examined himself in the mirror. A shimmering halo flowed within his white eyes, with both purity and ocular power having increased somewhat. Returning to his residence, he obtained the bodily tissues and blood of Ootsutsuki Kaguya. Subsequently, he did the soul-sealing curse on the 3 individuals and departed on his sword. Upon reaching the tomb of Ootsutsuki, he informed him that the task had been accomplished, leaving a flying thunder god mark in this abandoned village. Hyuga appeared at the entrance of the teleportation array, following the original plan. After a week of leisure, Hyuga returned to Konoha. After submitting his mission at the task department, he plunged headlong into the laboratory. After 3 months of arduous effort, Hyuga achieved satisfactory experimental results. The fusion of his essence with Ootsutsuki Kaguya's cells proceeded smoothly, with the rejection issue flawlessly resolved. The 2 fused, unlocking additional gene locks. The ocular power of the Byakugan continually transcended, while Kaguya's cells further enhanced Hyuga physical form. He referred to it as Ootsutsuki's cells. The chakra refined from these cells was compared with that of Ootsutsuki. Although of high quality, it still fell considerably short. What? You say Hyuga is lining his own pockets? Is it not only natural to receive some benefits while running errands for others? Yumura did not express any discontent, did he? On the other hand, the fusion with Kinshiki's cells was also successful. However, upon the integration of Ootsutsuki's cells with Kinshiki's, a notable collective regression phenomenon emerged. Later, a flash of inspiration struck Hyuga, leading him to conduct a forbidden experiment. The Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki cells fused to create Ootsutsuki's cells. The fusion of Ootsutsuki's cells with Ootsutsuki's led to mutual annihilation, ultimately culminating in destruction. However, after the integration of Kinshiki's cells, the 2 remarkably maintained an eerie balance. Following this balance, Ootsutsuki's cells and Ootsutsuki's cells rapidly fused, beginning a process of continuous transcendence and division. Ultimately, they formed the shape of a woman, which then expanded into a sphere and exploded into ashes. Hyuga was taken aback. nearly prepared to flee in terror. The woman-shaped entity was strikingly familiar to Hyuga Michi, for she was none other than Ootsutsuki Kaguya. After this incident, Hyuga Michi truly dared not act recklessly any longer. The cells of Ootsutsuki Umura and Ootsutsuki Yui, after all, were not directly obtained from them, bearing significant differences. These two types of cells were, in essence, a fusion of the cells of their descendants, having been diluted numerous times that it was likely that the physical constitution of Ootsutsuki Kaguya could not be synthesized. Hyuga Michi harbored a lingering suspicion. Even if the Sage of Six Paths were to provide him with their cells, he would still be unable to merge into a constitution of Kaguya's caliber. Currently, Hyuga Michi had no intention of merging with Ootsutsuki Kaguya's cells. His power was already sufficiently formidable. The Taoist path of cultivation emphasizes one's original nature. What one inherently possesses is the most suitable and will not result in future repercussions. Even if a fusion were to occur, it must await the further advancement of his physical form. Only when his body could effortlessly suppress the cells of Ootsutsuki Kaguya would there be no lingering hazards. The fusion of the cell project has been temporarily shelved, serving as a potential backup strategy for the future. However, the experiments may continue, perhaps yielding new discoveries. 6 months later, Hinata Daichi removed a note from the crow. Revealing a letter from Uchiha Itachi as he unfolded it. Uchiha Itachi informed Hinata Daichi that the leader of the Akatsuki organization aimed to capture the nine-tailed beasts. Moreover, it seemed that Pain possessed the ability to manipulate gravity. Additionally, he had confirmed the identity of the masked man. With a flicker of flame from his fingertips, the paper was slowly reduced to ashes. Daichi and the weather is getting colder. Here, this is for you. Hinata held up a paper bag. Her face slightly flushed as she gazed down at the ground. Thank you, Hinata. Hinata Daichi accepted the bag with his left hand, while his right hand affectionately ruffled Hinata's hair. His gaze shifted to another, extending his hand in a gesture that inquired, "What about your gift?" Daichi and always bullies me. Hinata Hanabi huffed, pulling out a small box and slamming it into Hinata Daichi's hand. Daichi and this is my gift. Hinata Niji, observing the sisters' interaction, passed a pair of tactical gloves to Hinata Daichi. These gloves offered a certain degree of protection without hindering the use of ninjutsu. They appeared to be of the same style as those worn by Kakashi. This is a training scroll for Taiji and Bagua Soft Fist. It contains some personal insights on martial arts. You may refer to it, but you must have your own understanding. Hinata Daichi produced 2 scrolls and handed them to Hinata and Niji. Everyone has their own martial path to follow. Only those who discover it can become strong. You may exchange and view the scrolls, but confidentiality is paramount. It must not be disclosed. I understand. Daichi and Yes, Daichi and Hey, Daichi and What about me? Hinata Hanabi exclaimed, jumping up and pushing past Hinata and Niji. Wait until you enroll in the Jounin Academy next year, then I will have them teach you. For now, focus on mastering the family's soft fist. All right, Hanabi replied dejectedly as she walked away, while the 3 began their respective training. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing a knock at the door, Hinata Daichi went to open it. Senpai? What brings you here? Standing outside was the somewhat anxious black-haired lady. I need to speak with you. Turned and walked away, prompting Hinata Daichi to follow her. The 2 arrived at a secluded corner, where began to glance around cautiously. Byakugan, activate. There's no one around. What is it? You can speak now. What are you implying? Sneaking around like a thief. Hinata Daichi thought to himself. Lady Tsunade, she's pregnant. Bit her lip and finally revealed the news, anxiously watching Hinata Daichi's reaction. Haha, Tsunade is pregnant. Why do you tell me this? Wait, are you implying? Hinata Daichi felt a rush of panic, staring intently at It's yours. She's already 9 months along. Nodded, speaking softly. Hinata Daichi felt as if struck by lightning, his mind blank and dizzying. After a moment, he gradually regained his composure. Glaring at he found himself at a loss for words. Could a nearly 50-year-old woman still conceive? However, given Tsunade's robust constitution, it was not entirely impossible. This world was different from his previous life. The physical resilience of its inhabitants was greater. Why tell me now? Hinata Daichi pondered for a moment. Restructuring his thoughts, Tsunade-sama forbade me from telling you. I sneaked out to inform you. Lately, her emotions have been unstable that I thought having the child's father accompany her might help. The baby is due in about a month. If you're not here, it seems unfair to both you and the child. After finishing her explanation, sighed, feeling a weight lift from her shoulders. Where is Tsunade now? Southwest of Konoha. in Shinhua Town. I'll take you there. Relax your body. Hinata Daichi sighed and, together with In, vanished in a flash using the Flying Thunder God technique. Upon arriving in the small town, they soon stood before a courtyard. Wow, that was fast. Was that Flying Thunder God? In mused internally. In, you little rascal, using shadow clones to fool me. Where is she? Where did she run off to? Before they could enter, Tsunade's agitated voice echoed from within. Sorry, Tsunade-sama, I'm back. In hurriedly ran in, keeping her head bowed as she returned to her duties. Hinata Daichi, what are you doing here? Tsunade's pupils dilated, a hint of guilt and weakness in her tone. I suddenly felt the urge to leave here. A change of scenery might lift my spirits. In, was this your doing? In remained silent, her head bowed, seemingly resigned to her fate. Hinata Daichi also chose to remain quiet. Sitting beside Tsunade with a cold smirk, In, pour a cup of tea for Daichi. Tsunade composed herself and shot a fierce glare at In. Hinata Daichi accepted the cup of tea. Taking a sip before placing it on the table. Tsunade-sama is about to become a mother. Congratulations. However, I haven't heard any news of your marriage. This sudden pregnancy has piqued my curiosity about the child's father. Tsunade-sama, will you indulge my curiosity? Hinata Daichi smiled slyly at Tsunade. This. Ha ha ha. I don't want to tell you. Just get lost. Tsunade's mind raced, realizing how difficult it was to respond. Her emotions surged, prompting her to angrily chase him away. Oh, I see. Fine. I'll return to Konoha and ask others, like Jiraiya or the third Hokage. Perhaps someone might tell me. Hinata Daichi stood up, preparing to leave. Wait. Tsunade grasped Hinata Daichi's wrist, her face flushed with embarrassment. If that bunch of rascals finds out, I'll have no face to live. So, Tsunade-sama is willing to satisfy my curiosity. The father of the child is you. Are you satisfied? You rascal. Tsunade's temper flared once more, scolding him. Well, since it has come to this, I have nothing more to say. Once the child is born, let us marry, Hinata Daichi calmly stated as he sat back down. I refuse. I'm the one who decided to carry her. It is not your decision. I've resolved to raise her on my own, and this matter does not concern you. Initially, Tsunade was frantic and fearful upon discovering her pregnancy. She had no idea what to do. Her mind racing with worries for many days without making a decision. As her belly gradually grew, the feeling of connection filled her once desolate spirit. Her heart, once lifeless, began to sprout anew, feeling the stirrings of new life. She suddenly realized she was still alive. Each passing day was imbued with renewed hope. Thus, she made a bold decision. She would never abandon this child, no matter what. Doesn't he concern you? You say that so lightly. She carries my blood. Spare me your grandiloquent words. I can sense that you seem not to care for her. You can barely take care of yourself. This is not something you can handle. Tsunade, typically bold and generous, revealed an unexpected sensitivity. I genuinely don't know whether I like her, but I understand that there are responsibilities that come with being a father. Hinata Daichi's feelings were a tangled mess of confusion. If that is what you wish to express, I've heard enough. You may leave. I want peace to nurture the child. Ouch, that little rascal kicked me again. Tsunade gently touched her belly, a blissful smile gracing her face. No, I intend to stay and care for you. As for everything else, we can discuss it after the child is born. You can care for me. You should return to the village. Don't linger here and cause trouble for In. Tsunade scoffed, her frustration bubbling just beneath the surface. In observed quietly from the side, remaining silent. Wait a moment. I'll make some preparations and return shortly. Hinata Daichi turned and exited the small courtyard, directly using the Flying Thunder God technique to head toward the capital of the Land of Fire. Hinata Daichi summoned dozens of shadow clones, scattering them to go shopping. Half an hour later, the shadow clones returned. Before them lay a mountain of supplies, and they swiftly produced dozens of sealing scrolls to neatly pack everything away. Various foods and medicinal herbs were piled high, and it seemed the shadow clones would have to bear the burden. The sealing scrolls were remarkably useful, though they could not seal living beings or food. Hinata Daichi and the shadow clones together utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Qianwei Town. Wow, did you buy so much food? It will last us quite a while. Jingyin exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise at the abundance of supplies, which included flour, meats, vegetables, fish, seasonings, oils, vinegar, seafood, and fruits. Everything one could desire. Buying this much? The fridge won't hold it all. You're just a kid who knows how to waste money. If you have extra cash, I can help you manage it. Tsunade clumsily supported her belly, her gaze slightly envious. Hinata Daichi unfurled a sealing scroll, and two large refrigerators materialized before them. The shadow clones promptly carried the refrigerators into the room, leaving Tsunade momentarily speechless. Hinata Daichi continued to unroll the scroll. And tables, chairs, pots, bowls, baby clothes, toys, diapers, formula, a crib, and a stroller appeared successively in the courtyard. Most astonishingly, a large bed was among the items. Tsunade's face flushed at the sight of the bed, her thoughts drifting to peculiar notions. Jingin's gaze also wandered, seemingly lost in thought. Daichi, you are so considerate. There are even items I hadn't thought of. Jingin addressed him with newfound respect, prompting Tsunade to glare at her. What do you mean by calling this little brat lord? Are you placing him alongside me? Jingin, you traitor. Hinata Daichi placed a rocking chair in front of Tsunade. Give it a try and see if it's comfortable. Oh, this chair is strange. Why is it moving? Tsunade exclaimed as the rocking chair began to sway, startling her. Hey, it rocks back and forth. It's quite pleasant. Tsunade quickly found her enthusiasm, rocking vigorously. This was crafted by Hinata Daichi himself. I couldn't find one for sale anywhere. Slow down. If you rock too hard, the baby inside you might get dizzy. Their brain is still developing and very delicate. Hinata Daichi handed her several cushions to support her waist and neck. Haha, so comfortable, so comfortable. Tsunade laughed heartily, casting a satisfied glance at him. Jingin looked on with envy, clearly eager to try it herself. Stop for a moment. I need to check on the baby. Hinata Daichi held the rocking chair steady, placing his right hand on Tsunade's abdomen. Are you skilled in medical arts? Jingin has checked on me many times. The baby is quite healthy. Tsunade did not refuse but remained skeptical of Hinata Daichi's medical prowess. Senjutsu, micro technique. With a hand seal, Hinata Daichi's right hand glowed with a pale green chakra. The chakra split into two paths, swiftly enveloping Tsunade's entire body. Closing his eyes, he followed the flow of energy. Sensing the conditions within her, groups of cells passed by, conducting the most fundamental and intuitive comprehensive examination. Senjutsu chakra, little brat, you're impressive. Did you create this medical ninjutsu? Tsunade expressed her astonishment and envy. She had dedicated her life to mastering senjutsu, yet had yet to succeed. Do not disturb me. We can talk later. Tsunade's health was significantly better than the average person, however. Years of being a ninja had left her with some hidden injuries. Senjutsu, return to origin. The energy, also known as natural energy, surged into her meridians, forcefully controlling her chakra as it circulated through every cell, invigorating the energy flow within her body, and healing problematic cells while expelling unnecessary ones into the metabolic system. Ah, this feels so delightful. My body feels incredibly light, and my cells seem more vibrant and full of life. Tsunade closed her eyes, sensing her body's state improving, while the baby inside her also stirred with excitement. Swimming rapidly in the amniotic fluid. Senjutsu, cleansing the marrow. After addressing Tsunade's chronic injuries, Hinata Daichi focused on the baby. The baby possessed a good constitution, with all meridians naturally unobstructed. This meant that upon birth, she would quickly master the Hyuga clan's healing techniques. Hinata Daichi cautiously mobilized energy to refine the baby's entire being. Half an hour later, he ceased his technique. Little brat, you have quite a few secrets. Which sacred place did you learn your senjutsu from? Tsunade inquired, her eyes wide open. I just improvised. It has nothing to do with any sacred place. These medical ninjutsu of yours are quite impressive. Did you come up with them yourself? Tsunade's curiosity was piqued, her eyes glinting with desire. As a medical expert, she was eager to delve deeper into such useful techniques. Sort of, but it won't do you any good. You can't learn the techniques that combine senjutsu and yang release. Hinata Daichi ruthlessly dashed Tsunade's hopes. Don't you know senjutsu? Can't you teach it to me? I'll exchange ninjutsu for it. You can choose any two. How about it? I'm generous, right? You can't learn my senjutsu. Although I haven't studied the three great sacred places techniques, my senjutsu is likely more difficult to master. Is that so? How cruel fate is to those of you with talent. Sigh. Jingin, come help me. My belly hurts. Hinata Daichi helped her up and handed her over to Jingin, who supported Tsunade into the room. The name cleansing the marrow clearly indicated that cells undergoing pathological changes would be expelled from the body and must be metabolized outside. When Tsunade emerged again, Hinata Daichi handed her a list. What's this for? Are these dish names? The list was densely packed with hundreds of names, and Tsunade could only discern a fraction of it. Choose for yourself. Whatever you want to eat, I'll make it. You can cook too? Tsunade's expression turned skeptical, but recalling his ability to create so many shadow clones, she began to understand his versatility. A little. Hinata Daichi humbly smiled. Really? then I want tea hold back. This one, and this one. 8 should be enough. I'm a bit hungry. Are you sure you can cook? Tsunade confirmed once more that you'll find out shortly. Hinata Daichi entered the kitchen, with Jingin hurriedly following to assist. He dispatched several shadow clones to arrange all the necessary cooking utensils. The shadow clones handled chopping and preparing the ingredients, while his main body managed the frying and boiling. Flames roared on the stove as the iron pot flipped and tossed, with spatulas flying about. Half an hour later, the meal was complete. 8 dishes and a soup filled the air with tantalizing aromas that wafted throughout the house. Daichi, you're amazing, Jingin exclaimed, her mouth agape in awe. So impressive. Daichi is truly the most incredible chef in the world. Hinata Daichi removed his apron and stepped out of the kitchen, where Tsunade sat eagerly on the sofa, clearly drawn in by the delicious scents. I am about to dig in. With the dishes arranged, the three began their meal. Hinata Daichi sampled a few bites before setting down his chopsticks. Practicing his culinary skills stemmed from his inability to adapt to the local cuisine, which he found rather bland. Cooking had become his sole hobby over 2 lifetimes. Unfortunately, he no longer relied on food. Absorbing spiritual energy had gradually diminished his hunger, and he had reached the legendary state of fasting. Whether or not he ate, he felt no hunger. Tsunade dove into her meal like a hungry tiger, while Jingin maintained a slightly more elegant demeanor. However, her mouth moved rapidly, indicating both were adept at relishing their food. Jingin, I can't reach that, Tsunade called out. Jingin quickly set down her chopsticks and moved the plate closer. After all, Tsunade couldn't bend down at the moment. Daichi is incredible. I've never had such delicious food. It's decent. There is still room for improvement. Hinata Daichi spoke truthfully. His cooking skills had yet to reach the extraordinary level of his previous life. After devouring every morsel, Jingin tidied up and headed to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Little brat, your culinary skills are commendable. I allow you to stay. Had she not been so full, Tsunade would have genuinely wanted seconds. As long as you're happy. As time passed day by day, Hinata Daichi's daily tasks primarily revolved around preparing meals, adhering to Tsunade's culinary preferences. Moreover, the most crucial aspect of his routine was to reinforce the child's physical health each day. Tsunade required at least 6 meals daily, and there were occasions when she would awaken in the middle of the night, banging on the door, demanding that Hinata Daichi return to the kitchen for yet another meal. By the end of the month, Tsunade had noticeably gained weight. Even Shizen's pointed chin had softened, as she exclaimed daily, I can't eat anymore. I truly can't. Soon, the day of childbirth arrived, and Tsunade successfully delivered a baby girl, holding the wrinkled little bundle. Hinata Daichi felt a jolt of realization. I have a child. Is this truly my offspring? In his previous life, Hinata Daichi had been a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, although his medical skills were not exceptionally remarkable. He had reached his 30s without ever marrying. It was well known that traditional Chinese medicine was not a lucrative profession. Thus, Hinata Daichi had barely managed to uphold his medical ethics, often treating impoverished patients at his own expense. By the time he reached his 30s, he possessed little savings and remained single until his demise. As he observed the tiny being in his arms, the entire world seemed to transform into something tangible and intimate. Tsunade had once remarked to him, You always seem like a bystander, as if you were indifferent to everything. Tsunade was astute. Hinata Daichi truly felt that this world was unreal, akin to a dream from which he feared awakening, only to find everything vanished. Now, however, everything was different. Hinata Daichi had discovered his anchor, the child in his hands, his very own child. Placing the baby beside Tsunade, Hinata Daichi began to assist her in recovery. They had yet to decide on a name for the child, which was quite a dilemma. Let's call her Qianwei. Hinata Daichi suggested Dada. That name is rather lovely. How did I not think of it? The little one was born in Qianwei town, which held significant sentimental value. Tsunade decisively agreed, and both tacitly avoided mentioning a surname. Should they choose the surname Hinata, Tsunade would undoubtedly oppose it. Opting for Senju would contradict the legacy of the previous Hokage. A year later, Hinata Daichi lounged on the sofa with a book while a small child squirmed in his lap. Daddy, I want to hear a story. Ah, very well. What does Qianwei wish to hear? Hinata Daichi beamed brightly. Who could refuse such a delightful little darling? As long as it's from Daddy. I love it. Qianwei's lips were sweet as honey, bringing joy to Hinata Daichi every day, with a smile. He retrieved a storybook and began to narrate, his voice rising and falling, occasionally teasing the little girl. Tsunade rolled her eyes and shot a glare at Qianwei. Unfazed, the little one returned a cheeky grimace, further incensing Tsunade. After transitioning into fatherhood, Hinata Daichi acquired numerous new skills in childcare. Fortunately, his previous life as a doctor provided him with some common ground. Xianwei adored clinging to him, prompting Tsunade to express her jealousy, often muttering behind their backs, "That little rascal only knows how to curry favor with you. She must be here to collect a debt from me. The third Hokage is looking for me. I need to return to the village." Hinata Daichi informed Tsunade, as news from the shadow clone in Konoha reached him. "You little brat. There's no need to tell me that." Tsunade languidly waved her hand as she lay on the sofa. "I'll leave a shadow clone to keep Xianwei company. If I can't return in time, I'll be counting on you. Fear not. Xianwei is my daughter. If I dare to give birth, I can certainly take care of her. Now, off you go, you troublesome brat." With no further ado, Hinata Daichi departed. Tsunade's expression darkened as she held her daughter a little closer. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, Hinata Daichi arrived at the Hokage's office in Konoha. "Hokage-sama." He scanned the office, noticing a few familiar faces: Kakashi, Shino Aburame, and a woman with her face painted in oil. "Daichi, you've finally returned. Hiki, how goes your study of medical ninjutsu? It's quite challenging." "I'm still striving to improve," he replied. "This time, I've received a special mission issued by Elder Jinin of the Mist Village. They require Byakugan to assist in confirming whether the fourth Mizukage is under Genjutsu control. Hayashi recommended you." Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled. The mission offered a reward of 20 million ryo and was classified as S-rank. The requirement was that all involved must maintain strict confidentiality regarding the mission and ensure that no information leaked. It seemed that the Mist Village was concerned about their reputation. Regardless of whether the Mizukage was indeed under control, if this matter were to spread, it would severely tarnish their standing. The generous compensation likely included a hush fee. Hinata Daichi had not anticipated that this matter would eventually land in his lap. Hayashi was truly a sly one, directly offloading the task onto him. "Daichi will be the team leader for this mission. Kakashi, Shino, and Kiba, I entrust you three to assist him." "Yes, Hokage-sama." The trio responded in unison. This personnel configuration maximized their reconnaissance capabilities. It was evident that Sarutobi Hiruzen held great regard for them, ensuring a heightened sense of security. "Prepare yourselves and depart promptly," Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed with a smile. The four turned to leave, readying themselves for the mission. A week later, Hinata Daichi and his team arrived outside the Mist Village. A stunning woman with flowing orange waves emerged from the mist. Halting before them, "I am Terumi Mei, a ninja from the Mist Village, sent by Elder Jinin to escort you." After exchanging identification, they followed her into the village. The five entered a secluded courtyard, which would serve as their temporary residence. 3 days from now, the Mizukage will pass nearby. We'll be relying on you. Little Byakugan brother. Understood. I'm ready. Hinata Daichi responded with a smile. After making arrangements, Terumi Mei left with a graceful flourish. The Mist Village was notorious for its blood mist, and assassination attempts could occur at any moment. "Everyone, remain vigilant and take turns resting," Hinata Daichi instructed, and the three nodded in agreement. The humidity here was unbearable, making one feel sticky and discomfort. "I'm going to rest," Kiba grumbled, turning to enter the room. "Shino, you and Kiba pair up. You should also take a break." "All right," Shino replied morosely. Hinata Daichi sensed the surroundings. Aside from the surveillance by the Mist Village's Umbu, there seemed to be an unseen threat lurking beneath. It appeared that this mission would not proceed smoothly. Indeed, by nightfall, Hinata Daichi faced 4 assassination attempts. The others fared better, but the primary target seemed to be Hinata Daichi. Furthermore, even on the 4th day, the Mizukage had yet to appear nearby. Due to the plan's failure, Terumi Mei returned, her expression graved. "It seems the information has been leaked. The target is the Mizukage. Executing a mission against him in the Mist Village without him noticing is no easy feat." Kakashi remarked, "Tonight, let us take the initiative. As long as we approach the Mizukage tower within a certain range, it should suffice. Additionally, we hope your side can dispatch a few teams to provide cover for us," Hinata Daichi proposed. While confirming all intelligence regarding the Mizukage was possible from their current position, Hinata Daichi did not wish to expose the full extent of his Byakugan's visual range. "Very well. It seems we have no other choice. I'll find people to support you." Terumi Mei nodded. Later that night, a group of over 10 individuals surged from the courtyard. The group dispersed, stealthily advancing toward the Mizukage tower from various directions. Hinata Daichi crept to a certain distance, hiding in the shadows. Just as he was about to activate his Byakugan, a hand suddenly appeared, gripping his shoulder. A whirlpool materialized, and Hinata Daichi swiftly vanished within it. A figure appeared in his place, wearing a yellow whirlpool mask. "Why did you attempt to attack me?" A sword pierced through the chest of the masked figure, and Hinata Daichi's voice followed suit. The masked individual gazed in astonishment at the sword's tip, struggling to turn and see who was behind him. Was that just a shadow clone? Uchiha Obito's heart raced with fear as he caught a glimpse of the Byakugan behind him. He had been ambushed at close range. Completely oblivious to his opponent, it was evident that his strength was far from ordinary. Guess. Hinata Daichi twisted his longsword after a few turns, causing a torrent of blood to gush from Uchiha Obito's wound. Obito collapsed to the ground, his blood gradually pooling into a crimson puddle. In the mere blink of an eye, both Obito and the blood had vanished without a trace. Hinata Daichi spun around, sweeping his sword horizontally, just as a kunai pierced through the air. The Kamui sword passed through Uchiha Obito, who then found his entire body traversing through Hinata Daichi. You little brat. Cough, 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 just as Obito prepared to issue a threat. He opened his mouth and expelled several pieces of his own entrails. Following that, blood cascaded from his mouth like a waterfall as he clutched his collapsed chest and fell to the ground once more. Suddenly, a carnivorous plant appeared, hastily pulling Obito underground to escape. A shadow clone delivered a punch to Obito within the Kamui space before vanishing with the flying thunder god technique. That Obito's physical resilience was commendable, as he had not been easily crushed by the blow. It seemed that the other half of his body was no ordinary white zetsu. Hinata Daichi chose not to pursue, signaling before turning back towards their residence. After just a few minutes, the others began returning one by one. Daichi, how did it go? Terumi Mei asked impatiently as she entered the courtyard. I've examined the situation. The Mizuki's brain exhibited signs of foreign chakra, along with evidence of chakra intrusion. Hinata Daichi nodded. He had already confirmed this secret upon entering the Hidden Mist Village. With his current visual range, he could effortlessly encompass the entirety of the Hidden Mist Village. Are you certain, Daichi? Terumi Mei's expression darkened as she pressed for clarification. I've observed it at least 3 times. What do you think? Hinata Daichi replied, a hint of impatience in his voice. The village could place complete trust in Daichi's abilities, as he had never erred in such matters. Kakashi stared intently at Terumi Mei, staunchly supporting Hinata Daichi. It seems they are not welcoming us. Since the mission is complete, let's return to Konohagakure. Inuzuka Tsum spoke with a stern expression. Having always disliked the climate here, please do not misunderstand. I harbor no doubts regarding your intentions. This concerns Lord Mizuki, and I trust you can comprehend my feelings. Terumi Mei hurriedly waved her hands in explanation, still lacking the imposing presence of a future 5th Mizuki. Please, everyone, rest early. I must report to Lord Yuan. Terumi Mei quickly departed, fearful that excessive words might offend. It's quite late. Shikaka-senpai and Sim-senpai should take their rest. Kakashi and I will keep watch for the first half of the night. The two nodded and retired to their rooms. The following morning, Terumi Mei returned once more. On behalf of Lord Yuan, I invite you all to participate in the mission to capture the Mizuki alive. A smile adorned Terumi Mei's face, her tone carrying a subtle plea. To be frank, the Hidden Mist Village was inhabited by a motley crew. Terumi Mei herself was a rare beauty, and her smile only added to her allure. Coupled with her tone of voice, it was difficult to harbor thoughts of refusal. The mission we received is solely to assist your village in determining whether the Mizuki is under manipulation. Such additional tasks require the Hokage's approval. Kakashi, embodying the archetype of a stoic man, adeptly deflected the responsibility. We are willing to increase the mission reward to 50 million ryo. Terumi Mei's brows furrowed, her tone weakening slightly. I apologize. We must decline. Hinata Daichi decisively interrupted Terumi Mei's persuasion, his tone resolute and unyielding. The 3 teammates glanced at Hinata Daichi, suddenly recalling that this young junior was the leader of their mission. They quickly regained their composure, nodding in agreement. Daichi, why did you refuse so easily? Terumi Mei's smile faltered slightly as she directed her gaze at Hinata Daichi. This is a matter concerning your village, and it does not pertain to Konohagakure. There has never been a precedent for Konoha to interfere in the affairs of other villages. Haven't you already interfered? Terumi Mei countered. That's different. How is it different? Accepting a mission to aid the Hidden Mist is permissible, but we cannot take action against your ninjas within the Hidden Mist Village. Likewise, you hold the responsibility to ensure our safety. This was a difficult point to counter, so she could only hastily seek a more reasonable excuse. Are you dissatisfied with the reward? State a figure, and as long as it is not excessive, I shall discuss it with Lord Yuan. Terumi Mei shifted her approach, smiling as she looked towards Kakashi and the others. There's no need to trouble yourself, senpai. We will not be accepting such a mission. You need not consult their opinions. This is a right bestowed upon me by the Hokage. I am the captain, and I make the decisions. Hinata Daichi firmly closed the topic, unwilling to continue the debate with her. So it turns out Daichi is the captain. My apologies. I misjudged the situation, thinking it was Kakashi-senpai who led. Terumi Mei's smile began to falter. Oh no. Have I offended this little brat? No matter. I'm the youngest, and misunderstandings are to be expected. Hinata Daichi displayed a magnanimous demeanor, smiling as he forgave her. In that case, I shall return to inform Lord Yuan. My apologies for disturbing you all. Terumi Mei quickly reorganized her smile and left. Wearing an apologetic expression, Daichi, this is a golden opportunity to demand a high price. Why did you let it slip away so easily? Inazukatsu nearly blurted out 100 million, but was stopped by Yamanaka Shikaku. Kakashi, Inazukatsu, and Yamanaka Shikaku were all seasoned ninjas, and strict adherence to orders from superiors was fundamental. However, this was indeed a prime opportunity for increased earnings. They were somewhat puzzled by Hinata Daichi's reasoning. Things aren't that simple. They are trying to trap us. Once we accept this mission, we will have to take action against the Mizukichi. Who knows? Our little team might end up with casualties. That's just the first point. Secondly, the Mizukichi, as a village leader, is not to be underestimated. Capturing him alive without casualties is impossible. If we hold back, we might end up dead ourselves. If we act too forcefully, the target may die, resulting in mission failure. We might also face hostility from the villagers of the Hidden Mist and be pursued by the Mizukichi's loyalists. Thirdly, even if the mission is flawlessly executed, what benefits would it bring to Konohagakure? 100 million or 1 billion ryo makes little difference. The impact on Konoha would be minimal. Allowing the Hidden Mist village to suffer more casualties would actually benefit Konoha the most. If we were to perish here, the Hidden Mist would undoubtedly rejoice, especially Kakashi-senpai, as he is the emblematic ninja of Konoha. His life and death would significantly affect Konoha's reputation if Kakashi were to die. Not only would Konoha's reputation suffer, but Sarutobi Hiruzen would likely be devastated. The remaining members who returned alive would also face repercussions and be discarded. Daichi, are you mocking me? Compared to you, what am I even? My strength pales in comparison. Kakashi was displeased. After all, he had already backstabbed Hinata Daichi once. Doing it again didn't weigh on his conscience. Daichi, you're terrifying. You seem smarter than Nara Shikaku. Inazukatsu exclaimed in astonishment. Impressed by his words, however, she decided to keep her distance from Hinata Daichi in the future. Yamanaka Shikaku silently nodded, further solidifying the notion, though they spoke otherwise. The three felt an inexplicable sense of reliability from Hinata Daichi as their captain. Thankfully, he wasn't an enemy. He was a comrade. Then there was no issue. Hinata Daichi was left speechless. Seniors, from now on, you must be cautious of Terumi Mei. If you encounter her in the future, seek assistance at the earliest opportunity. Is it really that exaggerated? Inazukatsu expressed disbelief. Her strength is formidable, even surpassing Kakashi-senpai. If I'm not mistaken, she will likely become the next Mizukichi. The three were taken aback, left speechless. Given Terumi Mei's formidable strength, they indeed needed to exercise double caution. All right, this is no longer our concern. We shall await the settlement of our payment, Kakashi added, bringing the topic to a close. Lord Yuan, the plan has failed. Terumi Mei approached Lord Yuan. Her expression far from pleasant. Oh, pray tell. Zhao Mingming recounted the events without any embellishments. Haha, this Hinata Doi is quite remarkable. Although the strategy did not come to fruition, the intelligence provided by such a character has proven to be even more credible. Yuan Shi, trembling as he leaned on his cane, chuckled heartily. Notify the others. Let them prepare adequately. Hopefully, we can save a few comrades from perishing. Yuan Shi sighed, lamenting the fact that with 3 consecutive unreliable Mizukichi, when will the Hidden Mist village finally rise again? 3 days later, news arrived that the illusion cast by the Mizukichi had been lifted, albeit at the cost of 13 elite Jonin lives. The strength of the Jonin in the Hidden Mist village was indeed somewhat exaggerated. Kazuki Yagura believed that his own incompetence had inflicted irreparable damage upon the village. He took full responsibility for his misgovernance and confessed all his wrongdoings to the entire village. After settling certain matters, Kazuki Yagura chose to take his own life as an act of atonement. Yuan Shi assumed the role of acting Mizukichi and began to devote himself to nurturing Zhao Mingming. Mizukichi-sama, Hinata Doi entered the Mizukichi's office accompanied by his teammates. The Hidden Mist village is immensely grateful for Konoha's assistance. We apologize for the lack of hospitality and appreciate your efforts. Please, have a seat. Yuan Shi rose unsteadily and approached the 4 Zhao Mingming prepared tea and stood behind Yuan Shi. We are equally delighted to assist your village. Mizukichi-sama, you are too kind, Hinata Doi replied with a smile. Ming, please settle the remuneration for our esteemed guests. You are friends of the Hidden Mist, and we warmly welcome you to visit us. You may explore the scenic beauty of the Hidden Mist Village and experience our unique customs. Thank you for your kind invitation, Mizuki-sama. We will certainly consider it. Hinata Doi responded courteously. After the settlement was completed, the four bid their farewells. 10 days later, the four returned to Konoha.I in the Hokage's office. They submitted the mission scroll and recounted their experiences. Doi, you performed exceptionally well this time, calm, wise, and sufficiently vigilant. With a genius like you in Konoha, I can breathe a little easier. Ha ha ha. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed brightly, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Doi has been spending a lot of time with Tsunade these past 2 years. He has essentially become my apprentice. Such a promising talent must be nurtured with great care. Hinata Doi understood that this was an indication of more responsibilities ahead. Thank you, Hokage-sama. There is still much I need to learn. Sarutobi Hiruzen chatted with them for a while before letting them leave. After receiving their remuneration, Hinata Doi took them to the Chinese restaurant for a meal. As the captain, it was essential for him to cultivate interpersonal relationships. The owner of the Chinese restaurant was one of Hinata Doi's partners. Now a despised capitalist, the restaurant had only been open for a month, yet its business was thriving. Shio-e, please prepare the best private room. Tenjuka Shio-e hailed from a family renowned for its culinary expertise. With restaurants scattered throughout the shinobi world, Hinata Doi had partnered with them, investing technical expertise in exchange for dividends. Certainly, Doi-sama. Tenjuka Shio-e bowed and gestured for the waiter to lead them upstairs. 16 dishes were quickly served, and Kakashi and the others were thoroughly satisfied, having never encountered such a rich array of flavors before. The beverages were unprecedentedly spicy, yet undeniably enjoyable. After the meal, the bill totaled 150,000 ri, with a 40 discount, resulting in a payment of 90,000 ri. Business is business. The money must be paid, as it is not a one-man operation. Of course, as a shareholder, the minimum discount must be honored. After collecting the payment, Tenjuka Shio-e respectfully presented 3 diamond membership cards. These entitled them to a 20 discount, second only to the black gold card though. Just a 20 discount. Why does Doi get 40? Inazuka, the leader of the group, expressed her displeasure, and Kakashi wore a puzzled expression. Doi-sama is a major shareholder of our establishment, thus entitled to a 40 discount, currently. The highest discount is the 30 black gold card, held solely by the daimyo and Hokage. Oh, I see. I misjudged you. Thank you, Tenjuka-sama. The 3 nodded, knowing their discounts were indeed at their peak. I didn't expect Doi to be a major shareholder here. Let's rally our friends to dine here in the future, Kakashi suggested. Haha, no problem. Leave it to me. Inazuka replied with a smile. The dishes are delightful. I will bring my family often. Yamanaka Shurhei, rarely one to speak, chimed in, revealing his straightforward nature. Well then, thank you, esteemed seniors, Hinata Doi said with a smile. Hinata Doi left a shadow clone behind and used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Qianhua town. Wah 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 wah. Upon entering the courtyard, he saw Qianhua looking up with tears streaming down her face. Daddy, you're finally back, Qianhua exclaimed, rushing to cling to his leg. What's wrong? Tsunade hit me. Qianhua hid behind Hinata Doi, secretly observing Tsunade's movements. Tsunade sneered, her fists clenched, feeling even more resolute watching the father-daughter interaction. Qianhua is a good child. You must respect your elders. You cannot simply call your mother by her name. Understand? Hinata Doi scolded as he picked up the little girl, his expression serious. That I understand. I want to do it again, the little girl replied, her face scrunched up in a pitiful expression. What happened? Hinata Doi pinched the little girl's nose and turned to Tsunade. She insisted on seeking you out and even dared to sneak away alone just now. Qianhua, do not act like that again, okay? It's very unsafe for you to go out alone. Your family will worry about you. Daddy, I understand. Good. Qianhua is the most obedient and well-behaved. Hinata Doi chuckled, wiping away her tears as they walked toward the door. Wait, I have something to ask you. Tsunade blocked his path, glaring coldly at Hinata Doi. What do you want to ask? Hinata Doi inquired, puzzled. Qianhua used would release a couple of days ago. She said she learned it from you. Tsunade's face darkened, her fist clenching tightly, eager to deliver a blow. Initially, Tsunade had been overjoyed, believing it was a hereditary trait. She asked the little girl how she managed to do it, and Qianhua replied that she had seen her father use it and wanted to be like him. Thus she learned it. Tsunade was taken aback. Was it not a trait inherited from her great-grandfather, but rather from her biological father? Qianhua could use would release now. Let daddy see, all right? Okay, The little girl pouted, concentrating hard, and from her middle finger emerged a 2-centimeter-long twig. Daddy, am I amazing? Qianwei beamed with pride, her expression urging her father to praise her. Wow, Qianwei is incredible, Hinata Doi exclaimed with a straight face, hurrying to praise her. Wah! The little girl erupted into gleeful laughter. Don't try to change the topic, Hinata Doi. Unless you clarify this today, you're done for. Tsunade's forehead creased into a frown, teetering on the edge of rage. You shouldn't speak like that in front of the child. It will have a negative influence on her, Hinata Doi said, handing Qianwei over to Shizune and signaling for them to leave. My wood release is related to my sage techniques. The underlying principles are quite complex. You wouldn't understand even if I explained it, huh? Do you really think I would believe such an excuse? In any case, I do not possess the first Hokage's cells. After integrating wood release, my skin will undergo changes that you've seen my body. Do you not realize if there is anything amiss? This explanation was somewhat difficult to convey. And Hinata Doi grew impatient, resorting to suggestive humor. Otherwise, shall I strip down for you to check? Tsunade's face flushed crimson, wishing she could punch him right then and there. She knew that transplanting the first Hokage's cells could cause skin depigmentation. While reviewing the intelligence regarding the 2 Uzumaki children, she came across records of human experiments involving wood release. Wait. How do you know that transplanting wood release would cause skin alterations? This is the highest secret of Konoha. You cannot possibly have access to such information. Now, I wonder how you will attempt to argue your way out of this. I always suspected this woman was a significant troublemaker, adept at keenly identifying linguistic loopholes. Even with my innuendos, I was unable to deceive her. Hyuga Daichi sighed inwardly, feeling somewhat at a loss. I apologize. My sources of intelligence are confidential and cannot be disclosed to anyone. Hyuga Daichi, in a state of resignation, could only resort to playing the rogue. Could it be Orochimaru? Or perhaps, Tsunade cautiously mentioned a few names, which Hyuga Daichi chose to ignore with unwavering composure. Such assertions lack credibility. You, a suspicious individual, should refrain from approaching my daughter in the future. Observing his obstinacy, Tsunade unleashed her ultimate weapon. Very well. I concede to you. My abilities extend beyond mere wood release. Allow me to demonstrate. Though it truly is a nuisance, Hyuga Daichi stated helplessly. Wood release. Wood dragon technique. Ice release. Ice sword technique. Sage art. Storm release. Light fong. A miniature wood dragon spiraled around Hyuga Daichi, his right hand wielding an ice sword, unleashing a purple laser beam from his mouth. Tsunade stared in astonishment, her expression utterly unhinged. What a treasure of a boy. Is there anything he cannot do? With her chin resting in her hand, she casually inquired, what other bloodline limits do you possess? Just these. Would clone and the true 1,000 hands. Can you also perform them? I cannot, Hyuga Daichi dismissively retorted, saying, women should not pry too recklessly. Not even the mother of the child. Just how strong are you now? Stronger than you. Little brat, can you not answer the question seriously? Tsunade's ire rose sharply. Sensing his insincerity, I have answered seriously already. Hyuga Daichi replied with gravity. Chiyuki is your daughter, so you can perform these techniques. Will she be able to learn them in the future? Perhaps. Who can predict the events of tomorrow? If she desires, the chances of her learning are quite substantial. Ha ha ha. It seems you still possess some utility. After all, it was not in vain for me to share a bed with you. Tsunade nudged him with her shoulder, her words dripping with flirtation. Prior to her birth, I spent a month preparing my body for her. That was not me taking advantage of you. After Chiyuki's birth, I have consistently refined my physique. Do you think I merely play with the child every day? Hyuga Daichi cast a disdainful glance her way, dispersing his ninjutsu. You impudent little brat. What do those eyes mean? Do you look down upon me? In my youth, countless talented young men pursued me, lining up from the capital of the Land of Fire to the end of the Nanga River. Bah! I am still a woman of many admirers. Age has become a painful topic for Tsunade, an insurmountable chasm lying between them. If I were 30 years younger, do you think you, Hyuga Daichi, could escape from my grasp? Not just a door, but even a window would be closed to you. Since you are so confident, why not propose marriage instead? Hyuga Daichi said with a grin. This matter is off the table. Tsunade's expression soured immediately, and she decisively waved her hand in refusal. Very well. Here, take this. It contains my theoretical knowledge of sage arts, which I plan to teach Chiyuki in a few years. You can study it earnestly. If you manage to learn it, I will teach you sage arts. Hyuga Daichi summoned a large scroll, about 20 to 30 centimeters in diameter and nearly a meter in height. So large, Is your theoretical knowledge of sage arts truly that complex? Tsunade asked, taking the scroll and placing it on the ground for a glance. The exterior of the scroll bore two large characters, Dao Jing. The methods of cultivation have yet to be inscribed. If I were to write them out, they wouldn't be much smaller than this. Hyuga Daichi replied with irritation. How many years did it take you to learn this, if you wish to reach my current level? Assuming you have sufficient talent, you must study theoretical knowledge for at least 5 years and cultivate for at least 10 years. Hyuga Daichi smirked. Tsunade likely would not reach his level before she turned 70. Tsunade's age had always been a mystery, but Hyuga Daichi estimated she was around 50 to 80 this age. She could still bear children and boast about it, as though an old clam had yielded a pearl. Her physical prowess was indeed remarkable. Few ordinary individuals could achieve such feats. Damn it, Tsunade felt somewhat helpless, hesitating whether to give up. However, since it was for the sake of her child, she could only steel herself and give it a try. As the crisis abated, Shizune emerged, holding Chiyuki in her arms. Shizune is a good comrade. She did not reveal her flying thunder god technique. Otherwise, we would not have passed this test. Hyuga Daichi cast a grateful glance her way, leaving Shizune somewhat bewildered. Daddy, I want to fly up into the sky to play. Both Tsunade and Shizune turned in surprise. What do you mean? You want to go to the sky? Ha ha ha. Very well. Hyuga Daichi chuckled indulgently, helplessly picking up the little girl. Sage art, sword control technique. The long sword at his waist flew out, enlarging to resemble a small boat hovering before him. The last time he took Chiyuki to play among the clouds, the little girl had been so excited that she jumped onto the sword's surface. Hyuga Daichi had to use wood release to save her, which exposed that secret. Will Mommy and Aunt Shizune come too? The sky is so much fun. Good grief. We are truly going to the sky. I always thought Hyuga Daichi's sword was merely a beautiful ornament. I had never seen him use it before, and I did not expect it to possess flying capabilities. Tsunade and Shizune exchanged glances, both somewhat speechless, yet eager to try it out. Flying is considered one of humanity's ultimate dreams. Whether it is a woman's ultimate dream is more debatable. Shizune hesitated while Tsunade stood tall and proud, ready to ascend. Shizune hurried to follow, tension coursing through her body. Relax, we are about to depart. Hyuga Daichi sat cross-legged, holding Chiyuki as the Daokuin sword began to ascend vertically, climbing hundreds of meters each minute. Within 3 minutes, they reached an altitude of over 2,000 meters. Tsunade found the pressure somewhat unbearable and seated herself next to him. Shizune, on the other hand, was in a dire state, trembling as she lay on the sword. She had stolen a glance downward and became this way. Hyuga Daichi surveyed the surroundings, and the Daokuin sword sped forward. They dove into the clouds, allowing Chiyuki to frolic within. Hyuga Daichi lay on the sword, his gaze fixed on the little girl as she played. Little brat, you are impressive. This is flying, far superior to the likes of Oyamaki and Rasha. Tsunade's beautiful eyes scanned Hyuga Daichi up and down, seemingly intent on closely examining what other peculiar abilities he might possess. The recognition of others holds no significance for me. Hyuga Daichi disregarded her, his attention remaining on Chiyuki, worried that she might fall again. Chiyuki darted through the clouds, as busy as a little loach. So clouds are composed of water vapor. That explains why it can rain. Tsunade and Shizune pondered the clouds for a moment, feeling moisture begin to accumulate on their bodies. After nearly an hour of play, the little loach returned to Hyuga Daichi's embrace, starting to doze off. Hyuga Daichi evaporated the moisture from Chiyuki's body, and she quickly fell into a comfortable sleep. Sage art. Wind barrier. The clouds dispersed, enveloping the entire Daokuin sword in a transparent sphere. Little brat, take us to see other places. It has been ages since we left Chiyuki Town. As they departed the cloud, Tsunade looked down, and Chiyuki Town had shrunk to the size of ants. The Daokuin sword glided through the air, revealing various breathtaking landscapes of mountains and rivers below, offering an unprecedented sense of awe. Lord Tsunade. Ahead is Konoha. Shizune, having regained her composure, excitedly pointed at the distant silhouette of the Hokage rock. Quiet down. Shizune, if you wake Chiyuki, you will have to soothe her. Shizune hurriedly covered her mouth, glancing at the soundly sleeping Chiyuki. Tsunade was equally delighted, her lips curling into a smile, experiencing breathtaking scenery previously unseen by others. Her entire being felt invigorated. The Daokuin sword approached Konoha, and Tsunade and Shizune observed intently for a time. Konoha gradually fell behind, and an hour later, the blurred outline of the Valley of the End came into view. They flew past 2 stone statues, revealing a serene lake that resembled a perfect mirror. Turning westward after flying over the lake, they faced the setting sun. Observing the sunset from above offered a unique sensation. Little brat, hold on to this. It is what you have always wanted. Tsunade tossed over 2 scrolls, and upon receiving them, Hinata Doi noticed that one was small, containing the creation rebirth and the 100 healing seal, while the larger one was a summoning scroll. Haven't you always cherished these treasures? Why are you willing to part with them this time? Tsunade pouted, her expression darkening. Humph, if I were to be so generous. How could you possibly be stingy? Then I shall express my gratitude. Hinata Doi unfurled the scrolls, meticulously examining them. The creation rebirth technique is predicated on the energy contained within the Yin seal. Utilizing the 100 healings technique to manipulate the chakra within the Yin seal, swiftly reaching damaged cells for repair. Unlike cellular division, this technique achieves self-healing through the highly active cellular energy. Naturally, if a limb is lost, a rapid small-scale cellular division is still required. This division activates the surrounding cells to expedite the repair of the damaged cells, with the support of the chakra from the Yin seal and a degree of cellular division. The resultant lifespan damage from limb loss is still manageable. Opening the other slightly larger scroll, he found the summoning scroll for the wet bone forest, biting his finger to sign his name. He pressed his blood-stained hand onto it. Hi, Su, Yushin, Wei, summoning technique. With a resounding bang, a 1-meter-high slug appeared in the courtyard. Wasn't it Lady Tsunade who summoned me? The slug cocked its head at Tsunade, asking in confusion. It's this little brat. Tsunade pointed at Hinata Doi. Greetings, Sage Slug. I am Hinata Doi, your new contract holder. Hinata Doi smiled. Greetings, Doi-sama. You may simply call me Slug. The slug replied politely, its voice gentle and melodious. I wish to visit the wet-bone forest. Is that permissible? Certainly. Please wait a moment, Doi-sama. The slug canceled the summoning technique and returned to the wet-bone forest. Moments later, a spatial fluctuation occurred. Hinata Doi relaxed his body, following the flow of spatial energy. With a bang, he felt solid ground beneath his feet. The environment of the wet-bone forest was dominated by black trees, with no sunlight piercing through. It was gloomy and damp, with several patches of swamp. The underground was rich in resources, primarily metallic ores. The marsh symbolizes joy and unity. Hinata Doi recalled this line from the I Ching. The marsh hexagram is the 58th of the 64, belonging to the Dy trigram. It corresponds to metal in the 5 elements, which generates water, thus also associating with water. The connection of 2 marshes symbolizes joy and unity. The relationship between slugs and summoners has always been friendly and intimate, quite fitting for this hexagram symbolism. Slug, could you take me to meet Sage Slug? Of course. Doi-sama, please follow me. After walking for over 10 minutes, a small hill appeared before them. The little slug burrowed into the hill, and a large slug lying on the ground turned its head to look over. Do you wish to see me? Hello, Sage Slug. May I learn the sage arts here? The large slug lay on the ground, towering over 100 meters, standing would likely surpass even a complete body Susanoo. The natural energy within it was terrifying. An overwhelming amount. You have already mastered the sage arts. Moreover, the quality of your sage chakra surpasses that of the wet-bone forest techniques. Training in the wet-bone forest sage arts is no longer necessary for you. The sage slug spoke gently. While the volume of energy may not match that of the slug, in terms of quality, it indeed surpassed it by a significant margin. The sage slug must have mastered the natural energy of the marsh hexagram, which comprises roughly 1/64 of all natural energies. Hinata Doi pondered this and continued to inquire, may I practice the sage techniques here? Certainly, Doi-sama. I will have Slug assist you, as my own form is too large to maneuver easily. The sage slug dispatched a smaller slug, which climbed onto Hinata Doi. We can begin at any time. All right. I shall rely on you, Slug. The slug shared some natural energy for Hinata Doi to sense, and he quickly grasped the composition of the slug's natural energy. Separating a small portion of this natural energy, Hinata Doi commenced his training in the sage arts of the wet-bone forest. 1 year later. In Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned a group of ninjas to gather in the conference hall. This year, yet another batch of children is set to graduate. I trust the leading captains with them. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. Yes, Hokage-sama. Over 100 ninjas present rose in unison, responding loudly. Among these ninjas, most were chunin, with a few special jonin. Sarutobi Hiruzen shared some guidance on leading teams and avoiding dangers before announcing the meeting's conclusion. The annual graduating class from the Konoha Ninja Academy typically numbered around 300 to 400, the highest among the 5 great nations. Unlike the 12 Little Strong, most of the graduating captains were experienced chunin and special jonin. The 12 Little Strong were all well-connected, either coming from ninja clans or possessing exceptional talents, hence they remained in advanced classes, Ordinary graduates did not have jonin captains, only chunin. Those with noteworthy achievements or talents might be fortunate enough to be assigned a special jonin. Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived at the Hokage's office, where several jonin were waiting for him: Kakashi, Asuma Sarutobi, Kurenai Yuhi, Hinata Doi, and a member of the Uchiha clan. This is Jonin Uchiha Yakumi. You can exchange experiences regarding team leadership. Sarutobi Hiruzen said cheerfully. Besides this Uchiha Jonin, 5 other Uchiha members were appointed to lead regular teams. The Uchiha had now become a minor clan, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was pleased to accept them. The surviving Uchiha ninjas could now undertake village missions like other ninjas, marking a positive start. They still retained their lineage and future potential for resurgence. Hinata Doi and the others greeted Uchiha Yakumi amicably, breaking the barriers of interaction, and Uchiha Yakumi responded warmly, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Uchiha Yakumi was a loyal subordinate of Uchiha Fugaku, and he was relatively easy to get along with. The reason I called you here is to request that you serve as lead jonin. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued with a friendly smile. Yakumi, I shall entrust you with the second team. Here are the children's profiles. You may review them at your leisure. Yes, Hokage-sama. I will ensure to bond well with the children and protect them with all my might. Uchiha Yakumi accepted the documents with a smile, perusing them slowly. Doi, you'll be responsible for... I'm sorry, Hokage-sama. I'm currently unable to take on that responsibility. I'm still diligently learning from Lady Tsunade and want to have time to serve as a lead jonin in the next couple of years. Hinata Doi interjected with a smile, casually concocting a refusal. There was no need to consider. The 3 classes containing the 12 little strong definitely wouldn't include Hinata Doi. He had no desire to spend every day leading a bunch of kids in ninja games. I see. Then I shall trouble you to be the assisting jonin for the children. When you have free time, please assist the lead jonin in teaching them, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, his eyes twinkling with humor. Doi's rapport with these children is commendable, which will add an extra layer of safety for them. All right, I understand, Hokage-sama, Hinata Doi sighed, realizing he truly had no way to decline this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen would not allow him to refuse. Fully aware of the underlying implications, Sarutobi Hiruzen aimed to expand the Hokage's connections and influence. Regardless of whether Tsunade or Kakashi succeeded him, the relationships Hinata Doi built would serve as a natural support for both. Just like Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai's classes, all serving such political purposes, Kakashi, you will be in charge of Team 7. Hokage-sama, if they do not meet my standards, I will return them to the Ninja Academy. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded helplessly, each of them causing him no small amount of concern. Next, Kurenai would oversee Team 8, while Asuma would take charge of Team 10. Truth be told, Kurenai's strength was still somewhat lacking. However, since she was to be Sarutobi Hiruzen's future daughter-in-law, the 3 clans of ninjas had no choice but to accept it with good humor. With matters concluded, Hinata Doi hurriedly departed, as the little girl was still waiting for him. Strolling through the streets only to be interrupted midway can indeed be quite irksome. With a swift application of the Flying Thunder God technique, Jiraiya returned to Chienwei town and, activating his Byakugan, located their positions. Jiraiya, if you follow us any longer, I swear I'll end you, Tsunade exclaimed. Tsunade, it has been nearly 3 years since we last met. Must you be so heartless? By the way, I can't believe you can still have children. It's utterly astonishing. Ha 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 ha. Jiraiya felt a pang of anguish in his heart, his smile taking on an oddly strained quality. Tsunade was acutely aware of Jiraiya's sentiments but chose to remain silent, for if there was no spark, there was no point in forcing it. Who goes there? Byakugan. Are they ninjas from the village? Jiraiya turned to glance in another direction. Wow. Daddy's here, Chienwei cheered, dashing from behind Tsunade into Hinata Doi's embrace. Tsunade, feeling a surge of discomfort, covered her face with her hands, wishing to flee. I knew something would go awry eventually. I should have sent Jiraiya away sooner. Now, this is a disaster. Chienwei's father, Tsunade, are you and him? Jiraiya exclaimed, bewildered, pointing at Tsunade while glancing at Hinata Doi. Tsunade, you've got quite the secret. I initially thought you preferred suave and gentle types, but it seems you have a penchant for younger men. Ha! Ouch, that hurts. Before Jiraiya could finish his sentence, he was sent flying by a furious punch from Tsunade. He crashed into a large tree, slowly sliding down to the ground. Hinata Doi, now undeniably handsome with a fair complexion and standing nearly 6 feet tall, exuded the essence of youthful charm, his long legs and face brimming with collagen. If you dare tell anyone, I will ensure your demise, Tsunade hissed, her face flushed with anger as she lifted Jiraiya from the ground. I truly wish I could strangle this old scoundrel, along with that little rascal. If I return late, I want to be embarrassed. Daddy, this old white-haired man keeps bothering us. He doesn't seem like a good person. Can you please drive him away? Qianwei pointed at Jiraiya, entering complaint mode. Old white-haired man, not a good person. You want to chase me away? Jiraiya spluttered, spitting blood in indignation, his expression one of utter despair. Qianwei, you mustn't be rude. He is your mother's friend. While he may not seem like a good person, he certainly doesn't qualify as a villain, Hinata Doi added with a chuckle, enjoying the unfolding drama. Hey, you over there, Hinata brat. Is this how you speak of your elder? This is blatant slander, Jiraiya protested, rubbing his chest. Jiraiya-senpai, aren't you going to visit Konoha? Naruto has already graduated, Hinata Doi remarked, his words laden with significance. Brat, it seems you know quite a bit. What is your name? Since he was Tsunade's man, Jiraiya felt assured in trusting him. He spoke more casually now, though losing to someone so much younger still left him feeling quite uncomfortable. I am Hinata Doi. As your senior, allow me to offer you some guidance. Let us engage in a sparring sessions. I would like to see how strong you truly are. Without waiting for Hinata Doi's consent, Jiraiya rushed toward him. Hey, if Tsunade hits me, I can take care of her man just the same. Jiraiya chuckled, patting himself on the back for his cleverness. Senjutsu, absolute barrier. Jiraiya threw a tentative punch at the transparent barrier, which remained utterly unmoved. He began to hit harder, each blow sending ripples across the surface. Yet the barrier remained unscathed. With a child in his arms, Hinata Doi could only take a defensive stance, allowing Jiraiya to vent his frustrations. This fool Jiraiya is as naive as ever. Tsunade observed, arms crossed, watching the spectacle with a smirk. Jiraiya leaped back, swiftly forming hand seals. Doton, yellow spring swamp. The area surrounding the barrier transformed into a quagmire, the light sphere sinking halfway into the mire. Senjutsu, sky manipulation. Hinata Doi raised a finger, causing the light sphere to ascend rapidly, carrying him and his daughter to solid ground nearby. Ninjutsu, rampaging lion's hair technique. Jiraiya's ponytail extended, wrapping around the light sphere. Hinata Doi deftly directed his Daojun sword, severing the strands of white hair one by one. Senjutsu, gold release. Tai condensation sword. The Daojun sword split into hundreds of smaller blades, coalescing into a magnificent golden sword that sped towards Jiraiya. He twisted and turned, unable to escape, as the golden sword relentlessly pursued him, adjusting its trajectory with each of his evasive maneuvers. Shadow clone technique. Jiraiya scattered in all directions. Yet the golden sword continued its relentless chase, locked onto his true form. Ninjutsu, needle of the earth god. Unable to outrun it, Jiraiya enveloped himself in white hair, a technique renowned for its formidable defense. The sword flew over his head before returning to Hinata Doi's side. Did the shadow clone diversion fail? Oh, my hair? Jiraiya lamented as his once stylish ponytail was abruptly shortened, his spiky hair now resembling a buzz cut. Serves you right, Tsunade laughed, arms crossed, a mocking grin on her face. Wow, Daddy is so amazing. He defeated the old white-haired bad guy. Huh? Doi, thank you for going easy on me. Your strength is impressive, and your senjutsu far surpasses mine. Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly, stroking his now short hair. Your elder did not fight with full strength, nor did he utilize senjutsu. You were holding back too, considering you were holding a child, weren't you? My senjutsu requires preparation time, unlike your ability to wield it at will. Such enviable talent. Jiraiya swiftly changed the subject. I never imagined Tsunade would end up with you. The very thought stirred a pang of jealousy in Jiraiya's heart. Humph, who would want to be with this scoundrel? Jiraiya, if you speak out of turn again, I won't hesitate to rescue you once more, Tsunade threatened, brandishing her fist. Then how did this child come to be? Jiraiya countered. Well, Tsunade's face flushed crimson as she stammered, struggling to respond that it was a drunken accident. We were both inebriated and completely unaware of what transpired. And then this happened. Hinata Doi interjected, providing an escape for Tsunade, who finally breathed a sigh of relief. Given the nature of the past events, it was always easier to speak of them than to hear them. As Jiraiya and Tsunade conversed animatedly, Hinata Doi cradled the child and followed behind them back to the small courtyard in town. To his surprise, Doi's culinary skills were exceptional. With such an outstanding junior, don't you feel even a little tempted, Tsunade? Jiraiya inquired earnestly, downing another drink. Mind your own business. Focus on your own life first. Tsunade retorted, taking a hefty swig of her drink. That I understand your concerns, but you needn't worry about others' opinions. You still possess the same beauty and charisma as you did in your youth. Have a little more confidence. If you don't stop yammering, I will throw you out immediately. Tsunade snapped, her annoyance palpable, her brows furrowing. I refuse to be the subject of gossip, even if I don't care about it. What about the child? She cannot endure such slanderous rumors. If any malicious gossip like an old cow eating tinder grass were to circulate, it would be unbearable for both of us, having seen the consequences of the past with White Fang. Tsunade was determined to protect her child from such a fate that I can see that you have feelings for him. Are you truly willing to let him go? Jiraiya remarked, after decades of knowing Tsunade. No one understood her better than him. Humph. If it were that simple, I wouldn't need you to say it. I would have acted long ago. Who dares to snatch a man from me? I would have their skull cracked open. Tsunade fumed, her irritation boiling over as she launched into another round of drinking with Jiraiya. You two should drink less. Alcohol is one of a ninja's 3 prohibitions. Moderation is key. Hinata Doi, having soothed the child to sleep, returned to the table. Ha ha ha. Come on. Doi, join me for a drink. Jiraiya filled a cup for Hinata Doi, first pouring himself a drink. Hinata Doi accompanied him with a cup of his own. Then refilled Jiraiya's glass. Tsunade's expression shifted, her thoughts obscured. The atmosphere grew somewhat oppressive, prompting the three to engage in a game of rock, paper, scissors to lighten the mood. An hour later, Jiraiya, having lost more than he won, staggered away. As the gathering dispersed, Hinata Doi finished his ablutions and returned to his room, where Chienwei lay sleeping, drooling with her small bottom in the air. He wiped away her drool, gently turned her over, and tucked her in to continue her slumber, before covering himself with the blanket and lying down as well. About half an hour later, a soft creak sounded as the door swung open. It was Tsunade, returning to check on the child. Startled awake, Hinata Doi sensed her presence and, recognizing her, chose to remain still, adhering to the unspoken understanding between them. Chienwei preferred to sleep with her father, often clinging to Hinata Doi. Tsunade, somewhat anxious, frequently sneaked in for a glance at the child. Sitting at the edge of the bed, after ensuring Chienwei was well, her gaze shifted to Hinata Doi. The moonlight bathed his face, enhancing his ethereal demeanor with a hint of surrealism, as if he might take flight at any moment. Why was she lingering so long this time? Should he say something to send her away? As Hinata Doi hesitated, he suddenly felt a warm, delicate touch on his face. A small hand caressed him gently, and moments later, he was struck by a surprise kiss, the tender sensation flooding his mind. With a jolt, Hinata Doi opened his eyes to find Tsunade, her cheeks flushed, eyes closed as she took advantage of the moment. You are quite the trickster. How dare you ambush me? He exclaimed, unable to contain his indignation. This was intolerable. With a swift motion, he activated his physical techniques to subdue her. Tsunade gasped, her eyes fluttering open, hazy with confusion as she whispered, What are you doing? What do you think? Hinata Doi retorted, unleashing his secret kissing technique. Tsunade initially resisted but soon, unwilling to back down, clumsily responded in kind. She aimed to seize the initiative, but her skills paled in comparison, forcing her to flow with Hinata Doi's rhythm. The two began a tentative exchange, testing each other's prowess. Gradually, their playful skirmish ignited into genuine fervor, both preparing for a full-scale battle. Delicious, Chienwei murmured in her sleep, her lips smacking as if savoring some delectable treat. The two paused, glancing at the sleeping girl, simultaneously exhaling in relief. I'm off to sleep, Tsunade declared, her spirit dampened by the effects of alcohol, as she turned to flee. Oh, you think you can escape that easily? Hinata Doi chuckled softly, pulling her back. Woman, you are playing with fire. Since you ignited it, the duty to extinguish it falls to you. With a swift motion, he executed a maneuver to scoop Tsunade into his arms. Striding purposefully into her room and locking the door behind them, quietly, Shizen peeked in, a knowing smile gracing her face. She slipped into Hinata Doi's room, exclaiming, I'll ensure you have no worries. Leave Lady Chienwei to me. Have fun, Lady Tsunade. Lord Doi. Meanwhile, the battlefield was heating up, the sounds of conflict echoing. Hinata Doi's formidable offensive soon overwhelmed Tsunade, rendering her unable to resist, and she found herself pleading for mercy. An hour later, he unleashed his ultimate technique, ground-shaking missile. Tsunade, struck by its overwhelming force, rolled her eyes back in surrender, raising her hands to declare her unconditional capitulation. Hinata Doi, brimming with triumph, called for a ceasefire, basking in victory. The room gradually fell silent. Are you satisfied now? Tsunade asked, draped over Hinata Doi. Her cheeks flushed as she playfully pinched the soft flesh at his waist. I seem to have given in rather easily. Haven Ti, is this a distortion of humanity or a decline of morals? Perhaps only those involved truly understand. Hinata Doi gazed at the alluring woman in his arms, feeling a swell of pride. Who would have thought the world-renowned female tyrant could possess such a shy and delicate side? Tsunade's figure was strikingly perfect, slim where it should be, curvaceous where it needed to be, a gift from the heavens. An ideal partner for matrimony. In Hinata Daoi's words, she was simply very run. Tsunade, will you marry me? Impossible. If it were possible, would you need to ask? You can't avoid it. Tsunade's expression darkened, her eyes clouded with concern. Understanding her apprehensions, Hinata Doi sought to comfort her in other ways, aiming to bring her joy. He proposed another round of their playful skirmish, igniting a new wave of conflict. 5 hours later, as this round concluded, Tsunade succumbed to slumber. Hinata Doi felt somewhat disheartened, reminiscent of Sun Wukong's lament. I haven't even exerted myself, and you've already collapsed. He pondered how long Tsunade could accompany him. Should he teach her the methods of sage training? Glancing outside, he noted the dawn breaking on the horizon. He pulled the charming Tsunade closer and drifted off to sleep himself. The next morning, Qianwei banged on the door. Daddy, Mommy, wake up and eat. The sun is going to shine on your bottoms. Tsunade grunted in response, then fell silent. The little girl continued her relentless knocking, shaking the doorframe with each thud. Stop knocking, Qianwei, you're going to break the door. Hinata Doi hurriedly threw on his clothes and opened the door. He scooped Qianwei into his arms, kissing her tender, plump cheek. Where's Mommy? She is still sleeping. Let us not disturb her. Oh. Qianwei returned the kiss, quickly brightening up. Noticing the time, he realized it was already past 10 in the morning. After breakfast, Hinata Doi left a shadow clone behind and returned to Konoha. Upon entering his home, he sensed something was amiss. Who was there? He glared towards a tree, where a small white snake swiftly slithered out. Dawa-kun, I wish to speak with you. The small snake spoke, its voice unmistakably belonging to Orochimaru. What do you want to discuss? We don't seem familiar. Are you afraid? That doesn't sound like you. With your strength, I can't do anything to you. Don't you want to hear what I have to say? I'll be waiting for you on the eastern side of Konoha, after the snake vanished underground. Hinata Doi entered his room and stealthily left Konoha. He arrived at the bank of a small river, where Orochimaru awaited him on the opposite shore. Orochimaru-senpai, what is it you wish to convey? Hinata Doi called out, standing by the riverbank, gazing across at Orochimaru. With your capabilities and intellect, you should see the true state of Konoha. It's stagnating, like an old windmill, completely halted in its rotation. Orochimaru continued, my teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, has lingered too long in the role of Hokage. As he ages, his thoughts grow increasingly decayed. Konoha is slowly sliding into the abyss along with him. Orochimaru licked his tongue, wiping his face with a serious expression as he regarded Hinata Doi. So what? Hinata Doi did not argue, recognizing the truth in Orochimaru's words that I wish to personally send him to the afterlife. As my final contribution to Konoha. As you wish, why seek me out? Just to clarify, I want to take action against anyone in Konoha. What a pity. Orochimaru licked his lips. Hinata Doi understood his intentions. Once this task was completed, Orochimaru would sever all ties with Konoha. The original story indicated that Orochimaru had no desire to destroy the village. This was evident from his actions against Raza. If he truly wished to annihilate Konoha, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to eliminate a powerful ally. A living Kazekage could inflict immeasurable damage on Konoha, yet he could also provide Orochimaru with greater assistance. Especially given the established cooperative relationship between Raza and Orochimaru. If you intend to hinder me, my goals will be difficult to achieve. Orochimaru observed Hinata Doi, sighing deeply. For years ago, I could not best him. Now, you seem even stronger than before. The Byakugan, Sharingan, and Rinnegan are renowned as the three great ocular techniques for a reason. I should never have underestimated the Byakugan. If you wish for me to refrain from obstructing you, it is not impossible. However, what do I stand to gain? Hinata Daichi regarded Orochimaru with a bemused expression, curious to see what terms he might present to sway him. What do you desire? Feel free to propose anything that I possess. Orochimaru's interest was piqued. As long as there was room for negotiation, he was open to discussion. I seek your research findings, particularly concerning bloodline limits and cellular studies, in addition to the technique of Edo Tensei. Ha! Indeed, Daichi-kun, you and I are of the same ilk. It seems my deductions were not in vain. However, how did you come to know that I possess Edo Tensei? Orochimaru excitedly licked his lips, remarking, my understanding of Hinata Daichi is still lacking. Over the years, Orochimaru had meticulously gathered all intelligence on Hinata Daichi, believing himself to have a profound grasp of the man. This meeting instilled in Orochimaru a peculiar illusion that before Hinata Daichi, he had no secrets to conceal. Simply state whether or not you accept. I can provide you with the research findings on bloodline limits and cellular studies, but Edo Tensei is non-negotiable. Orochimaru nodded, indicating a partial agreement. You may propose alternative conditions. In that case, there is nothing to be done. My interest lies solely in those 3 items. Hinata Daichi shrugged, displaying a look of regret. I believe you share my sentiments, and would not sit idly by as Konoha continues to decline. Daichi-kun may ponder this further and suggest another condition. Orochimaru would never relinquish Edo Tensei. It was fundamental to his survival. After all, the shinobi world is exceedingly perilous. How about this? If you eliminate Team Nichikoharu and Mido Gaiden, I will acquiesce. Hinata Daichi contemplated for a moment before proposing an alternative condition. In the original narrative, after Tsunade ascended to power, she was burdened by the constraints imposed by Danzo and his 2 old cronies. Now that Danzo has perished, removing the remaining 3 would allow Tsunade to pursue the development of Konoha with vigor. After all, she is his beloved, and considering her well-being is only right. Very well. I accept. That is precisely what I intend to do. However, I must make some prior arrangements for targeted measures. Orochimaru's expression was one of fervent excitement. Albeit with a slightly unsettling demeanor, he reached into his throat and retrieved 2 scrolls. Tossing them over, quite repulsive, the scrolls were still slick with mucus, prompting Hinata Daichi to use a gust of chakra to cleanse them in the water. After drying them with chakra, he opened the scrolls and inspected their contents. Everything appeared in order. Then it is settled. I shall not interfere in your battle with the 3rd Hokage, but the matters concerning Team Nichikoharu and Mido Gate and must be resolved. Daichi-kun, you can trust me with this. By the way, are you familiar with the Akatsuki organization? Orochimaru hesitated for a moment before inquiring, I know a bit. What do you wish to convey? Hinata Daichi responded. Then, Daichi-kun, are you interested in the Rinnegan? Orochimaru's excitement was palpable as he extended his tongue, licking around his face. I have no interest. It seems that Orochimaru-senpai is quite intrigued. Hinata Daichi genuinely held no interest. That pair of eyes carries too great a burden. Entanglement with them would invite immense trouble. Daichi-kun, the leader of the Akatsuki, possesses the Rinnegan, and I would like to invite you to assist me in acquiring it. If successful, I can grant you Edo Tensei. I could also offer you a Rinnegan. What do you think? I decline. I advise you to abandon such notions. You do not comprehend what those eyes signify. Hinata Daichi kindly warned him, wishing not to see this rare scientific mind of the shinobi world meet an untimely demise. Daichi-kun, could you enlighten me as to what those eyes signify? Orochimaru's interest was piqued. Eager to learn more intelligence, how much do you know about the Rinnegan? What are its capabilities? Hinata Daichi countered with a question. When Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, invited me, he demonstrated the ability to manipulate gravitational forces. With this power, he can achieve flight at high altitudes. It is exceedingly difficult for ordinary ninjas to counter him. Orochimaru believed that Pain's flying ability posed the greatest challenge, should he wish to flee. One could only gaze in despair. Thus, defeating him would be utterly futile. Do you know why the Sage of 6 Paths is referred to as such? I do not. Are you suggesting that the opponent's abilities are related to the number 6? Orochimaru, ever the astute individual, quickly grasped the significance. The Rinnegan possesses at least 6 abilities. I shall reveal but one to you. One of these abilities specifically targets the soul. Therefore, how many individuals do you believe you would require to ensure your victory? Hinata Daichi taunted, seemingly enjoying the moment. Orochimaru felt a chill of dread, swiftly breaking into a cold sweat. It was not merely the fear of the Rinnegan. He was also apprehensive of Hinata Daichi. What does Hinata Daichi imply? Is he alluding to his own research on the soul? This secret I alone possess. Besides my intelligence, how does he know the intricate details of the Rinnegan? This is indeed too fascinating. Orochimaru wiped the cold sweat from his brow, perplexed as to how his greatest secret had been unveiled. What of the other abilities of the Rinnegan? That I cannot disclose. You may exercise your imagination and boldly hypothesize. Many are fixated on the Rinnegan, each of them formidable adversaries. Should you insist on courting danger, feel free to disregard my words. Hinata Daichi chuckled. There was one more thing left unspoken. Your resurrective techniques would be of no use against them. Korezetsu truly harbors a desire to eliminate Orochimaru. He cannot conceal it. With a direct assault by Akatsuki, even the most elusive of mice would be unearthed, followed by a grand memory restoration technique. Daichi-kun, thank you for your counsel. Rest assured regarding our collaboration. Farewell. Orochimaru nodded earnestly, acknowledging the favor granted by Hinata Daichi. With a resounding thud, both vanished simultaneously. The two had arrived as shadow clones, both being cautious and shrewd. Upon returning to Konoha, they promptly delivered the scrolls acquired from Orochimaru to the laboratory. Hinata Daichi had not been home long when Daichi and I Hyuga Niji entered the courtyard, where Hinata Daichi was seated, engrossed in a book. Were there no missions today? Hinata Daichi glanced up briefly before returning to his reading. Daichi, the reason for my intrusion is to seek your guidance on how to dispel the caged bird seal. Hyuga Niji's face was filled with hope as he anxiously regarded Hinata Daichi. Recently, Niji had sought Hinata Daichi's counsel on various martial arts queries and had fortuitously encountered him emerging from the bath. Niji had seen clearly that Hinata Daichi's forehead was as smooth as jade, devoid of the caged bird seal. Niji had nearly fled in terror at that moment. Hinata Daichi merely glanced at him and offered no further comment. The discovery of such matters no longer concerned him. The main family would not dare to take action against him. That is not a concern for you at present. You currently lack the ability to protect the Byakugan. And lifting the caged bird seal would only bring you harm. Hinata Daichi lifted his teacup and elegantly sipped. What level of strength must one attain to achieve that? Hyuga Niji was visibly excited, finally glimpsing a glimmer of hope. Once your strength reaches the level of the 5 great Kaguya, I shall intervene to assist you in dispelling the caged bird seal. However, your mindset is currently in disarray. If you cannot forget about the caged bird seal and fail to adjust your mentality, your strength will struggle to advance swiftly. Hyuga Niji closed his eyes, striving to attain tranquility, yet his restless heart remained entirely unmanageable. Daichi Nii, has Hinata returned? Did you meet with the leading jonin? Yes. Teacher Red is gentle and reliable, and my teammates are quite amiable. Hinata sat down opposite him, speaking softly. Have you encountered any difficulties in your training of late? Hinata Daichi placed his hand atop Hinata's head, casually ruffling her hair. There is one. Hinata's cheeks flushed as she hesitantly spoke. Dio share. I will explain it to you. The phrase yang is static, in is dynamic is rather perplexing. Hinata softly articulated, her face bearing a shade of insecurity. Am I too foolish? I seem to ask the most questions each time. This is already a rather profound theory. Niji, you should listen in as well. Hinata Daichi glanced at Niji, interrupting his mental turmoil. Niji raised his head, focusing his attention on the lecture. All things bear the yin, yet embrace the yang. You must first understand the meaning of this phrase. Everything in the world is born from the interplay of yin and yang, opposites that exist in harmonious unity. That I shall use the human body as an example. All organs of the body can be classified as yin or yang. Yet this is not absolute. They are not merely one or the other. The 5 viscera belong to yin, while the 6 bowels are associated with yang. Although the lungs are classified as yin, they cradle the essence of yang. The liver, while predominantly yin, also contains a hint of yang. Both belong to yin, yet they embrace the attributes of yang. The 6 bowels, which include the gallbladder, stomach, large intestine, small intestine, triple burner, and bladder, are all categorized as yang. However, these 6 also encompass yin, differing only in their proportions. Therefore, the extreme of yang inevitably gives rise to yin, and the extreme of yin will similarly produce yang. Thus, they are interdependent and coexist. Without one, the other cannot endure for long. Ultimately, the outcome is this. Solitary yin does not generate life, and isolated yang does not thrive. Just like the spiritual energy of the human body and its life force. Spiritual energy is predominantly yin, yet it contains a small aspect of yang. The life energy of the body represents yang, yet it must coexist with a measure of yin. This is encapsulated in the adage, from the extreme of yin comes yang. And from the extreme of yang comes yin. The tranquility of yang breeds the movement of yin, and the extremity of yin brings forth the action of yang. In martial arts, you may simply understand this as, the more stable your foundation, the greater the power of your strike. If your mindset is not sufficiently calm, it becomes difficult to unleash the full potential of your martial techniques. Hinata Daichi sketched a taiji diagram for them to observe. This is the taiji diagram, which you should have encountered while learning Hinata Bagua Zhang. The extreme of yang gives rise to yin, and the extreme of yin embraces yang. The harmonious unity of both is referred to as taiji. This is also the origin of the name Tai Chi Chuan. Hinata Daichi then elucidated various common examples, continuing until both of them fully comprehended the logical relationship between yin and yang as well as taiji. Before concluding the lesson, Niji gazed at Hinata Daichi with admiration. Just the concept of yin and yang has taken hours to explain, and the knowledge is so profound. It encompasses numerous philosophical theories about life. Brother Daichi is not only incredibly powerful, but his thoughts and will are boundless. Meanwhile, Hinata's eyes sparkled with admiration. Brother Daichi is amazing, truly remarkable. The theory of yin and yang can also be used to explain the caged bird curse seal of the Hyuga clan. It has its advantages and disadvantages, whether for the collective or the individual. After all, many unskilled clan members live their lives comfortably due to the caged bird. Hinata Daichi cast a glance at Niji. Acknowledging him with a nod, it seems he had been overly arrogant. If his strength were sufficient, what difference would it make whether one had a caged bird or not? Niji lowered his head in contemplation, temporarily setting aside thoughts of the caged bird. That evening, Kakashi hosted a gathering to celebrate the establishment of Team 7. Upon receiving the invitation, Hinata Daichi, accompanied by Hinata and Niji, joined the festivities. The 7 of them went to the Chinese restaurant, where they had much to learn. They played until 10 o'clock at night, when Hinata Daichi returned to Chinyue town. After checking on his daughter, he turned and entered Tsunade's room. Tsunade lay on the bed facing inward, her curves rising and falling like a picturesque mountain. He slipped under the covers, turning her to face him, and embraced her. Tsunade could no longer maintain her facade, opening her eyes to ask, "Why did you come back so late? If you're not going to sleep, why are you in my room? What do you think?" Hinata Daichi retorted with a playful tone. The front-line troops advanced, swiftly controlling several strongholds. Tsunade's forces were dispirited, akin to fish on a chopping board, rapidly losing their will to resist. "What do you take me for?" Tsunade's beautiful eyes glistened with moisture, her petite hands striking Hinata Daichi's chest with gentle martial arts. Her delicate fists lacked strength, resembling more of a flirtatious tease. "Did I take you for my wife?" Hinata Daichi replied earnestly. Tsunade gazed at him in bewilderment, her small hands pausing. A blush gradually crept onto her face, making her even more enchanting. The battle commenced in an instant, all frivolous thoughts cast aside. They faced each other like small boats on the tumultuous sea. The intensity of the conflict was beyond description, and it took 6 rounds before they finally ceased hostilities. 6 is indeed a peculiar number. The next day, Hinata Daichi awoke and checked the time. It was nearly noon. "Tsunade, get up." He rubbed his cheeks and nudged her. Tsunade hummed a couple of times, turning over to continue sleeping. "Little Tsunade, little darling." Tsunade jolted awake, throwing a punch at Hinata Daichi. He deftly caught her wrist and pulled her into his embrace. "You scoundrel. If you mention that again, I'll make you pay." Last night, Hinata Daichi discovered that referring to her as Little Tsunade heightened her combative spirit. In retaliation, Tsunade called him Little Darling. After the skirmish, Tsunade felt a mix of shame and anger over this, vowing to confront anyone who brought it up. Bang, bang, bang. "Mom and Dad, are you awake? I've been waiting for you for so long." Chinyue's voice echoed as she knocked on the door. The little girl usually woke early. Today, she was likely restrained by the silence. "Chinyue, just a moment. Still not up? Hurry, the child is already awake." Hinata Daichi released Tsunade, got dressed, and washed his face. Tsunade quickly dove under the covers, her muffled voice emerging. "You scoundrel, hand me my clothes." An arm emerged from the blanket, and Hinata Daichi reluctantly handed her the clothes. "Hee, why are you so shy? Is there still a secret between us?" He tossed this remark over his shoulder as he opened the door and stepped out. "Get lost," came an angry shout from behind. "Is Mom alright?" "She's fine. Don't worry about her." Hinata Daichi picked up Chinyue and began chatting with her. After playing for a while, his shadow clone brought him breakfast. Tsunade finished freshening up and sat beside Hinata Daichi. Jingin and Chinyue sat opposite, and the 4 of them began their brunch. "Jingin, why do you keep staring at me?" Tsunade asked, puzzled, as Jingin had been sneakily watching her since sitting down, leaving her baffled. "Lady Tsunade looks exceptionally radiant, more beautiful than ever." "Huh, really? I noticed too, but I couldn't find the reason. Stop talking and eat." Tsunade seemed to recall something, her face flushing. As a medical ninja, she naturally had a deeper understanding of matters between couples. After finishing their meal, Chinyue played on the swing in the courtyard. The little girl was quite daring, standing on the seat and swinging back and forth. Hinata Daichi and Tsunade sat on the porch, watching their daughter play. "Tsunade, how's your 6-character secret breathing technique coming along?" "It's going well. I feel my chakra has increased a bit, and my ninjutsu is stronger than before. You should have introduced such a good thing sooner." Tsunade expressed a hint of grievance. "It's not too late now. The scroll I gave you, you must study diligently. Once you've mastered it, you can start practicing natural energy. However, it will take a long time to utilize sage techniques. Your progress is still too slow." Hinata Daichi sighed, feeling somewhat hesitant. My strength is already considerable, all right? What are you worried about?" Tsunade retorted indignantly. "Do you look down on my strength? There are very few in the ninja world who can match me." "Okay, do you know Uchiha Itachi?" "I know, an S-rank rogue ninja who almost annihilated the Uchiha clan." "Why do you bring this up?" Tsunade disliked cryptic conversations, finding them frustrating. Uchiha Itachi joined an organization called Akatsuki. This organization comprises S-rank rogue ninjas. Orochimaru was once a member of this organization. Hinata Daichi felt a bit helpless. This woman was entirely different day and night, a seemingly strong and resolute exterior, yet a soft heart within. That scoundrel Orochimaru. This Akatsuki organization is incredibly dangerous. Does the old man know? Tsunade furrowed her brow. Clearly agitated, he should know. Uchiha Itachi has been relaying information to Konoha, and I have also received a report. Uchiha Itachi is a spy for the village. Then what about the Uchiha massacre? Is it yet again the handiwork of that old man and his cohorts? Tsunade is no political novice. She has witnessed numerous schemes from the third Hokage and his companions. Why would Uchiha Itachi convey intelligence to you? It seems your relationship is rather extraordinary, does it not? Uchiha Itachi was afflicted with a terminal illness, and I intervened to save his life. You possess the ability to cure terminal ailments? Do you think me easily deceived? Tsunade felt a surge of irritation, sensing a hint of mockery that I utilized the first Hokage's cells. You scoundrel! And you claim not to have transplanted wood release? Tsunade propelled herself forward. Delivering a powerful punch, Hinata Daichi swiftly seized her wrist, maneuvering her to sit in his embrace. You fierce woman! Will you allow me to finish my words? Tsunade found herself immobilized, left with no choice but to listen in impotent fury. I truly have not transplanted wood release. I have not lied to you in this regard. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's expression softened slightly. And what of Uchiha Itachi? Why did you take such actions? Uchiha Itachi is a rare powerhouse. It would be a pity for him to perish like this. In his heart, Konoha holds greater significance than Uchiha. Do you wish for Konoha to lose such an exceptional tool? Hinata Daichi retorted. Continuing, the third great ninja war has passed for over a decade. How far do you believe we are from the fourth? Tsunade's body stiffened, a tremor coursing through her. She recalled her brother and close friends who perished on the battlefield. Moreover, her former lover, Dan Kato. Though decades had passed, she had long forgotten his visage. Yet, when he occasionally crossed her mind, it left her with an uncomfortable feeling. Since Chiyue's birth, she had not thought of him even once. Tsunade felt a twinge of guilt, albeit not substantial. Her heart now belonged solely to Chiyue, and to this troublesome individual before her. My apologies. Tsunade, I should not have brought this up. Hinata Daichi relaxed his grip, allowing her to rest more comfortably against him. The wood release experiments have never succeeded. Are you truly daring enough to attempt it? Are you not afraid of endangering Uchiha Itachi? Tsunade took a moment to collect herself. Breaking free to return to her seat, the Uchiha and Senju clans are akin to kin. You share a common ancestor. The Sage of Six Paths, if anyone could successfully transplant the first Hokage's cells, it would undoubtedly be an Uchiha. Are you certain? Absolutely. Tsunade found it difficult to believe, yet the irony of the situation was undeniable. The Senju and Uchiha have been at odds for over a millennium, wishing to annihilate one another, yet fate seems to mock them. If Uchiha Itachi can succeed, why would you, his direct descendant, fail? You wish for me to transplant my grandfather's cells. Indeed, this is the quickest method for you to enhance your power. You must elevate your strength swiftly. The pressures we will face in the future are immense. I refuse. Let us seek alternative solutions. From now on, do not engage in such acts again. Tsunade interrupted Hinata Daichi, her tone laced with warning. Very well. Starting tomorrow, I shall devote myself to assisting you in mastering sage techniques. Hinata Daichi felt a sense of helplessness. This woman was quite difficult to handle. Haha, that is indeed acceptable. Tsunade beamed with pride, relishing in the fact that it was the first time she had compelled Hinata Daichi to concede. The following morning, Hinata Daichi led Tsunade to the experimental facility. Did you just employ the Flying Thunder God technique? Where is this place? Tsunade surveyed the array of experimental apparatuses, her surprise minimal. Internally, she mused. This young man is exceedingly wealthy. I must find a way to procure some of these for my own indulgence. Yes, this is my laboratory. Hinata Daichi sought to avoid unnecessary complications. The area was fortified with various barriers against eavesdropping and spying. No one could glean his training methods. Even the old man would be unable to breach these defenses. Are you familiar with yin-yang release? If one attempts to brute force their way through, Hinata Daichi would know immediately. However, let me warn you in advance. Do not conduct human experiments. Otherwise, Tsunade regarded him sternly, uncertain of how to conclude that thought. If Hinata Daichi were to proceed with such actions, she would be at a loss for how to respond. Rest assured, I shall not conduct human experiments. My moral boundaries are far more stringent than you might imagine. I trust you. I hope you do not let me down. Is this the base of Danzo's root? What a shock. This woman has been here. This complicates matters. Hinata Daichi felt a jolt of apprehension. A sense of frustration washing over him. I heard this place was abandoned, so I made use of it. Hinata Daichi composed his thoughts and replied calmly. Haha, did you hear? I heard there were 4 individuals who attacked Root. One of them, could it possibly be you? Tsunade chuckled coldly, eager to see what tale he would weave. Indeed, I was involved. However, I did not take action. It was others who eliminated Danzo. Oil woman Ryoma? Based on my understanding of you, you would not engage in such troublesome affairs so Danzo targeted you. Having lived alongside Hinata Daichi for nearly 2 years, Tsunade's assessment of him was, he goes with the flow. Gentle and quiet, disliking trouble, preferring to stay home. I am somewhat surprised. You appear to know me quite well. The reason, Danzo invited me to join Root, which I declined. Subsequently, that scoundrel sent assassins after me, and not just once. Hinata Daichi felt a sense of gratitude. His character remained intact. That old bastard Danzo truly deserves his fate. Remarkably, it is thanks to him that I discovered the Flying Thunder God technique. Just the Flying Thunder God? Tsunade scrutinized Hinata Daichi's changing expressions. If she refrained from asking, then it was indeed only the Flying Thunder God. However, if she inquired, there might be unexpected revelations. There are also the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan and some secret arts he has gathered. Haha, you've certainly struck a bargain. So, who are the other 3 assailants? It would be better for you not to know. Tsunade began to piece together the implications. Presumably, the other 3 must also be from Konoha? Enough of this. Let us commence. Hinata Daichi produced 3 sheets of paper, each adorned with symbols and explanatory text. You should recognize the 8 trigrams. The human body can be divided into 8 sections according to the trigrams. These 8 sections encompass all bodily parts. Each of these 8 bodily sections possesses different properties, corresponding to the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, creating a complex interplay of mutual restraint and enhancement. Hinata Daichi endeavored to articulate these concepts in an accessible manner. Metal generates water, water nurtures wood, wood fuels fire, fire transforms into earth, and earth yields metal. Thus, when absorbing natural energy, one must harmonize these 5 bodily attributes to achieve the goal of enhancing the physical form. The 5 organs represent a relationship of the 5 elements. Hence, the first step in cultivation is to establish balance among the 5 organs, actively controlling this reciprocal enhancement in terms of the 5 organs. The lungs correspond to metal, the kidneys to water, the liver to wood, the heart to fire, and the spleen to earth. Therefore, it is imperative to utilize the chi of the lungs to fortify the kidneys. The chi of the kidneys to enhance the liver's wood chi, the liver's wood chi to strengthen the heart's fire to nourish the spleen's earth, and the spleen's earth to return to the lungs' metal. This cycle must continue, allowing the absorption of external natural energy to strengthen the 5 organs. Of course, the order cannot be mistaken. Errors could lead to injury, and in severe cases, death. This paper contains essential knowledge that you must commit to memory. Once you master the 5 organs' elemental balance, I will teach you the complete 8 trigrams and great 5 elements balance. Alright, I understand. Tsunade's captivating eyes sparkled. Such a complex concept. It is a wonder he was able to formulate it. How is it that this fellow is so extraordinarily intelligent? Tsunade diligently memorized the paper for half an hour, only stopping when she could recite it entirely from memory. Following this, Hinata Daichi demonstrated 5 sets of movements for Tsunade to learn and imitate. Haha, what bizarre technique is this? Does performing these movements not cause you pain? Tsunade burst into laughter, though her brows soon furrowed in contemplation. Each movement challenges the limits of the human body, defying conventional understanding. Once you become accustomed to them, the pain will subside. To achieve mutual enhancement of the 5 elements, these 5 sets of movements are crucial. The sequence must not be mistaken. Simply continue to perform them in order. While executing these movements, the chi of the 5 elements within your body will be effortlessly activated, guiding it into the next organ. Naturally, mental focus is also required to assist in this process. One must not err in targeting the organs. Tsunade followed suit, grimacing in pain. However, her physical resilience far surpassed that of Hyuga Daichi in his prime, sparing her from the excruciating torment he once endured. After over an hour of practice, Tsunade finally succeeded in executing all movements independently. Next, she was to employ the 6-character formula for breathing to channel natural energy. simultaneously utilizing these 5 sets of movements as assistance. Tsunade, you must concentrate and guide the direction with your mental energy, Hyuga Daichi sternly reminded her, emphasizing the critical nature of precision in this endeavor. Relying solely on mental energy would not suffice to manipulate the elemental energies. It was imperative to anchor the 5 movements as the foundation while directing the flow with mental force to achieve success. After 5 years of rigorous training, Hyuga Daichi transitioned to meditative practices, having fortified his physical form to adapt to the circulation of elemental energies. His mental energy had also reached a significant level, allowing him to effortlessly manipulate these forces. Byakugan, activate. Hyuga Daichi intently monitored the flow of energy within Tsunade's body to avert any unforeseen mishaps. It was not until dusk that Tsunade could independently complete the elemental circulation of her internal organs. There were several moments when she almost faltered, but Hyuga Daichi promptly intervened to correct her. After an exhaustive day filled with detailed explanations, Tsunade's confidence waned. After a day of intermittent effort, she barely met the qualifications. What troubled Hyuga Daichi was the greater challenge that lay ahead, the full-body circulation of the 5 elements, which posed a heightened risk and involved a far more complex array of bodily tissues. 6 months later, Tsunade had achieved a minor mastery of the elemental circulation within her internal organs. Hyuga Daichi had instructed her for a week on the full-body elemental circulation, but ultimately had to reluctantly set it aside for the time being. Fortunately, Tsunade possessed a commendable understanding of human anatomy, allowing her to focus on theoretical knowledge for the time being. Once she grasped the theory, she could gradually refine her practical skills. Given time, he believed she would succeed. However, in the short term, rapid enhancement of her abilities seemed a distant hope. Better to retreat to slumber, where dreams held infinite possibilities. Yet, such thoughts only served to heighten the pressure on Hyuga Daichi. The future loomed perilously, and his current strength was inadequate for absolute assurance. In the Konoha Death Forest Laboratory, Hyuga Daichi lay upon the surgical table, surrounded by his shadow clones, who were diligently attending to preparations. Everything ready. Shall we begin? One of the shadow clones inquired. Let us commence. Hyuga Daichi nodded. The needle pierced the veins on the back of his hand. A cellular extract from Ootsutsuki serum began to flow gradually into his bloodstream. As time elapsed, a cascade of sensations, itching, throbbing pain, assailed him in succession. The shadow clone retrieved a syringe, administering an injection of an anti-rejection serum. Hyuga Daichi maintained a stoic expression. This trivial discomfort was inconsequential to him. Activating his Byakugan, he utilized its ocular prowess alongside his internal spiritual energy to suppress Shuren's cells. He forcefully integrated the cellular extract into his own cells, securely locking it within the nuclei and gradually digesting it to enhance his physical constitution. Once the extract's personal will was obliterated, its purity reached an astounding 97%. This represented the pinnacle of countless experiments. Having achieved the utmost purity, 4 hours later, Hyuga Daichi calmly descended from the surgical table. The cellular matter within him became exceedingly active, and the genetic strands within his chromosomes began to undergo unknown transformations. After closing his eyes for 2 hours of rest, he felt a sudden stirring within. Hyuga Daichi realized the fetal movement had commenced. Donning his eye band, he began to meditate, with the initiation of the 6-character formula for breathing. The amount of celestial energy absorbed and the speed of absorption surged severalfold. Ceasing the breathing technique and relying solely on mental energy to manipulate external celestial energy resulted in only a slight decrease in absorption speed of less than 10%. Indeed, cultivating natural energy as a sage proved to be remarkably efficient, far less strenuous than before. With the impetus of sage energy, Hyuga Daichi swiftly entered the realm of refining spirit and returning to the void. After being stuck in the realm of refining chi into spirit for over a year, he finally felt a sense of relief. Refining essence into chi, refining chi into spirit, refining spirit to return to the void, and merging with the Tao. The process of refining spirit to return to the void involved the cultivation of the primordial spirit. The first fetal movement concluded after 9 days. The second lasted for 18 days. The third persisted for 27 days before it ceased. It seemed to take longer than the 3 fetal movements experienced by Ootsutsuki Shuren. Hyuga Daichi pondered this as he removed his eye band. In the mirror, a pair of exquisite eyes appeared. Sky blue irises, sky blue pupils, and 3 differently sized golden, 6-petal snowflake patterns overlapped and slowly rotated around the pupil's core. Something seems amiss. What is it? Main body. What's wrong? The shadow clone inquired. I recall that Ootsutsuki Shuren's Rinnegan features two snowflake patterns within the iris, and they should be white in color. Perhaps this was related to the absorption of the Byakugan's ocular prowess from the Rinnegan. The snowflake patterns within the lunar Rinnegan are indeed golden. The quality of the main body's spiritual energy is exceptionally high. Could that also be a factor? The shadow clone speculated. Perhaps, although I have integrated Shuren's physical attributes. It feels more akin to devouring and digesting. After the fusion, my constitution is evidently far superior to the original Shuren's cells. Hyuga Daichi retracted the shadow clone, and with a thought, transformed the Rinnegan back into Byakugan. The Byakugan became crystalline clear, appearing even purer and brighter. The colors he now beheld were no longer black and white but a vibrant, colorful world. Ootsutsuki Shuren could not deactivate his Rinnegan because the eyes were not original. This was akin to Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan, and Nagato was similarly unable to shut his Rinnegan. After acclimatizing to the abilities of the Rinnegan, Hyuga Daichi exited the laboratory. Where have you been these past days? Chiwe has been searching for you daily. Tsunade crossed her arms, casting a reproachful glance at Hyuga Daichi. I had matters to attend to. It was unavoidable. Your eyes seemed different from before. Tsunade scrutinized his eyes, noting they appeared even more crystalline and translucent. Yes, I've made some progress in my training, which may have influenced my eyes. After all, it is said that one should not speak of the law in the presence of 6 ears. Some matters are best left unspoken. Certain individuals are truly unscrupulous, and no amount of caution is excessive. Daddy, you're finally back. Upon hearing Hyuga Daichi's voice, Chiwe dashed out, leaping into his arms and showering him with kisses. Haha, have you been well behaved, Chiwe? Hyuga Daichi planted a hearty kiss on the little girl's cheek, grinning widely. Mmhm. Chiwe clung to Hyuga Daichi's neck, nodding vigorously. So, how has your studying been lately? Hyuga Daichi turned to Tsunade. Not too bad. I've gained a preliminary understanding of the fundamental composition of the world. However, some terms are rather esoteric, making it challenging to grasp their meanings. Since Tsunade began studying the knowledge contained within the Tao scriptures, she felt her intellect had expanded. This was a necessary predicament. If the explanations were overly straightforward, a single scroll would prove insufficient. Attempting to clarify everything with plain language would require 1,000,000 words at the very least. If you encounter anything unclear, I can offer you some supplementary lessons tonight. If the Tao scriptures were rendered too explicit, it would risk being appropriated by the indigenous tricksters of this world. Upon hearing the word tonight, Tsunade's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shot him a fierce glare. The expression Tsunade wore was irresistibly charming, illuminating the entire room. Hyuga Daichi felt overwhelmed, eager to commence their academic review immediately. Hiki, this wicked woman disrupts my Tao heart. She is utterly captivating. After dinner, Hyuga Daichi began to tutor Tsunade. An hour later, they were located to the bedroom for their studies. Kurenai quickly scooped up Chiwe and lulled her to sleep. Hyuga Daichi emerged victorious in their academic duel, leaving Tsunade overwhelmed and surrendering. Perhaps due to the long absence, Tsunade was particularly spirited that night. A new strategy that had previously been met with shyness was successfully unlocked. And she also gleaned new knowledge from her teacher. Tsunade could tangibly sense Hyuga Daichi's strength had indeed grown. I can't take it anymore. Stop. I want to sleep. Just as Hyuga Daichi was about to initiate a new round of academic conquests, Tsunade firmly declined. Her frequent fainting spells left her feeling embarrassed and defeated. More exercise is conducive to improved sleep quality. Teacher Doi, with righteous fervor, has resumed his campaign of conquest. Stop. Can we have a conversation? Let me take a break first. Tsunade's eyes glistened with moisture, her voice soft and tinged with a hint of plea. Very well. I shall heed your request. Hinata Doi replied with a sense of satisfaction. Tsunade nestled into his embrace, tightly grasping his hands to prevent further disturbances. The two engaged in light banter for half an hour. Tsunade, time's up. Doi's pedagogical spirit surged as he continued to share biological knowledge with her. Ultimately, Tsunade could not escape the fate of slumber, her face adorned with a sweet smile as she drifted into dreams. Embracing her from behind, Hinata Doi closed his eyes and began to rest. Days later, in the Hokage's office of Konohagakure, Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a worried expression as he handed a mission scroll to Hinata Doi. Doi, Team 7 has encountered trouble. I implore you to provide them with support. Ensure the children's safety. Upon opening the scroll, Doi discovered it was a mission from the Land of Waves. Rest assured, Hokage-sama, I shall bring them back safely, he declared with earnestness. Well then, I entrust this to you. Departing from the village, Hinata Doi activated his Tensigen. Hokage no Shinjuku. A black hole appeared, and he stepped through it. Upon emerging, he had already arrived in the land of waves. An hour later, Hinata Doi located Team Kakashi. Kakashi lay on a bed, languid and barely conscious. Naruto stood triumphantly on the water's surface, laughing heartily. Did you see that, Sakura-chan? I've finally learned to walk on water. You're the last one to master it. Sasuke scoffed. Idiot Naruto. You've been training for 2 years, Sakura exclaimed in exasperation. Thanks to Hinata Doi's intervention, the 12 Ninja Academy students had mastered tree climbing and water walking before graduation, but Naruto remained an exception. So you three are here? Hinata Doi appeared before Team 7. It's Big Brother Doi. Ha ha ha. What brings you here? Naruto exclaimed. Naruto, do not act recklessly. You must first ascertain the identity of the other party. Naruto rushed to the riverbank, only to be intercepted by Sasuke. Not bad. You still possess basic vigilance. Naruto, you fail. Sakura, you earn 80 points. You didn't T-stop him in time and didn't T-act rashly. So you get 60 points, Hinata Doi chuckled, offering his assessment. Hinata Doi, how many times must I tell you? Do not call me Sakura. Hearing the unpleasant nickname, Sasuke relaxed his tense posture, though he found Doi irritating. At least he had confirmed their identities. Since you've mastered water walking, how about I teach you a jutsu as a reward? Hinata Doi proposed with a smile. Sure, Big Brother Doi is the best. Teach me, Naruto exclaimed, his energy surging as if invigorated. A tutor, Sakura and Sasuke exchanged incredulous glances. Leading Naruto to the opposite bank of the river, Hinata Doi posed a question. Naruto, are you aware of Chakra's nature transformation? Huh, what is that, Big Brother Doi? I'm not quite sure. Naruto scratched his spiky hair, laughing heartily. I shouldn't have asked you. It seems your foundational knowledge from the academy is quite lacking. Never mind. Let us pretend I didn't say anything. Hinata Doi opened his right hand, swiftly forming a spherical chakra orb. This technique is called Rasengan, an A-rank ninjutsu created by the 4th Hokage. It represents an advanced application of chakra nature transformation and possesses considerable destructive power. Holding the Rasengan, he pressed it against a nearby tree. With a thunderous crash, the tree began to splinter and fall. A circular hole was left where the tree had split in two. Wow, Big Brother Doi is amazing. Sakura gasped in astonishment from across the river. Sasuke clenched his fists, secretly impressed. Big Brother Doi, I want to learn. I want to learn, Naruto exclaimed, jumping with excitement, his eyes wide as saucers. Very well. I can teach you. But those lacking patience will not succeed. Hinata Doi smiled mischievously, employing a bit of provocation. Big Brother Doi, I am the most patient. You must believe in me. I promise I will work hard with all my might. Naruto's face flushed with determination as he bowed deeply in earnest. All right, since you say so, I will trust you this once. Hinata Doi produced a toy balloon and handed it to Naruto. Huh, what is this? Naruto asked, puzzled as he took it. Fill it with water, about 10 centimeters in size. Oh, what do I do next, Big Brother Doi? Naruto inquired, bending down to fill the balloon. Let me demonstrate. Input chakra into the water balloon. Maintaining an erratic high-speed rotation. Once the balloon bursts, you will have completed the first stage of this technique. Hinata Doi took back the balloon, channeling chakra into it. The liquid inside began to swirl wildly. With a loud pop, the balloon exploded, spraying water everywhere. To ensure Naruto understood, Hinata Doi deliberately slowed down the process. Got it, now practice at your own pace. He handed Naruto several more balloons and returned to the opposite bank. Sakura intercepted him. Big Brother Doi, she said, looking at him with pleading eyes. Since the establishment of Team 7, she had always felt like a burden, unable to contribute and forcing her teacher and teammates to divert their attention to protect her. She felt utterly useless, burdened by guilt and insecurity. Well, Sakura, your chakra control is a strong suit. Your chakra volume is also quite impressive, even surpassing that of the average ninja. I suggest you learn medical ninjutsu to provide sustained combat support for the team. Hinata Doi advised. With her chakra volume exceeding that of an ordinary ninja, it was almost certain she possessed the young release attribute. All right, I'll follow your guidance, Big Brother Doi. You're a renowned medical ninja in Konoha. Please teach me. Tears began to well up in Sakura's eyes as she finally glimpsed the hope of being able to assist her teammates. Hinata Doi explained the basics of medical ninjutsu. The healing technique. After more than 10 minutes of effort, a green glow began to emanate from Sakura's hands. Dragon's grasp. Hinata Doi activated the suction of his Tensigen, pulling a lively fish from the river. The name was somewhat amusing, but it would suffice for now, he thought. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. He had never seen such a peculiar ninjutsu without hand seals and couldn't help but ponder its principles. Drawing a kunai, he made a few cuts on the fish and placed it before Sakura. Heal its wounds before it dies. Sakura knelt down, earnestly striving to save the unfortunate fish. Hinata-senpai, I want to become stronger. Will you teach me ninjutsu, please? Sasuke seized the opportunity to approach Hinata-doi. What is your motivation for becoming stronger? Hinata-doi asked, his eyes glimmering with amusement. He found teasing Sasuke to be quite entertaining. Having already grasped the joy of Uchiha Itachi's antics. To kill that man, I will destroy the Uchiha. Sasuke's expression twisted, his eyes filled with piercing malice. It seemed Itachi had thoroughly toyed with him before leaving. Hinata-doi felt a sense of schadenfreude. Indeed, everyone seemed to enjoy some playful banter. Unfortunately, given your current abilities, I cannot teach you. My techniques aren't suited for you. You should seek the right person. For instance, your teacher, Kakashi Hitaki. Hinata Daichi looked at Sasuke with a cheerful grin. Kakashi? Sasuke responded, somewhat exasperated. He had considered this too. However, Kakashi had always engaged them in ninja games and had never mentioned teaching them any ninjutsu. Come on, Sonny, be polite. At the very least, you should address him as senpai, for he is your leading Nin instructor? I'm sorry. Sasuke felt a wave of frustration, having known Hinata Daichi for 2 years. It seemed as if Daichi had an aversion to him, constantly pointing out his flaws and referring to him with the unflattering nickname Sonny. Kakashi-senpai, surely you've seen enough. Aren't you going to say something? Hinata Daichi turned to a nearby tree and inquired. Well, what does it matter? As a tutor, isn't it your duty to teach them? Kakashi emerged with his typical deadpan expression, looking as if he had just awakened. Is Daichi-sen truly the legendary tutor? Sakura, Haruno, and Sasuke had heard of this and thought it was merely a rumor. Other companions had also mentioned a mysterious tutor, yet no one had ever laid eyes on him. That being said, you can't just offload all your students onto me, can you? Your Chidori is perfectly suited for Sonny. You can teach him. Chidori, also known as Raikiri, possesses both lightning transformation and nature alteration. Classified as an S-rank technique. However, the Chidori utilized by Sonny at this stage likely wouldn't reach S-rank power, perhaps due to insufficient proficiency and a low level of transformation and nature alteration. Since you can perform Rasengan, Chidori shouldn't pose a challenge for you. Don't say you can't use lightning techniques. I know you can utilize all 7 natures. All 7 natures. Aren't there only 5 elemental transformations? Sakura, eavesdropping, was taken aback, causing the fish in her hands to flop uselessly. This matter arose during a gathering. After indulging a bit too much, Daichi couldn't suppress his desire to show off, inadvertently revealing it. To his surprise, Kakashi remembered it. Besides fire, earth, water, wind, and lightning, there are also the yin and yang attributes. Sakura, the medical ninjutsu you've learned is an application of yang release. Kakashi began to fulfill his role as a teacher. Providing a brief overview. This insufferable fellow possesses all 7 natures. How is that possible? Sasuke felt a mix of suspicion and disbelief, convinced Kakashi was exaggerating. You are the team leader. I cannot usurp your duties. If you want me to teach, it will cost 50,000 Ryo a month. Let us skip that. I'm far too poor. Since you're here to assist, I can finally relax. Sasuke, follow me, Kakashi concluded. Beckoning Sasuke to follow him to another area to begin teaching him Chidori, Hinata Daichi reclined on a rocking chair, leisurely fishing. The catch would provide Sakura with some practice. Any fish that died could be roasted directly. A delightful trifecta. After 2 days of leisurely living, a plea for assistance arrived from Dazuna. Kato's men had come to disrupt their bridge construction efforts. Kakashi's team continued their mission while Hinata Daichi observed from the shadows. Momochi Zabuza made a grand reappearance, charging at Kakashi and his team with 2 underlings. The battle was intensely fierce, pushing Kakashi's team to the brink. Sunny unleashed his second Tomo, blocking a fatal blow meant for Naruto. Sakura's healing techniques also proved useful, finally alleviating the burden. Ultimately, Kakashi sealed the victory with a single strike of Raikiri. Amidst the chaos, Hinata Daichi tossed a green orb, which entered Zabuza's body, controlling him to annihilate Kato's group. This act relieved the beleaguered residents of the Land of Waves. After plundering Kato's treasury, Hinata Daichi acquired a significant windfall. With Naruto's bridge completed, the mission concluded as they returned to the village. In the Hokage's office, the annual multinational Nin exam was set to take place in Konoha. Will you be registering your subordinates? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a smile while puffing on his pipe. All right. Youth must not be squandered. The time to shine has finally arrived. I'm registering Niji, Lee, intent in for the CH9 exam. Hokage-sama, my guy exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, his prominent teeth gleaming. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled, feeling his teeth ache, and nodded silently. Team 10, we are registering, Asuma Sarutobi declared, tossing aside his cigarette but with a serious tone. Hokage-sama, Team 8 is registering. Yui Kurenai adjusted her hair and spoke up. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and turned to the dazed Kakashi. Team 7 is also registering, Kakashi stated, his deadpan eyes wide as he raised his right hand. Good. Please fill out the recommendation forms, and once completed, submit them to your subordinates, Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed before turning to Hinata Daichi with a smile. Daichi, I would like to ask you to serve as the chief examiner for the third round of the CH9 exam. I will have Hyūga and Kakashi assist you. Yes, Hokage-sama, Hinata Daichi nodded in agreement. Stepping out of the office with Hyūga and Kakashi for further discussion, Senpai, I leave the hosting of the third preliminary round of the CH9 exam to you. All right, got it. Hyūga nodded, understanding the gravity of the task. Senpai, will you take on the role of the judge for the finals? Is that acceptable? No problem. You can count on me, Kakashi replied, nonchalantly chewing on a senbon. Great, now it's settled. We'll see each other on the day of the exam. The three parted ways, and Hinata Daichi prepared to return to the Hyuga clan compound. Having not seen Hinata for several days, he felt his shadow clones were still lacking. As Hinata Daichi turned down a street, he noticed a commotion ahead. Team 7 was confronting the three siblings of the gourd. Byakugan, Pressure, Gaara and Sunny plummeted from the trees, crashing to the ground and unable to rise again. Temari and Kankuro looked fearfully at Hinata Daichi, their arms entirely immobilized. The sand from the gourd barely emerged before being forced back inside. Sasuke exerted all his strength, but his proud and handsome face remained glued to the ground. Konohamaru, sniffling, looked around in confusion. What is happening? Kids, you can't fight in the streets. If you want to spar, head to the training ground. Hinata Daichi withdrew his powers, as he detested anyone showing off in front of him. The mere sight made his hands itch uncontrollably. Daichi-san, we weren't fighting. They were bullying Konohamaru. With the pressure lifted, Naruto leapt 3 feet high and landed with a thud. He flipped over and began stomping in frustration. Uchiha Sasuke cautiously stood up, casting a deep glance at Hinata Daichi. This annoying fellow might even be stronger than Kakashi. Well, kids, you should get along. Hinata Daichi waved his hand and turned to leave. Let us go. Gaara glared fiercely at Hinata Daichi's retreating figure as he led Temari and Kankuro away. Hey, Daichi-san, don't go. My balloon just popped. What should I do next? Naruto hurriedly chased after him. Next, follow the previous method to pop this ball. Once you succeed, you can attempt to gather Rasengan. Hinata Daichi handed him a small ball. All right, I got it. Daichi-san. Naruto, seeing the light of hope, was instantly brimming with energy and enthusiasm. Days later, Hinata Daichi entered the Forest of Death. The second round of the CH9 exam had begun, with ninjas from various villages pouring into the Forest of Death. Senjutsu, sword technique. Hinata Daichi soared into the skies, reclining upon his sword as he extracted sunflower seeds to watch the unfolding drama. Over in Class 8, Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba, and Yamanaka Shino had utilized traps to dispatch a group of foes. Class 10, consisting of the Inoshikacho trio, stealthily navigated through the underbrush. Class 3 had successfully gathered the Heaven and Earth scrolls and was hastening towards Hinata's Class 8. Meanwhile, Class 7 showcased a more riveting spectacle, as Orochimaru had cornered their trio, personally inflicting torment upon the 3 young shinobi. Orochimaru even bestowed upon Haru a curse tattoo before his departure. Naruto and Sasuke lay incapacitated, while Sakura stood vigil, trembling beside them. The Sound Ninja trio emerged, intent on surrounding Sakura. Fortunately, Lee arrived just in time, although another casualty soon joined the ranks. Sakura, severing her hair, began to awaken her inner warrior spirit. Trading injuries, she managed to claim first blood from her opponent, only to be subsequently overwhelmed. The Inoshikacho trio, watching from the shadows, swiftly intervened, confronting the Sound Ninja trio. Niji and Tenten soon followed, and shortly thereafter, Sasuke unleashed his cursed mark, forcing the Sound Ninja to retreat. This sequence bore a striking resemblance to the original narrative, with no significant alterations. However, when Hinata Daichi noticed something amiss, he flicked a sunflower seed downward. The seed plummeted like a missile, piercing a large tree with ease. Startled, Orochimaru quickly vacated the vicinity, his gaze drawn to the tiny black dot in the sky, his pupils dilating in fear. The hidden Hinata-esque group promptly turned, only to discover a shadow flickering behind them, which vanished just as swiftly. The trio gasped, hastily retreating from the scene, to Orochimaru-senpai. Should you meddle with other younglings, I may choose to overlook it. However, you are not permitted to touch Hinata. Hinata Daichi's voice resonated in Orochimaru's ears, who gazed at the dark silhouette above, a peculiar smile gracing his features. Is that so? My apologies, Daichi-kun. I shall take my leave at once. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Orochimaru disregarded whether Daichi could hear him. That is all I require, as long as you do not complicate matters for me. Our agreement remains intact. Hinata Daichi's voice echoed once more, causing Orochimaru to express surprise. What kind of technique is this? To communicate over such a distance? No longer uttering a word, he made his way towards the depths of the forest of death. Behind him trailed a small figure, pursuing Orochimaru's path. Akato Yoroi caught up with Orochimaru, and the two engaged in a deadly dance of love and conflict. Once all victorious teams entered the central tower, Hinata Daichi followed suit, directly locating Tsukikage Jifeng and Shiranui Gima. Lord Hokage has arrived. Jifeng-senpai, we may commence. Very well, leave it to me. Daichi nodded. This individual, afflicted with severe pulmonary tuberculosis, certainly appeared to be on borrowed time. Tsukikage Jifeng made a dazzling entrance, interrupting the ramblings of the third Hokage to announce the match rules. The first match, CHG Akimichi vs Uchiha Sasuke. Haru struggled to suppress his cursed mark while barely triumphing over his opponent. Daichi, I just encountered Orochimaru. Kakashi approached Hinata Daichi. What did Lord Hokage say? Should we terminate the CH-nin exam? Lord Hokage has decided to proceed with the exam. It seems he has his own agenda. Did Orochimaru say anything? Daichi inquired. He uttered some peculiar remarks before departing. Kakashi replied, let us not dwell on him. Since the exam continues, we shall address this matter afterward. Hinata Daichi sighed in relief. As long as the plot remained largely unchanged, he was content. The second match featured Kanjiro against Kenji Misumi. With Kanjiro emerging victorious, the third match showcased Haruno Sakura battling Yamanaka Ino. A clash between these plastic friends proved to be quite entertaining. The two exchanged blows, a visceral display of combat. You slap me, I return the favor. This was indeed the quintessential method for a women's brawl. With a friendship-piercing punch, both collapsed to the ground. Ino executed her mind transference technique, resulting in a stalemate. The fourth match had Temari facing Tenten. A confrontation between the haughty Ice Queen and the cash-spinning diva. Tenten's extravagant offensive met its match against the wind fan wielder, leading to her defeat. The fifth match concluded with Shikamaru's victory. The sixth match saw Naruto face Inuzuka Kiba. Initially on the receiving end of a brutal onslaught, Naruto managed to gain control for half a minute. Following this, he unleashed a barrage of shadow clones, securing victory. Naruto has adeptly utilized transformation and shadow techniques to confound his opponent. He has certainly grown, Hinata Daichi remarked. Indeed, Naruto's battle acumen is commendable. He truly lives up to his potential. Kakashi was equally astonished, though he could not finish the latter half of his thought. In the seventh match, Hinata confronted Neji. The two exchanged greetings, positioning themselves before charging at one another. They traded blows, their combat reaching a deadlock. It appears they are not employing the gentle fist, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, observing Hinata and Neji skillfully using leverage and counterbalance. Their movements fluid and graceful. The nearby Umbu nodded, unsure of how to respond. Has Hinata developed a new style of combat? This technique seems rather soft and ineffective for confrontations. Spectators were perplexed, each harboring their own speculations and assessments. The battle raged for half an hour until Neji discerned an opening, landing a decisive strike to Hinata's right shoulder. She raised her hand in submission. Neji was no longer the brooding, angst-ridden teenager he once was. Having matured alongside Hinata, he refrained from delivering a brutal blow. Brother Daichi, I lost. Hinata lowered her head, moving to stand beside Hinata. Daichi. Do not fret, Hinata. Your strength is on par with Neji's. The unwillingness to unleash your full power against an opponent is simply a part of your character. Compassion is an admirable quality. Hinata Daichi affectionately ruffled Hinata's hair with a smile. Is that true, Brother Daichi? Hinata's face flushed as she looked up at him. Of course. With the praise, Hinata's spirits soared. Her confidence bolstered. Hinata Daichi had once prompted both Hinata and Neji to contemplate their martial paths. Hinata's response was, to protect. Neji's answer was, to surpass. Kakashi was taken aback upon hearing this, casting a lingering glance at both Hinata and Neji. Despite not fully comprehending the preceding battle, he trusted Hinata Daichi's insights. In the eighth match, Lee faced Gaara. Initially, Lee found himself under pressure as Gaara dominated the encounter. "Lee, remove your weights," Guy exclaimed, his thumb raised. His teeth gleaming. The audience gasped. What in the world? Are we about to witness a restricted performance? As Lee discarded his weights, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. "Tisich, what a disappointment," murmured a voice, causing nearby spectators to break out in cold sweat. The weights crashed to the ground, shattering the floor within a radius of several meters. The audience was taken aback, rendered speechless. The battle resumed. Lee attempted to overpower Gaara, but to little avail. Gaara's defenses proved formidable, leaving Lee at a disadvantage. Ultimately, after opening the fifth gate, Lee was grievously injured, losing an arm and a leg to the injured Gaara. Guy intervened to save him, but Lee was defeated. Hinata Daichi entered the arena to conduct a thorough examination. Muscles and meridians were ruptured, with the left arm and leg completely shattered. Lee may never be able to serve as a shinobi again. "Daichi, please, you must save Lee." Guy bowed deeply, tears brimming in his eyes. "I can only stabilize his condition. Guy-senpai, please seek out Director Hafong. He may possess a solution." Hinata Daichi sighed, administering basic treatment before allowing medical staff to carry Lee away. "Guy, you're such a reckless teacher." Leave the credit to Tsunade. Upon returning to the sidelines, Hinata Daichi calculated silently. In the ninth match, Tisu faced Akimichi CHG, with Tisu emerging victorious. The 10th and 11th matches concluded, resulting in 8 individuals advancing: Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Niji, Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Shino, Temari, Gaara, and Kanjiro. The third round of the CH Nin exam would take place in 1 month's time. The format would remain a series of one-on-one matches, with the most outstanding performers ascending to the rank of CH Nin. That is all. As Hinata Daichi stepped into the center of the arena, he announced the arrangements for the forthcoming matches. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to exit the venue. Thus concluded the third preliminary round of the Chunin exams. Shortly after returning home, Kakashi sought him out. "Daichi, I would like to ask you to mentor Naruto and Sakura for a while. From now on, I will devote my full attention to guiding Sasuke in mastering the Chidori." Kakashi, quite at ease, readily handed over 2 troublesome tasks. For Naruto, it would be more appropriate for Jiraiya-sensei. Daichi attempted to decline. "Jiraiya-sensei is not in Konoha. That I saw him not long ago. He should be returning to the village in a few days." Indeed, Jiraiya had mentioned this during their last encounter, so it could not be said that Hinata Daichi was deceiving anyone. "Is that so? In that case, I shall entrust Sakura to you," Kakashi declared before hastily departing. With only a month of time at his disposal, he needed to keep a close watch on Sasuke's cursed seal. "Well, I suppose I could send a shadow clone to handle things with Sakura." Daichi mused, stepping out of his home in search of Sakura. That evening, he was whisked away by Uchiha Izumi to attend a classmates' gathering. Haruno Sakura tagged along, receiving quite a bit of attention from the older generation. Izumi, along with several women from her clan, had been serving in the security forces. Most of the ninja dispatched on missions were men. Over the years, Izumi had matured significantly, blossoming into a gentle and intelligent beauty. Though her conversations were tinged with an inexplicable sorrow, Daichi was well aware of the source of her worries, none other than that man, Uchiha Itachi. As Daichi walked home, a shadow flickered in the distance. Activating his Byakugan, he discerned it was Yakushi Kabuto. He trailed behind him at a leisurely pace, observing the meeting between Kabuto and Maki. A glance at the shadowy corner revealed Tsukikage Shikike's lurking there. Eavesdropping. After Kabuto and Maki concluded their conversation and departed, Shikike swiftly made his way toward the Hokage building. Not far along, he was intercepted by Maki, who greeted him with a cold smirk. The two engaged in a skirmish, resulting in Shikike sustaining severe injuries and collapsing. Maki left, and Shikike's breath came to an end. Senjutsu. Micro technique. Daichi arrived just in time, placing his hand on Shikike's body. Senjutsu. Restoration. Infusing yang release energy into critical areas like Shikike's heart and brain. He managed to preserve her life. However, awakening would require at least 1 to 2 months. Having saved a beautiful Konoha Kunoichi from a lonesome fate, Daichi felt quite the benevolent figure. He left Shikike's on the patrol route of the Umbu before returning home to sleep. The next day, Tsunade, how is your study of the Tao of healing progressing? Daichi inquired, cradling Chinyue. About 20%, perhaps, Tsunade replied languidly, sprawled across her rocking chair, casually spitting out a grape skin. From today on, focus on mastering the theoretical aspects of human anatomy. Set everything else aside for now. Daichi felt a sense of helplessness. Although Tsunade had been learning rapidly, Her pace still suggested it would take at least 3 years. All right. By the way, I'm out of money. Lend me 1,000,000 Rio. Did you go gambling again? Ahahaha. How could that be? Tsunade chuckled awkwardly. Just a little more. I'm truly out of funds. Tsunade looked at Daichi with pleading eyes. Fine. This will be the last time. From now on, I'll give you a maximum of 500,000 Rio each month. Qianwei is growing up. You ought to leave her some inheritance. Dad is right. Mom is such a spendthrift. Qianwei paused her playtime. Looking up to deliver her cheeky support, Daichi felt a headache coming on. Thankfully, his earnings were substantial enough each month. Otherwise, he might have felt compelled to restrain this woman and give her a good thrashing. Daichi pulled out a stack of bills and tossed them into Tsunade's embrace. Haha. But you're still here, right? From now on, all of Qianyue's expenses will be your responsibility. Tsunade was unfazed, counting the money slowly. I didn't realize Qianyue's father was so wealthy. This month alone, I've received 800,000 Rio, and he doesn't seem to mind at all. It seems his family fortune is quite ample. How fortunate I am. No need to worry about money. Tsunade's eyes transformed into shapes of currency, dreaming of a splendid future. From today onward, the entire month is a rare period of rest. I've thought of a great way to help you quickly complete the Great 5 Elements cycle. Daichi called upon Shizune, entrusting her with the money and child. He then took Tsunade and used the Flying Thunder God technique to bring her to the laboratory. Sit properly and imitate my posture. Daichi settled into a meditative position on the mat, with Tsunade following suit. Activating his rebirth eye, he conjured a green orb of light and infused it into Tsunade's body, utilizing the 6-character technique for breathing. He attracted natural energy, relax your entire being and maintain a tranquil mind. Tsunade calmed her thoughts, beginning to produce the sounds of ha, he, hu, ho, hiss, and hai, corresponding to her inhalation and exhalation. The first 3 represented inhalation, while the latter 3 represented exhalation, pairs formed by ha and ho, he and hiss, hu and hai. I will guide the flow of energy within you. Do not resist. Focus your attention on perceiving the route of the energy's journey. Remembering every body part employed in each step, Daichi manipulated the energy within Tsunade, initiating the process of absorption. Among the 5 elements, Earth is the most balanced and stable. Thus, they would commence from there. The human body is divided according to the 8 trigrams, with many body parts represented by the Kuin and Jin trigrams. As Tsunade's breathing technique continued, natural energy flooded into her body. Daichi directed this energy to wash over the body parts represented by the Kuin and Jin trigrams, which include the spleen, stomach, rin meridian, abdomen, left shoulder, muscles, digestive system, nose, hands, right lower limb, foot dorsum, toes, spine, and skin. The natural energy surged continuously. With only a small portion remaining in the cells of these body parts, he manipulated the digested energy from these areas to proceed to the next stage, accompanied by other undigested natural energy, both intensifying the subsequent body parts. Earth produces metal. The Kuin and Jin trigrams generate the Qian and Dui trigrams. The body parts corresponding to the Qian and Dui trigrams primarily include the lungs, brain, large intestine, spine, trachea, esophagus, mouth, tongue, throat, due meridian, chest cavity, left lower abdomen, left lower limb, teeth, left waist, and left rib. The energy from the Kuin and Jin body parts transferred to those represented by the Qian and Dui trigrams. As the energy transitioned, a portion of the accompanying natural energy dissipated, assimilating into these organs. Next, metal generates water. The Qian and Dui trigrams flowed into the Kan trigrams' corresponding body parts. The natural energy introduced through the breathing technique was partially consumed. Following this, water entered the Jin and Sun trigrams, giving rise to wood. Subsequently, the Jin and Sun trigrams transitioned to the Li trigram, resulting in wood generating fire. Finally, the energy returned to the Kuin and Jin trigrams, completing the Great 5 Elements cycle. Just as Tsunade finished inhaling, she exhaled the natural energy that her body could not absorb. Each breath took approximately 1 minute, and the entire Great 5 Elements rotation had to be completed before exhalation. Once she mastered the technique, the duration of her breathing could be extended, allowing her to draw in more natural energy with each rotation, potentially increasing to 2 or more rotations. Daichi could now achieve a 10-minute breath. With 100 rotations of the Great 5 Elements, he had already reached a point where he could perform a full cycle of the breathing technique 365 times, leading to a total of 36,500 rotations of the Great 5 Elements within his body. Fortunately, with the Shadow Clone technique, he could manage this workload, as daily practice time was insufficient. Each session of cultivation lasted 3,650 minutes, requiring about 3 days to complete. Without 3 or 4 shadow clones, it would be impossible to accomplish such a massive task. Tsunade, possessing a robust constitution, managed to cycle through the 6-character breathing technique 108 times before concluding. Nearly 2 hours had passed. The internal Great 5 Elements cycle had just completed 108 rotations. Ah, that feels wonderful. My body feels much lighter, and my mind is considerably clearer. You truly are remarkable for being able to create such a technique. Tsunade stretched her limbs, yawning, and began to stretch her arms and legs. Hey, what happened to your eyes? It might have been affected by the technique, causing a mutation, Daichi explained, reverting to his Byakugan.ic. Are your eyes in good condition? Tsunade furrowed her brow, a hint of concern evident. There's no need to worry. I'm perfectly fine. Hinata replied with a reassuring smile, feeling at ease within. That's excellent. Have you acquired any new abilities? I can see farther than before. I haven't noticed anything else yet. And just how far can you see now? Tsunade inquired curiously. Approximately 30 kilometers, I suppose, Hinata responded ambiguously. It seems at least 30 kilometers, the sly little imp. Do you think I'm unaware of your tricks? Tsunade scoffed with a smirk, leaving Hinata feeling somewhat flustered. If you don't wish to share, so be it. Let us return. It's quite late, and you've worked hard today. It was no trouble at all. Hinata exclaimed as he embraced Tsunade and planted a kiss on her cheek as a reward, using the Flying Thunder God technique to return to her bed. Tsunade, having absorbed a significant amount of natural energy, found herself relieved from the need for dinner. A month later, Konoha was bustling with activity as the feudal lord of the Fire Nation and numerous nobles descended upon the village. These affluent aristocrats had contributed significantly to the economic prosperity of Konoha. The third round of the Chunin exams was underway, with ticketing for the main event already in progress. The venue gradually filled. Nara Shikamaru made a striking entrance, 1,000 books held in his mouth. The third round of the Chunin exams officially begins now. First match, Uzumaki Naruto versus Hyūga Kurenai. The two entered the arena, and as per routine, Naruto unleashed a barrage of verbal taunts. No sooner had he fallen silent than he found himself surrounded by insects. He summoned a multitude of shadow clones to launch an assault on Hyūga Kurenai's true form. The two exchanged blows for half an hour, ultimately resulting in Hyūga's regrettable defeat. Despite absorbing a considerable amount of chakra, she was no match for Naruto's overwhelming advantage. The second match featured Gaara pitted against Uchiha Sasuke. Predictably, the sunny boy arrived late. Nara Shikamaru approached the third Hokage to seek guidance on how to proceed. Kazekage, how about we move this to the final match? Saratobi Hiruzen suggested with a smile directed at the fourth Kazekage beside him. That sounds good, Nara Shikamaru announced upon receiving the agreement of the two esteemed leaders. The second match was then altered to feature Uchiha Niji against Nara Shikamaru. The outcome was already apparent. It was essentially a case of a clear counter. Niji had achieved the strength of a jonin, while Shikamaru barely managed to last 2 rounds before conceding defeat. Next came the third match, with Temari facing Nara Shikamaru. There was little to elaborate on. Shikamaru lost the match, but won the affection of his wife. In the fourth match, Uchiha Sasuke took on Gaara. The audience had waited nearly 10 minutes, and Nara Shikamaru was about to announce the results. At long last, Uchiha Sasuke and Kakashi arrived. Sasuke, brimming with confidence, had mastered the Chidori. He viewed victory in this exam as a foregone conclusion. Unfortunately, this match unexpectedly devolved into a war of attrition. As Sasuke faced setbacks, he was determined to intensify his efforts to conclude the battle. An ominous aura emanated from Gaara. Disguised as a member of the Umbu, Kabuto sensed the opportune moment and swiftly formed hand seals. Nirvana technique. Feathers fell like snowflakes, swiftly ensnaring ordinary individuals in a genjutsu. Orochimaru seized Saratobi Hiruzen, leaping atop a rooftop. 4 purple flames formation. The Sound 4 activated their cursed seals, simultaneously forming hand seals, enveloping the 6 individuals within a purple cube. Temari and Shikamaru shielded the injured Gaara as chaos ensued. Sasuke, still engaged with his opponent, felt an urge to pursue. Kakashi summoned his Nikken, instructing them to have Naruto and Sakura chase after Gaara's siblings while also supporting Sasuke. Pakken roused the seemingly lifeless Nara Shikamaru, leading the trio of their temporary team in pursuit of the fleeing adversaries. Hinata then divided himself into hundreds of shadow clones to aid civilians in breaking free from the genjutsu. Alongside other Konoha ninjas, he worked to disperse the crowd. The village had descended into chaos, with sound and sand ninjas attacking indiscriminately. Meanwhile, at the 4 purple flames formation, 3 Umbu members sought a weakness in the barrier. One Umbu member made a bold attempt, only to be reduced to ashes. Various assault methods proved ineffective against the barrier. Kakashi arrived at the 4 purple flames formation, taking with him the eager Might Guy. Hinata confronted Maki, swiftly cleaving him in twain, avenging the grievous injury inflicted upon Moonlight Night Breeze. Konoha's ninjas clashed with the invaders, forcing them into retreat. Byakugan, activate. Hinata witnessed Kabuto's treachery, having eliminated Midomen in, while Karui had already met her demise. Hinata exhaled a sigh of relief. Decayed beings should return to the land of purity. In the original narrative, these 2 old foes lived on into the Boruto series, even making occasional appearances to provoke the 7th Hokage. Naruto, disposing of a few giant snakes, Hinata caught sight of Jiraiya posturing before Mori no Ibiki. Senior, I leave the village in your capable hands. I shall go assist Naruto and the others, Hinata declared. Landing atop a toad. Very well. Leave it to me. Jiraiya responded with a confident smile, giving a thumbs up. Senjutsu, sword technique. Hinata soared into the air, swiftly vanishing into the horizon. Jiraiya, did that young lad just use sage techniques? The toad beneath Jiraiya inquired. Indeed, a remarkably formidable youth. Jiraiya replied casually, preoccupied with combating the enemy. As Hinata flew beyond the village, his Byakugan scanned several battlefields. Asuma timely arrived, rescuing the seemingly doomed Nara Shikamaru. Ahead, Waihai Kurenai was locked in fierce combat with Shikamaru. Navigating past these 2 skirmishes, Hinata hovered above the primary battlefield. Sasuke lay lifeless, and Sakura found herself ensnared by Shikaka's claws against a tree. Naruto unleashed a multitude of shadow clones to assault Gaara. His true form maneuvered behind Gaara, thrusting a kunai into Shikaka's rear. The 2 female witnesses blushed deeply, while Pakken averted his gaze, shaking his head disapprovingly. Gaara, now largely transformed into his tailed beast form, retaliated by sending Naruto sprawling. After tumbling several times, Naruto rose once more. One must admit, the Uzumaki physique is impressively resilient. With a thunderous explosion, the kunai detonated, scattering a significant portion of the sand covering Gaara. Naruto summoned thousands of shadow clones, commencing a relentless assault on Gaara, who found himself encased in a sandy shell. Shikaku, unable to endure the indignity, fully transformed into his tailed beast form, manifesting as a colossal sand raccoon within the forest. A violent sandstorm ensued, engulfing Naruto within a sandy sphere. In a moment of peril, Naruto unleashed his chakra, summoning Gamabunta. The massive creature shattered the sandball, narrowly preserving Naruto's life. Sleep technique. Gaara formed seals, relinquishing control of his body entirely to Shikaku. Shikaku roared with laughter, indiscriminately attacking Naruto and Gamabunta. The clash of these 2 colossal beings swiftly ravaged the surrounding forest. Senjutsu, gold release. Heavenly sword. 6 radiant golden swords descended from the heavens, pinning Shikaku to the ground, rendering him immobile. Each sword impaled his tail, limbs, and torso, silencing Shikaku entirely. Activating the Rinnegan, Hinata stood atop the sword hilt, launching a green orb into Shikaku's body. Shikaku's massive form shrank by a third, and the green orb emerged, which Hinata grasped and toyed with. You insufferable brat, what have you done to me? If you have the audacity, release me, and let us engage in battle. Shikaka seethed in fury, realizing that a third of his chakra had inexplicably vanished, yet he could not lift his head, consumed by impotent rage. Naruto, don't just stand there. Awaken Gaara and dispel the sleep technique, Hinata called, interrupting the audience's stupor. Yes, brother die. Naruto leaped onto Shikaku's massive head, grappling with Gaara. The scene escalated into chaos, reminiscent of a catfight. Shikaka retreated within Gaara, while Hinata landed gracefully, stepping on the Daoquan sword. Damn it. I never expected Naruto to be this strong. That annoying brat is even more powerful than I imagined. Not even that man could rival him. Why am I so weak? If, perchance, I could have the honor of becoming his disciple, perhaps. Ching Tian struggled to lift her gaze towards Naruto and Hinata Daichi, her heart a tempest of thoughts. Hinata Daichi conjured 3 luminous orbs that seamlessly merged with the bodies of the members of Team 7. Naruto and Sakura regained some strength, while the cursed seal on Sasuke's visage rapidly receded. With resolute steps, Naruto approached Gaara, embarking on an unparalleled verbal onslaught. The outcome remained uncertain, for the light had vanished from Gaara's eyes. Temari and Kankuro descended, positioning themselves before Gaara, enacting a dramatic display of brotherly protection, and a flicker of response began to emerge in Gaara's gaze. 8 trigrams. Airpalm, Kankuro, and Temari were knocked to the ground, rendered incapable of further movement. Bind them. Bring them back to Konoha, commanded Hinata Daichi. Naruto and Sakura procured ropes, securing the three siblings of the gourd tightly. Sasuke, struggling, managed to sit up, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Lost in thought, upon returning to Konoha, the chaos had subsided, leaving behind a trail of ruined edifices and the mournful cries of the families of fallen shinobi. The third Hokage had perished, having employed the Reaper Death Seal. Just as in the original tale, Orochimaru's arm had been sealed, allowing him to escape under the cover of Kabuto and the four sound ninjas, the village was still rife with the wounded. Groaning in agony near the battlefield medical team, Hinata Daichi intercepted a squad of Anbu, entrusting them with the gourd siblings. Naruto, take Sasuke to the hospital for treatment. Sakura, accompany me to support the medical troops. Yes, brother Daichi. Hinata Daichi summoned hundreds of shadow clones, embarking with Haruno Sakura to tend to the injured. The surrounding ninjas hurriedly assisted in erecting tents or running errands. They toiled until dusk, when Hinata Daichi finally dispelled his shadow clones and exited the makeshift tent. As he settled down to catch his breath, an ANBU agent approached him. Hinata Daichi, Jonin, please proceed immediately to the Hokage's office conference room for an emergency Jonin meeting. Understood. Thank you. Hinata Daichi appraised the agent. A woman, bearing a sword, with long purple hair. She must be Uzuki Yugao. Hey, you'd better express your gratitude to me in the future. Upon arriving at the Hokage's conference room, over 100 individuals were already seated. All present were Jonin, with special Jonin lacking the qualifications to attend Jonin meetings. After a 10-minute wait, more Jonin trickled in, bringing the total to over 200. Jiraiya ascended the platform, his expression grim, and spoke in a heavy tone. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, has sacrificed himself. He fell at the hands of the rogue ninja Orochimaru. Alongside him, 2 esteemed advisors and over 100 ninjas and ordinary civilians have perished. A funeral for the Hokage and his comrades will be held tomorrow morning. I hope everyone spreads the word and attends. Nara Shikaku, it's your turn to speak. Jiraiya stepped down and nudged a pineapple-haired, scarred face onto the stage. Nara Shikaku, the leader of the Jonin class, was the perfect candidate to preside over the meeting. The sacrifices of the third Hokage and our leaders represent a monumental loss for the village. Even though we, the living, are engulfed in sorrow, the village still requires our steadfast support. Nara Shikaku's eyes brimmed with tears, his voice choking as he spoke. The Jonin seated below displayed somber expressions, with some unable to suppress quiet sobs. Kakashi kept his head bowed, his expression obscured. Mike Guy, being earnest, had tears streaming down his face like 2 small waterfalls. Hinata Daichi bore a pained expression, secretly amused. Nara Shikaku is quite the actor. Where's Asuma? Did he faint from crying in the restroom? After a moment's pause, Nara Shikaku continued. With the Hokage's passing, the responsibilities of the Hokage must be shouldered by someone else. I propose that Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, assume the role of Hokage. What, Nara Shikaku? That's a bit excessive. Didn't we agree on? Jiraiya abruptly stood, casting a glance at the surrounding Jonin, unable to finish his sentence. I agree. Seconded. I support Jiraiya-sensei for Hokage. I agree. I object. First, I appreciate everyone's trust in me, but I'm truly unfit for the role that I'm not interested in being Hokage. My passions lie in writing and traveling. I'm merely a wanderer. Jiraiya's scalp prickled. Hastily explaining to the Jonin below. I apologize. Everyone, I truly cannot do it. Jiraiya bowed to the assembly, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Jiraiya-sensei, now is not the time for stubbornness. The village is in turmoil. And you intend to continue evading your responsibilities? Can you live with yourself, knowing the teachings of the third Hokage? Nara Shikaku's jaw twitched. He realized this was a significant predicament, never anticipating it would be so troublesome. Shikaku, I genuinely cannot do it. Isn't Tsunade still around? She would be the most suitable to inherit the Hokage position. Jiraiya racked his brain, quickly pulling another prominent figure into the conversation. No. Tsunade hasn't returned to the village in years. Furthermore, there is no time to search for her. The village has an overwhelming number of affairs that require the Hokage's attention. We cannot afford to wait. Nara Shikaku scratched his pineapple head, interrupting Jiraiya. I know where Tsunade is. What if we let Hinata Daichi take on the role of Hokage? His strength surpasses mine and Tsunade's by far. Jiraiya, desperate to extricate himself, glanced toward Hinata Daichi. If Jiraiya-sensei wishes to spar, I am always ready. Hinata Daichi, who had been quietly observing, was suddenly the focal point of all the Jonin's gazes, gritting his teeth in frustration. Jiraiya, you scoundrel. I have no objections to bringing up Tsunade. But why drag me into this? Do you think it's easy for me to conceal my strength? You just had to expose me. Ha 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 ha. Don't be upset, Daichi. I was merely jesting. Jiraiya scratched his head, shrinking his neck as he distinctly sensed the murderous intent in Hinata Daichi's eyes. It appears Daichi is not a man of ambition. Jiraiya silently commended his own cleverness. The Jonin present regarded Hinata Daichi with complex expressions, astonished to discover such a hidden powerhouse within the Hyuga clan. The Jonin seated around Hyuga Hizashi and several elders leaned in, inquiring about Hinata Daichi's background. Jiraiya-sensei, this is not the time for jokes. Narashikaku felt his blood pressure surging. He regretted attending this so-called Jonin meeting. The assembly of Jonin began to plead with Jiraiya to take the position, each speaking over one another, creating a cacophony akin to a bustling marketplace. Everyone, no need to continue. Tsunade is more suited for the Hokage position. I will take it upon myself to find Tsunade. Jiraiya interjected, thumping his chest and laughing heartily. Very well. If you cannot manage it, then return to the village and assume the role of Hokage immediately. Narashikaku slammed his hand on the table, solidifying the matter. Are there any dissenting opinions among the Jonin? Seeing no objections, Narashikaku continued. Before Lady Tsunade returns to the village, who shall handle the village's administrative affairs for the less critical matters? We can set them aside. For urgent issues, we can discuss them collectively. Alternatively, we can have the heads of various departments within the village confer and decide. With no one speaking up, Jiraiya reluctantly stepped forward to make a decision. The capable old-timers had all perished, yet many of the elder shinobi clans remained alive, but they could not be allowed the opportunity to step forward if there are no objections. Then this matter is settled. Good. Meeting adjourned. As soon as Narashikaku finished speaking, he vanished in an instant. Early the next morning, at the memorial park, the funeral of Sarutobi Asuma took place. Numerous ninjas arrived on the scene, gradually stepping forward to offer their condolences to Sarutobi Asuma. In addition to the ninjas, many civilians lined up to present flowers. Following the conclusion of the funeral, Jiraiya took Naruto to Senjutsu Town in search of Tsunade. Just as Jiraiya departed, members of the Akatsuki organization made their grand entrance. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame strolled through the streets of Konoha, indulging in dango while gathering the intelligence they sought. After obtaining the desired information, the two swiftly exited Konoha. However, they had not ventured far when they were confronted by Kakashi. Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai. A skirmish ensued, during which Kakashi and Kurenai were swiftly dispatched by Uchiha Itachi. Kakashi, in particular, suffered greatly, enduring the excruciating pain of 1,000 cuts for 72 hours. A torment not easily borne. The trio was on the brink of annihilation, but fortunately, Might Guy arrived just in time to provide assistance. Concerned about being ambushed by Konoha's reinforcements, Itachi and Kisame hastily vacated the scene. Hyuga Niji, having finished watching the spectacle, promptly turned to head to the next event. Meanwhile, Jiraiya abandoned Naruto at the inn and ventured out to indulge in some leisure. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame knocked on the door, and to their astonishment, the erratic Naruto opened it without hesitation. Step outside, Itachi stated, his expression devoid of emotion. Naruto, paralyzed with fear and drenched in cold sweat, found himself unable to move under Itachi's imposing aura. Mr. Itachi, we can't let this brat escape. To avoid complications, perhaps we should sever a leg, Kisame suggested to Itachi. Naruto, terrified and at a loss for what to do, stammered, long time no see, Sasuke. Just as Kisame was about to act, Itachi's voice interrupted him. Itachi turned to face the approaching Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke hissed through gritted teeth. Upon hearing of Itachi's appearance, he had recklessly pursued him. The Sharingan, identical to Itachi's, and their similar appearances raised questions in Kisame's mind. Who is that brat? He inquired, grinning widely, revealing his shark-like teeth. My younger brother, Itachi declared. Uchiha Itachi, I will kill you, Naruto gasped, recalling the man Sasuke frequently mentioned, the one he longed to slay with his own hands. As you said, I harbor hatred for you, loathe you. It is for the purpose of killing you that I have clung to life until now. With a fierce resolve, Sasuke unleashed Chidori, charging recklessly toward Itachi. Die. Itachi sidestepped, effortlessly seizing Sasuke's wrist and slamming him against the wall. The impact created a large hole, leaving Sasuke's Chidori to fizzle out in vain. Seizing the moment, Naruto unleashed the multiple shadow clone technique. Kisame swiftly intervened, striking down Naruto with his Samahata. A cloud of smoke erupted, and a toad appeared to intercept the blow. A man like me would never be swayed by a woman. Jiraiya, carrying a stunning woman, arrived fashionably late. Pervy sage, you only know how to deceive others, Naruto exclaimed, pointing at Jiraiya. Naruto, do not refer to me as pervy sage in front of others. Jiraiya scratched his head, a sheepish expression plastered on his face. Is this the legendary Jiraiya of the Sannin? Kisame remarked, surprised by Jiraiya's ability to easily lure away a woman. Using genjutsu on civilians to draw me away is a despicable tactic, Jiraiya said. Placing the woman down and stepping in front of Naruto. So your target is indeed Naruto. Understanding dawned on him. So, Kakashi received intel from you. Our highest command from Akatsuki is to capture Naruto. Itachi observed Jiraiya, his expression impassive. Naruto will not be handed over to you. You have come at the perfect time. I will resolve this matter here. We shall see if you can. Itachi countered. Do not interfere. The one who will kill him can only be me. Sasuke interjected, glaring at Itachi. You are too weak. I have no interest in you as you are now. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's fury boiled over, and he charged forward. Itachi delivered a kick that sent Sasuke sprawling. Naruto attempted to assist, but was halted by Sasuke's furious shout. As Sasuke charged again, Itachi effortlessly sent him flying with a single punch. To be unable to recognize one's own weakness is truly foolish, Itachi remarked, appearing beside Sasuke, grasping his throat and pinning him against the wall. A flurry of blows left Sasuke incapacitated. Pathetically weak. You are not worth my effort. Since you insist on this, I shall grant your request, my foolish little brother. The harrowing memories of his clan's massacre replayed in Sasuke's mind, drowning him in despair. The hatred, pity, mockery, and humiliation from his kin urged him to escape from the Uchiha name. You, a coward, do not deserve to die by my hand. Flee like the coward you are. Find a way to survive. Sasuke lost consciousness, falling silent. You bastard. Naruto charged forward, catching Kisame off guard. Jiraiya quickly formed hand seals, shouting, ninjutsu, toad mouth binding technique. Regrettably, Uchiha Itachi, Kisame, you cannot escape. Become food for the toad's insides. Kisame, follow me, Itachi commanded, leading the way. Kisame quickly followed suit, with the toad's digestive system in pursuit of them. Amaterasu, Itachi reached the window, igniting the toad's fleshy wall, and the two leapt out, escaping the premises. I need a place to rest. Kisame, understood. Following your lead, this mission has drained you considerably. Kisame observed the blood tears streaming from Itachi's eyes, feeling a twinge of concern for his companion. Meanwhile, Jiraiya arrived before the black flames, beginning to inscribe a sealing scroll. Sealing fire technique. The Amaterasu flames were absorbed into the scroll and sealed away. A figure dashed through the breach. It was Hyuga Niji, having concluded his observation. Niji, brother Niji. Jiraiya greeted with a smile, while Naruto bounced with excitement. Go tend to Sasuke. I need to speak with Jiraiya-sensei alone. Niji nodded, dismissing Naruto. Jiraiya-sensei, Itachi is an undercover agent for Konoha. Ah, is that so? Ha! I understand now. I know what to do next. Jiraiya scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly, relieved that Niji hadn't come to settle scores with him. In that case, you should be aware of the Akatsuki's intel, right? Jiraiya asked, his demeanor shifting to seriousness. Indeed, the third Hokage should also be aware. I wonder if he has left any records. Niji replied. Tell me what you know. I must prepare myself. Today's update. Thanks to everyone's support, the Akatsuki operates in pairs, totaling 5 formal members. Each one is an S-rank rogue ninja, extremely dangerous if you encounter them. It's best to flee or hide until help arrives. Do you have more specific information? Within the Akatsuki, there are the puppet master Sasori of the Red Sand, the explosive release user Deidara, the immortal ninja Kakuzu, the immortal ninja Haiden, Uchiha Itachi, and Kisame Hashigaki. The intel on the remaining 4 is insufficient. Now that Haiden has joined the Akatsuki, I cannot disclose the other 4 at this moment. If Jiraiya acts impulsively and seeks out Nagato and the others, it would be akin to delivering himself on a platter. They are all formidable foes. Thank you, Niji. By the way, is Tsunade still in Senjutsu Town? Jiraiya recollected the purpose of his journey and hurriedly inquired. She has returned in the past 2 days. She should still be there. All right, Naruto, we are setting off. Farewell, Niji. Jiraiya waved his hand and strode away. Pervy sage, wait for me. Brother Dai, I entrust Sasuke to you. Uzumaki Naruto tossed the sunny day assistance to Hinata Dai and swiftly fled. Dai senpai, I wish to grow stronger. I must kill that man. Please teach me. Sasuke's expression contorted, evidently having been emotionally compromised by Uchiha Itachi this time. It's not that I am unwilling to teach you. I simply feel that I am not suited for you. At present, Kakashi is the one best suited to guide you. Seeing that his words had little effect, Hinata continued, your understanding of Chidori is still too superficial. Building upon Chidori, you can develop numerous useful techniques. For instance, Hinata formed hand seals with his left hand while gathering a crackling sphere of lightning in his right. The Raikiri swiftly morphed and elongated, rapidly extending to about 30 meters. With a horizontal sweep, he severed several trees cleanly in half. Chidori, sharp spear, the cut was as smooth as a mirror, instantly altering the surrounding environment. Incredible. So powerful. Sasuke stood frozen, his lips moving soundlessly. You can regard Chidori as a platform from which you can explore many intriguing applications. I understand. Thank you, Dai-senpai. Sasuke's previously grim expression softened considerably as he nodded in gratitude. Given your injuries, you should spend a couple of days in the hospital. Sage art, sword technique. Hinata summoned the Dajun sword and carried Sasuke back to Konoha. Dai-senpai, can I learn sage techniques? Sasuke struggled to stand atop the sword, looking up with eager eyes. Learning sage techniques requires two prerequisites, a vast amount of chakra, and a calm, stable mind. You possess neither at present. It would be best to focus your attention elsewhere. Such conditions seem rather harsh, don't they? Sasuke thought to himself, feeling a twinge of indignation towards this uniquely irritating individual. Alas, everything in this world comes with a price. Without equivalent effort, one cannot expect appropriate rewards. Hinata dismounted from the Dajun sword and led Sasuke into Konoha. Upon arriving at the hospital, they proceeded to the nurse's station to register. After guiding Sasuke into the ward, they awaited the doctor's treatment. Kakashi was fast asleep on the hospital bed, perfectly positioned for the two of them to keep each other company. Hinata left, heading to the Death Forest laboratory. Upon entering the lab, he found the shadow clones diligently engaged in their tasks. Bodies lay on the experiment tables, devoid of any signs of life. How's the cloning experiment progressing? Are we nearing the standards for practical application? Hinata inquired, surveying the room that were still a bit short. Currently, they can only sustain for 16 hours before collapsing. Just as the shadow clone finished speaking, one of the experimental subjects disintegrated into a pile of mush. There remain numerous biological challenges to overcome. This process may take a considerable amount of time. It is what it is. Creating life is, after all, the domain of the divine. Hinata contemplated producing a batch of human puppets to work in conjunction with the Rinnegan. Using living beings would be far too inhumane. Having obtained Orochimaru's technological achievements, cloning emerged as a more viable option. If only someone could assist me, providing additional insights. Donning a white lab coat, Hinata immersed himself in research and discussions with the shadow clones. He became so engrossed that he nearly lost track of time, only jolted back to reality when the shadow clones dissipated. Upon checking the time, he realized 2 days had passed. After freshening up, Hinata activated the Flying Thunder God technique and departed. Returning to his small courtyard in Shinhua town, he found the house empty. Activating the Rinnegan, he scanned the surroundings. Outside the town, Tsunade and Jiraiya were engaged in a fierce battle with Orochimaru. In another direction, a repugnant individual was abducting Shinhua, while Shizen pursued closely behind, seemingly injured. Sensing the Flying Thunder God mark on Shinhua, Hinata vanished from the courtyard, exuding a palpable aura of murderous intent. What should I do? What should I do? It seems I can't catch up. Shizen felt disheartened, having exerted all her strength. The kidnapper, cradling Shinhua, soared away at full speed, reveling in his success. I never expected such a reward. Tsunade has actually had a child? How fascinating. Just as the kidnapper savored his triumph, he suddenly found himself empty-handed. A fierce wind rushing from behind. Orochimaru, you must be seeking death. Before the words had fully left his lips, Orochimaru was cleaved in two from head to toe. Hinata, how did you arrive here? Orochimaru had yet to receive an answer before disintegrating into 2 heaps of dust. Hinata placed a hand on Shinhua, meticulously checking her condition. Upon confirming that the little girl was merely in a deep slumber, the old father let out a sigh of relief. However, an unquenchable fire of rage began to blaze within him. Shizen, return for now. Shinhua is with me. Hinata communicated telepathically, activating the Flying Thunder God technique to leave the spot. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Tsunade was relentlessly pursuing Kabuto. Jiraiya was engaged in combat with Orochimaru, while Uzumaki Naruto observed and cheered. Tsunade had long since been freed from her fear of blood, ever since she inadvertently lost a bit of her own. She often found herself staring blankly at the bloodstained memento. Eventually, she belatedly realized that her fear of blood had miraculously healed. With Orochimaru's intel rendered useless, it was only Kabuto who bore the brunt of the situation. Kabuto could only resort to passive defenses, desperately managing to hold on for a while longer. Suddenly, Orochimaru's body froze, his gaze fixated on Kabuto's eyes. Kabuto understood, instantly teleporting beside Orochimaru and forming hand seals. Biting his finger, he traced it along Orochimaru's arm. Summoning technique. With a thundering crash, the massive form of 1,000 snakes appeared beneath the Tude summoning technique. Tsunade and Jiraiya shouted in unison, unwilling to be outdone as they summoned their own beasts. "You scoundrel, Orochimaru, this time, I demand at least 200 sacrifices. All right, I need you to hold them off for a moment. Kabuto, we must leave." Before Orochimaru could finish his sentence, he had already vanished into the woods with a few swift movements. Kabuto hurriedly followed, confusion swirling in his mind. Are we retreating already? It seems like Lord Orochimaru is fleeing for his life. Behind them, the 1,000 snakes were wildly thrashing, ensnaring Gamabunta and the living slug. The three summoned beasts clashed, engaged in a fervent brawl. Orochimaru has escaped. We must pursue. Tsunade and Jiraiya leaped into action simultaneously, yet before they could land, a snake tail swept in, blocking their path, without my permission. Where do you think you're going? The 1,000 snakes shook their tails, their serpentine bodies ensnaring the living slug, as they lunged towards Gamabunta. Just then, a brilliant streak of light dashed overhead. The 1,000 snakes glanced up, and upon recognizing the figure, they were taken aback. That little brat seems familiar. Is it him? Not good. We must flee. With a resounding crash, the 1,000 snakes vanished. The two, along with their respective beasts, found themselves at a loss for words. Is the 1,000 snakes truly so fearful of Dai? Has Orochimaru run in that direction? Hinata Dai stood atop the Dajun sword, gazing down at Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the two summoned beasts. That direction. Tsunade pointed with a smile, directing them. Hinata Dai raised his sword, instantly vanishing from their sight. What is happening? Has Orochimaru crossed Dai? Jiraiya observed, sensing that the situation was amiss. Hey, I've never seen this little brat so furious before. Orochimaru is in for it. Tsunade remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Let us follow and see. Jiraiya finished, and together with Tsunade, they sped off in pursuit. Meanwhile, Orochimaru and Kabuto were fleeing for their lives. Lord Orochimaru, are we truly running for our lives? Kabuto adjusted his glasses, asking. Indeed, if we cannot escape, we may very well die. Orochimaru replied with a smirk. Those two Sannin aren't that terrifying, are they? Kabuto had crossed paths with Tsunade before, though he wasn't her match. Escaping was certainly feasible. It's not them that are frightening. It's another, even more formidable individual, Hinata Dai. I've heard of Hinata Dai, a highly skilled medical ninja. Is he truly that powerful? By the time I was 13, I found him utterly unmanageable. Orochimaru's face bore a reminiscent expression, shocking Kabuto to his core. Is he really that formidable? That truly is terrifying. Just as Kabuto finished speaking, a sharp command echoed through the sky. Sage Art. Gold release. Tai splitting light sword. As soon as the words fell, a torrent of sword energy descended from the heavens, obscuring the sun. The art of spirit communication. Triple Rashomon. Yakushi Kabuto's pupils constricted sharply as he hurriedly formed hand seals, blood tracing down Orochimaru's arm. 1,000 long swords cascaded downward, the triple Rashomon being swiftly torn apart one after another. Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto scattered to evade, a green orb of light swiftly penetrating Orochimaru's body. Hyuga landed before Orochimaru, while the sword energy continued its pursuit of Yakushi Kabuto. With a resounding bang, the shadow clone vanished. Yakushi Kabuto, being rather clever, had his true self retreat. Hyuga chose not to chase him, disinterested in his escape. Doi-kun, he asked, just a child. Is it necessary to be so furious? Orochimaru, finding himself immobilized, felt cold sweat rapidly bead on his forehead. Hyuga disregarded him, delving into Orochimaru's memories for a swift examination. Orochimaru felt a sense of dread, yet was powerless to resist. Could it be that child has a connection to you? Orochimaru surmised correctly, noticing the twitch at the corner of Hyuga mouth. Keep your distance from Qianyue in the future. Otherwise, you are doomed. No matter how many resurrection techniques you possess, they are of no use to me. Hyuga returned the memory orb and delivered a kick, sending Orochimaru flying over 100 meters. His entire body contorted grotesquely as he lay motionless on the ground. Is Orochimaru dead? Jiraiya arrived just in time, witnessing the scene with a mixture of unease. Better dead than alive. That scoundrel has committed so many heinous acts. Tsunade glared at Jiraiya, wary of this fool losing his composure and engaging in another fight with Hyuga. He should still be alive. Orochimaru fears death too much and has many means of preserving his life. Hyuga, seeing through Tsunade's concerns, chuckled and winked at her. Tsunade's cheeks flushed slightly as she inquired, "Did Orochimaru provoke you?" "That rascal tried to abduct Qianyue, and I caught him red-handed." That damn scoundrel." Tsunade gritted her teeth and rushed towards Orochimaru's remains to unleash a flurry of punches. After a few strikes, realizing something was amiss, she lifted him up only to find nothing but skin remained. "Tsunade, if I encounter Orochimaru again, I will certainly deal with him properly." Jiraiya sighed in relief, attempting to console the furious Tsunade. With the battle concluded, the three returned to the small town. After dinner, Hyuga and Tsunade sat on the porch to rest. "Doi, I'm going back to the village." Tsunade's heart raced with anxiety, her tone tense. "Since you've made your decision, strive to pursue it. I respect your choice." Hyuga pulled Tsunade into his embrace, smiling as he spoke. "As long as you have no objections, it's of no consequence even if you do." Tsunade sighed in relief, regaining her composure. "Lord Hokage, of course, I have no objections. One of my dreams is to become the Hokage's man." "Huh?" Upon hearing this, Hyuga couldn't help but laugh. "You rascal, mocking others' dreams like that." Tsunade recalled Naruto, who often expressed similar sentiments. As her thoughts trailed off, a sudden realization flushed her cheeks crimson. "You scoundrel, how utterly infuriating." Tsunade's face turned beet red as she playfully bit Hyuga neck. "Hee. Lord Hokage, are you inciting war?" Hyuga smirked, launching an offensive with his wings. Within mere moments, Tsunade conceded, about to speak when Hyuga's words silenced her. "Don't return to your room here." Seizing the opportunity, Tsunade wrapped her arms around his neck, finally managing to articulate complete sentences. "I obey, Lord Hokage." Tsunade clung to Hyuga as they swiftly entered the room and locked the door. Shizune and Qianyue stood dumbfounded. Shizune glanced at Qianyue and declared, "Lady Qianyue, it's time for bed." Before she finished speaking, she promptly hugged the wide-eyed Qianyue and laid down with her. "Lord Hokage, please issue the attack command." Tsunade turned her head away, her face flushed, grasping Hyuga's waist and twisting the soft flesh fiercely. "Ugh. Tsunade let out muffled groans, her hands shifting from twisting to embracing as they pressed tightly together. The ensuing events require no further elaboration. The story speaks for itself. The following morning, as he stepped out, the fifth Hokage radiated vitality and brilliance. Half a day later, a group of 5 entered Konoha. Hyuga had already taken the lead, returning to the Hyuga clan's territory. In the afternoon, an announcement was made from the Hokage building. 3 days hence, a succession ceremony would be held in the village, and Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, would become the 5th Hokage of Konoha. 3 days later, the Hokage inauguration ceremony proceeded as scheduled from today onwards. "I am the 5th Hokage." Tsunade donned the Hokage hat, standing proudly atop the Hokage building. In the square below, a sea of people cheered and celebrated. The daimyo of the Land of Fire personally came to Konoha to offer congratulations. Accompanied by many nobles from the Land of Fire, with a grand gesture, the daimyo approved an additional fiscal subsidy of 100 billion ryo. The relationship between the daimyo and Tsunade appeared particularly close, as he seemed to be her uncle. By the afternoon, the Umbu found Hyuga Doi-sama. "The Hokage requests your presence at the Hokage office." "All right, I understand. I will hurry over." Hyuga nodded, setting down the scroll in hand. Arriving at the Hokage office, he knocked on the door. "Come in, Lord Hokage." Hyuga pushed the door open and entered, finding Tsunade engrossed in reviewing documents. "You're here. There's quite a backlog of tasks. Please help me clear some." Tsunade set down her pen and looked at Hyuga with a serious expression. "You don't even offer to help with some benefits, and on your first day in office, you intend to work me like a beast? Where is Qianyue?" Hyuga expressed some dissatisfaction, searching around but not spotting the little girl. "She just fell asleep." "Don't change the subject. We're short-staffed, so don't just lounge around at home. There is truly no manpower available." "Fine then." Hyuga summoned around 10 shadow clones, sending them out to execute tasks. That's acceptable." Tsunade was well aware of the strength of Hyuga's shadow clones. Unable to control him, she resigned herself to the situation. The most pressing tasks were escort missions, as the trade prosperity of the Land of Fire was unmatched in the ninja world. Merchants were exceedingly wealthy and took their safety very seriously. Hyuga Doi entered the break room to find Chienwei drooling while hugging a pillow, sound asleep. Having the child accompany you to work every day isn't a solution. I should buy a nearby house, closer to the Hokage building for your convenience, and it will make it easier for me to take care of the child. After speaking, Hyuga Doi sent out a shadow clone to find a house. Only after becoming Hokage did he realize the multitude of troublesome matters. Every significant and trivial issue fell upon him to decide. It was truly exhausting. Tsunade was particularly irritable, especially when witnessing someone so leisurely. What is there to be annoyed about? Isn't this what you chose, Lord Hokage? If you don't wish to be too busy, you can devise a solution. There are always more solutions than difficulties. Hyuga Doi plopped down on the sofa, gleefully observing Tsunade's vexation. What solution do you have? Speak quickly. Tsunade looked at Hyuga Doi with eager anticipation. You could focus on the major issues while letting the minor ones slide. That way, it will reduce your control over Konoha and your real-time understanding of the village. Tsunade's observation was indeed correct. This was a paradox every manager faced. It's a choice you have to make. You are the Hokage. Fine. I'll follow your advice. If I continue to be this busy, I'll go insane. Tsunade thought of her daughter sleeping in the break room, fully aware that this was no sustainable path. In letting the minor matters slide, which issues must be prioritized, Tsunade rifled through the documents on the table, beginning to feel troubled. Every single matter seemed crucial, and she was at a loss for how to categorize them. Once she has completed the selection process, the time wasted could have been spent directly reviewing the materials, military affairs, finance, education, and personnel appointments. Hinata Michi found himself at a loss for words. With your skill level, perhaps it would be better for you to return home and care for the children. When you mention military matters, do you mean the ninjas? Speaking of personnel appointments, the candidates for the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Administration have yet to be decided. Why not choose a department to lead? Given Hinata Michi's capabilities, Tsunade believed he would undoubtedly excel. Ha! Are you jesting? Hinata Michi scoffed, and upon seeing Tsunade's serious expression, he felt a chill run down his spine. Are you truly serious about this? Forget it. I was enjoying my freedom, and now I must tend to Chiiwa. Where would I find the time to engage in your political games? Sigh. You do have a point. But I am at a loss as to what to do. How about this? Help me determine how to make a selection. Faced with the mountain of political duties, Tsunade felt somewhat disheartened. She was far from being as adept as she would be in a few years. Very well. Provide me with the candidate list for the Ministry of Administration and the Ministry of Finance. I will offer suggestions after reviewing them. Ultimately, Hinata Michi's heart softened. He was easily swayed by Tsunade. With alacrity, she produced a stack of documents and handed them to him, a victorious smile quickly curling at the corners of her mouth. Getting Hinata Michi to work was a formidable task. Only Chiiwa could fully manage him, and Tsunade had gleaned a few tricks from Chiiwa. Hinata Michi perused the personnel structure of both departments and meticulously reviewed the resumes of all their members. 10 minutes later, he extracted 2 resumes and handed them to Tsunade. Yamada Toshihiko and Nakamura Shota. Why did you choose these 2 jounin? Tsunade was perplexed by Hinata Michi's reasoning, as both were commoner jounin. Most importantly, neither of them was on the list of 8 candidates. Have you not noticed? Among the 8 candidates, 5 hail from ninja clans, while the remaining 3 maintain close ties with them. Is that so? I truly did not pay attention. Is there a problem with that? Tsunade rubbed her face, appearing somewhat adorably dazed. Upon hearing her words, Hinata Michi was suddenly overcome with the urge to chastise her. You have become Hokage in vain. Perhaps it is time for you to step aside and let someone more capable take over. This is a significant issue. Let me ask you a question. What is the ratio of registered ninjas in Konoha? I am referring to the ratio of commoner ninjas to clan ninjas. Hinata Michi sighed and queried with irritation that I did not notice that. Let me check the data. Tsunade rummaged through documents for a while without finding anything, and then called out, Shizen, bring in the village's ninja statistics. Hinata Michi's veins throbbed, and he sighed again. Tsunade's face flushed with embarrassment as she nervously fidgeted with her hair. Why are you sighing? It is my first day on the job. Is it not natural that I am unaware of many matters? Hokage-sama. Michi-sama. 10 minutes later, Shizun entered, clutching the documents. Tsunade took them and began to scrutinize. Konoha has over 10,000 registered ninjas, with commoner ninjas constituting approximately 80%. Clan ninjas make up about 20%. After Tsunade finished speaking, she looked up to gauge Hinata Michi's response. He gazed at her in silence, as if observing a fool. This data indicates that Konoha's foundation lies with commoner ninjas. Therefore, you would do well to arrange members of all departments according to this 80-20 ratio for the 2 factions of ninjas. The composition of personnel in the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Administration shows that clan members already exceed 50%. This is a perilous signal, indicating a concentration of power among the clan. Tsunade raised her eyebrows, having grasped Hinata Michi's point. Reflecting on the Senju clan's concealment, she finally understood why the second Hokage acted as he did. Once a minority group accumulates too much power within a force, internal strife is inevitable. You wonder why the Mist Village harbors animosity towards bloodline clans. In Mist Village, bloodline clans have been demonized. Many renowned clans have been eradicated, and the reasons behind this are thought-provoking. Are you suggesting that the bloodline clans in Mist Village wielded too much power, leading to widespread resentment among commoner ninjas, ultimately resulting in their downfall? Tsunade felt a chill run down her spine. Merely envisioning the slaughter of comrades was terrifying enough. Even if it is not the sole reason, it is certainly one of the significant factors. This is also one of the reasons I firmly refuse to accept the role of minister. All 8 candidates for the 2 ministerial positions are connected to clan interests. What do you make of this? Teacher Michi gently guided her back to the topic. Are you implying that these candidates are being presented to me by the clans? They seek to seize more power, and they are leading me into a trap? Tsunade's anger surged to great heights. She longed to drag them out and give them a beating on my first day in office. You rascals begin to dig pitfalls for me? Are you not also from a clan? Do you not stand with them? I am not as foolish as some. Engaging in such games is a path to self-destruction. The true path is to find ways to strengthen Konoha. A thriving community is the ultimate good. Am I not suited to be Hokage? Perhaps you should take the role instead? You are so clever. They would surely not stand a chance against you. Tsunade appeared somewhat dejected, evidently shaken by the blow she had received. What nonsense are you spouting? You have already assumed this position. It is not something you can simply resign from at will. I could never be Hokage. This matter is non-negotiable. Hinata Michi chuckled, causing Tsunade to feel an impulse to punch him in the face. In all of Konoha, aside from you and Jiraiya, no one else is fit for this position. If anyone else takes charge, Konoha will descend into chaos. Surely you do not wish to see Konoha continue to decline. Tsunade felt utterly bewildered, coming to a profound realization of what it means to be caught in a dilemma. Hokage-sama, you must persevere. Shizen listened intently, feeling as though she were gaining insight. Besides marveling at the prowess of Michi-sama, she worried about Tsunade-sama's state. You need not fret. After encountering certain things repeatedly, one learns how to respond. There is nothing particularly profound about this. You will surely excel. Have faith in yourself, Tsunade. Hinata Michi hurriedly encouraged her, fearing she might genuinely throw in the towel. That would lead to great amusement. Very well. Since I'm Hokage, I can only strive to do my best. Tsunade collected herself, managing to regain some of her composure. You can proceed boldly. Do not worry. If you find yourself in a pitfall, inform me, and I shall deal with them. Observing her low spirits, Hinata Michi's heart softened once more, unable to resist taking the reins of the situation. Ha ha ha. If only you had said that sooner, Michi. Be my assistant as Hokage. Tsunade laughed heartily, the shadows of doubt dissipating entirely. Alas, I have fallen into this woman's trap once more. Hinata Michi felt a sense of mild sorrow as he stood up and prepared to leave. Hey, do not be angry. I was wrong, all right? Tsunade hastily wrapped her arms around Hinata Michi's waist, pulling him back down onto the sofa. Enough. Do not be angry. How about a reward tonight? Tsunade straddled Hinata Michi's leg, her hands entwined around his neck. And with a slight blush, she planted a kiss on his cheek. Wait, is this what I should be hearing? Shouldn't I be leaving here? Shizen's face turned crimson as she quietly retreated to the doorway. What are you babbling about? Get up. I still have matters to attend to at home. Although Hinata Michi felt a stirring in his heart, he subtly cast a glance at Shizen. Promise me you will be my assistant as Hokage. This role carries no real power and requires minimal duties, so you need not worry about daily work. Tsunade shot Shizen a glance. Having already faced social death, she decided to go all out and continue to cling to Hinata Michi. I am sorry. I refuse. I must take my leave. Hinata Michi could no longer withstand the pressure and vanished using the Flying Thunder God technique, leaving the Hokage's office. Shizen, relay these 2 appointment letters. Tsunade complied with Hinata Michi's decision. She appointed Yamada Toshihiko as the Minister of Finance and Nakamura Shota as the Minister of Administration. Both departments were of utmost importance, and Tsunade needed to maintain control over them. As for those who sought to trip her up, she would find an opportunity to deal with them later. Furthermore, take all these documents away and filter them anew. Routine matters will be handled by the respective ministers, who will report to me at the end of each month. For significant issues, let the ministers present them to me directly so we can resolve them collaboratively. Tsunade commenced her decisive and vigorous governance, issuing a series of edicts in rapid succession. Furthermore, inform the mission department. Effective immediately, tasks rated below A will be delegated to them for self-dispatch and resolution. Tasks classified as A and S will be managed by the Hokage's office. In the past, the third Hokage insisted on reviewing every task prior to approval, reserving higher-ranked assignments and those with greater safety and rewards for select affiliates. Let us commence with these matters. Shizune, please go and relay the information. Leaning back in her chair, Tsunade exhaled a satisfied sigh. Shizune clicked her heels and departed with a rhythmic patter. After a brief respite, Tsunade casually picked up documents pertaining to the Chunin exams and began to peruse them. Come in, Hokage-sama. How may I serve you? An Umbu operative knelt before Tsunade. Notify them to promote Hyuga Niji and Nara Shikamaru to Chunin. Additionally, send for both of them to meet with me. Tsunade affixed the Hokage's seal, instructing the operative to proceed with the formalities. Yes, Hokage-sama. After an indeterminate period, Hyuga Niji and Nara Shikamaru entered the Hokage's office. Tsunade announced their promotion, to which Shikamaru expressed his usual disdain for complications, while Niji displayed an air of indifference, provoking Tsunade's irritation. The Nara clan's aversion to trouble was an ingrained trait. But what was up with Hyuga Niji? He seemed oddly familiar. Tsunade pondered, then inquired, Niji, do you know Hinata Daisuke? Yes, I have been training under Daisuke and I for quite some time. Very well. You may both take your leave. Tsunade's lips twitched as she reluctantly dismissed the two. On her first day as Hokage, she felt as though nothing was proceeding smoothly. It seemed as though everyone was conspiring against her, which greatly vexed her. That evening, after enduring a night of relentless trials, Tsunade found herself no closer to her objectives. Instead, she was schooled by Daisuke-sensei. Ultimately surrendering in defeat, Tsunade's hopes of implementing Daisuke-sensei's strategies were dashed out a week later. Hinata Daisuke and Tsunade jointly visited Konoha Hospital. There was no alternative, as several patients awaited urgent care, whether it was Rock Lee or Yagura. Both critically ill, Tsunade lacked complete confidence in their recovery. Thus, she had no choice but to enlist the assistance of the sage, Hinata Daisuke. Upon entering Konoha Hospital, they first approached Yagura's side. He lay in a deep coma, trapped in a vegetative state. Hokage-sama, Daisuke-sama. Upon seeing the two, Yuzuki Yuka quickly rose to pay her respects. Ever since the news of Hinata Daisuke's prowess rivaling that of the legendary Sannin spread, the honorific Sama had become an inseparable part of his name. Yuka, please step outside. Tsunade nodded and waved her hand dismissively. After Daisuke completed the necessary sterilization procedures, he placed Yagura on the operating table. Yagura bore severe, life-threatening injuries, with his liver having suffered piercing damage from wind-style techniques. His survival thus far was solely due to Daisuke's yang-release energy. Tsunade skillfully incised Yagura's abdomen, meticulously examining his injuries. The damage to the liver is catastrophic. It is a miracle he is still alive. This must be your doing. Correct. Tsunade lifted her gaze to Daisuke, unable to discern his expression beneath the mask. This is not the time for discussions. We must prioritize saving him. These two critically injured patients were deliberately entrusted to Tsunade by Hinata Daisuke. It presented an excellent opportunity to consolidate support, as both individuals and their connections would bolster Tsunade's influence. Very well. Let us execute our plan together. Extraction technique. Tsunade placed her hands above the wound, rapidly drawing out the residual wind-release energy and necrotic liver tissue. Sage art. Return to origin. Mobilizing the internal energies of Yagura's organs to harmonize and regenerate through the principle of water-nourishing wood. Combined with Daisuke's infusion of spiritual energy and the ambient natural chakra, visible regeneration commenced at the liver's wound. Once the liver had been restored to its prior state, Tsunade employed her healing palm technique to mend the external injuries. An hour later, Yagura's external wounds were entirely healed. Sage art. Two forms returned to origin. Daisuke placed one hand on Yagura's body and the other on his head, with his left hand utilizing yin release and his right hand utilizing yang release. Both energies coalesced, gradually dismantling Yagura's self-protective mechanisms. His breathing became increasingly steady and robust, with various bodily indicators rapidly returning to normal levels. All right, he is nearing consciousness. Daisuke withdrew his hands and washed them with disinfectant. Tsunade, astonished, nodded in approval. It appeared that Daisuke-sensei had once again pioneered a new technique. Given Yagura's precarious condition, the surgical room had been arranged within his hospital room for safety. Hokasa, Isama, what of Yagura? Yuka, anxiously waiting outside. Had prepared herself for the worst. Rest assured, Yuka, the surgery was a resounding success. Tsunade removed her mask and smiled, giving a thumbs up. Thank you, Hokage-sama and Daisuke-sama, from the depths of despair to the heights of joy. Yuka's composure shattered as she collapsed into Tsunade's arms, weeping uncontrollably. Just thank the Hokage-sama. I merely assisted. Once Yuka's emotions began to stabilize, Daisuke spoke softly. Yuka, is that you outside? A weak voice emerged from the hospital room. Yagura, you're awake. I'm coming in. Go on in. Yuka glanced apologetically at Tsunade, who waved her hand with a smile. Yuka rushed into the hospital room. Yuka, splendid. Yagura. Wah. The room echoed with Yuka's sobs. Let us proceed. There are further challenges to address. Tsunade wiped her eyes and turned to leave. Compared to her own plight, Yuka was far more fortunate. You have Chiyuki and me. Daisuke gently grasped Tsunade's hand, offering a comforting word. Tsunade nodded appreciatively, then entered Rock Lee's hospital room. Hokage-sama, Daisuke, Kakashi, and Mike Guy greeted them as they rose. Lee's condition is a reflection of my failure as his teacher, Guy said, lowering his head in remorse. Guy-sensei, this was my own decision, a testament to my youth, Lee interjected passionately. Lee, Guy-sensei, the two embraced, weeping openly, a scene that was somewhat difficult to behold. Observing this display, Tsunade's lips twitched in bemusement. Enough, since Lee appears to be in good spirits. Let us proceed with the surgery immediately. Daisuke, unable to watch any longer, interjected Hokage-sama. What is the success rate for the surgery? Both the teacher and student were rather blunt, prompting Kakashi to pose the most critical question. If I were to undertake this alone, my confidence would be minimal. However, with Daisuke's assistance, the success rate is considerably high. Tsunade replied with a broad smile, cautious not to overstate her confidence. Hokage-sama, Daisuke, I entrust Lee to your care. Guy bowed deeply, his tone solemn. Lee was wheeled into the operating room, while Guy and Kakashi awaited the outcome outside. Hanzo, you will administer the anesthesia, Tsunade commanded. Yes, Hokage-sama. Hanzo swiftly prepared the syringe, diligently attending to Lee. This was a rare opportunity for learning. The director of the Hanzo clan volunteered to observe the procedure. Tsunade seized her chakra scalpel, ready to commence the delicate operation that Lee's muscles and meridians had sustained severe damage, with the most troublesome injuries being the compound fractures of his left arm and leg. Healing him would be exceedingly complex, as the workload was immense. Each step must be executed flawlessly, for any misstep could lead to lifelong repercussions. Healing palm, Tsunade was fully engrossed, meticulously reconnecting the meridians and muscles. Upon completion, she promptly shifted her focus to the next rupture, while Hinata Doi attended to the epidermal healing and subsequent consolidation treatment from behind. After a flurry of activity, the director of the Hanfang Hospital volunteered to take on the tasks of skinning and evisceration. The trio worked in unison, with several assisting doctors standing by to wipe sweat, provide water, and pass various medical instruments. The surgery extended for 3 hours, ultimately arriving at the most challenging phase. Xiao Li's left arm and leg had been incised, revealing a chaotic tangle of meridians, bones, and shredded muscle. Tsunade diligently cleared away the necrotic tissue, while the fragmented bones posed a significant dilemma. Some fragments were exceedingly small and difficult to locate. They could not be left within the body. Searching for each one was labor-intensive and time-consuming. Doi, I rely on you. Tsunade called towards Hinata Doi. Be a Kugan. Activate. Hinata Doi inserted the surgical instruments, parting the bodily tissues. Upon accurately identifying the target, Tsunade swiftly utilized tweezers to extract it. Working in tandem, they resolved the issue of the shattered bones in approximately 20 minutes. Tsunade rapidly reconnected the severed meridians, bones, and muscle nerves, while Hinata Doi employed his healing technique on the incisions. Once the epidermal wounds had completely healed, Tsunade turned her gaze towards Hinata Doi. Understanding her intent, he could only nod in agreement. Ninjutsu. Great 5 elements balance. He placed his hands upon Xiao Li, redistributing the life energy from other healthy body parts evenly across all afflicted areas. As time passed, the mangled bodily tissues gradually returned to their pre-injury state. However, Xiao Li would have to endure a period of physical frailty. With the surgery concluded, everyone began to tidy the medical instruments. Doi, when will you assume the role of director? My medical skills are still insufficient, and I am at a loss with many patients. I apologize, Director Hafong. I must decline. Now, your medical expertise is so advanced, having you as director would provide greater assurance for everyone. Ha Fengxingji expressed his urgency, continuing to persuade that I will not refuse to assist with troublesome patients. However, I do not enjoy spending every day in the hospital. I prefer to stay at home reading. Lord Hokage, please say something. Let us persuade him together. Han Fengxingji turned to Tsunade, who was watching the spectacle with a smirk. I am sorry. I have no influence over him, nor can I persuade him. Upon uttering this, Tsunade recalled a certain pun. Although masked, her ears swiftly flushed crimson. Hinata Doi ignored them, turning to exit the operating room. Doi, how is Shaoli? The surgery was very successful. However, the patient requires strict bed rest and cannot get up for a week. After a week, he may begin some light rehabilitation training. Hinata Doi removed his mask. Exhaling deeply. You need not worry any longer. Shaoli will recover swiftly. Tsunade exited the operating room, nodding with a smile. Thank you, Lord Hokage, and thank you, Doi. Mike Guy bowed at a 90-degree angle, then burst into hearty laughter. Lord Hokage, Sasuke has also been injured. Please take a look. Kakashi, delighted for his dear friends Might Guy and Shaoli, then recalled his own disciple. Let us go. We must check. The trio entered Sasuke's hospital room, where the members of Team 7 were causing a ruckus inside. After a thorough examination, it was determined that the Uchiha had no significant issues. All right, rest for 2 days, and you'll be fine. I have many matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Treatment concluded. Tsunade hurriedly returned to the Hokage's office. Hinata Doi and Kakashi exited the hospital room, conversing as they made their way out. Doi, would you like to grab a drink later? Today is a day worth celebrating. It seemed Kakashi was in good spirits. It was rare to see him so willing to treat, though I'd rather not dampen your good mood. It would be wise for you to take a look, Hinata Doi suggested with a smile, pointing towards the rooftop of the hospital. On the rooftop, the Uchiha and Naruto had concluded their verbal sparring and commenced a spirited brawl. This is exactly why kids can be so troublesome. Kakashi sensed the impending chaos and swiftly vanished in a puff of smoke. By the time Hinata Doi arrived, Sasuke was already setting the sheets ablaze. Senpai, those are hospital property and must be compensated. Hinata Doi remarked cheerfully that it appears that Itachi's appearance has indeed struck a nerve with Sasuke. Kakashi's expression darkened, rendered speechless. After exchanging several more blows, Naruto triumphantly turned to Sasuke, his hands already forming a Rasengan. I've been eager to personally experience that move. Bring it on, Naruto. Sasuke's eyes narrowed, his Chidori crackling in response. The two charged at one another, prepared to unleash their strongest attacks. Kakashi appeared in an instant, seizing both of their wrists and tossing them aside. With a resounding thud, Naruto and Sasuke collided with two water towers. Are you trying to kill Naruto, Sasuke? Chidori is not a technique to be used against allies. And you, Naruto, the Rasengan is a dangerous technique meant to protect comrades. Naruto sulked, sitting quietly in defeat. TCH, just a bottom feeder. After all, I still won. Sasuke scoffed, clearly reveling in his superiority as he surveyed the damage to the water tower. Do not bask in your sense of superiority, Sasuke. You are no longer a child. Refrain from engaging in childish antics. Hinata Doi interjected, reminding him, the water tower must also be compensated. Understood. I will find a way to resolve this. Kakashi replied helplessly. You, don't ruin the atmosphere. Humph. With a cold huff directed at Naruto, Sasuke leaped off the rooftop and departed. After taking a few steps, he was startled by the gaping hole on the back of the water tower. Did I lose? How infuriating. Naruto, just how strong have you become? Sasuke's expression twisted as the earlier satisfaction swiftly evaporated. Days later, Sasuke found Hinata Doi fishing by the riverbank. Senpai, I implore you, please teach me. Sasuke bowed his head, his face etched with deep reluctance. Did I not mention that my techniques are unsuitable for you? Hinata Doi reeled in his catch, casting his line back into the water. There is nothing more for me to learn from Kakashi-sensei. Truly the arrogance of the Uchiha. You are still far from matching Kakashi. Here's a piece of advice. A true master always retains the heart of a student. Hinata Doi stated, I want to grow stronger quickly. I don't want to waste any more time. It seems you are unwilling to listen. If you wish to become stronger swiftly, seeking me will be futile. You need to find the right person. Senpai, then who should I seek? Sasuke pressed, unyielding in his quest for an answer. He must kill that man to cleanse his family's shame. The scorn and prejudice of his clan kept him awake at night. He will soon come looking for you. Hinata Doi replied mysteriously, producing paper and pen. Who are you referring to? Orochimaru. Orochimaru. If you encounter him, deliver this to him. Hinata Doi completed the writing, rolling it into a scroll, and handed it to Uchiha Sasuke. Do not peek. Hinata Doi packed his fishing gear and departed, as Chienwei awaited the fish at home. Upon returning, Sasuke stared blankly at the scroll. After a moment of determination, he seized the scroll and opened it. Inside was but a single sentence. Do not make a move against him for 3 years. Below was a symbol that Sasuke recognized as the crest of the Hyuga clan. Hinata Doi knows Orochimaru. What does this mean? Is Orochimaru planning to act against me in 3 years? TCH, such a boring individual. Uchiha Sasuke contemplated discarding the scroll but hesitated for a moment before tucking it away. Well, at least it's his goodwill, right? A week later, Tsunade received a report from a ninja. Uchiha Sasuke has defected. The chief director, Hyuga Daichi, let out a sigh of relief, unaware that the assistant director, Uchiha Itachi, might soon come looking for trouble once he learned of the matter. Releasing the crows, Hyuga Daichi considered it a courtesy notification. Upon entering the Hokage's office, he found Tsunade sprawled over her desk. Soundly asleep. Hokage-sama, it is work hours. This is rather inappropriate. Hyuga Daichi rapped on the table. Tsunade lifted her head, her expression adorably dazed, drool still lingering at the corners of her mouth. Isn't this your fault? You kept me up so late last night, she retorted. Well then, what was it you wanted me for? Hyuga Daichi inquired, pulling out a tissue to wipe away the drool from her mouth. Uchiha Sasuke has defected, and it is related to that scoundrel Orochimaru. I dispatched a few genin to pursue, but I am concerned for their safety. Kakashi and Guy are absent from Konoha. I hope you can accompany them and ensure their protection. Tsunade said, her brow furrowed. Hyuga Daichi understood her intention. This was a chance to train those little brats. Very well. I shall keep an eye on them. With a flash of the Flying Thunder God technique, Hyuga Daichi appeared outside the village, soaring into the sky on the Daokuin sword. An hour later, the genin had already fallen far behind in the distance. He caught sight of the black-clad young lady 100 kilometers away. Among their group of 4, 2 had already collapsed. Hyuga Daichi flew over and landed before them. Daichi-sama. Daichi-sama. What brings you here? Ino, troubled, felt relieved upon his arrival. What happened to my 2 seniors this time? The word again was particularly poignant, causing Nara-Shikamaru to twitch involuntarily. Both he and Nara-Shikamaru were frequent visitors to the hospital, especially the latter. Hyuga Daichi stepped forward to tend to their injuries. Shikamaru's wounds were relatively minor, and he was already sitting up. However, Choji's condition was more serious, though he had managed to cling to life and was momentarily conscious. We encountered Orochimaru's subordinates. They were suspiciously carrying a wooden barrel. Their techniques did not resemble those of ninjas. Shikamaru's face darkened, and the sunbon he usually had tucked in his mouth was nowhere to be found. Ino, you and the others take them back to the village for treatment. Leave the rest to me. Understood, Daichi-sama. Please be careful. Hyuga Daichi nodded and soared into the air on his sword. Daichi-sama is truly remarkable. Ino had heard of Hyuga Daichi, but was seeing him in action for the first time. Let us head back. Ino sighed in relief. Each took up one of the injured, and the 4 returned to Konoha. Half an hour later, Shikamaru's team had engaged in battle with the Sound Ninja Quartet. Jirobo unleashed an Earth Release, Earth Prison technique, trapping the 5 within. They tried various methods to escape, ultimately relying on Choji's meat tank technique to violently break through a weak point. Shikamaru's performance warranted a score of 90. Niji, 70, Choji, 60, Naruto, and Kiba, unfortunately, did not meet the standard. Hyuga Daichi observed from atop the Daokuin sword, casually assigning scores. Choji insisted on staying to fight, while the others pressed on past Jirobo to continue their pursuit. Choji and Jirobo engaged in a fierce melee, the battle reaching a stalemate. Jirobo activated his cursed seal, while Choji consumed his second yellow pill. Choji gained the upper hand, prompting Jirobo to activate his cursed seal's second level. The 2 alternated in unleashing their powers. Just as defeat seemed imminent, Choji ingested a deadly red pepper pill. Transformed into a butterfly, Choji became an impressively handsome young boy. Indeed, every chubby person harbors untapped potential. Hyuga Daichi mused. The enraged Choji swiftly overwhelmed Jirobo, delivering a final punch that created a deep crater, leading to Jirobo's unconsciousness. Hyuga Daichi descended and lifted the unconscious Choji onto the Daokuin sword. Senjutsu, micro technique. He meticulously examined Choji's condition. His cells had completely shriveled, a sign of chakra exhaustion, bringing him perilously close to death. The butterfly technique was a forbidden jutsu, depleting all cellular energy in a single use. Senjutsu, Return to source. Hyuga Daichi formed a seal with his left hand while channeling the surrounding natural energy into Choji's body with his right. The energy circulated through the 5 elements, replenishing 2/10 of the cellular energy for his near-death cells. Choji not only escaped the brink of death, but also experienced a slight increase in cellular strength. This could be seen as a blessing in disguise. Hyuga Daichi left Choji on the sword and sped toward the next battlefield. Meanwhile, Niji was engaged in combat with the Spider-Man, Kodomaru. Kodomaru could not withstand the pressure for more than 3 minutes before activating his second curse seal. Niji was shot through the arm by an arrow but seized the opportunity to defeat his opponent. Niji's strength had significantly increased compared to the original story, while Kodomaru's curse seal level 2 bestowed him with the power of an ordinary J-Nin. His performance was commendable, already exhibiting J-Nin level prowess. Hyuga Daichi descended to treat Niji, offering him a word of praise. Daichi and I. Is that Choji? Is he alright? Niji nearly failed to recognize the now slender Choji. He is fine. Hyuga Daichi held Niji's head down, allowing his yang release energy to flow into Niji's eyes. Open your Byakugan and take a look. Byakugan. Activate. The missing degree of Byakugan has returned. Niji had been injured due to the loss of that 1 degree of vision. Eliminating this flaw means you will no longer be targeted in the future. Now, let us see how the others are faring. Yes, thank you, Daichi and I. Niji expressed his gratitude with a bow before leaping onto the sword's surface. The Daokuin sword soared into the sky, heading into the distance. Following Shikamaru's clever strategy, the 3 successfully reclaimed the sealed barrel. On their retreat, they were ambushed by Kimimaro, who snatched it back. Shikamaru stayed behind to hold off Hyuga. While Kiba blocked the others, Naruto hurriedly pursued the direction Kimimaro had taken. Shikamaru managed to hold on, while Kiba suffered the most severe beatings. With the arrival of the 3 siblings from the gourd, these 2 battlegrounds quickly came to an end. Lee caught up with Naruto and intercepted Kimimaro. Naruto left Lee behind and continued his pursuit. By the time Hyuga Daichi arrived, Gaara was already engaged in battle with Kimimaro. Their fated duel ended with Kimimaro ultimately succumbing to his bloodline illness. Hyuga Daichi landed the Daokuin sword in front of Lee and Gaara. Hyuga Daichi. Gaara's previously calm expression vanished as he clenched his fists in agitation. Daichi-sama. Lee, how are your injuries? Hyuga Daichi inquired. I'm fine. Just a few superficial wounds. Lee replied with exuberance. Still, let me tend to you a bit. Hyuga Daichi checked him over and effortlessly healed his injuries. Gaara. Thank you for your support this time. No need. We should be thanking Konoha instead. Gaara sighed, speaking with a hint of relief. His statement held truth. After the 3 siblings had been captured, Konoha treated them with utmost hospitality. The Sand Ninja were too impoverished, offering only 50 billion ryo as war compensation. This amount included the ransom for the 3 siblings. Konoha had not extorted them, and the sum was merely enough to cover Konoha's losses. This was unavoidable. After the death of the 3rd Kazekage, Sand Ninja's funding had been halved. To sustain themselves in the future, they would have to rely on Konoha. Hyuga Daichi retrieved Kimimaro's corpse and turned to the rear. Shikamaru was carrying Kiba and Temari, while Kankuro caught up with them. After treating Kiba, Hyuga Daichi left Niji and Choji behind and headed towards Naruto. The clash of Chidori against Rasengan marked the beginning of the first battle between the 2 pillars. Sasuke emerged slightly victorious, claiming this round. After Sasuke's departure, Hyuga Daichi returned to the team with Naruto. Kakashi arrived just in time, inquiring about the situation. Daichi, where is Sasuke? I haven't seen him. He should have been taken away by Orochimaru. Kakashi, unwilling to relent, set out to track him down once more. Due to the inclement weather, Parker lost sight of his target and ultimately returned empty-handed. The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive as everyone made their way back to Konoha. They transported several injured individuals to the hospital, entrusting them to Tsunade for treatment. When Tsunade, weary from her labors, emerged from the operating room to announce that everyone was safe, she garnered much gratitude and recognition, particularly from Akimichi Choji, who, having taken a fatal pill, was in the most precarious condition. The fact that her precious son survived left Akimichi Choza overwhelmed with gratitude towards Tsunade. The bonds between the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans in Tsunade grew even stronger. In the land of rice, Kabuto brought Sasuke to an underground base, where they met Orochimaru. Sasuke-kun. At last, we meet, Orochimaru exclaimed, licking his lips as he greedily appraised Sasuke's physique. Orochimaru, I seek to grow stronger, and that is why I have come to you. Sasuke replied calmly, his tone imbued with the characteristic arrogance of the Uchiha clan. Excellent. I shall devote myself to cultivating you into a formidable warrior. Orochimaru was unfazed by his demeanor. He was typically tolerant of geniuses that by the way, someone asked me to deliver this to you. Sasuke produced a scroll and tossed it to Orochimaru. Catching it, Orochimaru opened it for inspection. Is this from Uchiha Itachi? Upon discerning the content, Orochimaru stiffened momentarily before erupting into laughter. Very well. Whether you become my vessel in 3 years depends solely on you, Sasuke-kun. In 3 years, I will surely defeat you. Sasuke responded, cold sweat trickling down his brow, having grasped the implications of Itachi's letter. Should he fail 3 years hence, he would indeed meet his demise. Then you must exert yourself, Sasuke-kun. Orochimaru signaled for Kabuto to escort Sasuke to rest. In the Hokage's office, Hinata Daitu lounged on the sofa, sipping tea while Tsunade cast a disapproving glance in his direction. Given your capabilities, it should not be difficult to bring Sasuke back. Why have you allowed this situation to unfold? Allowing Tsunade to treat the younger generation raised no objections. She understood the political ramifications. If someone wishes to leave, what significance does it hold to forcibly detain them? Let him experience the harsh realities of life. Who knows? He may return of his own volition. Hinata Daitu chuckled. Can one truly learn anything worthwhile from associating with someone like Orochimaru? What exactly are your intentions? Tsunade inquired, her irritation mounting. I have found you a disciple. How about Haruno Sakura? That child shows promise. Wait a moment, you must first answer my question. Look here, Naruto has Jiraiya as his mentor, and you've taken Sakura as your apprentice. What of Sasuke, then? Hence, to maintain fairness, each of the 3 Sannin should take one. Does that not seem reasonable? Hinata Daitu smiled. But it cannot be Orochimaru. Are you not idle? Tsunade's fist clenched, realizing that she was being maneuvered by Hinata Daitu. Orochimaru's legacy must be inherited. It is, after all, a part of Konoha, is it not? Tsunade found herself at a loss for words, as his arguments bore a semblance of logic. Are you certain that Sasuke will not be in danger while under the influence of such a perilous individual? Rest assured, Orochimaru has just employed the impure world reincarnation technique. Did you not know? The next usage cannot occur for at least 3 years. Hinata Daito's expression turned serious as he continued. Sasuke carries my handwritten letter. Orochimaru would not dare to harm him. For at least 3 years, his life will not be in jeopardy. And thereafter, 3 years from now, Orochimaru will be facing his own reincarnation, rendering him at his most vulnerable. Furthermore, with his hands sealed, if he cannot overcome that, then it shall be left to fate. Hinata Daitu smiled faintly, indifferent to whether Uchiha Itachi might intervene. What if he triumphs? Then it is settled. The next steps shall be arranged by Uchiha Itachi. You two certainly possess a dark sense of humor. Is it truly wise to manipulate a child so recklessly? Tsunade retorted, exasperated. You two ought to strive to behave like proper individuals. There is no choice. Sasuke is far too proud, easily swept away by ambition. Without a clear path laid out before him, his growth will be stunted. Hinata Daitu chuckled in delight. Let us set aside this discussion. Uchiha Sasuke's older brother is also involved. What can an outsider like me possibly say? I wish to develop the village but am uncertain where to begin. The affairs of the village are overwhelming, akin to a tangled web. Tsunade sank into the sofa beside Hinata Daitu. Sprawling comfortably, what is most crucial for village development? Hinata Daitu mused, admiring Tsunade's figure. The most vital element is money, is it not? Tsunade shot him an annoyed glance, straightening her posture. True. However, there is something even more important than money. Do you know what it is? Hinata Daitu seized Tsunade's delicate hand, examining it with curiosity. What a dainty and lovely hand. How does it manage to unleash such devastating punches? Quite the mystery. What is it? Tsunade's face flushed slightly, yet she did not withdraw her hand. What makes Konoha the mightiest among the 5 great nations? It is, of course, the sheer number of shinobi and the strength of its financial resources. Wait, are you referring to population? Indeed, a larger population leads to greater consumption and, consequently, increased tax revenue. An expanding populace also augments military potential, drawing Tsunade into his embrace. Hinata Daitu planted a kiss on her rosy lips as a reward. Behave yourself, Tsunade exclaimed, retreating hastily. Currently, the village's financial situation is sound. Increasing the population can indeed be achieved. However, the numbers are still too scant to make a significant impact on the village. Furthermore, we face numerous issues, including financial shortages. Money matters are easily resolved. You could borrow from the shinobi clans or the various merchants within the village. Seeking external investment is futile. Konoha would be compromised. Moreover, This would provide the daimyo and aristocrats with an opportunity to meddle in Konoha's affairs. Should that occur, the daimyo would likely awaken from dreams with a smile. Convincing them to lend money to the village is quite a challenge. Tsunade frowned. Indeed, it is difficult. However, if they stand to gain something beneficial, it becomes much simpler. Do you have a plan? Please share. Tsunade's interest was piqued. She knew he would have a solution. The most straightforward and effective approach is to promote investment. Direct the gathered funds into burgeoning industries. Producers can scale up operations, and Konoha will receive substantial dividends. Naturally, there are also tax revenues. Hinata Daitu grinned. Which specific industry do you suggest? Tsunade pressed, her impatience evident as she swung her long legs back onto the sofa. Let's start with something simple. You could focus on construction. That is, building houses. Hinata Daitu decided to unveil a powerful strategy from his past life. Building houses? Oh, that is indeed feasible. Each year, numerous commoners apply to join Konoha. Securing housing simplifies the relocation process considerably. However, Konoha's real estate prices are quite high. Can this truly be profitable? Tsunade questioned, perplexed. Profiting is not so simple. You will need to establish a Konoha engineering team. We must construct the buildings ourselves to make a profit. Hiring external contractors will significantly inflate construction costs. Additionally, we can enlist the help of shinobi to gather building materials. This will greatly reduce construction costs. And housing prices can be adjusted accordingly. Lower housing prices will decrease living costs for incoming commoners, thus speeding up population influx. Haha, I knew you would have a solution. Your mind is quite agile. Tsunade exclaimed, excitement bubbling within her as she hugged Hinata Daitu and planted a fervent kiss on his forehead. Moreover, by resolving the housing issue, we can simultaneously generate profits to bolster the finances. I have roughly calculated the construction costs. It should be around 10,000 ryo per square meter. Currently, Konoha's average price for apartments and buildings hovers around 40,000 ryo per square meter. The real estate market in this world is already quite steep. The majority of commoners cannot afford it. Thus, Hinata Daitu aimed his sights on the middle class point. 10,000 ryo in purchasing power is roughly equivalent to 500 yuan in my previous life, as for building materials. They are readily available outdoors, be it stone or timber. The costs are nearly negligible. The largest expenditure will be labor costs. What price should we set per square meter once our houses are completed? Tsunade's excitement was palpable. Her cheeks flushed as she began to envision a future filled with prosperity. If one aspires to earn more, a price of 30,000 ryo per square meter could be set. Conversely, if the intention is to stabilize housing prices, a valuation of 20,000 ryo would suffice. What do you believe is the appropriate price? 20,000 ryo per square meter. That already represents a significant profit margin. Although pricing at 30,000 ryo is the lowest in Konoha, I would advocate for a price of 20,000 ryo. Why? Are you still dissatisfied with the potential earnings? A wealthy village can develop at an accelerated pace. Tsunade had become so engrossed in the prospect of wealth that this suggestion seemed to stand in opposition to her financial interests. This pricing could stabilize the housing market in Konoha and enhance the well-being of the villagers. With money in hand, they would be able to purchase various other necessities. Commerce would flourish, consequently increasing tax revenues. Konoha would become increasingly affluent. This creates a virtuous cycle. Furthermore, this price pertains to apartments and condominiums. For standalone properties with yards, the price could be set around 60,000 ryo. The cost of Konoha's standalone courtyards hovers around 80,000 ryo per square meter. Both types of properties could help stabilize housing prices. Promote commercial prosperity in Konoha and elevate tax revenue. Hyuga playfully pinched Tsunade's nose with 2 fingers. Ha ha ha, you truly are a genius. Tsunade placed her hands on her hips, bursting into laughter. However, the price for standalone courtyards has not decreased significantly. Has it? I've heard that the lowest price standalone courtyards are around 70,000 ryo per square meter. Those who can afford standalone courtyards typically have ample finances. They need not enjoy excessive discounts and can contribute more funds to Konoha. Hyuga felt slightly vexed. Has Tsunade become muddled? Where is her usual cleverness? Ha 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 ha, precisely. Tsunade grew more animated. For the more money, the better. So, you intend to distribute profits to the ninja clans, allowing them to invest, which will then be reinvested, correct? Exactly. If they do not perceive the benefits, how could they be persuaded to lend money? Hyuga cast her a disdainful glance. Do you wish to fleece them without giving anything in return? While it may be feasible, it is highly unethical. Once they realize, they will surely be offended by a multitude. How much do you wish to allocate for their profit sharing? The thought of sharing profits with the ninja clans made Tsunade wince. She still harbored grievances from the last time the clan set her up. The administrative and financial departments were essentially the strongholds of the ninja clans, previously led by the elder advisors Tsunade and Mito. Over the years, Tsunade and Mito had developed from minor clans into significant entities. Among these 4 clans, the Sarutobi clan is the largest, with the Shimura clan slightly surpassing Tsunade and Mito. In retaliation, Tsunade had transferred many personnel from these 2 departments, effectively sending them to the borders of the Land of Fire. Subsequently, she filled those positions with many civilian ninjas, creating a nuisance for the 4 clans. The highest profit-sharing rate is capped at 20% of net profits. After taxes, Hyuga emphasized the term after taxes. This term is crucial for future societal engagements. Isn't that excessively high? I cannot agree. Tsunade expressed her dissatisfaction. You might as well carve off my flesh. Do they even deserve it? Very few can attain such a high profit-sharing ratio. Sufficient funding must be provided to meet the necessary standards. Moreover, there will be plenty of ways to ensure they willingly part with their funds in the future. 20% is still too high. That rivals the profit margins of certain workshops. Then let's lower it by another point. To 19%. It cannot go any lower. If you appear too greedy, will you even remain Hokage? Hyuga found himself at a loss. Tsunade truly was fixated on money. Alright. Although only a single point was reduced, Tsunade felt somewhat relieved that it was akin to the pricing strategies of certain products in a previous life. Price it at 3,000 Ryo. No sale. Too expensive. How about 2,998 Ryo? That is acceptable. It's less than 3,000 Ryo. Quite a bargain. Sold. By the way, if the housing prices are set so low, what if the ninja clans buy them in bulk and resell at a higher price? Tsunade pondered for a moment and discovered a loophole. This is simple. Anyone owning property in Konoha wishing to purchase civilian housing must pay an additional fee. Hyuga smiled mysteriously and cheerfully replied, how much? For apartments and condominiums. An additional charge of 100%. For standalone courtyards, a 20% increase. You truly have a knack for this. This way, the prices revert to the average. This is how it should be done. No one will benefit at my expense. Hyuga, have you forgotten something? I have an exceptional eye, having chosen you as my partner. Tsunade began to revel in her own triumph, placing her hands on her hips and laughing heartily. Our relationship is not merely a result of chance, is it? Hyuga kindly reminded her. Don't sweat the details. I only care about the outcome. All right, you're the boss. Come evening, we shall see how I handle you. Hyuga was reluctant to engage further. This woman had become accustomed to being domineering during the day. Thus, in the evening, you shall work a little overtime and draft a detailed development plan for Konoha. In a few days, accompany me to the meeting. Together, we shall borrow funds. Tsunade sat on Hyuga lap, wrapping her arms around his neck and playfully pouting. Tsunade knew that Hyuga was fond of this demeanor. Having little resistance to a woman who acted coy. To me, Hyuga crossed his arms, embodying the essence of a stoic man. That night I shall grant you one wish. That should suffice, right? Tsunade leaned in to whisper in Hyuga ear. Her face flushed with warmth. With a resigned sigh, she felt an unexpected sense of being a unique professional. Now we're talking. As for what wish Tsunade fulfilled for Hyuga that night, that remains a mystery to all. The following morning, the 5th Hokage appeared to be somewhat unwell upon arriving at the office. Should anyone inquire, the Hokage would inevitably lose their temper. Hyuga reveled in his triumph for several days, leaving Tsunade grinding her teeth in frustration. 3 days later, in the Hokage building's conference room, the 5th Hokage and Hyuga had already taken their seats. Tsunade received the documents and glanced at the cover page. The first line boldly stated in striking red letters, the first 5-year plan outline for the economic development of the Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Fire. You truly have a peculiar sense of humor. Why must the document title be so lengthy? Tsunade shot Hyuga a reproachful glance, having discerned his ulterior motives. Let us keep it serious. Read it thoroughly before commenting. Hyuga nearly choked, receiving a yellow card warning. First, we aim to recruit at least 20,000 individuals into Konoha each year, prioritizing technical talent, who shall enjoy generous benefits. Note: benefits are subject to determination by the Hokage or the Jonin Council. Tsunade quietly read aloud, unable to resist nodding in agreement. Second, establish the Konoha Military Research Institute. The focus will be on researching new ninja equipment, supplemented by other research directions. Note: the plan aims for completion within 5 years. contingent upon financial resources and talent accumulation. Third, create at least 5 factories focusing on essential goods. The products will primarily supply Konoha, with potential expansion to the Land of Fire. Fourth, increase investments in healthcare. We must vigorously cultivate medical talent and emphasize the research and development of medical ninjutsu and techniques. Fifth, enhance educational investments. It is advised to extend the years of education to 9, applicable during non-wartime periods. Is that all? So brief? Tsunade cast a disdainful glance at Hyuga, her tone dripping with skepticism. What drivel is this? If you can achieve these 5 points, your achievements would surpass all previous Hokages. Hyuga felt a pang of annoyance. Are you so unaware of my strengths, you formidable verbal warrior? Is the second point, establishing a military research institute, truly viable? And the third and fifth points, are you certain they are not merely a waste of resources? Tsunade made a rough estimate, realizing that accomplishing all these objectives would lead to a significant fiscal deficit. All of them are useful and crucial. You should focus on resolving the population issue first. The rest can follow later. Hinata Daichi felt a tinge of impatience. You are not a walking encyclopedia. Why all the questions? Just do as you were told. No sooner had he spoken than Hinata Hizashi entered with 2 elders. Lord Hokage. The 3 bowed and found their seats. Upon seeing Hinata Daichi engaged in conversation with the Hokage, the 2 elders felt a surge of satisfaction. Who would have thought that our Hinata clan would one day be entrusted with such responsibilities? Noticing the cheerful expressions of the 2 elders, Hinata Daichi nodded helplessly, acknowledging them in return. As time passed, the leaders of various ninja clans took their seats one after another. Tsunade cleared her throat and began. The purpose of inviting all clan leaders here today is to discuss the future development of Konoha. I have decided to accelerate the assimilation of outside populations to rapidly expand our village. However, the issue of resettling these newcomers is of paramount importance. Although the village's financial situation is currently sound, it cannot support this initiative on its own. Therefore, I turn to you, esteemed clan leaders, hoping you will contribute to the prosperity of Konoha. After Tsunade's speech, she looked at the clan leaders below. Lord Hokage, what manner of cooperation do you envision? Hinata Hizashi, ever the good supporter, felt it was his duty to enliven the atmosphere on behalf of Hinata Daichi. The village plans to undertake large-scale construction of new areas to accommodate future residents. Thus, we seek to borrow funds from each of you, with the promise of returning both principal and dividends once the houses are sold. Tsunade said with a bright smile, reminiscent of a cunning weasel. The clan leaders exchanged glances, momentarily struck into silence. Lord Hokage, what will the dividend distribution ratio be? Additionally, how long will it take to sell the houses? Will there be any indefinite delays? Narashikaku quickly interjected, ensuring the Hokage's words did not fall to the ground. As a staunch supporter of the Hokage, he knew he had to accept any losses with grace. Tsunade appeared somewhat flustered. She had not thoroughly considered the latter 2 questions and turned to Hinata Daichi, her eyes pleading for assistance. Ahem. My apologies, everyone. May I take a shot at answering that question? Hinata Daichi seized the attention of the audience and stepped in to assist Tsunade. Please, go ahead, Lord Daichi. Narashikaku, a truly astute individual, had already surmised that this event was closely tied to Hinata Daichi. Since Hinata Daichi could influence the Hokage's decisions, he felt compelled to take this matter seriously. Thank you, everyone. First, regarding the dividends. For investments exceeding 5 billion Ryo, a 19% return will be granted. For investments over 3 billion, the return is 17%, over 2 billion, 14%, over 1 billion, 12%, and for 1 billion or less, a mere 10%. That I would advise against participation for amounts below 1 billion. The clan leaders began to murmur among themselves, and the leader of the Saratobi clan raised his head and inquired, Lord Daichi, what is the expected profit? This investment promises a pure profit of no less than 80%. Estimated around 110%. Of course, this is after taxes. In other words, the more you invest, the greater your returns. Hinata Daichi replied cheerfully. The tax on Konoha's commercial activities stands at 15%, with certain groups enjoying preferential treatment. Thus, an investment of 5 billion Ryo would yield a profit of approximately 1 billion Ryo, equivalent to around 50 million yuan in the past. Lord Hokage, is it not excessive to allocate such a high share of profits to the village? Since we are providing the funds, might the returns not be deemed too meager? An elder with piercing eyes stood up, casting a glance at Hinata Daichi before fixing his gaze on Tsunade. This question should be addressed by Hinata Daichi. Tsunade gritted her teeth, vexed that this elder dared to undermine her authority. Lord Shimizu, please take your seat. I believe you have overlooked some crucial factors. First and foremost, the land belongs to the village, and its value is immeasurable. Secondly, the village will handle construction. Worker salaries and material costs constitute a significant portion of the expenses. Lastly, the sales personnel's salaries will also be borne by the village. All these factors combined far exceed the contributions from everyone present. All you need to do is invest and await your dividends. Hence, this distribution ratio is exceedingly reasonable. Do you have any further questions? Lord Shimizu, Hinata Daichi observed the elder with a smile, noting his expression shift dramatically, akin to a theatrical mask change, which was quite entertaining. Tsunade and several clan leaders watched him with smiles, seemingly taking pleasure in the unfolding drama. Lord Daichi, regarding the timeline for the dividends, how do you and the Hokage plan to proceed? Inuzuka Shimi raised his hand, and upon receiving Tsunade's nod of approval, stood to pose the question. This inquiry was similar to the previous concerns raised by Narashikaku. They all essentially revolved around the same issue. The total scale of this project is planned to construct approximately 15,000 residential units and around 3,000 standalone courtyards. The estimated total investment is 300 billion ryo. And we are open to a collective contribution of 200 billion ryo from all of you. The construction period is projected to last 2 years, with a goal to sell everything within 3 years. After 3 years, regardless of sales volume, the village will distribute dividends and return the principal as promised. Should sales conclude earlier than expected, settlements will occur within 6 months post-sale. Hinata Daichi scanned the room and continued. Are there any further inquiries from you, esteemed clan leaders? The crowd shook their heads in unison, their eyes gradually igniting with enthusiasm. Such a high-return, low-risk investment was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Moreover, with Konoha's financial backing, the clan leaders began to feel a surge of eagerness. Hinata Daichi signaled to Tsunade. The time had come to reel them in. Ahem, since there seemed to be no objections, those interested in signing contracts may proceed. If you are disinterested, feel free to take your leave. With an innocent and benevolent smile, Tsunade had already opened her purse, prepared for the next step. That I apologize, Lord Hokage. Our Kurama clan is too impoverished to participate this time. Ah, that's quite all right. I am somewhat aware of your situation. You may return and rest. Kurama Songyun, with a look of regret, departed alongside his brother Kurama Yuhai, resigned to their fate. The Kurama clan had been on a decline for generations, having not produced a single jonin in over a decade. Their circumstances mirrored that of the Uchiha clan, with only a handful of aging ninjas holding the fort. Lord Hokage, the Hinata clan is willing to contribute 80 billion ryo to support the village's development. The Hinata clan was affluent, and financial matters were not a concern. Lord Hokage, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans can collectively provide 50 billion ryo. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans were renowned for their medicinal cultivation and pharmaceutical expertise. The Inuzuka clan can contribute 20 billion ryo. The veterinary clan reaped benefits that outsiders could scarcely fathom. The Yamanaka clan will invest 10 billion ryo. The Sarutobi clan will put forth 30 billion ryo. The Sarutobi clan had long been a top-tier ninja clan, and their centuries of accumulation could not be dismissed. The Shimizu clan will offer 10 billion ryo. This was to be expected, as the Shimizu clan had always been subordinate to the Sarutobi clan. Boasting a long-standing history, the Mito clan will invest 1 billion ryo. The Yamanaka clan will also contribute 1 billion ryo. These two were newcomers and did not warrant further mention. The fifth Hokage surveyed the room with an air of confidence, her gaze settling on the last clan leader. The Uchiha clan is willing to invest 100 billion ryo to support the village's growth, a representation of the Navi yet affluent. The Uchiha clan's wealth had notably surged as one of the founding clans. The Uchiha had received their fair share of the village's resources, rivaling that of the Senju clan, with ownership of 2 commercial streets. The Uchiha clan declared that money was of little consequence. Uchiha Fugaku had remained low-key in recent years, seldom leaving home. He had long resigned from his position in the security forces, awaiting the departure of other clan members. Having received a letter from Itachi today, he felt a sense of relief regarding Sasuke's safety. However, the clan members held a certain disdain for him and his wife, leading them to make infrequent public appearances. Even Sasuke, the naive child, held little regard for his father, Uchiha Fugaku. The Uchiha clan's decline and the tragic deaths of its members were attributed to Fugaku's ineptitude, a notion held by Sasuke. Uchiha Fugaku bore the weight of all blame. Living on with a tarnished reputation, The contributions have exceeded the limit. Esteemed clan leaders, please confer amongst yourselves. The total cannot surpass the 200 billion Ryo cap. Hinata Daichi silently calculated, and it astonishingly exceeded 300 billion. Tsunade felt a chill run down her spine, yet she could only laugh inwardly. These fellows are truly wealthy. Daichi, you fool, are you still trying to push this further? Fie clan leader, could you lower your share a bit? Niseko clan leader, yours is far too high as well. Sarutobi clan leader, can you adjust yours down a notch too? The group bickered animatedly, igniting a fire within Tsunade. I need money, just look at me. I could accept unlimited funding. She nudged Hinata Daichi with her elbow and whispered, why are you complaining about too much money? The finance department must also invest some, not less than 50 billion Ryo. Otherwise, it won't be pleasant, but there is still a 50 billion share left. That's mine, Hinata Daichi nonchalantly remarked, leaving Tsunade utterly exasperated. My god, you are so wealthy, just give me 10 billion Ryo. I am running low on funds. Tsunade seized Hinata Daichi by the neck, her eyes glinting with a hunger to devour him whole. You, spendthrift, you don't deserve to handle money. Is 5 million Ryo per month not enough for your extravagance? Hinata Daichi wriggled free from Tsunade's grip, feeling a strong urge to teach her a lesson. Meanwhile, the clan leaders continued their fruitless squabble, with no resolution in sight. Suddenly, a sharp-minded elder turned to Tsunade. Lady Hokage, perhaps we should increase the share a bit. 200 billion is quite difficult to divide. Tsunade silently acknowledged him with a nod, glancing back at Hinata Daichi. The maximum I can raise is 240 billion. The remainder will be allocated to the village's finance department. Hinata Daichi felt a headache coming on. This endless arguing was becoming quite cumbersome. The clan leaders turned back, resuming their heated discussions. After 10 minutes, no conclusion had been reached. Growing increasingly irritated, Tsunade could no longer contain herself. Everyone, stop the bickering. Let me handle the distribution. The crowd snapped to attention, all eyes on Hinata Daichi. Here's the plan. The Nara and Aburame clans will remain unchanged. The Shimura clan contributes 8 billion Ryo. Sarutobi will adjust to 25 billion. The Oil Girl clan will provide 8 billion. Inuzuka clan will contribute 16 billion. And the trio of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi will supply 40 billion. Hinata will provide 60 billion. And Uchiha will contribute 80 billion. In total, that makes 234 billion Ryo. Those who are ready, please approach Lady Hokage to sign the contract. The attendees silently calculated, finding it relatively fair. Hinata Niseko was the first to step forward, beginning the contract signing with Tsunade as the organizer of this affair. Hinata Daichi felt obliged to support him. One by one, clan leaders queued up to sign the contract. Once the contracts were finalized, the clan leaders resumed their amicable chatter, as if the earlier squabble had never taken place, each one a seasoned fox. Well, the matter is settled. Everyone must pay their shares within 3 days. Any delays will nullify the contract, and share allocations will be reassigned. I hope you all take this seriously and avoid overdue payments. Hinata Daichi cautioned. Indeed, you may return to prepare. For these next few days, I shall await your presence in the Hokage office, Tsunade said with a beaming smile. The clan leaders nodded in agreement and filed out of the conference room. Weave struck it rich. Weave struck it rich. Daichi, Tsunade leaped with joy, embracing Hinata Daichi and planting a fervent kiss on him. Stay composed, Tsunade. Maintain your composure. Just look at your unrefined demeanor. Hinata Daichi was at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Hey, of course, you can remain calm. I didn't expect you to be this affluent. Now, tell me, where does all this money come from? Initially, I borrowed a considerable sum from the clan leaders and invested in numerous ventures. Gradually, it snowballed, accumulating more and more. Hinata Daichi shrugged nonchalantly, expressing, isn't it only natural for someone as capable as I to possess such wealth? So, should I be blamed for it? Now tell me in confidence. How much do you truly have? Tsunade whispered. Let us not dwell on that. Currently, there remains 66 billion Ryo. 30 billion will go to the finance department. The rest is mine. Hee. Good, Tsunade exclaimed joyfully. Your wealth is essentially my wealth. Right? I warn you, you must not touch that money. It is meant for the future of our child. Hinata Daichi fixed a serious gaze on Tsunade, who awkwardly chuckled in response. All right. I promise, I won't touch it. Is that satisfactory? I won't touch your principal, but the dividends, we can discuss later. Tsunade secretly plotted. A week later, the fundraising contributions from various ninja clans had been fully secured, and the construction team had been assembled. This project aims to expand the Konoha residential area by approximately 50%. As soon as Hinata Daichi returned to the Hyuga clan territory, he was invited into the clan leader's home by Hinata Takuma. "Clan leader, you called for me?" Hinata Daichi took a seat and sipped from his teacup. "Yes, there are some matters I wish to discuss with you. It seems that you and Lady Hokage hold your opinions in high regard." Hinata Nisaku carefully chose his words and inquired. Hinata Daichi had spent the past 2 years in close proximity to Tsunade, and he was aware of it. However, he hadn't anticipated the extent of Hinata Daichi's influence over Tsunade. Their relationship felt less like that of a master and apprentice, and more akin to that of peers. Just the way it is. Recently, Konoha has been facing a manpower shortage. The 5th Hokage has been overwhelmed with work daily. Seeing me relatively at ease, she couldn't stand it any longer and forcefully commanded me to assist her, which is truly bothersome. Hinata Daichi began to vent his frustrations, knowing well that the clan leader was curious about power dynamics. Well, although the Hyuga clan is not suited for wielding real power, holding a position as an advisor to the Hokage or something similar would not be inappropriate. Hinata Nisaku secretly scoffed. "Do you still find it amusing to keep things hidden? What you're doing now is precisely that of an advisor. Isn't it? We can discuss positions later. Titles hold little significance. This point is not without merit. The 5th Hokage is indeed one of Hinata Daichi's own. And discussing titles seems rather trivial. Father, Brother Daichi." Little Hanabi entered cheerfully, performing a polite bow. "Hanabi, you're back from school?" Hinata Daichi inquired. "Yes." She nodded enthusiastically and skipped around. "Daichi, your birthday is approaching. Isn't it? I believe it's tomorrow. Right? I think so. I can't quite recall. I rarely pay attention to such things. Indeed, it is tomorrow." Hinata Nisaku pulled out a calendar and examined it closely. "Time flies. Tomorrow you turn 18. You will be an adult." Being an adult is just that. It's nothing to fuss over. Hinata Daichi silently sipped his tea, keen to discover what this clan leader was scheming. "Oh, you have a girl you like in the clan? Now that you've reached adulthood, marriage should be on the agenda. Your parents are no longer here, so it falls to me to arrange this for you. To be honest, I haven't given it much thought." "What do you intend to do, clan leader?" Hinata Daichi smiled and directly asked. Wanting to cut through the pretense to in the Hyuga clan, adult men are expected to get engaged first. "I wish to arrange a marriage for you." Hinata Nisaku stated earnestly. "So, who is the bride-to-be?" Hinata Daichi inquired nonchalantly. He was indifferent to marriage. After all, he already had children. However, he was curious as to who had intentions toward him. "Hinata." With great difficulty, Hinata Nisaku managed to utter those 2 syllables, feeling as though his heart was being crushed. "Wait, Hinata Nisaku, you thick-browed fellow, are you trying to pull a fast one on me?" Hinata Daichi stared in shock, at a loss for words. Hinata Nisaku was performing an array of expressions. Pain, helplessness, and sorrow were all easily discernible on his face. "You must be joking, clan leader. Hinata is only 13 years old. We can arrange the engagement now, and when Hinata turns 18, you can formally marry." Hinata Nisaku gritted his teeth. "You've struck a good deal, you scoundrel, and you still have the audacity to voice your objections? Surely there must be suitable women in the clan. They are not worthy of you." Hinata Nisaku's brow furrowed, a hint of anger creeping into his demeanor. "Hinata is so young. Can you really bear to do this?" Hinata Nisaku's anger was futile. Hinata Daichi remained unfazed. After all, Hinata Nisaku could hardly contend with him. Even if he were truly provoked, he wouldn't fear the consequences. What does it matter if you can't bear it? In the Hyuga clan, only you can protect her well. Hinata Daichi helplessly inquired. Hinata Hizashi believed that Hinata's character was ill-suited for inheriting the main branch, and he did not wish to see her confined like a caged bird, with Daichi approaching adulthood. He felt the weight of many scrutinizing eyes from his clan members. Hizashi was left with no choice but to take this drastic measure. It was better to act first. "Have you consulted Hinata regarding this matter? If a betrothal is to be arranged, it would complicate things with Tsunade." Daichi preferred to delay the decision. After all, patience yields favorable outcomes. What are you pretending to be oblivious about? You are astute enough to notice that Hinata has always harbored feelings for you, aren't you? No need to ask her. She would certainly be delighted. Hizashi expressed his discontent, feeling a pang of sorrow for his beloved daughter. So young yet already in love, the heartache of a father was beyond words. It would be best to seek her opinion, as a matter of basic respect, wouldn't it? Let us discuss this matter in a few days. I also need to ponder it thoroughly. Very well. Hisashi said, somewhat frustrated. But as Daichi turned to leave the room, he suddenly paused. Hanabi he hadn't realized that the little girl had been eavesdropping amidst the emotional turmoil. Never mind her. Sigh. Am I being too impulsive? Leaving the clan leader's residence, Daichi left Hisashi behind, sighing deeply. Just as dinner was ready, Tsunade wearily stepped through the door. Mom, welcome home. What's wrong? Have you been struck with misfortune again? Daichi and Chiyuki were nestled together, collaborating to set the table. No, I'm just fretting over that sum of money and where to allocate it. Tsunade was referring to the pooled funds. After rigorous calculations by the finance department, the construction costs had been reduced by approximately 20%. This meant that 6 billion Ryo had been left unallocated. This is easily resolved. Let us eat first and discuss it afterward. The family of three gathered around the table, which was laden with more than 10 dishes. There was no choice. Chiyuki had a remarkable culinary talent. If they prepared less, they wouldn't feel satisfied. Now, let us talk. Tsunade languidly reclined on the sofa, exhaling a comfortable sigh. Hospital and school. After the village expands, a new hospital must be established. The Ninja Academy needs to relocate to the village center and require expansion as well. With the influx of population, these two issues will become pressing. You're absolutely right. We can start preparing for these two projects immediately. When the population arrives, both must be ready for immediate use. Additionally, the commercial street must also be prioritized for construction. Tsunade had learned a great deal, or rather, acquired new knowledge, and had successfully evolved into a semi-proficient economist. This was largely due to Daichi's excellent teaching. He was earnest and diligent every evening. Indeed, your skills have improved. Moreover, you can involve the newly arrived population in the village as construction. Allow them to build their own houses. This will foster a greater sense of belonging to Konoha. What a brilliant idea. It not only resolves employment issues for some, but also provides additional buffer time for future resettlement. You're quite clever. How did you come by such intelligence? Tsunade teased as she nestled against Daichi. Dad is the best. Dad is the smartest. Chiyuki chimed in. Pushing Tsunade aside to sit in Daichi's lap, she tilted her little head to cast a sidelong glance at Tsunade and, as if to assert dominance, planted a firm kiss on her father's cheek. Hey, little missy, are you defying me? How dare you challenge your mother? Tsunade's lips twitched as she seized the little girl, initiating a playful reprisal. Hee, I surrender. Mom, I surrender. Chiyuki rolled about, giggling and squirming. Daichi rushed to her rescue. How old are you? Still bullying a child, he said, somewhat amused. Exactly. Chiyuki, hiding behind her father, made a face at Tsunade. Tsunade felt her fists clench, and soon the three of them were embroiled in a playful skirmish. After an hour of frolicking, Daichi used a shadow clone to carry the yawning little girl off to bed. Tsunade shot him a glance, and Daichi understood. His opponent had issued a challenge, and he was not one to shy away from confrontation. The two quickly entered the fray, with Daichi commanding the artillery. Target. The enemy's front line. The clamor of battle roared as the skirmish escalated rapidly. The opponent raised a white flag in surrender, and both sides temporarily ceased hostilities. Today, Hisashi approached me, claiming he wishes to arrange a marriage for me. Daichi casually remarked while holding Tsunade. That's wonderful news. Tomorrow is your 18th birthday, isn't it? Tsunade swiftly changed the subject, a teasing smile gracing her face. I believe so. From tomorrow onward, you shall be considered an adult. Tsunade's tone was somewhat wistful, yet she felt a swell of pride within. Her charm was invincible. Life had been worth it. By the way, which young lady did Hisashi introduce to you? Share with me, and I shall offer my counsel, Tsunade teased. The clan leader's daughter, Lady Hinata. Oh, that's quite something. Your clan leader is certainly willing to invest significantly. However, how old is Hinata? Is there really a need for such urgency? Tsunade looked at Daichi with disdain. The era of ninja villages is not the same as the warring states. The age for marrying and bearing children has considerably increased. However, the youngest would not be less than 16. What are you fantasizing about? The clan leader wishes for me to be engaged to Hinata and marry her when she turns 18. Daichi embraced Tsunade, pulling her into a comforting hold. This could work out nicely. In a few years, when I grow older, Hinata will seamlessly take over. When I am gone, there will still be someone to accompany you through the years. Tsunade initially felt excited, but as the conversation progressed, her mood began to sink. Why couldn't he have been born 30 years earlier? Or why couldn't I have been born 30 years later? But then again, I'm still fortunate. I eventually encountered someone, right? I've met Hinata. She is a gentle girl. She is a good child. so you must treat her well. Tsunade's expression was sincere, devoid of pretense. Having weathered countless storms, she had become as steady as a rock. Are you truly willing to let me go to another? Daichi felt a pang of discomfort. Is that so? Am I merely a tool? It is said that a day as husband and wife equates to 100 days of affection. Daichi was, at heart, a traditional man. Moreover, they had a child between them. He had also contemplated the idea of having Tsunade join him on the path to immortality. But alas, she had started too late. What would the future hold? How long could she live? Such matters were uncertain. Otherwise, should I create a scene like other young girls? Tsunade tightened her embrace around Daichi. Shyly pecking his lips out, I like you. I do not deny it. But I am already over 50. I do not know how long I can accompany you. Tsunade chuckled, soothing Daichi, and continued, moreover, as for another man. I have had my share of free use all this time, so I've already benefited greatly. Ha! The bold words spilled forth, and Tsunade's cheeks flushed crimson. Besides, having a stepmother for Chiyuki is not a bad thing. I wonder if I will get to see Chiyuki grow up. If it's Hinata, she should be able to take good care of Chiyuki, right? So, regarding this marriage, I approve. What nonsense are you spouting? Why talk about death? My dear Tsunade, you hardly look older than 20. I believe you have at least another 50 years ahead of you. Daichi cradled her delicate face and planted a fervent kiss on her. Hey, that would be even better. I would get to benefit from you for several more decades. After saying this, Tsunade initiated a challenge. Daichi did not relent. Is the world upside down? You dare to defy the heavens? If you have the gall to come at me, I will certainly take you down. If you wish to defeat me, you are still far from it. After 7 intense confrontations, Daichi ultimately emerged victorious. The Dragon Knight had not even had a chance to surrender before drifting into slumber. He cradled this endearing woman in his arms, gradually leading her into a dream. The next morning, as dawn broke, Daichi rose punctually to engage in his morning exercises. Tsunade was startled awake, an uncommon occurrence. Normally, after 8 o'clock, the brain of the Hokage would not boot up. Being late for work was her trademark. Sighing, she pulled the covers tighter around herself. The usual spot, by the little river. Master Dowie is currently meditating in tranquility. Before long, the two sisters, Hinata and Hanabi, arrive. Brother Dowie, you are truly beyond measure, exclaimed the 8-year-old Hanabi. Hands on her hips, already exuding a somewhat tomboyish charm. What is the matter, little Hanabi? Dowie inquired, his eyes gently opening to meet hers. Yesterday, father mentioned your marriage with my sister. What do you mean by saying you need time to consider? Shouldn't you be leaping for joy instead? How could you even contemplate it? My sister is so remarkable. Hinata, standing beside them, nervously fidgeted with the hem of her garment, her small face flushed with embarrassment as she glanced downward. Unable to voice her thoughts. This is a matter for adults, Hanabi. You are still young. It is not your concern. Furthermore, when it comes to matters of the heart, I believe it is best to let things unfold naturally. Dowie replied lightly, casting a glance at the bashful Hinata. Hinata swayed slightly, collapsing onto the ground as the crimson hue on her cheeks faded away, leaving her pallid. Sister, are you all right? Hanabi hurried over, concern etched across her face as she gazed at Hinata. Hanabi, may I speak with Hinata alone for a moment? Dowie asked, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Meeting her sister's pleading gaze, Hanabi nodded, her expression a mixture of irritation and determination. Humph, she scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Dowie before proudly striding away. Brother Dowie, do you dislike Hinata? Hinata hesitated before finally voicing the question that had kept her awake all night. Of course not. You are a delightful young girl. However, you are still quite young. It would be better to discuss such matters when you are a bit more mature. Right now, you may not fully grasp what marriage entails. I would prefer to wait until you are older and possess greater understanding before delving into such topics. Brother Dowie, ever since I first met you. Hinata's face flushed crimson, but before she could finish her thought, she fainted. Dowie found himself at a loss for words. Bemused by how prematurely mature girls in this world seemed, he gently picked her up. Reminiscing about their first encounter. That year, Dowie was 8, and Hinata was merely 3. Returning from his training by the riverside, he had come across little Hinata being bullied. He had chased off the rascals and carried her back to the clan leader's home, playfully pondering whether he might be stealing the prince's future bride. From that moment on, their paths intertwined. Hinata affectionately called him Brother Dowie, and he enjoyed playing with her, not thinking much of it at the time. As Hinata grew older and began to train alongside him, Dowie began to sense a shift in their dynamic. However, he dismissed it, finding joy in teasing the shy Hinata. Little did he know, the mischief of his youth would come to fruition. Huh? Hinata slowly awoke, finding herself nestled in Dowie's embrace. Her cheeks flared with color, and her small head began to radiate warmth once more. Wait. Hinata, don't faint again. Dowie quickly interrupted her spiraling thoughts, secretly relieved. Brother Dowie. Am I truly so useless? I can never do anything right, and father is disappointed in me, and no one expects anything from me, except for you. As she spoke, Hinata's face turned red once more. Her lack of talent and training was closely tied to her personality. Though she was not particularly gifted, her hesitance and action significantly impacted her abilities. Strictly speaking, Niji could defeat Hinata in 10 minutes. However, being a mature and composed young man, he understood the importance of leaving room for his companions, ensuring they did not face undue humiliation. Hinata, you are an incredibly wonderful girl. You possess all the admirable qualities that a woman should have. There is no need for self-denial or feelings of inferiority. Strength is not the sole measure of one's worth, Dowie encouraged, feeling somewhat awkward. What was it like to be pursued by a young girl? He was beginning to grasp the sensation. Really? Brother Dowie? Hinata's face turned beet red, her hands hesitantly reaching out. Cautiously and nervously, she embraced Dowie, burying her flushed face into his embrace. Oh no, this young girl has gained confidence and is boldly taking the initiative. Dowie felt a mix of annoyance and helplessness. It was truly a predicament. Comforting her felt wrong, yet not doing so felt equally unacceptable. If he had to choose a partner for marriage, Hinata would indeed be an excellent choice. However, he wanted to wait until she was of age. Dowie did not wish to tread upon a morally dubious path. However, this habit of fainting from shyness is somewhat troublesome. Perhaps we should maintain a bit of distance. Dowie carefully chose his words, fearing he might inadvertently send Hinata into an emotional spiral. Brother Dowie, I will strive to overcome this. Please rest assured. Hinata raised her blushing face, promising earnestly. Rest assured? What do you want me to be at ease about? Dowie was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond to Hinata's earnestness. Then, Brother Dowie, do you like me? Hinata hesitated for a moment, finally summoning all her courage. After uttering this question, she desperately tried to remain upright, like a prisoner awaiting judgment, her head bowed in anxious anticipation. Well, yes, I do. Dowie hesitated briefly, but ultimately chose to speak from the heart. Having already lowered his defenses, he surrendered to the moment. Who could withstand such a pure-hearted Hinata? Forget it. Such a naive girl would surely struggle with intense emotions. So be it. I accept my fate as a scoundrel. Of course, Dowie genuinely cherished the innocent and kind-hearted Hinata. He was not the kind of man who would deceive her feelings. A girl with such a transparent soul, akin to crystal, would be hard to dislike. To genuinely and wholeheartedly love someone, maintaining that feeling for decades without wavering, is a rarity. Each of these girls deserves sincere treatment. Upon hearing his affirmative response, Hinata's emotions surged. She instantly transformed into a steam-powered maiden, letting out a soft before fainting again. Oh heavens, what do I do now? Dowie quickly pinched her acupoint, channeling his spiritual energy to soothe Hinata's turbulent emotions. I'm sorry, Brother Dowie. It seems I've fainted again. I feel so useless, Hinata murmured as she slowly regained consciousness, her face still flushed and filled with sincere regret. It's all right. However, there is something I must tell you. After you hear it, you can decide whether or not to consider an engagement with me. Oh, Brother Dowie, please go on. Hinata looked at him earnestly. I already have a child. Dowie decided to be forthright, placing the choice in Hinata's hands. His principles were high. It was best to clarify certain matters beforehand. While it would be wonderful if things worked out, he could accept it if they did not. This is so sudden, Brother Dowie. I will strive to be a capable mother, Hinata exclaimed, a mix of surprise and determination on her face. Her earnest expression left Dowie both amused and bewildered. Really? I'm dying of laughter. Hinata, what are you thinking? Is your thought process truly this unique? The unexpected twist left Dowie momentarily speechless, utterly at a loss for words. Brother Dowie, please give me a few days. I need to think about how to interact well with the child. Hinata added softly. The child's mother is still alive, due to our significant age difference. She is unwilling to marry me. Although our union was unexpected, as a man, I cannot abandon them. While she does wish for me to marry you, it would not be fair to you. I hope you can think this through. Hinata, Dowie interrupted her spiraling thoughts, gazing at her seriously. Brother Dowie, for a long time, I have been dreaming of... Oh no. I'm so foolish, Hinata stammered, her words trailing off as tears welled in her eyes. Hinata, please don't rush. Go home and rest well. Take your time to think it over. No matter what you choose, it is perfectly all right. No, I don't want that. I only want Brother Dowie, Hinata declared passionately, throwing herself into Dowie's arms. Her words a mix of determination and uncertainty. I'm sorry, Hinata. It was I who placed you in this difficult position. No, that is not what I meant. What I wish to express is that Brother Dowie has always been my ideal. It is solely through your recognition, encouragement, and assistance that I have become the person I am today. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, I will never relinquish my admiration for Brother Dowie, for you. My fondness for Brother Dowie knows no bounds. Facing Hinata's resolute gaze, Hyuga Dowie found himself momentarily at a loss. It was rare for her to articulate so much, which only added to her discomfort. I understand now, Hinata, with no further words to offer. Hyuga Dowie tightened his embrace around her. Brother Dowie, please rest assured, I will get along well with them. Feeling Dowie's gesture, Hinata's face flushed crimson as she softly added, You want me to be at ease? Very well, if that makes you happy. Thank you, Hinata. There was little else for Dowie to say. He could only acquiesce to Hinata's whims. Brother Dowie, you will marry me, won't you? Hinata raised her rosy face, gazing up at Hyuga Dowie with hopeful anticipation. Certainly. I shall marry you. Once a carefree and charming figure in his past life, Dowie was now being entirely captivated by a young girl, overwhelmed by Hinata's fervent confession. He could only nod in agreement. Brother Dowie, I must take my leave now. I am off to find Hanabi. Having exhausted her courage, Hinata began to panic once more. All she wished was to flee swiftly. Very well. Off you go. Please take care. Hyuga Dowie chuckled lightly, playfully ruffling her little nose. Hinata dashed away, her face a deep shade of red. She appeared to sway as if intoxicated. Hinata seems unexpectedly affluent. I wonder how many girls she could embarrass. In a few years, she might even rival Tsunade. Suddenly feeling an emptiness in his arms, Hyuga Dowie was unexpectedly jolted. Hinata, in a dazed state, stumbled her way back to her chamber. Hinata, your audacity is astonishing. Will this not put Brother Dowie in a difficult position? Yet, I am so elated that Brother Dowie has decided to marry me. Hinata burrowed under the covers, rolling around with the quilt, too shy to show her face for quite some time. Nevertheless, one cannot deny that Lady Hinata possesses extraordinary luck. In the original narrative, she had fallen for the future formidable 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki. In this world, she has developed feelings for the elusive Hyuga Dowie. Each of them is someone no one would dare to offend lightly, truly a stroke of fortune. By noon, a group of companions came to congratulate Hyuga Dowie. A mixture of familiar and less familiar faces, dozens of people gathered to celebrate his 18th birthday. Without hesitation, Hyuga Dowie reserved the 2 largest private rooms at the Chinese restaurant, Kakashi and Mike Guy. Well aware of Dowie's reputation as a notorious capitalist, chose only the most exquisite dishes and finest wines. Amidst laughter and merriment, the group exchanged blessings and gifts, reveling until the afternoon came to a close. In the evening, he was invited to a family banquet by Hyuga Hayashi. After dinner, the clan leader's family and Niji congratulated him, taking turns presenting birthday gifts. When it was Hinata's turn, the shy girl bashfully handed him a box before vanishing without a trace. Upon opening it, Hyuga Dowie discovered that Hinata had gifted him 3 rings. Understanding her intentions, he kept one for himself, gave another to Tsunade, and personally placed the last one on Hinata's finger. A week later, the engagement banquet between Hyuga Dowie and Hinata was successfully held. Hyuga Hayashi organized a lively celebration, with all clan members in attendance. Some friendly ninja clans and civilian ninjas also received invitations and came to congratulate them in person. Hyuga Dowie remained composed and unflustered. Such spectacles held no sway over him. Hyuga Hayashi, ever the charismatic host, wore a warm smile throughout the event. The elders of the main family observed Hyuga Hayashi with some dissatisfaction, but felt powerless to intervene. They had been keeping a watchful eye on Hyuga Dowie, and one elder had a suitable young woman in mind for him. However, the crafty clan leader had beaten him to the punch. Hinata, overwhelmed with excitement and anxiety, fainted twice during the engagement proceedings. Hyuga Dowie could only helplessly hold her, continuously employing soothing words to comfort her. With the engagement ceremony successfully concluded, Hyuga Hayashi and his wife finally breathed a sigh of relief. As guests began to depart, Hyuga Dowie elegantly made his exit. Brother Dowie, I will strive to become an excellent wife. Whatever you desire, I am willing to endeavor to fulfill. I must become even better to be worthy of you. Hinata stood on her tiptoes, gazing at his retreating figure, her cheeks flushed as she silently vowed. Hinata, Daoi has already walked far away. If you wish to see him, you may seek him out now. The clan leader's wife smiled gently, her eyes twinkling with humor. Mother. Hinata swiftly transformed into a flustered steam princess, dashing back to her chamber. Meanwhile, the Hokage stood at the window, gazing out over the Hyuga clan territory. Lost in contemplative silence, Lady Tsunade, Shizen called out, her voice laced with concern. Has break time ended? Please fetch some documents for me. I must get back to work. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively and returned to her desk. Touching the ring on her middle finger, Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. Hinata is indeed quite thoughtful. She even remembered me. Hey, Shizen, have someone summon Asuma and Kurenai. Yes. Moments later, Asuma and Kurenai arrived at the Hokage's office. Do you recall the incident involving the theft of the sealing scroll? We do, they replied in unison. After my investigation, I believe this matter is connected to Orochimaru. Therefore, I would like to request your assistance in entering the Konoha prison to interrogate Mizuki and obtain more information regarding Orochimaru. Understood. Kurenai and I will head there immediately. Asuma nodded, and the two vanished from the Hokage's office in an instant. I can't shake this feeling of unease. Shizen, go inform Daoi to come over. Yes, Hokage-sama. Shizen turned and left to find the Umbu. When the Umbu located Hyuga Daoi, he was fishing by the riverbank, with Sakura beside him, treating the fish. Sakura, come with me, Hyuga Daoi exclaimed, whisking Sakura away with the Flying Thunder God technique into the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, you summoned me? Yes. Daoi, there is a matter I wish to entrust to you. Tsunade recounted the Mizuki incident and expressed her desire for Daoi to take charge. That is not a problem. However, I entrust Sakura to you. I hope Hokage-sama will take her on as a disciple. Kakashi has already recommended her to me. Since you also see potential in her, I shall accept Sakura. Tsunade was quite pleased with Sakura. Noting her excellent chakra control and abundant chakra reserves, perhaps Sakura carries the bloodline of the Senju clan. Once, the Senju produced 2 generations of Hokage. The Senju clan had grown increasingly arrogant, viewing the Hokage position as their birthright, which led to numerous troubles. The coup d'etat involving Uchiha Shursui was partly instigated by the Senju clan. Following this incident, Senju Tobirama established the principle that Hokage must be elected through democratic means as one of Konoha's most vital regulations. This also placed Sarutobi Hiruzen in a precarious position, but with the support of Uzumaki Mido, he managed to maintain his position as Hokage. Under Senju Tobirama's firm orders, the Senju clan went into hiding. They were strictly forbidden from using the Senju surname, and even Tsunade and her brother were stripped of their Senju name. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Sakura exclaimed, tears of gratitude brimming in her eyes as she looked up at the 5th Hokage in admiration. Tsunade is the pinnacle of female ninjas in the ninja world, the ultimate idol for Konoha's kunoichis. Hyuga Daoi waved goodbye and proceeded toward Konoha Prison. Konoha Prison is situated 50 kilometers from the village. Built within a volcanic crater, surrounded by lava, the only connection to the outside world is a single suspension bridge. By the time Hyuga Daoi arrived, the bridge had already been lowered. Upon entering the prison, he found Naruto calling out to the injured Asuma and Kurenai. Asuma, what happened here? Hyuga Daoi inquired, casually tossing a few green orbs to stabilize their injuries. It was the wind god and thunder god. Along with that Mizuki fellow, the prisoners here have all escaped. Teacher Daoi, you've arrived. This is wonderful, Naruto exclaimed, overjoyed that the injured would receive help. Quickly, over here, the medical team rushed out from the depths of the prison. Clearly having been confined earlier. They need to be taken back to the village for treatment. The head of the medical team announced. All right, you all return to the village first. The medical team swiftly produced stretchers, hurriedly carrying over a dozen injured individuals away. Ninjutsu, multiple shadow clone technique. Hundreds of shadow clones emerged, simultaneously declaring, ninjutsu, swordsmanship. The multitude of shadow clones soared into the air, pursuing in all directions. Should we also join the chase? I entrust you with a task, Naruto. Gather as many of your companions as possible. The more, the better. Then head to the valley south of the village to capture the mastermind behind this incident, Mizuki and the brothers F. Shin and Raijin. You got it. Leave it to me, Naruto exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he turned to rush back to Konoha. Half an hour later, the perpetrators were captured one by the shadow clones. After tossing them into prison, Hinata retracted the drawbridge. Meanwhile, Naruto had already located the Inoshikacho trio, along with Niji and Hinata. Irika was stealthily trailing behind them, accompanied by a graceful female ninja. Suddenly, Mizuki appeared midway, leading Irika deep into the valley. The small group halted, confronted by two towering, rotund figures, the legendary Fool brothers, Fshin and Rai-Jin. Everyone be cautious. Their strength is immense. The 6 young warriors dispersed. Encircling the 2 hefty foes, Hinata and Niji engaged the brothers head-on using Tai Chi, holding their ground. After half an hour of intense combat, the brothers were left utterly exhausted. Shikamaru employed a shadow imitation technique to bind them, prompting the others to rush and Fshin and Rai-Jin were swiftly subdued and securely tied up. Mizuki is battling Irika. Go assist him. I will handle the Fool brothers, Hinata declared, hoisting the brothers onto his sword and lifting them into the air. Fshin and Rai-Jin dangled upside down, wailing in despair as they were tossed back into prison, trembling with fright. Brother, that Byakugan is terrifying. Rai-Jin, I understand now. I am frightened too. The 2 brothers scrambled back into their cell. As for the 6 young warriors, Mizuki had also been dealt with. Irika heroically rescued Tsubaki, bringing her back safely. Upon returning to submit their missions, it seemed they could enjoy a few leisurely days ahead. A few days later, in the evening, Hinata was preparing to return home to cook for Chiwei when he suddenly glanced at Hinata. The Hinata sisters and Niji were training, battling against Yi's shadow clone. As the duel concluded, the 3 prepared to head home for dinner. Hinata, please wait a moment, Hinata called out. Hanabi, about to speak, was swiftly pulled away by Niji. Hanabi, Lady Hinata, and you will become a couple in the future. We must give them some private space, otherwise, it would be quite rude. Niji whispered while gripping Hanabi's arm. All right, I understand. Hanabi replied sullenly, reluctantly following along. Brother is there something you need? Hinata asked. Her head bowed. Nervously fiddling with her clothing, her cheeks flushed. Private time? Is it a date? But I am not ready yet. At least, I should wash up at home first, right? Hinata gently grasped Hinata's small hand. Lifting her chin to meet his gaze, Hinata's face turned a deep crimson, and steam seemed to rise from her head. Hinata, do you want to meet my child? Hinata asked earnestly. Is that all right? How old is the child? I need to prepare a gift for the meeting. What if the child doesn't like me? Hinata's self-assurance faltered, replaced by worried, no need to worry. Chiwei is already 3 years old. She is quite adorable. Let's go. I'll take you to buy a gift and tell you her preferences along the way. The 2 held hands as they entered the shopping district, where Hinata remained stiff as a puppet. Unable to lift her head in the midst of the crowd, sensing her discomfort, Hinata reluctantly released her, allowing her to slowly regain her composure. After purchasing the gifts, Hinata led Hinata to a secluded corner. Activating the Flying Thunder God technique, he transported her to a courtyard. Hinata, go wash up first. After a day of training, you must feel quite uncomfortable, Hinata said, handing her a set of clothing as he stepped out of the bathroom. Drying his hair. Oh, thank you. When Hinata emerged, she found Hinata watering the flowers in the courtyard. After chatting for a while, the courtyard door swung open. Wow, Daddy, you're back, Chiwei exclaimed, having returned from her outing. Protected by a puppet, this puppet was a prototype, its strength approximately that of a Jainin, created through cellular cloning technology. However, due to the technology's immaturity, it could only survive for 15 days. Controlled by the Rinnegan to manipulate chakra, it possessed its own consciousness and intelligence, capable of executing complex commands. Did you have fun outside, Chiwei? Hinata asked, lifting the little girl with a smile. Yes, today, I made 2 new friends. I am their leader, Chiwei proudly declared, lifting her tiny head in anticipation of praise. Wow, that's impressive. Chiwei, let me introduce you to someone, Hinata praised, turning to Hinata. Chiwei, this is Hinata. Wow, this big sister's face is so red. How fun. She has the same eyes as Daddy. Are you Daddy's family? Chiwei asked, pointing at Hinata and Hinata's eyes. Chiwei, you must be polite. You should call her Andy. It's all right. No need to worry, Hinata replied, her cheeks burning, feeling somewhat strange to be called Annie at such a young age. Hinata, please play with Chiwei for a while and help me keep an eye on her. I will prepare dinner, and we can eat together later, Hinata said, placing Chiwei into Hinata's arms before heading to the kitchen. All right, Hinata held Chiwei, feeling a bit at a loss. All her previously rehearsed responses vanished, leaving her mind blank. Auntie Hinata, are you family with Daddy? Chiwei asked, curiously wrapping her arms around Hinata's neck. I am Yi's fiancée. What did I just say? I'm sorry, Chiwei. Hinata's mind was a jumble, and she realized what she had blurted out, lowering her head in embarrassment. Are you Daddy's wife? Chiwei asked in surprise. Though young, she had a general understanding of what being a couple meant. Yes, that is correct. Hinata surrendered, her face flushed as she nodded in affirmation. Then are you also Chiyue's mother? I suppose so. Hinata capitulated entirely, nodding passively. New mommy. Will you like me? I really like you, Chiyue. Oh, I almost forgot. Here, this is a gift I bought for you. Hinata suddenly remembered something and dashed into the living room, returning with 2 large bags. Wow, Chiyue exclaimed, leaning over the bags in awe, utterly astonished. One bag was filled with various toys, while the other contained an array of delicious snacks, seemingly more abundant than a convenience store. Hinata mommy, you are the best, Chiyue exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Hinata's neck and showering her with kisses. The little girl, already fond of Hinata, was now completely won over. Hinata sighed in relief, a joyful smile spreading across her face. Chiyue is simply too adorable. Even cuter than Hanabi was at her age. If in the future, my child with the E is as charming as Chiyue, that would be wonderful. Hinata's thoughts drifted far away, her head filled with daydreams. When Hinata Dai emerged from the kitchen, he found Hinata gently and patiently playing with Chiyue. You two should wash your hands. It's time for dinner. Hinata, cradling Chiyue, carefully washed her little face and hands. Returning to the living room, Chiyue insisted on sitting beside Hinata. Hinata Dai nodded in resignation. He had anticipated that with Hinata's accommodating nature, Chiyue would likely take a liking to her. Hey, it smells so good. Tsunade entered, drawn in by the scent, shedding her outer garment and plopping down onto the sofa. Lord Hokage. Hinata stood there, dumbfounded, and quickly rose to pay her respects. Hinata, thank you for the ring you sent. I absolutely adore it, Tsunade exclaimed, raising her hand to showcase the ring with a cheeky grin. This and that. I owe it to my brother. Hinata nearly burst into tears, casting a pleading glance towards Hyuga Daichi. Despite her best efforts to imagine, she could hardly fathom that Chiyuki's mother would be the 5th Hokage. I'm sorry, Hinata, it was my oversight that caused you distress, Hyuga Daichi said with a hint of resignation. Hinata, you needn't worry. I wholeheartedly support the union between you and Daichi. Tsunade lowered her voice, striving to appear more gentle. Lord Hokage, my apologies for intruding. It was quite rude of me, Hinata stammered, feeling flustered, her limbs betraying her. Hinata's mother, how have you been? Chiyuki sensed her anxiety and worriedly nestled into Hinata's embrace. Hey, this little ungrateful one, ready to betray her mother so soon. Chiyuki, thank you. I'm doing well, Tsunade remarked. Hinata held Chiyuki tightly, her tension alleviating considerably. You're welcome, Hinata mama, Chiyuki cheerfully replied. Tsunade lounged casually, resembling an ultimate boss. Hinata felt a peculiar DJ view, akin to a subservient wife from feudal times. It seems I'm out of line. Chiyuki, come down and sit properly. Hinata still needs to eat, Tsunade sighed, covering her forehead with her hand. It's quite all right. Lord Hokage, Hinata quickly waved her hands in dismissal. When at home, drop the Lord Hokage and call me sister by my name. Just treat this place as your own. Speaking of which, I feel I owe you an apology, Hinata. There's no need for that. It was you and Daichi who established your relationship first. I am the one who owes you an apology. Lord Hokage, Hinata bowed her head. Forget about that. Let us consider it a mutual misunderstanding. Since that's the case, we can simply cancel each other out. Thus, neither of us will owe the other anything. It's settled. Tsunade proclaimed with a thump of her thigh, weaving a peculiar logic. Is that how it is, Lord Hokage? Hinata responded, somewhat astonished, as it seemed quite reasonable. Didn't I say to call me sister? Sister. Tsunade sister. That's more like it. Let us eat. I'm starving. Dig in, Tsunade declared, diving into her meal. Let us eat first. It'll be unappetizing if it gets cold, Hyuga Daichi added, feeling a sense of relief within. Thankfully, they had avoided a battlefield-like encounter. The four ceased their chatter and began to eat, with Chiyuki occasionally chiming in. Hinata mama, I want that. Hinata mama, I want this. The meal was generously portioned, primarily to accommodate the big eater, Hinata. As it was her first visit, she wished to maintain decorum and refrained from overindulging. However, under Daichi's firm encouragement, Hinata shyly managed to consume 20 bowls of rice, clearing nearly all the dishes on the table. Hinata, given your appetite, perhaps you could learn medical ninjutsu. Tsunade observed, astonished at how little Hinata's belly had expanded. This reminded her of the Akimichi clan, known for their eating prowess to master the yang release techniques. Daichi brother has already taught me. Hinata replied in a timid voice. Oh really? What techniques have you learned so far? Tsunade nodded in satisfaction, Indeed, having guessed correctly, Hinata possessed yang release attributes. I've only learned healing technique and treatment technique. That's quite commendable. Hinata, have you learned the Yin Seal? If you master it, you could retain eternal youth like me. Tsunade boasted proudly. Hinata silently shook her head, gazing at Tsunade with envy. If I could remain forever youthful and beautiful like Lord Hokage, Daiichi brother would surely always love me, right? The desire for eternal youth is a longing shared by all women, regardless of age. Here, consider this a return gift. Tsunade pulled out a scroll of the Yin Seal and handed it to Hinata. But, this is too precious, Lord Hokage. Hinata waved her hands in refusal, suddenly flustered. Caring for the younger generation is a senior's duty. Besides, you were the one who brought a gift first. Just accept it, and call me sister. Tsunade's tone brooked no argument, showcasing her commanding side once more. Thank you. Tsunade sister, Hinata exclaimed, startled yet feeling a bit wronged as she accepted it. Hyuga Daiichi watched with a smile, finding their interaction quite amusing. By the way, it's been quite some time. Haven't you learned the Yin Seal yet? Tsunade shot Daiichi a quizzical glance, bemused. This guy usually grasped things quickly, which was unlike him. I've already mastered it. Hyuga Daiichi replied. I'm not blind. There is nothing on your forehead. Where have you hidden the Yin Seal? Tsunade questioned, perplexed as she had never seen it on him. It's hidden beneath my skin. If you wish to see it, here. Hyuga Daiichi channeled his chakra, and a red dot gradually materialized on his forehead, resembling a vermilion mole, enhancing his ethereal aura. Tsunade couldn't help but steal a few more glances. His demeanor seemed to have improved. Hinata's face turned crimson as she watched, her eyes sparkling with unspoken thoughts. Wow, Daddy has become even more handsome, Chiyuki exclaimed, burrowing into Daiichi's embrace, her little hands reaching for the Yin Seal. Daiichi retrieved a piece of vermilion he had crafted and marked it on the little girl. She burst into laughter, throwing her arms around her father for a fervent kiss. Hey, knowing how to show off at such a young age. Tsunade scoffed, rolling her eyes. After the meal, Hinata and Chiyuki played for another hour. Hyuga Daiichi carried her back to the Hyuga clan's residence using the Flying Thunder God technique. Hinata, I sincerely apologize for today. Initially, I thought Chiyuki was still young, and you both would be able to accept each other more easily. I didn't expect that her mother's identity would still cause you distress. Hyuga Daiichi said apologetically. Daiichi brother, thank you. I'm all right. Tsunade's sister is very easy to get along with. The fact that Daiichi considered her feelings filled Hinata with a sense of unexplainable happiness. She never anticipated that Daiichi brother would do so much for her. Hinata hugged her Daiichi brother tightly. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed earnestly at him. She instinctively rose onto her tiptoes, her eyes shimmering with a dreamlike glow. Hinata's heartfelt display seemed to imply something. Daiichi, not being a dullard, could only nod in acknowledgement. Hinata's eyes widened suddenly, covering her crimson cheeks as she dashed away. She dove into her room, burrowing under the covers and tossing about restlessly. It wasn't until deep into the night that she finally drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, upon returning, Tsunade was coaxing Chiyuki to sleep. Back already? Have you soothed your little darling? Tsunade observed Daiichi with a hint of jealousy, sensing that he would not escape her teasing tonight. Hyuga Daiichi gazed skyward in silence. You can rest easy. Hinata is quite endearing. Chiyuki adores her, which is a good thing, Tsunade teased, finding it rather entertaining to poke fun at him. All right, as long as you're happy. By the way, a few young ones have been sent on a mission today. If you have the time, perhaps follow them discreetly and observe, Tsunade said with a serious tone. What mission? In the land of rivers, the village of Kanara has been occupied by the Hyūga clan from the land of water. Have you heard of Hyūga Reiga? He is their leader. Why has the Hyūga clan left the land of water to come to the land of rivers? Were they ousted by the Mist Village? The intelligence indicated it was due to dissatisfaction with the fourth Mizukage. Thus, Hyūga Reiga led a faction of his clan to defect from the land of water. Tsunade cradled Chiyuki and placed her in her small bed. All right, I understand. Tomorrow at dawn, I shall pursue those mischievous children. The two individuals clasped hands and entered the bedroom, closing the door behind them. Hyuga Doi and Tsunade swiftly plunged into the battlefield's instance. Where the conflict was exceedingly brutal, Tsunade appeared intent on annihilating all of his soldiers, yet was ruthlessly suppressed by Master Doi. The following morning at 9 o'clock, Tsunade, supporting her waist, entered the Hokage's office. Hyuga Doi left a shadow clone to take care of Chienyu and sped off towards the land of rivers. Upon Doi's arrival, Naruto and the others had already dispatched the Black Ho Thunder Fang. Extracting the ninja blade Thunder Fang from the clutches of Black Ho, he examined it and discovered a peculiar barrier technique within the sword. By inscribing this barrier technique upon the ground, The errant natural lightning energy gradually began to converge. Haha, quite intriguing. A rudimentary lightning gathering formation, Doi pondered to himself, and suddenly an idea struck him, destroying the barrier technique inscribed on the ground. He casually sketched several runes. The runes for sealing techniques and barrier techniques essentially employed the same set of symbols. If one were to speak of the clan with the deepest understanding of sealing techniques, it would undoubtedly be the Uzumaki clan. Coincidentally, Hyuga Doi possessed the secret scroll of Uzumaki sealing techniques. Producing the Uzumaki sealing technique scroll, Doi began to draw and inscribe the runes upon the ground. After incessantly revising and refining for nearly 2 hours, a circular pattern composed of various runes took shape. Placing his hands upon the design, Doi infused it with spiritual energy along the lines of the runes. The pattern illuminated, flickering twice before settling into tranquility. A gentle breeze began to stir, and the natural energy of the world gradually coalesced towards the center of the pattern. The wind surged and the water began to materialize. An hour later, small droplets of water gradually formed in the little pit at the center of the formation. After 4 hours, a small puddle emerged at the center of the formation. Spiritual energy transformed into liquid. I have succeeded. Is this not a gathering array for spiritual energy? Utilizing the gravitational pull of his rebirth eye, Doi drew the spiritual liquid into his mouth, swallowing it little by little. The rich natural energy exploded within him, and colorful patterns swiftly adorned his exterior. It is still not the era of tattoos. Restrain, dissipate. Operating the great 5 elements within, the vibrant patterns gradually vanished from sight. Sitting cross-legged, Doi began to fully refine this energy. The density of this energy was exceedingly high, comparable to a month of arduous training for Hyuga Doi. As the great 5 elements circulated within, the 5 energies within his chest sublimated into greater yin and yang energies. 5 energies ascend towards the origin. The yin and yang energies, carrying the essence of the 5 energies within, soared upwards, directly entering the spiritual platform. His soul was washed by the energy, and golden brilliance radiated forth from the spiritual platform. Hyuga Doi stepped into the center of the formation, his soul shedding its shell and suspending in midair. The union of heaven and man. The transformation of heaven and man. Doi's soul glanced down at his physical body, then lifted his gaze to the sky. A stirring within his heart allowed him to perceive everything within a 10-mile radius. This divine sense. It surpasses the Byakugan in utility. Closing his eyes, his soul silently endured the cleansing of the natural spiritual energy. With each cleansing, the yin energy diminished slightly. The natural spiritual energy surged down towards the soul, merging into the body below. After the 5 elements transformed and refined, they ascended to nourish the soul on the spiritual platform. 3 days later, the yin energy within the soul became nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, with a golden halo swirling incessantly around the pale yellow soul body. The sky rumbled with thunder, as if rain were imminent. Several bolts of lightning snaked down, penetrating Doi's soul body, striking his physical form directly. The yin energy within the soul body was dispersed, yet it also slimmed down significantly. The physical body remained unharmed, though the clothing struggled to endure. Fortunately, the 4-symbol barrier outside concealed the inner workings of the formation from external view. This should not be a heavenly tribulation. Merely ordinary lightning from nature, unexpectedly useful. The soul body opened its eyes to scan the overcast sky, then closed them to continue its cultivation. After more than 10 minutes, the thunder ceased and the clouds dispersed. With the cleansing from the heavenly thunder and the energy of the body, the soul body shrank to half its size. The strength of the soul and mental power surged significantly, with the soul body beginning to exhibit the signs of a golden primordial spirit. Hyuga Doi practiced Taoist inner elixir techniques, a method of cultivating life and death by forming a small universe within the human body. Once he successfully attains the primordial spirit, he can attempt to condense the 3 flowers atop the head. The 3 flowers atop the head refer to the 3 realms of cultivation of the primordial spirit, which require the condensation of the flowers of essence, chi, and spirit. They may also be referred to as the 3 flowers of man, earth, and heaven. Time passed unnoticed until a commoner arrived at the outer barrier of the 4 symbols, cradling a small child. Lan. What is this? It appears to be a barrier technique. We need not concern ourselves with it. Take me to Thunder Fong. Jeezy nodded helplessly, carrying him towards the pile of stones behind. Lan climbed onto the stone heap, grasping the arm of Black Ho Thunder Fong, channeling chakra and ocular power. Black Ho Thunder Fong slowly awakened. Naruto, Niji, Ten, and Lee arrived, and the 2 sides clashed once more. The four were charred from the electric shocks of Black Ho Thunder Fong, with Lee and Tin Tin incapacitated. Sprawled on the ground, Niji still managed to hold on, while Naruto proved to be as resilient as a cockroach that could not be killed. Your performance still leaves much to be desired. You must strive harder in the future. Hyuga Doi emerged from the four symbols barrier, casually commenting, Brother Doi. Even if you are here to provide support, you cannot say such things. We are quite strong. Naruto exclaimed in frustration, while Niji, with a face of shame, lowered his head in silence. Who are you? Black Ho Thunder Fong queried warily. Upon awakening, he had noticed the black barrier, after attempting to break it several times to no avail. He had simply given up. You need not know. Sage Art, Metal Release, Tai Condensing Light Sword. A flash of golden light darted forth, and the long sword instantaneously flew before Black Ho Thunder Fong. So swift, Black Ho Thunder Fong was pierced through the chest by the sword, propelled by the force of the golden sword towards the edge of the cliff, barely grasping the hilt of the sword. Black Ho Thunder Fong fell helplessly towards the abyss below. Well done. Mission accomplished. Returning to Konoha, summoning the Tao Lord sword, Hyuga Doi tossed the two injured individuals onto it. You two, come aboard. Hurry back. Naruto and Niji entrusted Lon One to Jeezy and eagerly boarded the Tao Lord sword. Hyuga Doi took them on a flying journey, entering Konoha after an hour. After tossing Lee and Tin Tin into the hospital, Hyuga Doi led Niji and Naruto into the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, the mission has been completed. Niji stepped forward, presenting the mission scroll with reverence. Tsunade Bachan. Lee and Tin Tin are injured. Please assist them in their recovery. Naruto spoke rather impolitely, causing Tsunade's brows to twitch in irritation. Naruto. You foolish child. To whom are you speaking? Tsunade delivered a punch atop Naruto's head, causing a large bump to swiftly emerge. Idiotic Naruto. Rude fellow. You ought to learn from Hinata. How dare you refer to me as old? Tsunade shot a glance at Hyuga Doi, silently resenting Naruto's reckless words. The impact of Naruto's words was akin to cursing a monk in front of a bald man. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Naruto clutched his head in agony, while the others felt he deserved it. They will be fine. A few days in the hospital will suffice. Hyuga Doi had already provided treatment. They were merely minor injuries. Enough. You two children hurry along. Do not vex me further. Tsunade waved them away. And Niji and Naruto hastily departed from this troublesome place. Do you have any further matters? Tsunade queried, somewhat puzzled, as this Doi-sama typically avoided her like the plague. Of course, primarily during the daytime. I must make a trip to the Land of Thunder and inform you. Hyuga Doi's tone was resolute. This was a notification, not a negotiation. What business do you have in the Land of Thunder? There are matters to attend to, primarily for the purpose of cultivation, in such a vast land of fire. Cannot you find a suitable place to practice? Tsunade furrowed her brows, feeling quite displeased. Indeed, there is nowhere to be found in the Land of Fire. To be precise, I wish to go to the Yunlei Gorge. The Yunlei Gorge is perpetually shrouded in thunderclouds, making it an excellent place for cultivation. Of course, this holds true for Hyuga Doi. He wishes to utilize the thunder to temper his physical body and simultaneously refine his primordial spirit. No, I do not consent. It is far too dangerous. The mountain brutes of the Cloud Village are notoriously brash and unscrupulous. They are exceedingly xenophobic. Do not venture there. I apologize, Tsunade, but I must go. No one in the Cloud Village is my match. I trust they will not lose their sanity and seek death intentionally. Hinata Doi had made up his mind. He was resolute in his decision to venture into the Yunlei Gorge. If the Cloud-hidden village was foolish enough to provoke him, then so be it. He would carve a path through them if necessary. However, he realized that such a course of action would undoubtedly incite war. Upon witnessing Hinata Dao's menacing aura for the first time, Tsunade felt an indescribable fear rising within her. She quickly grasped his arm, conveying an unspoken message. You shall not leave without sparing my life. You need not worry. They are not as foolish as you imagine. If they cannot prevail, they will surely retreat. Should the Cloud-hidden village dare to declare war, I shall stand at their gates and slay anyone who attempts to emerge. I assure you, they will not escape. Hinata Doi remarked nonchalantly. While it was indeed a daunting task to confront a well-organized ninja army, he possessed ample means to ensure the demise of the Cloud-hidden village. In the face of such unscrupulous rogues, Hinata Doi had no qualms about employing drastic measures. They owed a debt to the Hinata clan, and some matters of consequence were best resolved forthwith. Hinata Nichi had not died in vain. And while the blame lay with Sarutobi Hisashi, Hinata Doi shared little connection with Hinata Nichi and felt no particular emotional attachment. Nevertheless, he was a decent individual who had offered some assistance to Hinata Doi in the past. That won't suffice. Here is an idea. You can visit the Cloud Hidden Village in the capacity of a Hokage advisor, bring along intelligence from the Akatsuki organization, and present it as a guise for your visit. You could even remain there for a while to engage in exchange and learning, Tsunade proposed, showcasing a commendable degree of ingenuity. That sounds acceptable. What troubles you? Regardless of the circumstances, you must promise me not to resort to indiscriminate killing. Chiyuki, Hinata, and I will be waiting for your return in Konoha. Hinata Doi felt a sudden jolt in his heart, sensing something amiss. Was it a manifestation of inner demons, the influence of celestial malevolence? Or perhaps the repercussions of the Thunder's soul refinement? It seemed he had been too hasty. The soul should not directly attract the forces of nature. Most likely, it had been tainted by malevolent energies. He suppressed the murderous intent surging within and began to chant the Taoist heart-purifying mantra. Pure heart like water. Pure water reflects the heart. The gentle breeze stirs not. Waves remain undisturbed that I in solitude amidst the bamboo grove. I sing and play my lute. I in tranquil meditation. The venomous dragon retreats. My heart is unburdened, and the heavenly way rewards diligence. My righteousness is resolute, causing even phantoms to tremble. My emotions overflow, harmonizing with the cosmos. My aspirations soar, giving rise to winds and waters. The heavens are vast, the earth expansive, as flowing waters drift with clouds. Freshness restores the essence. Following the true path nurtures the self. I in utmost sincerity and goodness. The great way naturally manifests. It's all well. It seems I've merely been influenced by malevolent energies, but it has been subdued. The malevolence must be addressed. I must proceed to Yunlei Gorge. Hinata Doi chuckled. His demeanor lightened like a gentle spring breeze. What is this malevolence? Tsunade exhaled in relief but was soon beset by new questions. When you practice your mystical techniques, the breath you exhale contains malevolent energies. Such energies bewitch the mind, leading one to lose a tranquil state of being. In simpler terms, the chakra of tailed beasts inherently contains malevolence. No wonder the Jinchuriki often lose their sanity. It turns out to be the malevolence. Tsunade realized, grasping his meaning. I intend to head to the Cloud Hidden Village in 3 days. Please prepare accordingly. I shall return to deal with the malevolent energies. Hinata Doi utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to depart, leaving Tsunade feeling invigorated. Upon entering the Death Forest laboratory, Hinata Doi settled into a seated meditation. He remained in this state for 3 days, focusing his mind and cultivating his spirit point. 3 days later, he opened his eyes, his gaze shone with brilliance, and his demeanor was increasingly serene. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, he appeared directly in the Hokage's office. Tsunade, are you ready? He inquired with a smile. All set. The diplomatic correspondence has been sent. Tsunade replied, her eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance and frustration. By the way, do you still have any puppets? I could use a few. Yes, here are 3 puppets. Which should suffice for your needs. Hinata Doi produced a scroll, handing it to Tsunade. Are they similar to those beside Chiyuki? Quite so. They possess the strength of elite jounin. You should create more puppets. If war arises, let the puppets take the front line to save countless lives. The thought of such a scenario was too beautiful for Tsunade to fathom. That is a sound idea. However, the manufacturing costs are exorbitant and not suitable for mass production. Moreover, if I had the requisite time and resources, I could have personally resolved the war several times over. Hinata Doi punctured Tsunade's daydreams and soared into the sky on his sword, while he could fly using the powers of his Rinnegan. He preferred the grounded sensation of standing firmly on the earth, and sword flight was considerably swifter. Yomi no Hirazaka, Hinata Doi emerged from the black void, arriving directly in the land of hot water. It would be discourteous to simply open a portal to the Cloud Hidden Village. He then divided his chakra to create shadow clones tasked with gathering intelligence on the evil god cult. Meanwhile, his original self entered a hot spring inn, preparing to indulge in a relaxing soak. Not bad. Quite comfortable. He sighed contentedly as he entered the male hot spring. Time passed, and suddenly, a message from his shadow clone jolted Hinata Doi awake. He exited the inn and strolled leisurely in a specific direction. After a half-day's journey, he arrived at a valley. Upon reaching the center of the valley, he located an entrance and descended into an underground passage. Before long, he found himself in a grand hall, its floor covered with runes and blood channels, with a vast blood pool at its center. The place was deserted, devoid of any presence. Hinata Doi unleashed Earth-style, obliterating everything and burying it underground. 2 days later, he stood before the gates of the Cloud Hidden Village. Welcome to the Cloud Hidden Village. Hokage advisor, the Ootsutsuki, accompanied by 2 cloud ninjas, greeted him at the entrance. Thank you for your assistance, Ootsutsuki. Hinata Doi presented the official documents issued by the Hokage with a smile. The Hinata advisor has come alone. How impressive. To be so young and yet so self-reliant. Konoha truly lives up to its reputation as one of the 5 great nations, and individuals like you are indeed rare. That Tsuchikage pondered, somewhat perplexed, as past visitors from Konoha typically came in at least 2 squads for protection. Clearly, this Hinata Doi was not to be underestimated. Your praise is unwarranted. I hardly rank among the notable figures in Konoha. May I meet with Reikage-sama? Hinata Doi inquired cheerfully. Please, follow me. Reikage-sama is awaiting you. The Tsuchikage led Hinata Doi as the 2 guards behind them scrutinized him closely as they traversed the streets. The ninjas of the cloud-hidden village whispered and chuckled amongst themselves upon reaching the Reikage's office. The secretary, Mabuai, opened the door and ushered them inside. The 4th Reikage sat on the sofa like a lion, lifting his gaze to meet Hinata Doi's Byakugan. Reikage-sama, I am Hinata Doi, the Hokage advisor from Konoha. You've come alone, Hinata advisor? You must have great confidence in your strength. Please, have a seat. The Reikage exuded an aura of authority, gesturing for Mabu, I deserve tea. Here is a letter from our Hokage. Along with intelligence on the Akatsuki organization, Hinata Doi placed the letter and intelligence scroll on the tea table. The Tsuchikage inspected the scroll and handed it to the 4th Reikage. After a thorough examination, a mocking expression gradually spread across his face. Has Konoha fallen to such depths? Are you so frightened of a mere rogue ninja organization? Reikage tossed the scroll onto the table, dismissing it with disdain. If that is the case, why not leave the Akatsuki organization to the cloud-hidden village to handle? There are 10 members of the Akatsuki, each with a bounty of 100 million ryo. We in Konoha will provide the funds. What do you think, Reikage-sama? Hinata Doi seized the opportunity, smiling as he observed Reikage. Old man, trying to put on a show before me. If you truly have the capability to handle this matter, I would reward you tenfold. Reikage glared fiercely, his eyes fixated on Hinata Doi. Hinata advisor, how formidable is this rogue ninja organization? The Tsuchikage interjected, as it was the responsibility of a Reikage courtier. They possess considerable strength, with each member on par with elite jounin. Hinata Doi prepared to deceive them, hoping they would engage the Akatsuki in conflict. Are you suggesting that they might even surpass elite jounin? The Tsuchikage continued to press for answers. Though the specifics remained unclear, they preferred to operate in pairs. Why not send someone from the hidden cloud village to probe their strength? That would clarify matters. Wouldn't it? If a conflict were to erupt between the hidden cloud village and the Akatsuki organization, Hinata Daichi would undoubtedly applaud loudly. The hidden cloud village was short-staffed. It would be more fitting for Konoha to undertake the reconnaissance. The Tsuchikage, being a cunning old fox, deftly shifted the responsibility onto Konoha. After all, Konoha had already made contact with them. 3 Jonin had clashed with a 2-man team from the Akatsuki, resulting in failure. Hinata Daichi murmured ambiguously. The intelligence indicates that the Akatsuki's objective is the tailed beast. Is this information accurate? What are their true intentions? The Reikage, asked in a low voice. That we at Konoha are not entirely certain either. Perhaps Lord Reikage could send someone to investigate. The Akatsuki, I feel as though I have heard of them before. That old coot, Anoki, has been employing this organization for years, hasn't he? The Reikage seemed to recall something and turned to the Tsuchikage. Indeed, Lord Reikage, the Tsuchikage responded. The animosity between the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Stone Village runs deep, with both sides ever diligent in their infiltration efforts. The 4th Reikage, A's father, the 3rd Reikage, met his demise in the land of Earth. Such profound enmity is well understood by those who are aware. However, it was also the 3rd Reikage's folly to invade the land of Earth on a robbery mission. The rogue behavior of these mountain bandits has always been despised by the great nations. Whenever a shinobi world war breaks out, their strategic aim is to pilfer and reap benefits. Such shameless conduct bears a striking resemblance to the former Eagle Nation's ethos. Coupled with the very representative black and white skin tones of the Hidden Cloud Village ninjas, it seems abundantly clear whom it is alluding to. That wretched old fool sends someone to the Hidden Stone Village to procure intelligence on the Akatsuki. With a resounding crash, the tea table splintered into pieces. Yes, Lord Reikage, the dark-clad Samui acknowledged and exited to make arrangements. Hinata's advisor, this is your first visit to the Land of Lightning, isn't it? The 4th Reikage inquired. Indeed. Then you should take the opportunity to explore the Land of Lightning for a few more days, immersing yourself in its local customs while awaiting intelligence from the Hidden Stone Village. The Reikage, said warmly. This is quite fortuitous. Just as I was feeling drowsy, someone has brought me a pillow. Excellent. Thank you, Lord Raikage. Hinata Daichi nodded in agreement and left with a smile. Come in. Summoned Samui. The Raikage bellowed. Moments later, a strikingly formidable woman entered the Raikage's office. Lord Raikage, you called for me. Samui, I have a task for you. What is the task? Please, speak. Lord Raikage, you are to attend to the Konoha's Hokage's advisor. Select a few lovely women from the village to assist Hinata Daichi with his meals and daily needs. The Raikage said in a low voice. A faint blush appeared on Samui's pale face as she grasped the Raikage's intent. The Hidden Cloud village has long harbored designs on the Byakugan. Their actions have not been infrequent. I understand.